The male lead Kang Ujin is a 19-year-old young man, living normally on Earth. But on that fateful day, he was suddenly summoned to another world, named Alpion. Here, Ujin had to fight to reach the pinnacle of glory. And when he stood at that highest position, his only desire was to return to his homeland, and nothing more. The year Ujin returned was 2021 in Seoul, specifically at Maido High School, which was also the school the male lead once attended. The first thing Ujin witnessed upon returning to Earth was a scene of young thugs bullying another male student. Damn it, it's been 25 years and everything is still the same, huh? A strange voice suddenly rang right beside Soo-hyuk's ear, along with the appearance of a bizarre person, making him jump. He instinctively moved a few steps to the left, extending the distance from the strange young man who had just appeared. But the young man continued to advance, using eyes full of excitement, to look him up and down. The uniform hasn't changed at all. Who's this bum? Soo-hyuk was truly terrified by the young man's appearance. Huh, a bum, eh? Kid, who's still wet behind the ears like you dares to talk rudely to your senior like that, the opponent replied angrily. And the person with the bizarre appearance, with messy hair, who suddenly appeared was none other than our male lead, Ujin. Seeing him say that, the gang of thugs paused for a moment. Ujin originally wanted to lecture these kids a bit, advising them to resolve their conflict more peacefully instead of fighting loudly here. But of course Soo-hyuk wouldn't listen to him. Even if he claimed to be a senior, he still maintained his initial arrogant and disrespectful attitude. At first, we don't care if you're a senior or a junior here, no one cares. Mind your own business and scram. Just a goofball, sticking his nose into our business. Or do you want to experience getting socked in the face by a junior for once, huh? Ujin was silent for a few seconds out of shock. He mumbled to himself, are kids these days all this rude? As the way Soo-hyuk spoke to a senior 20 years older than him was truly grating on the ears. And that ignorant guy was completely unaware of what he was facing. He kept poking his fist at Ujin's chest and told him to beat it before getting pummeled to a pulp like Jimin lying there. Hey, junior kid, if you keep acting so recklessly, I'll turn you into a young Kwarng, you hear? Ujin finally lost his patience, suddenly grabbing Soo-hyuk's unruly hand. His first reaction was to pull his hand away. Then he wound up to throw a punch straight at his face. However, Soo-hyuk missed the punch. The surprising thing here is that Ujin didn't seem to hastily dodge at all. He had mysteriously vanished from his opponent's sight, and then reappeared behind him, several meters away. While I'm still being nice, it's best to know your limits. You should be treating a senior like me as a god. But someone like you probably needs a beating to snap out of it, huh? Soo-hyuk was bewildered, not understanding why Ujin was able to mystically appear and disappear to dodge his punch like that. But while he was preoccupied trying to find an answer, the young man had already raised his right arm, muttering an incomprehensible language, like reciting an incantation. After the incantation ended, Ujin snapped his fingers. The thugs, who were observing his actions, also swallowed hard, due to the tension. However, after Ujin snapped his fingers, 1 second, 2 seconds, and then 3 seconds passed, but nothing happened. And so these students began to change the way they looked at him. Assuming Ujin was a crazy person, why is my spell not working? He mumbled to himself. Soo-hyuk let out a frustrated sigh. His anger was being fueled even higher. Why is everything today mocking me? That Four Eyes was acting all smug, pretending no one could touch him. And now some bum shows up and acts like an idiot. Soo-hyuk didn't speak very loudly, but the 3 words, Thang Thiu Nung, idiot, still reached Ujin's ears, making him quite unhappy. After a moment, he sighed. Looks like the spell isn't helping me after all. Saying this, Ujin extended his hand again. When it was only a few centimeters from Soo-hyuk's forehead, he flicked it hard. This forehead flick, hey, actually generated an unexpectedly massive force. As for Soo-hyuk, he was violently pushed backward by it. Everyone present at that moment was incredibly surprised. No one could believe what had just happened before their eyes, as Ujin only needed a forehead flick to knock down a big guy like Soo-hyuk. After that, he turned back to the remaining thugs and gave a smile. That was no different from an envoy of hell asking, all right, now who wants another forehead flick? And just like that, it didn't take too long for Ujin to successfully take down all of the thugs with just a single move, the forehead flick. Jimin could finally breathe again, and he couldn't help but look at Ujin with an admiring gaze, because in his entire life, Jimin had never met anyone so powerful. Even though Soo-hyuk's gang was just a group of low-level thugs, they were still reasonably good fighters. Ujin was still lost in the satisfying feeling of having taught those young rascals a lesson and didn't notice Jimin's gaze until he stood up, shyly approached him and said thank you, which was when Ujin finally reacted. Oh, no need to thank me. But what's the date today? Jimin was a little confused by this question. Seeing this, Ujin repeated himself once more, specifically asking for the date today, and received the answer that today was September 10th, 2021. The moment Jimin finished speaking, Ujin let out a loud, huh? Then began to mutter to himself again. I was summoned in 2016, so after 25 years it should be 2036, right? What the heck happened? Well, on the other hand, that's kind of great, isn't it? Jimin completely failed to understand what Ujin was talking about. But Ujin had no intention of explaining it to him. After a while of scratching his head, Ujin left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Jimin not to wander around, only to get beaten up by thugs again. Jimin kept staring at Ujin's strange departing figure, then wondered who this person really was. I don't know. Ujin walked a few steps, raised his hand to the sky again, started flicking wildly and shouting a teleportation spell. Naturally, it had no effect. Jimin continued to observe him carefully and then came to a conclusion. Ujin is so goofy he probably isn't an exchange student. Just after saying Ujin was goofy, he suddenly turned back, scaring the wits out of Jimin. He was even more startled when he saw the young man start walking towards him. However, Ujin just asked, "Hey student, what's your name?" Despite being a bit nervous, Jimin sincerely replied that his name was Dojimin. "All right, Jimin." Ujin's tone suddenly became very serious. "Do you have any money?" It seems I returned a bit too hastily, so now I can't perform any magic at all. The more Jimin listened to Ujin, the paler his face became. He clearly wasn't afraid when he was getting beaten up by Suhyuk's gang earlier, but now Jimin was genuinely scared, because he didn't know why he got tangled up with this crazy person who seemed to have escaped from a mental institution. Ujin completely ignored the distressed look on the other person's face. He went on and on explaining that he had actually been summoned to another planet, but was suddenly teleported back to Earth due to some personal reasons he couldn't disclose. And it seemed that during the teleportation, the energy management system had encountered some kind of issue. Otherwise, if it had been working properly, he would have been teleported right in front of his house. The more Jimin listened to him, the more his head hurt, partly because of the information overload. And naturally, there was no information he considered to be true. In order to get Ujin to stop rambling about these absurd things, Jimin finally had to pull out his wallet and give him 2,000 PAL. And in reality, this bookish young man was incredibly compassionate toward the crazy person, as he gave Ujin a generous 5,000 won and even left his phone number for him, in case they needed to contact each other. After leaving, Ujin kept praising Jimin, calling him a truly kind kid. He was walking back to his house. On the way, Ujin kept feeling lucky that only 5 years had passed on Earth. If it was 5 years, he would only be 24 years old now. His parents had just turned 51 a little while ago, and they probably would still recognize him. However, as he walked past the subway station, Ujin suddenly saw fully equipped soldiers stationed there. Being naturally curious, he called 2 female students nearby to ask them what was going on. "What's up? Why are those soldiers guarding the entrance? Did some kind of incident or accident happen?" The 2 female students looked at each other with confused eyes and burst out laughing in unison. "Oh, it's normal to have guards standing in front of a dungeon entrance, sir." "Haha, did you just come from North Korea?" After saying that, the 2 girls kept laughing. They laughed as they left, leaving Ujin with a completely bewildered look. He didn't understand what the 2 of them had just said. But anyway, the most important thing was to go home first. Ujin decided not to walk anymore, but to take the subway instead. He saw that at another subway station entrance, there were no guards, so he went down it. However, the entrance was closed off by an iron gate that was locked. Ujin was extremely confused. What is this? Why is it locked? Did something really happen here? He looked around cautiously and suddenly saw a bunch of keys placed on the window ledge of the guard room at the station entrance. There was no one inside the room. Ujin took the keys himself and opened the gate. After stepping inside, he realized that this place seemed to have been shut down. "Darn, I shouldn't have come in here." Ujin sighed. But just as he turned around to leave, a status window suddenly appeared in front of him. Status. On it was written the warning: "You have infiltrated the dungeon at exit number 1, Guanchol Station." This thing that suddenly appeared in front of him startled Ujin. So, the thing the 2 female students talked about earlier was a real, actual dungeon. For real. Just a moment later, the warning on the status window changed again. This time it said, "This dungeon has been completed. Normal monsters will be summoned." Ujin was starting to get a headache. He had never thought about there being monsters under the subway station. Only 5 years had passed. What the heck happened on Earth? I don't know. At that moment, Ujin just wanted to quickly leave this place. But this time, the lock could not be opened in the usual way anymore. When Ujin touched it, a new notification popped up, stating that he did not possess a return stone. Oh my god. So it wasn't locked for no reason. Only now did Ujin realize he had jumped into a blazing inferno. If that was the case, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave this dungeon until he found a return stone. Ujin turned his head to look at the silent station house. A shiver ran down his spine, making him involuntarily flinch. He didn't know if it was his imagination or what, but Ujin kept feeling like monsters would truly emerge from there. And just as he thought of this, footsteps suddenly echoed from afar. Ujin's hair immediately stood on end from the tension, because he knew something was approaching. A very loud roar suddenly burst out, but it came from behind Ujin. He had been ambushed in the dark. Luckily, both Ujin's physical skill and reaction were quick, so he immediately hurled himself to one side, evading this attack from his opponent. After escaping that close call, Ujin finally had a chance to clearly see its face. It was a monster that initially resembled a dog but was entirely red, with an extremely vicious face. It could be described as a rabid dog. Ujin instinctively put his hand forward, read a spell only to remember that due to the malfunction, he couldn't use magic for the time being. Meanwhile, that mad dog leaped toward him once more. Just look at those sharp drool-covered fangs. If he was bitten, who knows where his fate would take him. And since he couldn't attack, Ujin could only keep dodging. This time, the distance between the two continued to close, and at that close range, Ujin realized that the dog was a species of rabbit that supposedly only existed in Anfen, yet it appeared here. He didn't know the reason, but he also didn't have time to find out why. Because he couldn't just keep dodging like this forever, Ujin was forced to fight and counterattack. Just at that moment, he spotted an iron bar on the ground, and quick as a flash, he snatched it up. With a weapon in hand, Ujin instantly became much more self-assured. He decided he had to deal with the immediate threat first. Then he could do whatever he wanted. And so when that rabbit charged forward again, Ujin used the sharp iron bar to pierce its throat. Victory and defeat were determined after this single move. The familiar triumphant grin appeared on Ujin's face, like when he beat the Sioux Hyuk gang with just a flick to the forehead. Even if I can't use magic, a few of these rabbits can't even begin to mess with me, bro. He thought that was all over. But then, Ujin heard even more footsteps. A pack of about 4 or 5 rabbits appeared. Wow, looking at this, it was clear. They were about to jump him. However, Ujin didn't look stressed at all. Still holding the iron bar, he took care of the rabbits in the blink of an eye. And Ujin secretly wished that in this dungeon there were only small monsters like them. Because if stronger monsters appeared, his life would be quite endangered. Right after eliminating the rabbit pack, Ujin received a new notification that he had leveled up. He could then check his status board. Kang Ujin is currently at level 1, with no rank on the Gangnam leaderboard. His profession is Necromancer. His basic stats include 15 strength points, 13 endurance points, 17 vitality points, 15 intelligence mana points, stamina recovery. Healing and control are all currently 0 points. The remaining unassigned points are 99. He possesses 2 skills, Summon Combine, level 1, and Use Achievement Store, level 1. At this moment, Ujin finally understood why he couldn't use magic after being summoned back to Earth. It turns out your power didn't suddenly disappear, but that you reverted back to level 1, becoming a total noob. Although this is a little hard to accept, Ujin is someone who always moves forward in life, so it didn't take too long for him to adapt. In the current situation, with monsters swarming all over Seoul, it's certainly not a bad thing for him to become stronger. Ujin started to study his status window more thoroughly. His class is Necromancer, and next to it there was an annotation that said Transfer. And his 2 skills were also annotated as Transfer skills. Ujin felt a little confused. He completely didn't understand the concepts of Transfer Combined Box and Achievement Storage. He didn't get any of it. So Ujin started scrolling and clicked on the Skill section. First was Summon Combined Box. Another interface immediately opened up. It turns out the effect of this skill is to combine various materials to create a new object, or to place an object in it to extract its main components. Ujin then clicked on the Use Achievement Storage skill. In it, there were 3 small categories: skill books, equipment, and consumable items. Each item had a price listed below it. This feature had never appeared in Ifen, so Ujin found it incredibly novel. It seemed like he would use the points he possessed to purchase these items, just like shopping online. After thorough study, Ujin thought what he needed now were some skills. The main goal is to find the return stone to get out of here, so he needs a search skill. And while searching, if he happens to run into some monsters, he'll likely need tracking and summoning. A skeleton soldier will suffice. The problem here is that 10 points are needed for each skill, and Ujin is just a noob. No matter how he spins it, he will still be short on achievement points. Since that's the case, he absolutely must start by adjusting his stats first. Since he possessed 99 unused free attribute points, Ujin distributed them among all of his attributes. After some consideration, all attributes were enhanced, and the number of free attribute points returned to 0. Ujin was eager to test his strength after overhauling his stats. He gripped the iron bar in his hand and took a few swings. This feeling was totally cock-bot compared to before. Not at all. Even though he hasn't been able to buy a skill book yet, this much should be enough for him to deal with the monsters in the dungeon. With his goal clearly outlined, Ujin began his conquest of the first dungeon. After being summoned back to his Earth, he currently has 5 achievement points. If he wants to find the return stone, he needs the search skill, which costs 10 points. To earn enough points, Ujin must eliminate at least 5 more rabbits. And so instead of waiting for them to find him, Ujin started hunting. Very quickly his target appeared. With the fervent desire to quickly escape this hellhole of a dungeon, he struck without mercy. After a tiring, breathless battle, Ujin finally reached level 3. The thing that annoyed him most about these rabbits was that they kept charging at him endlessly. Ujin didn't even remember exactly how many he had taken down by now. He only knew he had enough money to activate the search and tracking skills, and Ujin immediately used it to search for the return stone. But it seemed luck hadn't smiled upon him yet, as there were none around. That forced Ujin to descend even deeper. But when he stood at the top of the stairs, he quickly saw a huge number of rabbits below. Although they weren't too strong, due to the sheer numbers, Ujin felt a bit worried. He wasn't sure if fighting all these rabbits by himself was really a good idea. After careful consideration, Ujin decided against taking such a risk. Fighting alone like this was not suitable for him at all. So Ujin decided to buy one more skill. As mentioned, the skill he had his eye on was Summon Skeleton Soldier. Its effect is to use a monster's corpse to summon a skeleton soldier, with 5 points in strength, 8 in endurance, and 5 in vitality mana. And the cost to control and summon a skeleton soldier is 1 point each. After learning the new skill, Ujin used his free attribute points again to add 10 more points each to mana and control attributes. Next, it was the moment every necromancer eagerly awaits, summoning his subordinates back from hell. Under his command, a squad of skeleton soldiers appeared. Although they were only low-level skeleton soldiers, it seemed like they were enough for this hunting trip. And so afterward, the skeleton soldier army summoned by Ujin charged toward the rabbits first. Actually, he clearly understood that with their current stats, they were nothing compared to these monsters. But what Ujin needed was for the skeleton soldiers to use their bodies to block the dangerous speed of the rabbits. During that time, he just needed to strike when they were vulnerable and it was over. And the corpses of the rabbits were again used as sacrifices to summon even more skeleton soldiers, just like that. This battle was completely under the control of Ujin, and his victory was only a matter of time. Ujin fought with increasing fervor. The iron bar in his hand was soon stained red with the blood of the rabbits. He didn't know how long after the rabbit horde was completely annihilated. This time, upon using the search skill, Ujin indeed saw the shining light of the return stone, which would allow him to go back home. It was only at this moment that the subway station security guard finally appeared at the location where he should have been. Then he horrifiedly realized that the padlock locking the subway gate had been opened by someone. What is this? Did a civilian break in? Oh no, I'm screwed. He frantically scratched his head and pulled his hair, blaming himself. He shouldn't have left his post on his own like that. Afterward, this guy quickly pulled out his phone to call the rescue team. However, just as he finished dialing the number, the light of the warp gate appeared again and Ujin returned unharmed, in his sight. The subway station security guard was overjoyed to see that he was still okay. He immediately asked, "Are you an awakened one?" In another scene, a man named Unja, who was clearly up to no good just by looking at him, appeared with a backpack full of bloodstones. He couldn't help but chuckle in delight. Then he muttered, "Got a huge haul this time, those damn guilds. Some of us even had to risk our lives to get these things. And yet they just walk around and exploit us with a huge fee. Isn't that just so unfair? Only idiots report this stuff to the central purchasing center. Selling it on the black market can fetch 1,000 times more money than the price the center offers. Hey, that's what's up." However, Unja's plan did not go smoothly like that, because while he was still immersed in the feeling of delight at almost beating the system and making a killing, a high-pitched female voice echoed from behind. "You filthy rat, how much did you steal?" Unja jumped. He turned his head, seeing in the dark alley a beautiful fiery silhouette gradually appearing. She was Lee John-hee, the main squad leader of the Warang Guild, and also the person who came to send Unja to hell for the crime of daring to steal bloodstones from the Warang Guild's dungeon. Seeing John-hee appear, Unja was extremely tense. Being caught red-handed was bad enough for him. How did he even get caught by this scary woman herself? However, his backpack contained a huge stack of cash. This made Unja unwilling to surrender easily. Since things had come to this, bailing was the best option. So he began looking for an opportunity to escape, starting with a sudden attack on John-hee. Knowing that his attack couldn't take down her, Unja only intended to seize the moment John-hee dodged to run away. However, as soon as he turned around, he hadn't even managed to run 3 steps when the opponent's stone-cold face appeared right in front of him. "Go see your ancestors and have a nice trip." That was the last thing Unja heard before being sliced up by Lee John-hee's sword. He collapsed, covered in cuts. As for John-hee, her move was so clean that She didn't even get a drop of her opponent's blood on her. After confiscating Eunja's backpack full of bloodstones, John He received a new message from the Warang Guild's security team. Water on Station Exit 1. The content of the message was a report about an unregistered portal that had been created requesting immediate in-person verification. Her expression immediately turned sour. Which audacious rat is it this time? The audacious rat that John He was thinking of was Kang Ujin, who at this moment still hadn't realized how serious his action was, and was only preoccupied with researching which bus number he should take to get home. On his way back, Ujin couldn't stop thinking. He couldn't deny that after the dungeons and monsters appeared, this was no longer the Earth he once knew. Could it be that this planet was gradually becoming similar to Alphen, which he was familiar with? Ujin wasn't sure what the heck had happened in the past 5 years. Right now, he only had one concern. Was his family safe and sound? Based on his old memories, Ujin returned home. However, a problem arose here. While he was sure he had found the right location, his house was gone. In its place was a massive company building. Did my family move somewhere else? Ujin mumbled, then sighed. It was already late today. He planned to continue searching for his relatives tomorrow. After all, Ujin hadn't eaten anything all day, and his stomach had been grumbling for a while. The fastest solution was still to eat at the convenience store. Even though it was just a rice ball and cup noodles, it was still enough for Ujin to feel satisfied. The eating issue was resolved. Now for the sleeping issue. He really didn't want to go to the sauna at all, but he didn't have enough money to sleep at an internet cafe. Do I have to crash at the subway station for real? Ujin muttered, but he quickly had to dismiss that thought, because that area was currently full of monsters. At the same time, Ujin was sighing heavily. Outside the convenience store, another person was having just as much of a headache. That was Jimin, because he gave Ujin 5,001 this morning. This young man didn't even have enough money to buy dinner. He had to drop by here for a quick cup of noodles. As a result, the two of them met again. Ujin felt like he had found a lifesaver, while Jimin was clearly not happy at all. Oh wow, I was just about to call you. That's truly a meeting of the minds. I knew it. Looks like I won't have to struggle outside tonight. Ujin grabbed Jimin by the collar and said happily, "What do you want from me?" Ujin didn't answer. Instead, he asked if Jimin's parents were home. This made the young man even more vigilant. "Why do you want to know that?" "Well, some things happened, so I need to talk to them. My parents are deceased," Jimin replied, which made Ujin fall briefly into a state of mixed emotions. He felt sorry for the young man, and at the same time felt lucky, because it seemed he had found a place to crash. "That means you're living alone, kid." Jimin nodded, and seemingly just waiting for this nod, Ujin immediately latched onto him, demanding that Jimin take him back to his place. Of course, with the promise that he would pay the rent, but he wasn't sure where he would get the money to pay. Temporarily, Ujin placed into Jimin's hand 301 the change he got after raiding the convenience store, and it wasn't hard for Jimin to realize that this was part of the money Ujin had extorted from him this morning. Seeing the other person hesitate, Ujin had to resort to physical force to threaten him. Finally, he successfully crashed at Jimin's house. The next morning, he returned to Mito High School and met his former homeroom teacher, named Minjun. As soon as he saw Ujin, he immediately recognized him, but was also very surprised to see that he was still alive. 5 years ago after he went missing, everyone thought Ujin had died. "Haha, it's true I took a quick trip down to the underworld and came back," he replied half jokingly, half seriously. "But sir, I'm facing some trouble that I can't easily discuss. Could you please let me look at the student records for a moment?" At the same time in Jimin's class, the bullies, Suhyuk, were looking at him with eyes full of resentment. It was clear that they had been taught a lesson by Ujin yesterday, but they still hadn't learned their lesson, and decided that today they would again take out their frustration on Jimin. And so when a female classmate was talking to him, very cheerfully, Suhyuk stepped forward and rudely pushed her away, then put his arm around Jimin's shoulder and pulled him close. "Hey, you dog, you totally lucked out yesterday, didn't you? Some crazy guy just fell from the sky and saved your butt. But Jimin, we should continue what we left unfinished yesterday, shouldn't we?" "I don't know what you're talking about. Don't mess with me in class," Jimin coldly replied. This indifferent attitude from him through Suhyuk's lens turned into arrogance, which made him extremely angry. And even though they were in a school environment like this, Suhyuk still didn't hesitate to grab Jimin's hair rudely and began to swear at him with a series of extremely harsh words. "You still don't know your place, Yuki." If nothing changed next, this guy would be punched. But just then, a familiar voice rang out, making Suhyuk and his crew's hair stand on end. "Stop right there, well, I came at the right time." As soon as he saw him, Suhyuk began to tremble, because how could he forget the crazy guy, who talked nonsense, but flicked his forehead so hard yesterday. "All of you follow me outside." A very frightening smile appeared on Woo Jin's face. Knowing they had no choice but to follow, Suhyuk's group followed him to the rooftop. Jimin, of course, went along, and a few other curious, nosy students followed too. They didn't know who Woo Jin was. They only knew he was a former student at the school. They thought he was crazy to dare to challenge Soo-hyuk's group. Today, Woo Jin even gave those punks a chance to attack first. However, they still couldn't land a hit. Looking at their clumsy swings, Woo Jin could only sigh. It's true that whether on Onfian or Earth, this type of person still pops up everywhere. Ugh, you're the type that only has a little muscle power, but goes around acting like a big shot everywhere. Soo-hyuk flaunted his arrogance everywhere, considering himself the best. Reminded Woo Jin of an unpleasant guy named Cassius. Cassius of the Onfian Association too was a brutal killer, a man who sold his soul to the devil. He coveted his territory and incited the association to help him. Woo Jin was thinking about Cassius, but his hands and feet were still agile, dodging the blows. The important thing was that he was dodging with complete ease, while Soo-hyuk had to flail his arms and legs intensely, and still couldn't hit him. This made him extremely angry. Finally, he decided not to play solo anymore, but called all of his underlings to charge, together to jump him. Woo Jin wasn't surprised at all by his reaction, and the only way to deal with this type of person is to make them pay 10 times the price, with overwhelming power over them, just like Woo Jin did to Cassius in Onfian. This time, when all those thugs rushed forward, Woo Jin finally stopped dodging and chose to counterattack. Throughout the entire process, he didn't encounter any difficulty at all. Woo Jin only needed pure physical force to make these thugs hit the ground after just one blow. Watching each of his underlings being taken down by Woo Jin, Soo-hyuk began to tremble, and now he was the only one left. Even though he was quite scared because Woo Jin provoked him, Soo-hyuk still charged forward regardless. But the outcome for the arrogant person who didn't know his own strength seemed too obvious. He was just an empty vessel making noise, worthless in Woo Jin's eyes, and also had to suffer the humiliation of being knocked down by him. Just as he finished dealing with these brats, Woo Jin suddenly saw a familiar figure rushing through the gates of Mido School. Even from a long distance, he could still recognize that it was his mother. And just like a miracle, Woo Jin was reunited with his mother. The moment he hugged her, feeling her body tremble from crying, he also found it hard to hold back his emotions. The two of them talked about many things. According to Woo Jin's mother 5 years ago, right after he disappeared, a dungeon outbreak erupted globally. In an instant, all the train stations on Earth turned into dungeons. Woo Jin's father was also killed after being caught in the outbreak, right on his way to work, and his mother was forced to continue living to protect his younger sister Suha. However, their family business was already struggling, so after Suha became ill, the household finances plummeted dramatically. Until now, the two of them have always had to live difficultly, struggling day after day. After meeting at school, Woo Jin was taken home by his mother. She still had to go pick up Suha, so she told him to stay here and not wander off. After his mother left, Woo Jin's mood became even more complex. He looked at the room that wasn't even wide enough for a family to sit down and gather together, and in that moment, Woo Jin could feel the burden of responsibility that his mother was shouldering alone. He noticed a box that took up an entire corner of the house. Inside were things that belonged to his father that his mother couldn't bear to throw away, and it seemed like he could understand why she couldn't let them go. That made Woo Jin's heart feel like it was shattering into pieces. Not long after, his mother returned with Woo Jin's younger sister Suha. Looking at the strange face in front of her, Suha seemed a bit nervous. Even though their mother introduced him as her big brother, Suha still looked quite skeptical. Woo Jin half sat, half knelt down to be at eye level with his sister. Then he carefully stroked her head. Our Suha has grown up so fast. Do you still remember your brother? I used to change your diapers when you were in the cradle, you know. Suha's face flushed slightly. She insisted next strain that she didn't wet the bed anymore. After that, their mother gave the two children some private time to chat while she went to cook dinner. It was the first family meal that Woo Jin had enjoyed after years of wandering. That night, the three of them crowded into the cramped room. His mother and sister had been asleep for a long time, but Woo Jin couldn't fall asleep. He thought back to 25 years ago, when he was first summoned to the planet Onfian. That place was built like a simulation game. At that time, Woo Jin had to fight more fiercely than anyone else, just to survive among the savage monsters and resist becoming a part of Onfian. Eventually, Woo Jin became the highest-level Necromancer, and before he could even see the results after the long journey he had gone through, he immediately returned to his home planet without any hesitation, right after meeting the administrator. Because Woo Jin wanted to reunite with his family, he only wanted to find that simple happiness again. But as everyone saw, after returning to Earth, this planet had completely changed. This change was what caused Woo Jin's father to lose his life and his family to go bankrupt. That motivated Woo Jin to have to replace his father and become the breadwinner of his family. And to do that, he was forced to earn money. After all he had survived on Onfian, and had been through things even worse than this. Therefore, Woojin still felt that the current situation was not all that bad. At least as long as it was for his family, he was certain he could do it. The next morning, the first thing Woojin did was buy a new phone. He began researching the concept called awakened, similar to how the security guard at the train station called him yesterday. Because he thought Woojin was just a civilian who accidentally stumbled into the dungeon, the man was scared out of his wits. But seeing Woojin safe and sound, the other person was able to breathe a sigh of relief. He just wondered what Woojin was doing in the dungeon without any bloodstones. After that, Woojin also had to fill out the information at the storage portal. This opened a path for Woojin. He needed money, and the only thing he could do right now to earn money was to become an awakened. No sooner said than done. He texted his mother to inform her that he would be moving to live with a friend while studying for the entrance exam. And the friend he mentioned was, of course, Jimin. He actually felt a bit guilty about bothering Jimin again, but he had no other choice. Woojin just had to promise himself that he would definitely repay that kid's kindness in the future. However, after dialing the phone number that Jimin had given him, Woojin heard a strange voice. "Hello, this is Park Hyoseo from Rongjin Employment Consulting Agency." Woojin was confused for a few seconds. After confirming that the person was not Jimin, he realized that the quick-witted young man had played a trick on him. Woojin is someone who pays back grudges, so naturally, he couldn't just let this slide so easily. That evening, Jimin returned home after school. Actually, he regretted not having thanked Woojin sooner after the incident yesterday. After all, thanks to him, the Suhyuk gang was no longer bothering him. And upon closer look in Jimin's eyes, Woojin was just a bit dense, not a bad person. So he decided to find an opportunity to thank Woojin. It's just that the opportunity came sooner than Jimin expected, as after opening his front door, he saw Woojin sitting squarely in his house munching on sunflower seeds. 1C39E92D A1DC 42D79AFA 2E6283D4C657. Dude, how the heck did you get in here? 2425F8EC193B4593B63 C00CBAA300E. Dude, how the heck did you get in here? 7773F32867E0 496C B32B 6C1A8C7974459. Woojin sitting squarely in his house munching on sunflower seeds. 1C39E92DA1DC 42D79AFA 2E62A3D4C657. Dude, how the heck did you get in here? 2425 Fate EC1993B4593B63 C0CBA300. Jimin was so freaked out his hair stood on end. Heh, I've seen you enter the house password before, Woojin replied casually. This is illegal entry, Jimin said with a dark expression. Well, I did call to inform you, kid, but no one picked up, bro. Woojin tactfully brought up the matter of Jimin sending him a fake number, making the older guy jump. But since he was staying there as a guest, he didn't deliberately elaborate on the matter. After that, Woojin got straight to the point. He told Jimin that he was an awakener, even though it wasn't official yet. This was also perfectly reasonable. And Jimin finally found a fitting reason to explain why Woojin was so strong. It was just because he had only recently crossed over to Earth, and there were still many unclear things, so Woojin had no choice but to ask Jimin. By the way, do awakeners make a lot of money? Of course, Jimin immediately replied, but it also depends on each dungeon. So the class to popularize knowledge for the newbie, with the teacher's information, by Jimin began. According to him first, Woojin needed to register with the association as an awakener to be granted access to dungeons. Then he should find a guild to join, or he could work for the association or the administration bureau. However, Woojin was not a fan of dependency. Therefore, he asked if he could sweep through the dungeons by himself. That's possible, but it's too dangerous. Therefore, the wiser choice is still to join a guild, Jimin earnestly advised him. But Woojin still didn't listen, because he had vaguely learned that all guilds required an entrance exam. That would take too much time, and he needed as much money as possible, as fast as possible. Come on, you should at least join a party, man. Dungeons are no cakewalk, Jimin nagged. Then he told Woojin to download an app on his phone. When he saw Woojin's phone, Jimin couldn't help but mock him for using a dinosaur, handed down by his ancestors. Woojin argued that this was the latest model at the store. Then, unexpectedly, Jimin gave him a very brutal piece of information. That line had been released 4 years ago. Woojin fell silent. He recalled the excited face of the employee, who marketed it to him as their best-selling phone because of its durability, and the fact that it was extremely durable. So many other awakeners used it. It turned out those were just lies. To clear this leftover phone stock, Woojin immediately swore that he would definitely take care of that employee. While he was busy, thinking about how he should deal with that employee, Jimin had successfully installed the Dungeon Forum app for him. From now on, Ujin could search for information about different types of dungeons and book them right on this app. So, all I have to do is take this brick phone to find dungeons and clear them right, Ujin asked again. I told you to determine your Awakener rank first. If you just rush in, you'll die for nothing. Jimin advised him with his life, but Ujin didn't seem to care much. After scrolling through the forum, he found a new piece of information, the entrance fee. Even for the lowest level dungeon it could cost, Ujin up to 10,000 won. In other words, to make money from dungeons, he would have to cough up money first. After hearing this, Ujin's face turned pale. Jimin, lend me some money, dude, he said, and this time it was Jimin's turn to look pale. Another night passed. The next morning, Ujin went to the Awakener Management Bureau to participate in the survey, and his Necromancer ability stunned everyone present. The moment the skeleton warrior was summoned with its glowing red eyes, the surrounding space became agitated. From the observation room, a voice rang out, "So you're a Necromancer?" Ujin stood there and answered frankly, "That's right." The inspecting staff member adjusted his glasses and thought to himself, I've met many Awakeners, but this is the first time I've seen a Necromancer with my own eyes. At this moment, a small goblin appeared in the testing room. Along with the request, everyone's summoning ability is evaluated. Based on the combat capability of the creature, they summon. Could you try attacking the thing in front of you? Ujin looked up at this projector above. He was quite surprised and wondered if it was a simulated image. Ujin rubbed his chin, looking at the newly created monster and exclaimed, interesting. He immediately waved his hand and commanded Go Skeleton Warrior, show them your power. As soon as the words left his mouth, it obeyed and quickly rushed forward. With clanking sounds, the scene then shifted. In the waiting room for Awakeners, a voice echoed from inside. You received rank F. Ujin reached out to take the Awakener card and replied with a single word, yes. He looked at the card and wondered, so that's high, right? The staff member hesitantly replied, not really. Actually, that's the lowest rank. The combat potential of what you summoned was worse than what we expected. But it's a pretty special ability, so I'm sure the guilds will give you a chance. Ujin looked at the card in his hand and thought, who cares what rank it is? As long as I can enter dungeons, that's all that matters. The card contained all his information. Awakener ID. Awakener number name Kang Ujin. Awakened ability. Necromancy. Rank F. The scene then shifted to a subway station somewhere at exit 7. Along with it was information from the Dungeon Forum. Dungeon name Shindarim Station Exit 7. Difficulty 2. Stars Monsters. Click to read. Ujin was standing there looking at his phone and muttering, today looks good for me. At the same time, a person walked up. He stood with his hands on his hips and spoke up. Are you here alone? Do you want to join our team? Ujin was startled and looked back. Dosu, a veteran rank E minor, introduced his party. Our team only has 7 people. There's still one spot open. Ujin immediately refused, much to the man's confusion. No thanks, I'm a lone wolf, my guy. Dosu was a little puzzled. Wait, are you planning to throw away the entrance fee like that? Moreover, the amount of bloodstone is limited, for each person within a certain period of time. While Ujin was confused with a big question mark, Dosu's voice continued. It seems like you're new to the job. He stepped closer and asked, what rank are you? Ujin replied without hiding anything, rank F. Dosu still tried to persuade him. You haven't been educated at all, have you? Try joining my team, to gain experience for yourself. I can protect you. After a short while, the Awakeners were entering the dungeon at Exit 7, under the supervision of the Management Bureau. Ujin watched them and thought, so, the entrance fee is divided equally among the participants. If I go in alone, the amount I have to pay is 800,000 won per hour. That's highway robbery. He recalled Dosu's explanation at the time. Only a maximum of 8 people can participate in one round. If you want to go solo, you'll have to pay the entrance fee for 8 people. And to maximize the amount of bloodstone mined, it's best for you to go with a team. Ujin could only let out a profound sigh. Since I don't have any experience, maybe following them isn't so bad. At this moment, a young man stepped up and stood beside him, nervously asking, I'm so worried. What do you think? Ujin replied slightly reassuringly. Even if you are truly scared as a man, you shouldn't show it. This person is Hong Sung-gu, an F-rank fireball sorcerer. He smiled and responded. You seem pretty confident. Ujin thought to himself, it seems he was also recruited into the group by Dosu. Just like me. They said he had awakened 2 months ago and immediately dropped out of school and is now trying to be a part-time awakened. At this moment, a group of dungeon conquerors were helping each other. Out covered in injuries, Sung-gu looked over perplexed. It looks like they're injured. One person in that group yelled. A hobgoblin appeared. The other person was astonished and couldn't believe it. How can that be? Dosu scoffed sarcastically. Why are you even wondering about that? They're just wasting energy. He turned back to explain to the team. Sometimes, monsters that aren't on the list will also appear. Anyway, a hobgoblin is only a 2-star monster. As long as we're careful, we can absolutely deal with them. Dusu's voice continued to ring out in front of the dungeon entrance. Time to depart now. The scene changes afterward to inside, a chaotic scene at the train entrance. Along with that, a bunch of ugly-faced goblins appeared. Sungu summoned his ability. While yelling "Fireball!" it was aimed directly at the monsters in front of them. An explosion appeared and flashed brightly. Immediately after, Dusu advanced, raised his hand, and shouted, "Fire!" As soon as the words left his mouth, flames erupted and burned their eyes. Screams of agony also followed. The remaining members of the team also took advantage of the moment. The goblins, having lost their sight, rushed to attack. The swordsman unleashed a horizontal slash, slicing the monster's body in half. At the same time, Ujin's skeleton soldier also stabbed and took down the goblin. Near the entrance to the second floor, they exchanged words of praise. "Sungu, your fireball is quite useful." The whole group looked at the skeleton soldier, exclaiming, "This skeleton soldier is faster than it looks. It's also stronger than your F-rank buddy." Ujin just smiled, thinking to himself, "I used all my remaining points to upgrade the skill. It seems they paid off handsomely." Over here, Dusu was using a small sword to stab the monster's body. He took out a crystal shard and said with satisfaction, "It really is a 2-star dungeon. The quality of the shards here is pretty good. This size must be worth at least 200,000 won per piece." Then Ujin glanced over, wondering to himself, that tiny crystal thing is also worth 200,000. One, no wonder. The other awakened. All risk their lives and rush into this dungeon. In that case, the 100,000 won toll fee is not much at all. Dusu on this side smirked with calculation. To have already earned such a jackpot right at the start, he looked at the bag of crystals in front of him and thought with satisfaction, a 1-star dungeon will never be comparable to this. Dusu's eyes widened and were bloodshot. In his heart, he silently affirmed that the 2-star dungeon was a gold mine. Then encouraging words rang out in the dungeon, "We'll reach the final floor soon. Let's give it our all." Monsters appeared in front of them, causing the whole group to pause. The characteristic green skin, but this time accompanied by bulging muscles. A large, sturdy hobgoblin appeared holding a magic staff in its hand. The whole group yelled, "It's a hobgoblin!" Dusu raised his hand to stop everyone, reassuring them. "Don't worry, just maintain our formation as usual." Ujin was still secretly observing. With a little confusion, he spoke frankly, "Shouldn't we be a little more cautious?" Hearing this, he turned back to look at Ujin and smiled. "I've memorized all the info. They mostly just use magic." The whole group remained silent and continued to listen to Dusu. "Since Zhongchun's ability is to create a shield, we can block its magic, then take it down immediately, and the victory will be ours." He showed his annoyance internally. If the team leader has spoken, then so be it. He might as well hang out and listen. On the monster's side, the large hobgoblin, with a darkened face, was raising the staff in its hand high. Dusu yelled out a command, "All right, block it." A member stepped forward and created a thin shield in front. The sphere on the staff was emitting many electric bolt flashes. The energy stream struck the shield directly and was blocked, simultaneously spreading around the sphere, temporarily neutralizing the attack. The whole team was excited. "We did it, advance." Dusu launched fire, striking directly at the eyes of the large hobgoblin in front of them. The swordsman quickly slashed forward, but was blocked by the staff in its hand. Sungu next to him summoned and launched a fireball. Ujin still hadn't acted, looking over anxiously. "That looks dangerous." Among the countless types of monsters he had encountered, on Alfheim the hobgoblin was one of them. Unlike normal goblins, hobgoblins have a much higher intelligence, to the point where they can completely use magic. However, the most fearsome thing about a hobgoblin is not its magic. When the fire attack ended, the large monster raised its hand. Immediately, troops of goblins appeared with weapons in their hands. At the same time, others left their hiding places and appeared from the shadows. A member of the team spoke up to warn, "These guys look weird." One of the goblins put a dart to its mouth and shot it out. Zhongchun was immediately stabbed in the neck by a needle and screamed, "Ouch, what the heck?" His whole body trembled as he cried out, "My body." The person next to him turned to ask, "What's wrong? What's happening?" Before getting an answer, something was thrown straight at Zhongchun's head. After attacking, the goblin quickly ran away to find cover. The archer raised his bow and cursed, "That bastard." Ujin remained cautious, muttering, "Just as I thought." The most fearsome thing about the hobgoblin is not its formidable physique, nor its magic, but its command ability, which stems from its higher intelligence. Compared to other goblin species, a disciplined goblin army stepped forward. He inwardly determined that his team had made a mistake by underestimating the leader of a whole goblin horde as only a 1-star level. At this moment, Dusu was startled as he realized the abnormality. He loudly warned everyone, "Run, get out of here now." The whole group quickly turned and fled for their lives. The overwhelming number of monsters meant no one dared to look back. The only one left was Sung-gu standing there with a fireball in his hand. While the team was leaving, he chose to attack, to cover the retreat. The cunning goblins were smart, using objects in the dungeon for cover. They wore a smug smile. Du-su yelled out a command, "It's no use, retreat." Sung-gu worriedly asked, "What about Jong-chun?" Looking at his fallen teammate. Du-su yelled, "He's dead. Are your eyes for decoration?" He continued to run away with the others and ordered the retreat. The hobgoblin leader. Its eyes flashed and it gave a wicked smile. The magic staff in its hand continued to emit electric bolts. It quickly shot out a streaking electric current, striking directly towards the fleeing group. Sung-gu took the hit. His body froze paralyzed and he let out a scream. Du-su saw that, but still shouted a reminder for the other members to run fast. Sung-gu lay there while the shadows of the others departed. When the goblins were walking towards him with weapons in hand, they then split into two sides to make way for the hobgoblin. Ujin, hiding on the side, subtly smirked with calculation. It was only then that he stepped out, took a weapon from the system and mumbled, "It's been a long time since I've hunted goblins." Ujin summoned his skeleton soldiers, smiled, and commanded, "All right, let's go, my subordinates." The leader let out an ear-piercing scream. While pointing a finger at him, Ujin concentrated and thought to himself, having to face the goblins under the hobgoblin commander is really no easy feat. First, as soon as the thought ended, he immediately rushed forward. Shouting a command to charge, the goblins were no pushovers, and all charged forward to fight simultaneously. Ujin pushed off the ground and jumped up. Thought flashed through his mind. Taking advantage of the skeleton soldiers dealing with the goblins, he leaped and appeared above the hobgoblin's head. To its astonishment, immediately it raised its magic staff high and lightning appeared. Again, Ujin gritted his teeth, telling himself he would take out the ringleader easily. In just the blink of an eye, the weapon in his hand had pierced through the hobgoblin's head. Ujin smiled contentedly. "You think I'll wait for you to finish your cooldown?" As soon as the words were spoken, the magical energy on the staff also died out. The system displayed an upgrade alert. "You are now level 6. His whole body emitted a faint golden glow. Ujin looked at his palm with satisfaction. It's definitely way better to go solo than with a group. Just then a groaning sound rang out. A trembling hand struggled to move. He was startled and looked over at where Sung-gu was lying. With a puzzled gaze, Ujin asked, "You're still alive?" He trembled and weakly replied, "Help me." He maintained his suspicious demeanor and gaze. Ujin sat down next to him and asked bluntly, "What do I get if I help you?" Sung-gu lay there and replied, "I won't tell anyone." He weakly added that he is now a D-rank awakener. Hearing that, Ujin frowned and replied, "I couldn't care less." Sung-gu immediately asked, "So what should I do?" He brought his hand up to rub his chin, pondering for a moment. Ujin smiled and held up 2 fingers, saying, "I guess this is enough." Sung-gu's questioning voice rang out, "What about the peace sign?" After that, the dagger was plunged straight into the bodies of the green-skinned goblins. His quick hand reached inside them and took out the magic core. Sung-gu gathered the items into the backpack on his chest, wiped his sweat and sighed in relief. "It's finally over." Ujin stood behind him and asked, "Did you get everything?" He replied, "I'm done." Sung-gu looked at the young man in front of him dumbfounded and thought to himself, "How the heck is this guy only F rank?" He observed the young man and assessed his ability to eliminate monsters of 2 stars. By himself is already on par with a D-rank awakener. Now, Sung-gu witnessed Ujin's skill with astonishment, not to mention his ability to summon skeleton soldiers, as well as his magic core searching skill. He recalled the past with great confusion, and finally the ability to extract something from the dead monster, to heal his own wound. If you consider the potential to flexibly combine the skills he possesses, he could even reach C-rank. Sung-gu furrowed his brow deeply, wondering, not to mention that he only registered as an awakener. 3 hours ago, receiving the bag of items, Ujin spoke up and asked, "How much money can all these bloodstones be traded for?" He replied, It should be at least 800. He looked at them contentedly and said, it was worth investing 100,000 won, wasn't it? Ujin frowned his eyes wide and asked, all of this belongs to me, right? Sungu stammered nervously. Of course. He was confused internally. But more than that, he couldn't believe this person was so obsessed with money, actually paying 2,000 won to be saved. Wasn't too expensive a price. It turned out that Ujin had asked for 2,000 won, one for the so-called peace. Trading it for his life was a total steal for him. His voice continued to echo in the dungeon. Where is the return stone? Awesome. Let's get the hell out of this dungeon. The two of them then silently walked away. Just then the system displayed an alert blood detected. Jin raised his hand to signal them to stop. Sungu was a bit confused but followed suit. He focused intensely and warned, there's an ambush. Ujin looked up and speculated. If all the monsters have been defeated, then it means... After hesitating, he shouted, hey, you cowards! Stop hiding and show your faces all right. As soon as the words were spoken, his former teammates appeared, looking down at them with concern. They went down and saw the goblins lying everywhere. Dosu wondered what happened. Did the two of them defeat all of them? Ujin turned around and reminded, they planned to ambush us as soon as we got close. Sungu asked, so what should we do now? While his face darkened. Sungu looked over with a look of concern. Ujin looked at his former teammates and asked, hey, you guys just turned tail and ran. Why are you showing your faces here again? He smirked a little sarcastically. You should be waiting outside the barrier right now, shouldn't you? What wind blew you back here? Dosu closed his eyes, frowned, and chuckled. What are you talking about? We're teammates. He tried to explain. We were just going to come back and fight them. After we had composed ourselves, I didn't expect to see all the monsters defeated when we arrived. Dosu looked over at the backpack he was wearing. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, how did you defeat them? Ujin laughed sarcastically and replied, nonsense. Don't mess with me. He took off his backpack and continued. You guys must have planned to escape as soon as you got the return stone. But seeing all the monsters defeated made you greedy, right? Without hesitation, Ujin poured all the bloodstones from the bag onto the floor. His eyes flashed a deadly red, and he challenged them. Go ahead and try to steal them if you dare. In the dark dungeon filled with goblin corpses, Dosu's voice rang out. It seems like you've misunderstood something. He gave a bitter smile and explained, we wouldn't be stupid enough to try and take your spoils. You're the one who defeated all those monsters that we had to run away from. Ujin froze as Dosu continued. We came to apologize for abandoning you and Sungu, but at that time, our lives were also on the line. What were you expecting? We only came to retrieve the return stone. He continued with words of gratitude, thanks to the two of you for defeating them. We can finally take Zhongchun's body back. We really appreciate it. Ujin's eyes were full of suspicion, but he didn't rush to reply. He looked at the slightly cunning face and wondered, was I being too sensitive? Was the ambush just my prediction? Ujin scratched his head and sighed. Did 25 years living on Aphen make me too sensitive? I'm not on Aphen anymore, this is Earth. As soon as the thought ended, his sight was restricted by Dosu's fire blast. He turned back, shouting a command to the rest. Do it, Archer! Immediately the bow was drawn and shot. Sungu was hit straight in the shoulder by an arrow and let out a pained groan. Ujin was startled and tried to strain his eyes to look over. Dosu rushed forward with his sword, laughing loudly and shouting, don't be mad at me, Awakener. We're all the same. Then he lunged forward as if to stab him. With a ferocious smile, malice appeared on his face and a blood-red color arose, full of death. The scene changes to another dungeon. The Awakeners are stepping out after successfully conquering it. Outside, they looked at the girl waiting there and said, you worked hard, Captain. Zhenhui immediately replied, you all did great. At the same time, a phone call came in and the other end reported, Captain, we've found the intruder, it's Kang Ujin. She asked again. You found him. Who is this person? The other side replied, it's very difficult to confirm his identity, but we investigated and found out he only registered as an Awakener today. This information stunned Zhenhui, who exclaimed, today? Then where is he? Back in the dungeon after the sneak attack. A malicious smile appeared on Dosu's face, but his expression suddenly changed. As he glanced at Ujin, the boy clutched his head and laughed loudly, his voice full of sarcasm. You were a little too hasty. Ujin tightly gripped Dosu's greatsword, making him tremble. His voice suddenly dropped. Attacking like that is bad, you know. Without hesitation, he swung his arm, slamming Dosu straight into the ground. The floor tiles shattered along with his painful cry. Blood also splattered from his mouth. Ujin slicked his hair back, a cold, triumphant smile on his face. Oh, wow. Why does everything happen exactly as I predict? He raised his hand towards his former teammates and challenged. You were the one who told me Awakener. We're all the same, right? Shadows were summoned from the corpses of the goblins. Ujin's voice continued to ring out. Traitors blinded by bloodstones are truly shameless. The group was horrified when they saw that and exclaimed, what the heck the goblin bodies are? He held his hand out in front of him. and gave an order to the summoned skeleton soldiers. Time to punish the bad kids. Dosu sat on the ground, jaw dropped, watching his teammates get taken down by the skeleton soldiers. Screams of agony continuously echoed in the dungeon. Ujin picked up the greatsword that Dosu had dropped. He left the others for the skeleton soldiers to deal with, and walked directly toward Dosu. Although still in pain, he still managed to stammer, "We can negotiate slowly." Ujin looked at the greatsword in his hand and asked back, "Negotiate? What for? Are you stalling for your magic to recover?" As soon as the words ended, Dosu's scream echoed. The greatsword had been plunged straight into his chest. A moment later, the former teammates were completely defeated. The dungeon became quiet again. Blood splattered all over the floor, and bodies were strewn everywhere. Sungu knelt there, staring blankly at Ujin, who was complaining. "Damn it, these guys must have some cash on them, right?" He worriedly thought to himself, "I can't believe it. He just killed people, 5 of them in total." Meanwhile, the boy was rummaging through Dosu's bag and asking, "Good grief, these guys are so useless, aren't they?" Sungu didn't receive an answer. Ujin turned, sharply lowered his voice. "Why are you mute?" He flinched, clutching his wound, and stammered, "Yes, yes!" The boy walked up to Sungu and asked, "Your life was in danger just because of me, right?" Still scared, he answered simply no. Ujin made a non-negotiable offer, "Then double it, okay?" This surprised Sungu, who confusedly exclaimed, "Huh!" He raised his voice. The boy's face suddenly became serious, and his voice deepened. "I saved you twice. We need to conduct business properly, don't we?" Dosu's corpse lay there, with Ujin's words echoing. "Let me take a look at your shoulder. Just some first aid for now, okay?" He also replied politely, "Thank you." The scene switches back outside, the dungeon where a Bureau of Administration officer was standing there taking notes. He flinched slightly when he saw Ujin step out of the dungeon and asked with confusion, "Why are only 2 of you returning?" The boy replied nonchalantly, "The others were all taken down by monsters." This answer caused the Bureau of Administration officer to freeze for a moment. He looked at the backpack on the boy's shoulder and challenged, "Then how did you get so many bloodstones?" Ujin glanced behind him and replied, "Even if they're about to kick the bucket, they still bring money with them, don't they?" The Bureau of Administration officer handed the form to the boy and requested, "Now please fill this out before you go. There's a chance you'll receive contact from the Bureau of Administration to investigate this incident." The scene switches to the Ujin item purchasing center. After selling, he opened the door and stepped out. He flashed a triumphant smile, thinking to himself, "I can't believe it. Just one trip to the dungeon, and I earned a whopping 13 million won." Sungu silently walked behind him, while Ujin was secretly calculating, "If I add the 4 million won I got from saving Sungu, the total will be 17 million. He just kept walking and chuckling. "I'll go down to the dungeon alone next time, too." Behind him, Sungu wore a deeply worried expression. 4 million won. Even if I broke open the piggy bank, I wouldn't have enough to pay. Should I borrow money? Should I ask him for a small reduction? Ujin's voice rang out, making him jump. He pointed at Sungu and asked again, "You know I don't tolerate people flaking out, right?" "Right?" He stammered his reply, "I will remember that, sir." Ujin just walked away, waving his hand as a reminder, "I'll be waiting for you to contact me." Sungu could only stand there and sigh. "Guess I'll just have to borrow it." He flinched as a thought dawned on him. He's not planning to demand another 4 million from me, is he? The scene switches to a phone store, with banners and advertisements plastered across the front. Inside, an employee was yawning profoundly. He looked out and complained, "No customers today." Just then, a loud crash startled the employee. He saw Ujin kick the door open and stride in. The man screamed, "What the hell are you doing?" Without a moment's hesitation, the boy walked up and grabbed the salesman by his collar. Then Ujin hoisted the man up. The man's face was distorted. He wondered inwardly, how is he so strong? Before he could even process the situation, the boy landed a direct slap on the employee's face. The man scowled and shouted, "What the heck do you think you're doing?" Before he could say anything more, Ujin continued to deliver a barrage of slaps. Each slap made the employee's face crumple. He trembled, worried deep down. This guy has really gone postal. If this keeps up, I'm gonna meet my maker. This is the kind of stuff I've seen on TV. It's premeditated violence, right? The employee's face was purple and swollen. His weak voice pleaded, "I'm sorry, forgive me." Ujin paused his long hair, concealing the fury in his eyes as he looked at the man. He threw the employee onto the ground. The man groaned in pain. Ujin lowered his voice and called. The employee quickly knelt and answered, "Yes, sir." The boy looked at him sternly and continued, "I really hate swindlers, okay? And guys who like to cause trouble." The employee asked, baffled, "Scamming what, sir?" He was confused in his heart. "I don't even know who he is. What the heck did I scam?" Ujin held his phone up to the man and challenged him. "You were the one who sold me this phone yesterday. Remember?" The employee recognized the item and thought to himself, "That's the one I sold to that goofball yesterday. That simpleton." He recalled the day before, when he offered the junk phone to Ujin with a big smile. I'll give the customer a discount down to only 900,000. 1. At the time, not understanding the trick, the boy even smiled with satisfaction. Technology these days is much more advanced than 5 years ago. The man looked at the person in front of him and wondered, is that the same clueless guy, and why is he? Ujin, frowning in anger, asked, Cat got your tongue. Following that clear blue skies and music played, Ujin looked at the contact list and sighed. It's so dope. Even the color of the newest model. Phone can be changed. He walked and muttered, man, that phone seller. If this were Ann Fan, I would have put him in the hospital already. He should know how lucky he is. Just then, a stranger approached from behind. They called out, hey, Kang Ujin. He turned back, confused. A group of people in black was surrounding him. A woman's voice rang out. Your profession is Necromancer rank F. Looking at how you soloed a gate. Your true ability must be rank E. With that rank, you could easily sneak into a rank F group and then kill all your teammates. Junhui stood there questioning. Just a noob daring to be so bold. Ujin stood firm, his expression unchanging, and countered. Who the hell are you? She chuckled, hiding her sharp eyes behind her hair. Then Junhui's red lips moved as she spoke. Allow me to introduce myself. With a confident demeanor, she continued, I am Lee Junhui, squad leader of the Warang Guild strike team. Ujin still didn't know what was happening. He felt a flicker of anxiety, using his tracking skill. He could sense that. He saw the intense aura Junhui was radiating, and silently confirmed that she was extremely strong. Ujin asked them again, so, what do you guys want with me? Junhui answered, well, there's a dirty rat that dared to trespass on our guild's dungeon. His face darkened and he laughed, saying, a dirty rat, huh? Ujin stood among the people and asked them, you guys brought your whole crew here just to catch a rat? He smiled and continued, so that's all the Warang Guild is good for. No wonder your dungeon is so lame. Before he could finish his words, a hand grabbed Ujin's face. Then he slammed Ujin's head down onto the ground. The rocks shattered and flew up. Minseok frowned and warned, don't be rude. Our guild is not something a nobody like you can casually mention. Ujin was furious and yelled back, you jerk. Then he tightly grabbed the man's hand and pulled it away from his face. Ujin got up. The strong twist of the hand made Minseok cry out. Seeing her subordinate wincing, Junhui pursed her lips and prepared to strike. In the blink of an eye, she lunged and delivered a powerful kick, right to Ujin's stomach, sending him sliding across the ground. The blow caused him pain and he winced. She didn't stop. Junhui continued to approach where he lay, raising her foot high, preparing to stomp down. Another powerful strike smashed Ujin's head straight into the ground. Everything shattered and his face was distorted. He cried out in pain. Ujin furrowed his brow and thought, she's too fast. Still keeping her foot on Ujin's face, preventing him from moving, Junhui spoke, hey Kang Ujin. She continued coldly, let me give you some advice. Although you're different from a regular rank F, it's best not to show off your trash skills anymore. In the quiet space, Junhui's warning continued to ring out, especially on the territory of our Warang Guild. She looked at Ujin's trembling body lying there, and added, if you value your life, remember that advice. After that, Junhui and her subordinates coldly walked away. He clenched his teeth, filled with resentment. At the same time, he brought his hand up to his face. Ujin lay there and lamented, it's been a long time since I felt what it's like to be stepped on like that. Under the evening sky, Ujin's dissatisfied voice echoed, Lee Junhui and the Warang Guild, huh? The scene then shifted to Jimin's residence. Hearing his story, he was also surprised and exclaimed, Lee Junhui from the Warang Guild, huh? Ujin wondered, is she that famous? Do you know anything about her kid? Jimin replied, of course. She's one of the top 10 rank A awakened in our country. He added, and the Warang Guild is one of the top 3 guilds nationwide. They are KH Hammer and Warang respectively. They have an enormous influence on the economy and politics. Therefore, they are also the most influential people. Jimin wondered, but what trouble did you cause in the first dungeon that made them come all the way to warn you? Ujin frowned and retorted, what do you mean, trouble, kid? Once I regain my power, I'd be more than capable of taking out the Warang Guild. Hearing that, he burst out laughing. Your confidence is truly next level. You're rank F, man. The boy angrily swore, you little brat. Ujin pondered. Clearly, even if he were to rank up, he would still be at a disadvantage when facing someone outside the dungeon. And the Necromancer's skills are still very limited. Jimin's voice chirped, calling out, why does it have to be skeletons, man? He held out a gift bag and said, forget about that, take this. He wondered, huh, cologne? Why cologne? Ujin replied, why are you so surprised? Here, this is the money I borrowed from you. Jimin waved his hand in refusal. No, this is too much. You only need to pay me back the exact amount you borrowed. Besides, I don't need the extra anyway. You've helped me a lot. Ujin remained firm. Seriously, it's fine. Just take it, kid. A fleeting look of gratitude appeared on Jimin's face. He looked at Ujin and called out, man. Ujin continued drinking his liquor and smiled, saying, Consider the rest as your rent that I'm paying. He no longer refused and replied, that's a W. Jimin's face showed a flicker of worry as he thought, does that mean he plans to keep crashing here? He looked at the young man in front of him who was carelessly grinning. Dang, this liquor is good? Jimin looked at him and asked, man, didn't you find your mom already? Ujin snapped back, you idiot, my old place is too small, so I'll stay with you until I've saved enough money for a new one. He continued asking, is that place still short of cash? How much more do you need? He stammered awkwardly. No, that's not it. Jimin's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the table. He looked at Ujin and asked, when did you get a new phone? That's the newest model. Curiosity taking over. Jimin asked, can I check it out? Ujin didn't hesitate to hand it over. Yeah, it's pretty good. Holding the phone in his hand, he exclaimed, this is the premium red color. Jimin continued to explain, because the bloodstone crafting technique isn't widely applied yet. This one must be extremely expensive. Did you earn a lot of money? Ujin replied while eating chicken. I won it in an event. He called the scene of hitting the phone store employee and explained, it was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of event. It only happens once in a lifetime, you know? Jimin's admiring voice rang out, startling Ujin. Holy moly, man, you're a true professional. While he sat there wondering, what is he talking about? He stared at the phone and counted how many zeros there were. Ujin demanded, let me see that. On the screen was a bank balance change notification. 20 deposit, 40,000 balance source. 51,230,000 sender Hong Sungu Bank. He exclaimed in surprise, 40 million? Ujin frowned and swore, this crazy guy. I told him to send me only 4 million. The scene shifts to a coffee shop. Hong Sungu walked in. Seeing Ujin sitting there, he quickly bowed and greeted him. Are you doing well? Ujin held out his phone and questioned him. We just said goodbye a few hours ago. What's with the doing well nonsense? What is this? His face darkened as he questioned Sungu. Do you think I'm a beggar? I told you 4 million was enough. Sungu was anxious inside. Boss, please spare my life. He recalled Ujin stripping Dosu of his clothes and was terrified. If I don't pay him back the full amount, my fate will be similar to the other members. Sungu pursed his lips, sweat dripping. He quickly knelt down in the middle of the coffee shop and pleaded loudly, boss, please spare my life. Ujin was confused and snapped, are you bonkers? Sungu continued to shout in fear. I promise I'll pay you the rest later. Please give me a little more time. The people sitting there saw this and whispered, what's the score? Is that guy a thug? Is he loan sharking? Looks like that boy borrowed from a thug. Ujin frowned and ordered, if you don't want to die, sit down now. Sungu jumped and obeyed. Yes, sir. As soon as he sat down, he hurriedly explained, man, I'm sorry, but I haven't found a way to earn the full 400 million won yet. I promise if you give me a little more time, I'll pay you back in full. These words made Ujin a bit confused, and he asked, 400 million. Sungu replied innocently, yes. Ujin sighed and thought to himself, it looks like he misunderstood. I told him to give me 4 million won, but he mistook it for 40 million, and now it's even up to 400 million? Ujin's eyes gleamed as he internally complimented, kids these days are truly generous. Looking at the honest demeanor of the young man in front of him, he decided, since he wants to, I'll indulge him. And then, Ujin clasped his hands together and gave a sly smile, asking, so when should I wait until... The scene shifts to early the next morning. Ujin was walking alone in the park. From afar, Sungu stood by a car, waving and calling out, boss, over here! Getting into the car, Ujin wondered, why is my subordinate so happy on the first day? He smiled and replied, subordinates have the right to be happy too, sir. This satisfied Ujin, and he unconsciously smiled as well. He recalled the previous night at the coffee shop when Sungu was sitting obediently listening to Ujin. Since earning 400 million won is almost impossible right now, would you be willing to repay me by working as a team and giving me the money you earn? Ujin asked. That means you'll have to be stuck with me 24/7. Is that okay? He then didn't hesitate to agree. No problem, sir. As long as you can decide on a specific time frame, I can even be your manager. Ujin wondered. Manager, Sungu excitedly replied, yes. From selecting and pre-booking dungeons to selling bloodstones, I can take care of everything from A to Z. I can drive too. Something like the support department of a guild. Ujin's voice rings out, so a subordinate right? This comment leaves him completely stunned. He asks further, generally you are working hard to make up for your lack of money. Because you're broke, right? Sungu tells himself he's not wrong. But why do I feel hurt? Then he rubs his hands together with excitement and answers, you are absolutely right, big bro. Ujin smiles and agrees, fine. He proposes directly, then the duration of our partnership will be 1 year. It would be too cruel to work without a salary, so your salary, I will consider. Sungu grabs Ujin's hand and says gratefully, big bro, thank you. Thank you very much. He gives a forced smile and replies, I'm the one who's being helped. Back to the present. The car carrying the two of them is speeding on the highway. Ujin looks over at Sungu and secretly feels satisfied. Although he returned the excess money, he luckily gained a decent subordinate in return. Ujin continues to offer, as long as you complete your work well and guide me enthusiastically, and guide me, then 10% of the profit will be yours. These words make him flush with gratitude. Big bro, Ujin continues to ask, have you found the dungeon I mentioned before? Sungu replies seriously, yes sir, as you instructed, a 3-star dungeon, with the most abundant number of summoned monsters. It's exit number 3 of Mebong Station, the home of the Rocky Swarm, a type of insect monster, like giant cockroaches. Afterward, the two of them appear inside the dungeon. Ujin looks up and exclaims, these guys are seriously countless. He reminds Sungu, remember to stick close behind me. He, with a backpack on his shoulder, answers, yes sir. Ujin looks at his system screen and thinks to himself, I will transfer all the stat points. I have to the control stat. Just then a system warning appears. The number of skeletal soldiers you can summon has increased to 10. Ujin smiles with satisfaction. Birds of a feather flock together. If the enemy is many, our army must be many too. The skeletal soldiers are quickly summoned. He commands, now let's rock this joint, shall we? Scene change after a while. At the stairway between floors, the Rocky sense danger and cry out non-stop. They tremble in fear at what is in front of them. That is the skeletal soldiers with their sharp weapons raised high. Then, without a single wasted motion, they simultaneously stab and defeat the Rocky. Just then Sungu comes down and reports, big bro, I've collected all the bloodstones on the floor. Ujin praises him. Nice job, keep it up. Witnessing the scene in front of him, he exclaims in surprise, what the heck? You've defeated all of them already. Sungu thinks to himself, normally a Rocky dungeon takes about 2 hours to clear, yet he did it solo in only 15 minutes. Just like that, Ujin flops down tired. I need to rest for a bit. He sits there muttering calculations. I'm level 7 now. The amount of achievement points received has also increased significantly. A new skill appears on the screen. Let's see. Fire Fist attacks the opponent with a flaming punch. Level requirement 7. Mana 10. Required achievement points 20. Ujin scrolls to the next skill, Water Orb. Attacks a target within a certain range, with a sphere. Level requirement 7. He shows disappointment. The skills I'm getting at level 7 are not useful at all. Suddenly, some information makes Ujin pause. Huh? What's this now? There's a skeletal mage too. I can get it when I reach level 10. But why not buy it early? Skeletal mage information level requirement 10. Mana 20. Exchanges a monster corpse. To summon a skeletal mage, with strength 5, stamina 5, and health 5. Mana 5. Operating range varies directly with strength. Attack speed and flexibility vary directly with stamina. Damage power varies directly with mana. Mana consumption 1. Required control 1. Sungu approaches and announces, big bro, everything is done. The return stone has also appeared. Ujin asks, how long have we been in here? He immediately replies, 27 minutes, sir. The guy rubs his chin, calculating, we have a ticket for 4 hours. Then Ujin steps up the stairs, saying, we can go another 7 rounds like this. Sungu answers, trembling, oh my god, I'm coming. Scene change to the Bloodstone exchange. The employee hands the passbook to Sungu and gives the information. 53.2 million won has been credited to your balance. He replies, ah yes, thank you very much. Then Sungu's face freezes as he contemplates the number. Then he exclaims in astonishment internally, 53.2 million won. Sungu looks at the amount printed on the passbook and sighs in awe. I've earned over 50 million won in 30 minutes. At this rate, 400 million will be mine, in the blink of an eye. His hands are shaking with surprise. According to my percentage, I'll get 40 million. Before I struggled through all the 1-star dungeons for 2 months just to earn 30 million won. But now, I'm earning 40 million won in just 1 day. Then Sungu exclaims, this is awesome, big bro. He turns to look at Ujin with a radiant face, saying gratefully, big bro, you're the savior of my life. The guy smiles and replies, don't get too hyped. There are 7 more rounds to go. Don't celebrate yet. Sungu follows Ujin full of excitement in his heart. This is truly a heaven-sent opportunity. Being Big Bro's assistant is a great idea. Scene change to the Hammer Guild headquarters. Inside the office, there is only one person left. He is humming along to the music, enjoying himself very much. This person is standing, making coffee when the phone rings. He picks up and says, Support Team 4 Leader Youngmin Chan speaking. The other end replies, Yes, Team Leader, it's Hemin. He asks, What's the matter? Hemin, standing by the window, replies, I received an urgent report about a case. This morning, 2 Awakened purchased a 4-hour ticket into the dungeon. But these 2 guys are a bit odd. Min-chan on the other end is a little indifferent. People die in the dungeon every day. So what's so weird about that? Hemin explains, oh no, the 2 of them came back completely unharmed. What's weird is the time it takes them to enter and exit each time. He continues to report the first time they only took 30 minutes. And after that, it only took 11 minutes. Oh my god, they just came out of the dungeon again. In exactly 9 minutes and 47 seconds, Hemin's voice booms on the phone. Hey, I won, hand over the money. Minchan asks, what are you guys doing? He answers, we're betting on whether they can finish in 10 minutes or not. Anyway, team leader, why don't you try to find more information about the two of them? Hemin adds, they said they were F-rank, but after seeing it with my own eyes, I'd say they must be more than that. That's all. This information shocks Minchan F-rank. He immediately turns on his computer and says, hold on. I'll call back after I find the information. Hemin replies, yes, team leader, good luck. Minchan continuously clicks his mouse to check the information and exclaims in surprise, what the heck? Looking at the information of the two people on the screen shocked him greatly. One person just registered as an awakened yesterday, and this person only registered 2 months ago. Name Kang Ujin, awakened ability necromancy, rank F. Name Hong Sung-gu, awakened ability fire manipulation, rank F. Minchan looks at the screen and thinks 2 rookies. In just 10 minutes, they cleared a 3-star dungeon by themselves. He smiles, speculating F-rank. Even if the measurement system was wrong, this is too low. At the very least, it should be C-rank. For new awakened individuals who have just started and already possess C-rank abilities, the chance to be promoted to A-rank is very high. Minchan immediately puts on his jacket and walks off full of excitement. It's been a long time since I've seen an awakened individual with such potential. Scene change to the Warang Guild headquarters. The images of Ujin and Sung-gu are also appearing on the screen, along with the voice of an AI. You mean, this person is the one who intruded into our dungeon? Another person replies, yes. I received such a report from an agency employee. There. The guy continues to ask, and the employee next to him answers. Hong Sung-gu, 21 years old. An F-rank fireball mage, nothing special. I think the one with real ability here is Kang Ujin. He looks at the guy and adds, an F-rank necromancer, with the ability to clear dungeons extremely fast. The man continues to ask, what do you think team leader Lee John-hee? She recalls the previous scene when she met Ujin, then replies, I knew he wasn't just an ordinary F-rank, but I didn't expect him to be this good. John-hee answers with a questioning look. He's on par with a C-rank. He rests his hands in front of him and continues, then there are only 2 possibilities. Either he didn't show his full strength in the ability test, or his ability is developing at an extremely fast pace. John-hee looks over and asks, has there ever been a case of an awakened individual developing at such a fast rate? If we assume he is truly F-rank, his development speed must have jumped 2 or 3 ranks in just one night. He raises his hand and replies, there was a similar case. An awakened individual rose from F-rank to A-rank. The image of a strong man appears, along with the explanation, a person whose development process was completely hidden until he reached the highest rank in South Korea. John-hee exclaims, are you talking about Kang Chun? She smirks and scoffs, no way. He can never compare to Kang Chun. He smiles and gives an order. I'm not sure about that, but it doesn't hurt to find out a little. This person is the top 3 of South Korean guilds, the Warring Guilds, Master Lee Sang-ho. He gives the instruction, monitor him. Find out who this person really is. Scene change to the dungeon. Sung-gu is continuing his work. He skillfully uses a mace to stab the head of the rocky corpse. Then he breaks open the hard shell on its head. A bloodstone immediately appears before Sung-gu. He picks it up and throws it into the prepared backpack. Working alone makes him a little tired. Sung-gu sighs, muttering, having money is great, but if I keep this up, I'll die. I've never heard of a case of someone dying from overmining bloodstones. However, he gets up and calls Ujin. Big bro, can we take a break? Ujin smiles and asks, are you tired already? Then Sung-gu tilts his head back, gulping water. He exclaims, that's refreshing. I feel better now. Big bro, he turns and asks, how much time do we have left? Sung-gu replies, we have 1 hour and 12 minutes left. Ujin sits in contemplation, calculating the amount of money he has earned. It has already exceeded 400 million won. That's probably enough to buy a new house for Mom and Sua. Then he stands up and calls Sung-gu, hey! Hearing this, he looks up blankly and asks, what is it, big bro? Ujin replies, the rest of the bloodstones are all for you. I'll protect you, so try to earn as much as possible. This surprises him a little. The guy takes a deep breath and adds, now I guess I should speed things up a bit. Then Ujin rushes into the dungeon, to Sung-gu's astonishment. He can only call out to Big Bro with his hand. Meanwhile, the guy with a weapon in his hand is sprinting forward. Ujin and his skeleton soldiers are plunging into the fray, continuously taking down the rocky monsters. He was startled to notice one flying over for a sneak attack. Ujin shot a glance at it and smirked. Then he lightly swung his arm and sliced it in 2. The system displayed a level up notification. You have now reached level 10. At the same moment, the head of the Rocky thudded onto the ground. Ujin stood there satisfied. I'm sure this much is enough. The system appeared again. Warning, you have completed the prerequisite level for job class determination. Determining job class. He widened his eyes and stared at the screen, utterly puzzled. Job class, that's really weird. Ujin rubbed his chin, asking himself, in Onfen, one only gets their job class determined at level 10. But I'm already a necromancer. What's going on? The system gave a warning. Analyzing movement patterns. The system is determining job class. A series of job classes appeared, including mage, psychic, scholar, warrior, priest, scoundrel. Along with Ujin's question, is it possible this is a secondary job? After that, the system displayed the job class information. Warrior has been selected for you. You have received the warrior reward. The warrior's weapon. Ujin scratched his head in confusion. What the heck, a warrior? That's kind of annoying. It would be more beneficial to become a mage because stats would overlap with the necromancer. If he had known about this event earlier, he would have used magic instead of wildly slashing and chopping with that steel bar. Then there was another line about the warrior reward. The warrior's weapon. Ujin wondered, is this the job class reward? Immediately after, a staff appeared in front of him. Ujin questioned, the warrior's weapon, really? It's obviously just a steel tube. When he clenched his hand around it, a dazzling light appeared. Its information was displayed accordingly. Steel staff. A warrior's weapon is as close as their best friend in their life. That is why it will evolve according to its owner. Ready to join you in battle at any time. Effect +5 strength, stamina, recovery. Status disarmed. Skill summoned, disarmed. Ujin held up the steel staff and smiled. A growth-type weapon. I'm curious what form this thing will take in the future. This is now the reward for the necromancer. Demon Seal Crystal. It was a blazing red sphere. Demon Seal Crystal is a type of magic stone that necromancers obtain when they reach a certain level. Within the 7 seals reside ultimate magics that bone soldiers cannot even come close to. Simply by owning them, Ujin can wipe out any enemy in Onfen who dares to look at his territory. Alando. Ujin smiled, wondering, I'm curious what I will receive this time. Then the Demon Seal Crystal was unsealed and glowed brilliantly. A pillar of light appeared in front of him. Then a pair of wings appeared amidst the light. Someone's fiery red eyes and golden hair, along with full, luscious lips. He froze and stammered as he looked over. Huh? Is that Bibi? The little girl with the demon wings on her back looked at Ujin, grumbling. Master, where did you go? He exclaimed in shock. Why is it you? Bibi jumped up and hugged Ujin's neck, expressing her feelings. I missed you so much, Master. Master, he asked the girl. Didn't you get stuck in Onfen? What's happening? Bibi answered. After you vanished, all of us subordinates were locked away in the sealing room. This made Ujin a bit confused. The sealing room, he thought to himself. Did they warp through space and time with me? Wait sealed. The girl looked at him and said excitedly, Master, I'm so happy to see you. Suddenly, something caught Bibi's attention. The girl lifted her nose, sniffing and smelling. Then Bibi turned around and asked, What is this smell? Ujin looked puzzled. Smell? Bibi looked at the pile of rocky corpses below and replied, Yes, I can smell Janet's minions from these things. The answer surprised him and he asked, What Janet? Charnay is the demon, who came from a mysterious dimension and invaded Alphen. He killed 90% of the residents on Alphen. Ujin has never fought him directly, but his minions are so numerous, to the point that he gets sick of seeing them every time. Ujin stood there looking down and asking, And now Charnay intends to take over Earth. If that's the reason these dungeons opened, he worried silently. I thought I had escaped hell, but it seems the gate to hell has opened again to welcome me. The scene then shifts to exit number 3 Gamebong. Hemin was standing there waiting. As soon as he saw someone coming, he held out his hand to greet them. Big bro, there you are, Minchan replied. It's not after work hours yet, you know. He quickly chuckled and answered, all right, Captain. Minchan asked, Where are the 2 of them? Hemin looked at his watch and replied, They went in 8 minutes ago. They should be out soon. He added, But these 2 are no joke. They personally earned 400,000 won. Hemin added, If I had that talent, I would have cleared the dungeon myself. Minchan noticed the 2 people just exiting the dungeon. There they are. He stepped forward to greet them. Good job, you 2. Could we spare a few minutes to talk? Perhaps. Minchan smiled brightly, trying to persuade them. Just for a moment. Ujin walked away without hesitation and replied briefly, Sure. He quickly called out after him, Mister, wait a minute. The guy turned back and asked, What? If you're going to make someone leave anyway, why the heck did you bother asking in the first place? Minchan felt confused internally. What the heck is wrong with this jerk? He gave a bitter smile and replied, Please forgive me for being so impolite. He cleared his throat to speak. Minchan presented his business card and continued, Let me get straight to the point. Our HM guild wants to recruit the 2 of you. Ujin continued to answer coldly and briefly, No thanks. Sungu quickly ran after him, calling out, Big bro. Minchan called out loudly from behind, Wait. It seems like you don't have a very good impression of our HM guild. Do you? The guy stopped and sighed heavily, then turned back and asked, You guys are the top 3 guild in the entire country, aren't you? He smiled and replied, So you do know about us. Minchan continued to introduce the guild. We only offer the best treatment for the most promising awakened. That's all. If the 2 of you accept the offer to join, we guarantee to provide the best support services. Ujin interrupted him, calling his name. Minchan kept his smile, waiting for his words. Ujin lowered his voice and reminded him, I am extremely pissed off right now. Don't bother me anymore. The scene changes and then Ujin's name is called out. His mother showed extreme surprise and exclaimed, What is this? The real estate agent smiled and said, Please have a look around, dear customers. Sua ran in and shouted, Mom, the yard is so big. She turned and asked, How do you plan to buy such a nice house? Without money. Ujin immediately showed his mother the transaction screen and replied, What do you mean without money? This is the money I received today. She exclaimed, Oh my God, how did you earn this money? Ujin smiled and replied, Actually, I'm an awakened. His mother was still a bit surprised. An awakened? You have to go into dungeons to earn that money. She raised her voice in alarm. Isn't this job very dangerous? Since when did you? She was extremely worried. Because of this, I lost your father. I can't let my son go through the same thing. He quickly explained, I'm fine, Mom. Your son isn't as weak as you think. It's just like catching bugs, Mom. He still didn't stop. Even so, Sua ran over and interrupted him right at that moment. Mom, can we get a dog? You said we could get one. When we bought a house with a yard, the little girl looked up and pleaded. Can we please? She replied, Wait a minute, honey. Ujin's voice continued to ring out. Mom, don't worry. He bent down and patted his little sister's head, continuing, Everything you worked so hard to save up all this time, I've already got it. From now on, just trust me. The 3 of them stood silently in the yard of the new house. The scene cuts to an alleyway at night. Ujin's familiar footsteps approached. He said in a deep voice, Bibi, come here. A stream of energy immediately appeared in front of him, but then it instantly vanished, to Ujin's surprise. He continued to command, Come on, Bibi. The swirling energy reappeared and accumulated, then suddenly vanished again, which was puzzling. Ujin looked toward the alley in front of him, where a faint light was shining, and asked, What is it? A creature stepped out of the alley. He exclaimed in shock, Bibi, is that you? Why did you turn into a cat? The small black cat looked at him and meowed. Ujin picked it up and asked, Bibi, explain. I can't revert to my true form anymore, so I can't stop chasing after those tiny insects. He wondered to himself, is it possible that she can only return to her true form inside a dungeon, or something? Why? Ujin looked at it and asked, What about Janet's energy? Can you still sense it? Bibi replied. Oh, it smells so good here, the scent of peace. He pondered in astonishment. A demon is enjoying this peace. Could it be that Janet's energy hasn't caused any trouble yet? Just then someone appeared behind Ujin and asked, You care about stray cats too? That's a new side of you. Ujin immediately turned around to look at him, smiled and introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lee Sangho, the leader of the Hwarong Guild. If you have some time, could we talk for a bit? The scene cuts to a coffee shop. Sungu sat there frowning and mumbling. I really can't figure him out. He recalled the moment he was driving Ujin. Back then, Sungu had asked Big Bro, Why did you turn down the offer from the HM Guild? Was there any other reason? The guy answered listlessly, I just hate taking orders from other people. Sungu smiled and sighed happily, I see. That's Big Bro for you. Then he laughed. Even a powerful guild like Hammer can't crush Big Bro's pride. Looking at Ujin's expression back then, Sungu could only wonder to himself, did he turn down the Hammer Guild just for that reason? Back in the present, he sat there laughing with excitement. What does the reason matter? We'll soon achieve the dream we've always longed for, Sungu told himself. What matters is that I have to trust and support Big Bro from now on. At this moment, the salesperson approached with a stack of documents in his hand. Sir, have you been waiting long? He sat down and presented the pen and paper, asking, Would you like to sign the contract now? Without hesitation, Sungu immediately agreed, Of course. The scene shifts to the coffee shop. Sangho's voice echoed from inside. First of all, I sincerely apologize about what happened yesterday. The 2 of them sat there and he continued, You had a small conflict with John He, right? Ujin replied with suspicion, John He. He recalled her appearance and asked, Oh, that redhead girl? Sangho explained, Yes, she's my younger sister, but she has a hot temper. He smiled and continued, She holds our guild in extremely high regard, so if anything too serious happened, I will compensate you fully. Ujin asked frankly, I don't need any compensation or anything. What is the real reason you came to see me? Sangho maintained his composure and replied, You're really sharp. He looked serious. To be honest, I've been observing you for quite some time now. With the incredible speed you clear dungeons at, it's not something an F-ranker can possess. With that speed, your rank should at least be C, Sangho affirmed. And I'm certain you'll progress even further soon, Ujin thought glumly. I just got rid of the Hammer Guild and now it's the Hwarang Guild. Afterward, he continued to ask directly, in short, you want to recruit me, right? It was at this point that he made his request. Exactly. Please join our guild. I promise to help you train using the most optimal methods that suit your skills, Ujin. He was a little surprised. The most optimal methods that suit my skills. Then he smiled and asked challengingly, well, if I beat you, will you hand over the leader position to me? Sangho calmly replied, just as the rumors say, your confidence is certainly no joke. He smiled and continued, but I lead the Hwarang Guild with more than just my awakened power, because my B rank is nothing compared to A rankers, Sangho stated under Ujin's skeptical gaze. So even if you defeat me, I still wouldn't consider giving up my position to you. He immediately stood up to leave. Then I'm no longer interested. Goodbye. He sat there and posed a question. Why do you think dungeons appeared? Ujin Sangho said in a low voice. It's been 5 years since the dungeon break. Even now, they remain an unsolved mystery. He continued his story. Every year, the dungeons keep expanding, and more dangerous. Monsters are beginning to appear. However, humanity isn't taking these things seriously at all. They've even started mining bloodstones for the purpose of making money. Ujin paused and listened. But one thing is certain, Earth and South Korea will be in danger. If things continue at this pace, Sangho looked at him and asserted, I believe that my mission is to gather the awakened people, to prevent that from happening. He made his proposal. I hope that you can lend us your power. The scene cuts to the Hammer Guild in the morning. The sound of clicking echoed repeatedly. Hemin sat there full of worry and not daring to speak. He looked at Minchin's expression and thought, oh my god, he's already grumpy this early in the morning. Just then information popped up on the screen. That caught Hemin's attention. He turned and announced, Team Leader, the two of them made a reservation yesterday. A dungeon at Watchin Station Exit 6. He hears that and snarls back, that jerk. Why are we talking about him again so early in the morning? It's seriously annoying. He stands there muttering. Does he think he's all that? No matter how good he's only C rank got it? Hemin adds, Captain, this is a 4-star dungeon, sir. These words make Minchin spit out his coffee. He immediately runs over to look. What they reserved tickets for only 2 people again. Minchin's eyes narrow with doubt. Those lunatics, are they crazy? If it was just to go down for support or to mine bloodstones, it might be possible, but no F rank, awakened, would dare to set foot in a 4-star dungeon. It's obvious. They are just 2 clueless noobs daring to book this type of dungeon, without even grasping the basic information. Minchan rubs his chin deep in thought. What kind of skills do they possess to dare complete a 4-star dungeon on their own? He turns and asks, do we have a 4-star dungeon nearby? Hemin replies, yes sir, it's exit 11 at Inchin Station. Minchan follows up. They are right next to each other. Try to change the reservation information to that dungeon. Hearing that, he looks over questioning. What, you still haven't given up? Minchan laughs bitterly and replies, give up never. This time I will definitely catch them. If you want to catch a fish, you have to drop the line at the perfect time. Scene cuts to the inside of a BMW car, music playing. Sungu drives and exclaims, this car is so smooth, he says with a cheerful smile. I prepared this one, because it would be a shame to drive you in that small Kia. Ujin laughs loudly and asks, what's the name of this car? Randor. This leaves him a little confused. Is he from another world? How can he not know what a BMW is? Sungu happily confirms, and I will continue to serve you with all my heart. Ujin, satisfied, instructs, then do your best today too. Afterward, they both head to the reserved location. The AI voice rings out, what is an F-rank awakened doing in a tier 4 dungeon? And with only 2 people, Sungu stands there and explains, we told you it's okay. We are entering here because we are confident we can clear it. But the supervising staff immediately cuts him off. I already said, no. He still tries to convince him. We won't hold you responsible. Just let us go in. The supervisor stands firm. If you want to end yourself, go to the Han River. Why come here? No is no. This is the rule. Sungu stands there worried, unable to argue back. Then he sadly turns back towards Ujin. Sungu scratches his head awkwardly and reports, it's a no-go. They said we will never be allowed in. I'm sorry, I should have looked into it more carefully before coming. The young man replies softly, nothing to be done. I'll go to the administration to refresh. Find a tier 3 dungeon in this area. Just then, Minchan steps up and says, we meet again here. He and Hemin smile as they walk over. What a coincidence. Excuse me, but may I ask what you two are planning to do? If possible, I'd like to help out. Minchan's eyes show a sincere look, yet full of calculation. Would that be all right? Ujin replies bluntly, coincidence, my ass. He puts his hands on his hips and continues to ask, so how can you help me? Close to Hwajun Station. The Hwajun Guildmaster Hwajun. Minchan says, you probably don't know that only C-rank attack forces can enter a tier 4 dungeon. He gestures toward the dungeon. This is a tier 4 dungeon managed by our guild. We have prepared the reservation in advance, so you can use it however you want. This makes Ujin a bit suspicious. You're too kind. There's nothing free in this world. Minchan smiles and replies, I'm just showing my sincerity. I will take care of adjusting the rank, so just relax and conquer it. He walks up to it. If you are that kind, then I will gratefully accept your offer. He politely replies, you're very generous. Before you go in, please wait a moment. I've prepared a gift for you two. Ujin asks curiously, you prepared something like that too? Minchan turns and replies, please wait a moment. The car trunk is already open. He looks inside and mutters, there's nothing free in this world. Minchan laughs proudly to himself. Even if I don't demand anything, every favor comes with a debt. If you're treated to a meal, that person will definitely feel the need to treat the other next time. He calculates silently. Even if he is an awakened, with monstrous potential, he's still just a wet-behind-the-ears 24-year-old. Kang Ujin, you're already in my hands. Hemin walks over and chats. You're totally different from yesterday, Ujin. He immediately asks, how so? He replies frankly, yesterday it was really hard to talk to you. Ujin explains, I was in a bad mood yesterday. He thinks to himself, my head was a mess thinking about Chanhyuk. Hemin continues with a bright smile. You must be the type of person who works according to your mood. Today you seem to be in a really good mood. How about we go for a drink later? Ujin happily replies, that sounds great. This one sentence makes him secretly gloat. Oh, I'll make you sign a contract to become a guild asset for Warang for 2 years. Ujin, you're going to join the Hammer Guild, right? Hemin is already thinking about manipulating Ujin over drinks. He continues to suggest, I know a really good spot. Let's check it out. Ujin is curious. Where is it? Sungu on this side is bored, saying these guys are buttering up the wrong person. No matter how much they suck up, he's never going to join. A month later, footsteps. Minchan returns. He looks around, then freezes. Minchan walks up and asks, where did they go? Hemin replies, they went into the dungeon, sir. Hearing that, he trembles with anger and asks in a low voice, they went into the dungeon already. Didn't I say I was going to get a gift for them? Hemin explains. You were going to wait here until they finished clearing it anyway. So why didn't you give it to them when they came out? The bag in his hand immediately drops to the ground with a thud. Hemin's eyes widen as he exclaims, this is a survival kit. Inside the bag are the necessary tools for a dungeon raid. Minchan asks in a deep voice, how much do you think those F-rank noobs who want to challenge a tier 4 dungeon know about high-tier dungeons? He starts to worry. The recommended rank to conquer a tier 4 dungeon is D rank, with a C rank leader. Minchan speculates. Kang Ujin is only F rank in name, but looking at the speed of his tier 3 dungeon clearing, he probably has the ability to defeat tier 4 dungeon monsters. However, the setting of high-tier dungeons 4-star and above is fundamentally very different from low-tier dungeons. If they go in without any information or survival gear, even high-rank awakened might not return safely. He holds his head and blames himself. What a blunder. We wanted to show our sincerity, but we just pushed them into a death trap. Inside the dungeon, Ujin mocks, is this really a tier 4 dungeon? The monsters aren't even that strong. Sungu replies, I'm not sure. He looks at the pile of rats on the ground and continues, could it be that the difficulty level is lower than the average difficulty? No. Ujin stands there and adds, that could be it. Search for the return stone. The dungeon space becomes unusually quiet. He asks in surprise, what, no return stone? Sungu turns around in astonishment. No way. Ujin rubs his chin thinking, is it because my search skill level is too low? He then asks to go back and look for it again. The two of them walked like that in the dark dungeon. Ujin looked confused. It's not here, what's going on? Sungu looked up and spoke, the entrance is up there. He kept his gaze and asked, what's that? Ujin's gaze was also drawn to it. Up the stairs, another gate appeared in front of the two of them. He looked up and wondered, is this the reason? The return stone didn't appear. Do we have to go through this? Ujin sneered, I was wondering why it was so easy. Looks like it's just the beginning. The two of them walked into the gate just like that. The other side was an area of trees and dense foliage like a jungle. Ujin stopped in surprise when he saw what was in front of him. He wondered, were we transferred to another dimension? Sungu suddenly spoke in a low voice, Hyung. Ujin looked over and saw that he wasn't wearing clothes, and immediately snapped, what are you doing? Ujin grimaced and asked, why did you take off your clothes? It's burning my eyes. Sungu whined in response, you're naked too, Hyung. It was then that he realized, only our bodies were transported. A loud roar echoed from deep within the forest. Birds immediately flew up in fright. The two people stood there, one worried, and one excited. Ujin put his hands on his hips and stated, this must be the real start of the 4-star dungeon. After that, Ujin took out clothing for the two of them to wear. Sungu looked at him and wondered, how many skills do you have, Hyung? He recalled earlier. Ujin took out clothing for him and ordered, you put on some decent clothes first. Sungu now thought to himself, I thought he could handle this situation, but I don't know what he was doing just now. On this side, Ujin was still looking thoughtfully at the screen in front of him. He calculated that he was currently level 10, thanks to the strength of the transferred skills added to his stats. They were even higher than those of normal level 10 people. But if he had to face a 4-star dungeon, it would still be very difficult. In the Rocky dungeon, the Necromancer's skills were simply not enough. However, if the number of enemies was small, Ujin could still completely defeat them. Even without any preparation, a series of notifications appeared. Warrior's unique skills. You have acquired Warrior's intuition. You have acquired Warrior's rage. You have acquired leap. You have acquired acceleration. You have acquired steel fist. He held the steel staff in his hand and said, "Time to start preparing for battle." How strong is level 31 going to be? The scene switches outside the dungeon at the entrance. Minchan stood there, placing his hand on the barrier and saying, "This barrier still hasn't disappeared. They've been in there for quite some time now." Hemin wondered, "How long do you think they'll hold out? Will they fight that crocodile?" He frowned, looked over and asked, with bare hands. Hemin realized at this moment, the survival supplies are still here. A high-level dungeon would not allow anyone to bring any auxiliary items from Earth. The only thing allowed to enter the gate of the dungeon system was an item belonging to the dungeon itself. Minchan held his head and said, "Even if they can beat that crocodile, they still have to face a bigger problem, which is food and water." Inside the dungeon, a huge tremor echoed, stirring up dust and debris. Trees flew everywhere. Sungu anxiously announced, "Hyung, something's coming." A giant crocodile rushed out from the dust cloud. His steps were nimble, pushing off the ground for momentum. After that, Ujin leaped into the air above the crocodile. He mused, "So this is Warrior's intuition. In that case, why don't I try experiencing it?" The level 31 crocodile opened its huge mouth upwards. Outside, Minchen was still worried. Even in the Amazon rainforest, it would be very difficult to survive without those essential supplies with them. The danger level of this dungeon is many times higher. Emma next to him looked a bit dejected. We went from a difficult situation to an even worse one. In a different scene, a skewer of grilled meat over a red flame. The food was completely gone, and the skewer of meat was held in Sungu's hand. He ate while smiling and exclaimed, "Bro, this tastes so good." Ujin replied, "Alligator meat is definitely a rare delicacy. Killing it and grilling it like this is absolutely delicious. Try this too. Eating alligator meat and drinking beer is the best ever." Sungu chugged the beer, his face turning red. "Bro, this tastes great too." Ujin looked at his younger companion with a fond gaze. Outside, Hemin's voice was heard. "Team leader. They've been in there for quite a while now." He wondered, if it's been this long, then, can we be sure they're still alive in that jungle? Minchan replied, "If it was just one alligator, he could probably use a summoning skill as a distraction and get past it. But even that isn't enough to get through the swamp." Hemin spoke solemnly, worried about the swamp. The swamp appears in the jungle. From time to time, it's a death zone for close combat warriors, because your feet sink into the swamp. You have to fight a whole troop of huku monkeys, while simultaneously dealing with the giant South American anaconda. Sungu panicked and shouted to him from above. The only long-range attacker is Hong Sungu, plus his fireball won't be strong enough to stop the attack coming from the huku monkey horde. The two bowed their heads in worry, sighing together. It's hard, it's really hard. Inside the dungeon, fireballs were being shot out. The targets were the huku monkeys in the trees. Ujin cheered enthusiastically. "Burn them all." Sungu was internally shocked. He has that skill too. In front of the two people was a crowd of skeleton mages with magic staves in their hands. Summon information skeleton sorcerer. Uses the corpse of a monster as a summoning. Object to summon a skeleton sorcerer. Level cap 10. Mana, 20 outside. Minchen was eating instant noodles while waiting. Hemin next to him anxiously said, "Team leader, it's been 4 hours. Do you think they could have cleared that dungeon and come out?" He replied gravely, "I don't know. The monsters are not the only threat in a high-level dungeon. That place is full of plants, animals, and insects that are totally different from those on this earth." Minchan asked again, "How much do you think they would know about the ecosystem over there?" Hemin exclaimed, "Oh no, if they happen to eat some poisonous plant, then what?" Minchan said in a low voice. "Then they're definitely screwed." On this side, Sungu was holding a plump, juicy red fruit about to eat it. After taking a bite, he raved, "Eating jungle fruit is truly amazing. It's so sweet." Ujin added, "If you didn't boil that fruit and just ate it like that, you'd definitely die." Sungu heard that and quickly spat it out. Then he complained, "You should have told me a little earlier, bro." Sungu turned to ask curiously, "But how do you know these things?" He replied, "I just know." "Why worry?" he thought to himself. "How do I know? Because this place is like where I lived for 25 years. Outside the dungeon, it was nightfall. Hemin was still sitting there asking, "But, team leader, why are you so persistent about recruiting Kang Ujin? Our guild isn't all that interested in it?" He let out a small breath and replied to Hemin, "Not once have I doubted my judgment." Hemin spoke with a smile. You look for promising awakened ones, right? Is it because you believe that Park Jingu is an awakened one, with great potential to join the guild of ours? Minchan affirmed that's right, and now I'm also confident that Kang Ujin is stronger than Park Jingu. This made Hemin a little surprised. Stronger than Park Jingu. The two sat there chatting back and forth. That's right. It would be a waste if he didn't join the Hayem Guild. Losing an awakened person like him would truly be a huge loss for humanity. Hemin replied, I just hope he can survive and come back. Team leader. I never thought you would have to think so much. Then he stood up cheerfully. Let's pray together. He will definitely survive and come back, Minchan replied. But it's tough. This made Hemin stiffen with worry. He continued, the Guardian of the Return Stone is an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. Hemin heard that and thought to himself, I mean, who doesn't know that? We just need to pray for him to come back alive. Minchan rubbed his head and spoke softly. He might be about to kick the bucket too. Hemin frowned. Can this guy stop being so pessimistic? Inside the dungeon, the two had passed through the jungle and arrived in another, drier area. Sungu's eyes widened as he looked ahead and said, Bro, that's the Return Stone. In front of them, the stone sparkled brightly on top of something that resembled an altar. Sungu walked towards it, complaining, We finally made it to this damn place. Immediately, Ujin reached out and grabbed his collar, pulling him back. The ground in front of them suddenly collapsed. There was a trap already set underneath. A frightened Sungu exclaimed, A trap, I almost died. He turned and exclaimed, Thank you, bro. Ujin's eyes were now intensely focused. Seeing that, Sungu also turned his head to follow and asked, What are you looking at? Ujin was startled and astonished when he saw that thing. The orc monsters with sharp teeth. He blurted out, These guys are, Ujin said softly. This is a bit unexpected. Aren't these orc demons from Anfar? In front of the two were orc warriors and mages, with levels from 41 to 45. In the Anfar society, there are humans, demons, goblins, beastmen, and other races. Orc demons are one of them. But why are they in this secret realm? Ujin stood there deep in thought for a moment. Then he looked straight at them and asked, What are you doing here? His attitude caused Sungu and all the orcs to be extremely surprised. The orcs behind them were murmuring amongst themselves in their own language. One of them stepped forward and asked, Who are you? How? Can a human speak our language? Ujin replied in the orc language. It doesn't matter. I ask again, what are you doing here? The orc said gravely. We have lost our homeland. He then asked, The Chanate demon invaded it. He answered, That's right. After a fragment of the balance disappeared, Chanate became the master of that place. We are here because of a pact with him. The answer made Ujin flinch. He repeated the orc's words, a pact. The axe in the orc's hand was raised high to the sky. He brought it down and stated gravely, Based on this pact, Earth will now be ours. Hearing that, Ujin laughed and replied, Earth has never belonged to Chanate. That pact is fundamentally useless. Then he took out his weapon. You dare invade this place? You've got some nerve. The leader ordered warriors advance. Defeat the enemy. The orc horde immediately obeyed and charged towards the two. Ujin focused intently, preparing for battle. The large number of monsters aggressively rushed forward, met by Ujin's calm demeanor. The scene shifted to outside the dungeon. Hemin looked and said, Team leader, the situation doesn't look promising. 6 hours and 20 minutes have passed. Minchan rubbed his chin and replied, 1 day has passed in that secret realm. That means, he thought to himself, they have completed an A-rank 4-star secret realm, with only 2 people, Hemin exclaimed in surprise. The countdown is gone. Minchan stood there praying silently. Please, he was truly worried, waiting. Come out, please return safely. The barrier had now disappeared. The dark stairs of the GA station led deeply down. After a period of waiting, everything was still silent. Hemin spoke up. They haven't come out yet. I guess this is too much for them. Minchan sighed and requested, let's clean up. We should use a cart to collect the loot, but what was in front of him made him freeze. Minchan saw the 2 people walking up with a pile of things in their hands. He blurted out Ujin. He excitedly congratulated them. Everyone returned safe and sound. Ujin smiled and asked in return, Why do you look so happy? Then the 2 people's car drove down the road. Ujin's voice echoed. We really don't need a rescue kit, but the attack gear is great. He looked at the list and turned to ask, Crocodile skin, is that expensive? We couldn't get it. Sungu smiled and replied, I know. He instructed Sungu. Next time, remember to bring it. He gave a bitter laugh internally, thinking that he was okay with mining bloodstones. But he also had to deal with monster carcasses. The dream of becoming a fire mage was fading further away. Something outside caught Ujin's attention. Sungu was curious. What is it, bro? He looked at the couple outside and replied, That's Jimin. Drive over to them. On this side, the two were talking when a loud call rang out. Jimin was startled and looked over and saw Ujin sitting in the car waving at him. Jimin was a little surprised and called out, "Bro." The girl next to him also looked a bit confused seeing this. Eugene asked, "Dating your girlfriend?" Jimin explained, "No, she's my older sister." Then he introduced them. "Sis, this is the guy who helped me. I told you about him." After hearing that, she hesitated and asked, "Are you Kang Ujin?" Seeing that she knew him, he was somewhat surprised. The scene shifted to the Hammer Guild headquarters. A man holding a papers in his hand said, "The position of vice president." He asked, "Is he worth us doing everything to this extent?" Just then a beeping sound rang out, and a voice echoed, "Announcement, President. Vice President Park Jingu is here." He walked in and spoke team leader Jin Woo. "You're here too." Min Chan immediately left, replying, "Yes, I'm preparing now. Please continue the discussion." Jingu wondered what's going on with the team leader. Jin Woo replied, "I don't know either. It seems like he found a fake necromancer. Now he's asking me about giving the vice president position to that guy." Hearing that, he said, "If team leader Jin Woo requested it, it means we must recruit that necromancer at all costs." He wondered, why do we need to do that? This guy has been making a fuss about finding talent lately, and everyone he recruits is trash. It's lucky that team leader Jin Woo found him. Jingu gave a wry smile. "Don't be so harsh on him." Jin Woo crossed his arms and asked, "Whatever, more importantly, how's the situation in the U.S.? He replied, "The rumor seems to be true. Based on the way they returned, we can be sure there's someone new in the Titan Guild." He frowned, thinking that the rumor was true. Someone has exited the secret realm. The scene shifted to another location. A long-haired girl was standing by the window looking out at the city night. Her image appeared on the screen, along with a voice asking, "How is she?" The monitoring staff replied, "Nothing has changed. She can't understand our language and keeps repeating strange words." The person also reported, "It seems like it's a defect caused by injury." Deng Kun. The commander of the Titan team replied, "I understand. In any case, she is an important key to finding the secret of the secret realm. Find every way to treat her so that we can communicate." The staff immediately obeyed. "Yes, Commander." He frowned in thought. It's been 5 years since the secret realm appeared. Will we be able to discover its secrets? Meanwhile, the girl was still speaking in a strange language. She placed her hand on the glass, her voice halting as she uttered the word Jin. Then she clearly spoke the boy's name, Kang Ujin. From inside the old building, few rooms were still lit up. The scene cuts inside. The desk lamp was still on, and the calendar was crammed with circled dates. Note, although it was late at night, someone was studying in the room. Jimin sighed anxiously while doing his work. Am I overthinking it? Nothing bad will happen, right? He recalled the afternoon scene, which only confused him more. I can't understand what he's thinking anymore. Ujin, sitting in the friendly car, looked up and invited him. We're thinking of going out for some Korean BBQ. Want to join us? The scene shifts to a barbecue restaurant open late at night. He took a shot of soju and was pleasantly surprised. Wow, I had no idea Jiwon was Jimin's older sister. Ujin couldn't stop complimenting her at the time. It's been 5 years and you're still so beautiful. Not really. She looked flustered and kept waving her hand. What do you mean I'm not, but... Hearing that, he laughed and praised her again. You're too humble, Sunggu. She was the most popular girl in our school. I bet half the guys had a crush on her, right? Hearing that compliment, he also joined in. Oh, you must have been an absolute stunner back then. Jiwon was very embarrassed and waved her hand, explaining it wasn't that serious. Ujin blushed, remembering the past, chasing after her back in the day. Wow, I was one of those guys too. Her image in his eyes was always bright. She was outgoing, beautiful, and friendly to everyone. Jiwon looked down, face red with embarrassment, and wondered, has Ujin always been this talkative? Suddenly, he turned around looking confused and curious. But why are you wearing a hat? Did you forget to wash your hair today? She was startled and stammered an explanation. Oh, it's just because I like wearing hats. Sunggu also felt a bit awkward and glanced over while drinking his soju. I know Big Bro is very blunt. Seeing that, Ujin found it annoying and suggested, it looks inconvenient. Why don't you just take it off? But Jiwon awkwardly shook her head and refused. It's nothing, I'm okay. He, sitting next to her, was also surprised by this behavior. But how could he talk to a lady like that? Then Sunggu suddenly opened his eyes wide, froze, and gaped. Wait a minute. After a moment, he finally figured out the reason. Could it be that my bro has never dated before? But Ujin paid no attention at this moment, still enjoying his food. This steak is seriously good. Sunggu had no choice but to accept the truth. It seems like Big Bro's words to her were completely well-intentioned, but he looked around and realized that, in that case, the atmosphere shouldn't be this awkward. To dispel the awkward atmosphere, Sunggu made a proposal. Let's play a game, guys. Hearing that, he was a little surprised and emphasized, What kind of game? He immediately emphasized the importance of the game. How can we skip the games when we're drinking? Ujin still looked clueless. glancing over, why play a game out of nowhere? After a boisterous round of drinks, a song rang out. A duck spread its two wings. Sungu held up the liquor bottle like a mic to sing. He sang that it quacked. The Lu and readers over there are a bunch of du-boy rerash. He was hot and fanned his shirt, continuing to sing, Hey Winter. Please let it snow to crush the heads of the NET bunch. TR and its readers couldn't take it anymore. Ujin spoke up with annoyance, reminding Sungu, why don't you put your butt down before I crush your head? Then he turned his face towards the other side of the table and sighed. Ujin looked towards Jiwan, who had her face down. She was wasted. Then suddenly Jiwan, who was lying down, slightly stirred. Her hat gently fell from her head onto the table. Sungu suddenly stared intently. He couldn't believe his eyes and kept rubbing them. Am I so drunk that I have night blindness? The blonde girl who just walked in quickly started gossiping. Hey, did you see that girl's head? It looks like she was burned or something. After a careful look, Sungu, now embarrassed and stammering, Deka big bro. Sister's head seems to. Ujin heard that and also glanced down to look. The scar on Jiwan's forehead, uncovered by the hat, was revealed. But he didn't care much. Reaching out to grab the hat, he curtly remarked, What monkey are you talking about? Ujin put the hat back on Jiwan's head and calmly stated, So what? She's still very pretty. After that, he turned back to urge Sungu, Let's finish drinking and go home. Hearing that, he quickly replied and followed, Yes. Scene shifts back to the two sisters' apartment. Early in the morning, Jiwan slowly opened her eyes and rubbed her head. Oh, my head hurts. She sat up and looked around in surprise. Oh, this is Jimin standing in the kitchen, turning around to ask, Oh, are you up, sis? She was startled and realized, wondering confusedly, I'm home. How did I get back? He turned his face to explain and urged her, Did you forget sis Ujin brought you home? Go wash your face, I made some soup. Jiwan also got out of bed and stepped into the bathroom. She looked at herself in the mirror, puzzled. I can't believe it. I slept without taking off my hat. Suddenly, Jiwan widened her eyes, slightly surprised. An image flashed through her mind of herself. Last night, Jiwan remembered that Ujin himself had carried her home. She looked distraughtly at her own scar in the mirror. He saw it. I was attacked by a monster during the dungeon explosion 5 years ago. Jiwan looked at the scar, recalling the painful memory from years ago. And the consequence is this scar. She looked at that flaw filled with low self-esteem. I didn't want him to see it at all. I only wanted him to see me the way I was back in school. But suddenly Ji-1 remembered Ujin's statement. So what? She's still very pretty. Her lips slightly parted in surprise. Jiwan held the hat in her hand and lowered her head. Her heart was pounding. Scene shifts back to the high school setting. The end-of-class bell rang. The teacher turned around and asked, Whose turn is it to clean today? Hearing that, Ujin raised his hand and called out, Me. Seeing that the teacher asked for the second person to clean with him. All right, Ujin, and who else? Suddenly, a small hand was raised high up. He saw the person and turned his face over in confusion. Jiwan then spoke up to clearly report, It's me. Seeing that the teacher gave the two some instructions, Well, after everyone left, the two of you start cleaning now, okay? After they finished cleaning, Ujin locked the door. She stood behind him and came forward to ask worriedly, Didn't we forget anything? He turned around and answered vaguely, Yeah. Jiwan heard that and followed, looking quiet. On the way home, she suddenly turned to sincerely share, Ujin, you're a bit reserved. Haha, just like my little brother. No matter what I say, the kid only replies with a single, But hearing that Ujin only replied with a sound, seeing you talk, Jiwan smiled happily and instructed, Finally, it's the second semester and we're talking to each other. Let's talk more often from now on. Suddenly, she turned around to ask for a favor. Oh, that's right. I have something I want to tell you. Can you lean over for a moment? Ujin was a bit surprised to hear that, wondering, what is it? She leaned close to his ear, about to speak. That's when Bibi was leaning down to wake Ujin up. Master, wake up, master. Did you sleep well, meow? He opened his eyes and woke up feeling extremely annoyed. Ujin was not happy, suspecting and blaming Bibi. Did you put a spell on me while I was sleeping? Scene shifts to the vast hotel lobby. Seeing him walk out, Sungu immediately asked about the situation. Deka big bro, did you sleep well? Ujin didn't answer but sat down and asked back, are you still looking for a 4-star dungeon? He quickly nodded to confirm the information. Yes, sir. Sungu continued to type carefully on the computer. I'm trying to find one. His face clearly showed his tension. But the number of 4-star dungeons isn't much, and they all belong to the large guilds anyway. So it's hard to find. He looked up and sighed, wondering, what should we do then? Worst case, we go back to the 3-star dungeons, huh? After a moment of looking up at the ceiling, Ujin had a thought. He took out his phone and dialed a familiar number. There's a way. Ujin gave a mischievous smile and made the call. An urgent voice rang out from the phone. I'll be right there, please wait a moment. But he hastily set his specific time limit, 15 minutes. That's all the time I can wait. The other end of the line was also in a hurry to get there. Sungu heard that, waited, and then wondered, Deka big bro, who did you just call? But Ujin asked back with a suggestive look, Who do you think it is? He held up the phone and smirked, giving a hint. It's someone who will give us everything unconditionally. After a while, the door opened unexpectedly. Min-chan frantically ran inside Ujin. He turned his face out. Smirking contentedly, he complimented, "You're quick." He was breathing heavily, dripping with sweat, and asked, "Sorry for making you two wait. Do you need my help with something?" After a while, Min-chan sat down, opened his laptop, and said, "Oh, you two are looking for a 4-star dungeon. The dungeon forum is quite popular, but it's not very professional." He gave a determined look and instructed, "Wait a moment." Sungu leaned over to look at the screen, wondering, "Oh, this is the exclusive program of the guild, right?" Min-chan didn't say much, just clearly confirmed, "That's right." He typed it on the computer, explaining clearly, "The support team of each guild specializes in these areas." Hearing that, he was also surprised. "Oh." Min-chan looked up and began to invite them. "So you two stayed overnight at this hotel yesterday. As long as you join our guild, you two can live in any hotel you want." He even excitedly offered another condition. "Of course, if you two prefer a house, we can absolutely provide one for free. Isn't that awesome?" Sungu glanced over and sighed. Realizing he was trying to recruit them again, Ujin burst out laughing with delight. "Oh, that sounds good." Immediately after, Min-chan turned the computer screen out to show them, "These are the 4-star dungeons that can be booked today." Ujin was surprised and leaned in to look. "Oh, we can book them right away." Then he also chuckled and complimented, "Wow, it's really convenient to have a guild." Detailed information clearly appeared on the screen. Dungeon booking system, M-Guild Dungeon. Dungeon. Exit 2. Soul School. GA. Exit 6 GA. Suseo. Exit 5. Konkuk University. Exit 4. GA. Jakeon rank 4-star. Min-chan heard that and puffed out his chest, complimenting, "You're too kind." Then the scene shifted to the street outside. A staff member stepped forward to report the situation. "Captain, I've booked the schedule." He waved his hand in satisfaction and complimented, "Good job." Min-chan suddenly turned around with a bright smile. He invited Ujin, "There's still some time until the appointment. Would you like to have a cup of tea while we wait?" He even offered an attractive condition. "If needed, I can give you a guide on the dungeon. Before you enter, it should help you a bit." He nodded enthusiastically and quickly agreed, "Oh, that would be great." Min-chan leaned in closer, not forgetting to emphasize, "This is high-quality information, collected by my guild. You can trust it." But upon hearing that, Ujin only said a few words to move on. I'm so stoked." Suddenly, Sungu turned his face to look attentively. Seeing the strange sight, he enthusiastically shouted, "The dungeon is restarting." Sungu watched, mesmerized, then admitted, "This is the first time I've witnessed it in person." Min-chan was also startled and surprised. "Whoa." Then he seemed to rush back and urge, "Dang it, Heyman, contact the guild right now." Hearing that, he quickly took out his phone to contact them. "Yes, sir." The dungeon on the other side was still continuing the process. Ujin was also focusing on that direction, wondering, dungeon restarting. After a while, reporters appeared at the dungeon. Guards and everyone were rushing, fearful and cautious. In front of the dungeon, there was also a no-entry warning sign. The light from inside the dungeon had also somewhat softened. From start to finish, he never took his eyes off it. Min-chan was also watching. Only now did he let out a sigh of relief. "Wow, it looks like this mine has been completed." He turned his head back and began to explain in detail. Dungeons are generally divided into 3 phases. Min-chan introduced what was probably the quietest phase. The first phase is the mine. He went on to mention the phase that had just occurred. The second is the restart. Min-chan concluded with the final dangerous phase, and the last is the breach. He described the characteristics of the phases in reverse order. The dungeons you went into before are called mines. Min-chan also briefly explained the construction process. They are the type of dungeons that have been completed once before, and then ordinary monsters are summoned to them. He emphasized the task of people like Ujin and the Awakeners is to descend into the mine to extract bloodstones like a miner. Min-chan mainly explained about the time period. The mine phase usually lasts 2 to 3 months, but once they are completed, then they will restart and become a new dungeon. As you can see, Exit 6 of Seoul University has now restarted. He turned his face and clearly emphasized the situation. Now many guilds are on their way here, with the goal of being the first to complete it. And about the dungeon breach phase. Hearing this, Ujin suddenly spoke up to interrupt. "Wait a minute." He astutely guessed the main reason. "Does that mean this is an unclaimed dungeon?" Min-chan did not hesitate to confirm the information. In other words, it's a dungeon that's looking for an owner. While he was talking, he suddenly widened his eyes in realization. Min-chan then turned his face and guessed his intention. "You're not planning on trying to complete it, are you?" Ujin did not hesitate to state his intention directly. "Why not?" Knowing his intention, he quickly stopped him. "Don't. The monsters in the first conquest round are much more dangerous compared to the ordinary monsters in the mine. Just leave them for the guilds to handle." He put his hands on his hips and did not hesitate to expose them. So the guilds just want to keep a monopoly over these dungeons, is that it? Minchan saw he was misunderstood and quickly shook his head. That's not what I meant. After a while, he finally clearly emphasized, according to regulations, individuals are also allowed to conquer them, but only after the energy source of the dungeons has been measured again. As soon as he heard that Ujin asked back, energy, Minchan looked away and briefly explained, that's right, it's the energy source that radiates during the restart process. Ah, they are measuring it now. It's what determines the star ranking of each dungeon. He also pointed out the tiered levels are 4-star is for C-rank dungeons, 5-star is for B-rank dungeons, and only groups of A-rank awakeners are allowed to enter a 6-star dungeon. After listening for a while, he stroked his chin and asked back, you said I'm C-rank, right? Ujin smiled brightly with interest. So I'm allowed to go down if it's a 4-star dungeon, right? A clear announcement was broadcast from the news board. This is by default a 5-star dungeon. He glanced down, clearly annoyed, and cursed, damn it. Minchan stood behind, still trying to dissuade him. I think you should give up on the thought of conquering this now. Suddenly everyone turned around simultaneously. Seeing 3 more people approaching, everyone exclaimed, the Gao Huaju teams is here. They've arrived already. That was quick. He was also observing, certainly guessing, then this dungeon will belong to the Huajiang Guild. Ujin also turned his face out of curiosity and quickly realized, she's the one from Return to the Past, he remembered. John He is the one who stepped on me. It's best that you don't show off your measly B-rank skills anymore. Ujin smiled and made a firm resolution internally. I won't let it go that easily. The other 3 finally stopped after walking for a while. He pretended to be very familiar, approaching as if to hug them. Wow, A-rank awakeners are here. Then, this dungeon will be completed in a flash. She also quickly recognized the person in front of her, Kang. Ujin. John He was also opening her mouth to call you. He stepped closer, smiling and complimenting, oh, so this is an A-rank awakener. Your gear looks dope. She sneered contemptuously and warned, I don't think this place is suitable for you. This is a 5-star dungeon. Don't get in my way. Beat it. Ujin wasn't angry, just sighed. He only said a few more words playfully to lighten the mood. Come on. Don't be so difficult, just let me take a quick peek. Ujin reached out and turned her around. Looking at it quickly won't make it wear out or anything. John He was startled when he touched her and became furious. You jerk? Where do you think you're touching? Sungu and Heeman returned at this time after buying drinks. Suddenly he paused and looked ahead curiously. Why are they all gathered here? John He was extremely angry and struck out, accusing him. Get your filthy hands off me. Ujin still kept a grin on his face. Oh! Suddenly he accidentally slipped backward. She was finally startled and shouted, wait behind you. Ujin let himself fall backward, not forgetting to emphasize, oh no, you're the one who pushed me. After he fell down, everyone looked on in shock. Everyone there began to panic. No, this isn't good. Someone fell into the dungeon. Sungu couldn't believe it either, sweating as he looked at his older brother. Inside, the weather was scorching hot. The ground below was golden desert sand dunes. Ujin stepped in and looked at the surrounding scenery. Last time it was a tropical forest. Now it's a desert. He quietly and cautiously stepped into the desert. Suddenly, Ujin was thrown straight up into the air. It emerged from beneath the sand dunes with its mouth wide open. He jumped high up, remaining calm. That was quite a friendly greeting. You were trying to say a 5-star dungeon is very different, huh? Then, Ujin swung his sword down hard with a summoning shout. He smirked contemptuously. No matter what, a monster is still just a monster. What's the difference? But immediately after, its body immediately reformed, surprising Ujin. Seeing that it was fine, he sweated and was confused. What the heck? From all directions around him, Ujin was surrounded by them. Oh no! They were like giant worms swallowing him whole, but after a while there was still no further movement. Suddenly Ujin yelled and used his transformation power. Its body was cut into pieces and fell to the ground. He broke through the encirclement looking more confident. It's a good thing I leveled up. After eliminating those brainless ones, I've been in situations more dangerous than this. Many times, notification from the system was sent regarding the reward. Level 20 perk. The transformed form of the warrior spear weapon. Suddenly, Ujin turned his face and looked intently. Things like rolling boulders came towards him. He turned his face eagerly, waiting to see what else it was. Ujin gripped the spear tightly in his hand. Then he used all his strength to throw it straight ahead. Immediately after, a loud explosion sounded right at that spot. Ujin looked up in surprise. Unbelievable, they exploded. He looked at the blue smoke rising up high and wondered, what is that smoke? Suddenly, they changed direction, rolling back towards Ujin. He quickly reacted, raised his hand and commanded Bone Wall rise. Immediately after, the system clearly displayed the information. Skill level 20. Bone accumulation. Creates a wall by using bones from a monster corpse. A loud explosion along with thick dust and smoke flew up. Ujin managed to poke his head out. He rubbed his head and hair for a while, looking tired. Seriously. A red potion was taken out by Ujin. He quickly drank the entire potion until it overflowed. After drinking it all, Ujin felt completely refreshed. 5-star dungeon is truly on a whole different level. The system also clearly announced his body's status. You have recovered from the poisoned state. Thanks to the antidote. The scene switches outside the dungeon. Everyone is still waiting. Guy from the opposing team looking disdainful. Mocked, he's lasted a long time in there. It's frustrating, just give up already. Sungu standing opposite angrily refuted immediately. He's not just holding out in there. He's conquering it. But the opposing team looked unconvinced. How could a mediocre guy like him conquer it? The other side insisted on sneering back. He's probably just trying to save his skin by hiding. And lurking in there, Sungu was furious. Turned around about to refute, but Min Chan behind him had to pat his shoulder to stop him. Hold on, Sung. Go. We have to believe in Ujin and wait until he returns right. He leaned against the wall, stopping him, and took a deep breath to calm down. He turned his face slightly disbelieving and asked, do you think he can conquer this dungeon? But Sungu firmly asserted with great confidence, of course. My brother will definitely survive and return. Min Chan stepped closer, reached out his hand and asked curiously, tell us what skills does Ujin have? He suddenly turned his face away and emphasized coldly, I have nothing to say. He observed intently and had to give up helplessly. This kid is really stubborn. Since the beginning, he hasn't revealed any important information. Min Chan turned his head and looked towards the dungeon. If Ujin survives and returns then, his expression immediately brightened. It means South Korea has gained another awakener. They rank the 11th one. Returning to the inside of the dungeon, the system announced a level up. You have reached level 27. After a few more strikes, the system announced another level up. Level up. You have reached level 28. In a short time, the system announced he gained 3 levels consecutively. Level up. You have reached level 29. Ujin planted his spear and sighed in relief. Phew! One more level and I can unlock a new summoning skill. The desert sun was still scorching and extremely unpleasant. Ujin continued to walk forward persistently. How wide is this desert? I still haven't reached the end. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. Ujin discovered a castle in the distance. The scene switched to him walking deeper into the abandoned city, Lucretia. He looked up, observing curiously. I can't sense any presence of any AI here. Is it really abandoned? Suddenly there was an unexpected attack that appeared abruptly. Ujin quickly sensed the danger. He skillfully dodged the entire body to the side, avoiding the blow. Ujin covered his face and looked over, visibly annoyed. Who the heck is that? Immediately after, a voice answered and explained, that is Naga. He, with a fierce look, spoke up, demanding to know who he was. What is your reason for daring to violate this sacred temple? At this moment, he was still confused, not understanding what was happening. A temple only now did Ujin realize. This temple I see. No wonder it looked familiar. It turns out it's the Temple of Saint Arya. Naga was also surprised to hear the familiar name and asked back. You know the goddess Arya? Ujin replied calmly and naturally, of course I do. How could I not know the goddess Arya of Anfen? While speaking, he suddenly turned around and asked, but why are Arya's followers invading Earth? Did Janet defeat Arya or something? Hearing this, he became extremely angry. I demand that you don't drag our goddess into this. We just joined hands with Janet a bit to punish the cultists. Ujin was surprised and asked back. Cultists. Naga didn't hesitate to confirm quickly. Yes, he even made a cruel outright declaration. We will punish the traitor who betrayed Anfen and fled to Earth. The blue-eyed priestess got the information. He immediately became suspicious. That priestess is on Earth. Ujin raised his spear, ready to threaten them. Whether you want to capture or kill that priestess, I don't care at all, but I forbid you from touching Earth. He thrust his spear forward and strongly declared, just like how you protect your goddess and your temple. My feelings for Earth are similar. Naga also raised his voice, holding his weapon high, politely saying, I respect your wish. In that case, he summoned his allies and then announced, we will kill you before proceeding to Earth. Ujin turned his face around and was shocked to realize they were invisible. He turned his head back and looked, and remarked, that's quite a crowd. Ambushing others is supposed to be my specialty. Ujin's face darkened as he pondered. I didn't sense their presence at all. When he first arrived, he looked up to confirm that he couldn't sense any existence here. But immediately after, he unfortunately suffered a surprise attack. In the end, Ujin accepted the truth. Perhaps I have to admit that their stealth skill is more advanced than my tracking skill. He looked at the overwhelming number of enemies and pondered, with my current skeleton warrior force, it will be difficult to fight them. After some thought, Ujin decided to use skill points to upgrade the summon skeleton warrior skill to level 20. Immediately after the skeleton warrior squad changed, the skeletons became more solid and stood taller. They were immediately equipped with additional weapons. The skeleton warrior forms now looked more novel. The system sent a notification to explain the details. The Summon Skeleton Warrior skill has advanced to level 20. The Skeleton Warrior form will also change according to the level. They gained shields and swords ready to fight back. Ujin's tone now carried more confidence. Even so, he gripped his spear tightly and declared with a smirk, "Still have to fight a battle to decide the winner, right?" Naga also became more excited, grinning with a smirk. The monsters on this side at first showed an aggressive attitude. The Skeleton Warrior squad charged forward with shields and swords. Two swords clashed, sparking and colliding. The battle became increasingly intense and frightening. Ujin turned his face around and saw a sharp sword tip rushing towards him. He turned his head back and quickly reacted to attack both sides. Suddenly, three more things rushed in from afar. Ujin quickly jumped backwards, dodging the blow. He tensely turned his head back to see. Ujin looked up high and saw three guys hiding and angrily said, "These scumbags!" He quickly reached out his hand, commanding the skeleton warriors to use the bone spear attack. But he was faster hiding behind the wall. Seeing that he missed, Ujin was furious. He took the opportunity to strike from behind with his weapon. But just then, he was faster, summoning the bone wall shield. Dust clouds flew out horizontally across the ground. Ujin glanced out with a wary expression. "They won't back down for me at all." He quickly distinguished the clear characteristics between the two sides. There is a big difference in the level of their side and my side. But the biggest problem is that their forces are both numerous and have an advantage in close quarters combat. Ujin clearly listed the opponent's strengths, not to mention the fact that they are utilizing the terrain for attack and defense, making it difficult for my side to approach them. Ujin began to fall into a disadvantageous position. It seems both BB and the skeleton warriors are useless in the current situation. Although the skeleton warriors seem more useful, but he turned to observe the entire battle and worriedly said, "They are destroying our forces faster than we are destroying theirs." Given this unfavorable situation, Ujin gripped his weapon and made his final decision. There is no other choice but this. Scene switch back to the real world outside. The news broadcast is playing. It has been 10 hours since the incident, but the barrier still shows no sign of disappearing. Mr. Kang, the victim of the incident, is confirmed to be a C-rank awakened. They even have a live reporter at the scene, and the fact that he is still alive until now is considered a miracle. The guild leader watched with his arms crossed, looking suspicious. Did he even go there just to get more famous? He stared intently, looking angry. "I gifted the Warang Guild a 5-star dungeon, and he still dares to show his face. When he comes back, I'll give him an earful." At the scene, Minchin offered a bowl of food to comfort him. "Eat up, Sungu. While we wait, have something to eat." The minimum time to conquer a 5-star dungeon is 12 hours, but what the maximum time is, I have no idea. He lowered his face, blaming himself. Big bro must be encountering a lot of obstacles in there. And yet I'm just sitting here. Finally, Sungu agreed to take the bowl of jjajangmyeon. Then he broke the chopsticks and decided to eat. "I'll just eat first." Scene switch back inside the dungeon. Skeleton warrior was lying on the ground. He used his sharp weapon to stab it directly in the face. Then he decisively pulled the weapon out. Naga approached him, his voice full of contempt. "With just this much, you dare trespass on the Star Temple?" But just then Ujin only smiled. "Oh well. A 5-star dungeon is a bit more troublesome than I thought." Hearing that, he laughed mockingly. You can still flex with words like that. But immediately after, he asserted confidently, "I'm not flexing." Ujin stood up with an arrogant smile and took out an item. "Look, I've leveled up." Naga was startled by the dazzling light and quickly covered his eyes. Ouch, what the hell? The surrounding space began to change strangely. A giant hand slammed down hard on the ground. Something with huge muscles emerged. Naga looked up in panic. "I can't believe it. What is this?" Seeing it appear, Ujin quickly flashed a smile. "Long time no see, Doseo." He mounted Doseo majestically. The system simultaneously sent an additional notification. Golem summoned. A sand golem was summoned to a specific area. Ujin looked down, a look of satisfaction on his face. He didn't hesitate and quickly ordered it to act. "Smash it." Doseo obeyed and slammed its giant hand down onto the ground. He turned back in alarm, calling for reinforcements. Warriors form up quickly. But Ujin was no pushover. He heard and immediately commanded, "Advance." "My subordinates." It also fiercely roared, a terrifying sound. The army on the other side also held their weapons ready and prepared themselves. A huge commotion occurred right at the temple. The temple. The statue of the goddess was also incomplete because of it. The entire area became desolate and empty. Ujin stepped closer with even more confidence. "Now only you remain." Naga was terrified, gritting his teeth. He was both terrified and enraged. He moved closer, his voice full of challenge. "Other than quantity, is there nothing else you can show me?" He was burning with anger and immediately cursed back. "You rotten piece of trash." He didn't bother arguing anymore and forcefully swung his spear. He didn't bother to say much, only curled his lips into a smirk. Ujin took the hammer and used the skill to transform it into a hammer shape. He used the skill Storm Strike on Naga. Naga seized the opportunity, wanting to strike first, to gain the upper hand. Die. He curled his lips into a smile and didn't hesitate. He only shouted 2 words, activate. A sand vortex rose in the middle of the vast desert. After a period of raging, the vortex gradually weakened. Naga could no longer stand firm at this moment, and collapsed onto the ground. He coughed continuously, with blood profusely running from his mouth. Ujin saw this pathetic sight and was impressed. What a stubborn guy. You're still trying to prove to me that you're the final boss, with a difference in class, aren't you? Naga gnashed his teeth, extremely furious. I didn't expect such a strong person to exist among the Earthlings. He still didn't intend to stop. The veins on his abdomen bulged. Then Naga transformed into a terrifying snake. He charged straight ahead, as a devotee. I will definitely not die before completing. But Ujin decisively struck with a single hammer blow. He curled his lips into a scornful smile, scoffing. You're at death's door, yet you still have so much to say. Scene switch back to the dungeon entrance gate outside. A large crowd was still sitting there waiting for news. Sungu was still focused on eating his bowl of jjajangmyeon. I'm starving, so eating this now is just awesome. Even though the current situation is... Suddenly Ujin's voice abruptly rang out. Did you order my share too? He quickly realized it was his voice. Big bro Min. Chan also couldn't believe the person in front of him, Ujin. Reporters all ran straight in that direction. There he is. Where's the camera point? The camera at them quickly. Sungu ran over worriedly, asking about Big Bro's condition. Are you hurt anywhere? Ujin smiled, his expression calm, and asserted confidently, I'm fine. Suddenly he turned toward Jonhee, curling his lips into a smirk. You're still here. At this point, Ujin began his act of questioning. Why did you push me into that dungeon? That was extremely dangerous, you know. What if something happened and I died in there? She grimaced angrily and called out the name Kang Ujin. The reporters, standing around continuously, snapped photos, giving titles to the newspaper articles. An A-rank awakener of South Korea has appeared. He became even more confident, his face radiant. Scene switched back to a large guild company. The TV was still announcing the latest news. We have an updated news report. Kang Ujin, the man who was pushed into the dungeon at Exit 6 of Seoul National University at 11 a.m. on Friday. The announcer reported on his current status. Has miraculously returned alive from the dungeon. He couldn't believe his ears turning around. How is that possible? A resident reporter interviewed Ujin. Please answer our interview and tell us how you managed to survive and return after being pushed into the dungeon. But being suddenly handed the microphone made him confused. An interview. Min-chan angrily put his hand over the camera, saying sharply, he just got out of a 5-star dungeon. We refuse all interviews today. But even though he said that, the press still continuously took photos. He looked up at the TV in disbelief. Damn it. He completed a 5-star dungeon by himself. An A-rank awakener, Minchin confidently asserted during the report. Yes, I can confirm that he is an awakener with outstanding talent. But back then he had aggressively refuted, since when do I have to make an investment decision? Just based on team leader Young's intuition. Aren't you aware that the recent awakeners you recruited haven't yielded any results? Now remembering it, he had to admit. That means young Minchin's intuition was right. He started thinking about the good scenario. If he could recruit Kang Ujin, then the Hammer Guild would be the first guild in South Korea to possess 3 A-rank awakeners. He began to smirk with pleasure. He stood up, clenching his fist excitedly. Well done! I knew team leader Young could do it. Scene switched to a luxurious Japanese restaurant. From the dining table, his voice spoke. The matter I asked you guys about is still proceeding according to plan, right? Sang-ho respectfully poured the tea and affirmed, Of course, Minister. Everything is progressing smoothly. He took the cup, emphasizing, You know, quite a few people are involved in this matter. He advised with a trusting expression, so it's best not to let any unnecessary mistakes happen, okay? He put the teapot down on the table, confidently stating, We handled the preparation phase flawlessly, so please don't worry, sir. Hearing that, he laughed contentedly. Just like guild leader Lee Sang-ho, I knew I could entrust the work to you. The next time I will definitely reward you handsomely. He respectfully bowed his head, sincerely thanking the minister. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. Sang-ho picked up and read the message, looking extremely surprised. What A-rank? The man sitting on the other side saw the strange expression and immediately asked, What is it? But he could only turn and give a bright smile. Oh, it's nothing, sir. Sang-ho couldn't believe the truth about Kang Ujin in front of him. I knew he was different, but I didn't expect him to be able to climb to this level. He had once stood before him asserting, One thing is certain. If things continue at this pace, the earth will perish sooner or later. Sang-ho clearly presented the details of his plan. I am gathering the awakeners. to prevent that from happening. That is my duty. He turned his face full of hope, proposing and wishing that you would lend us your strength. But Ujin sighed, speaking cryptically. You're really the type with a kind heart and a malicious tongue, huh? Seeing that hint, Sangho knew to retreat. It seems I haven't earned your trust yet. I understand. Hopefully we'll have another chance to talk next time. Sangho at this moment was very resolute, cracking a smile. He's definitely hiding a secret. I must bring him to Warang at all costs. Ah, I know how. Suddenly he wanted to make a suggestion. Minister, could I ask for your help with something? The man didn't hesitate, speaking frankly. Oh, if it's Leader Lee, feel free to tell me what it is. Sangho first replied with a bright, polite smile. Thank you, sir. He revealed a sinister expression, and honestly requested, to be honest, sir, there's someone I want to bring into this plan. Scene switched to the apartment of the two sisters where a sound was heard. How? How could you do that to me? The sound of arguing continued to ring out. I'm sorry. But is falling in love a crime? Right, you jerk. If you had just admitted your mistake and asked for my forgiveness, I might have given you a chance. I'm sorry. But my feelings for her are deeper than for you. The angry sound continued to ring out. How could you scumbag? After enduring it for a while, Jimin turned and asked for a favor. I'm studying for an upcoming test. Could you two please turn the volume down a bit? Ujin heard that, turned in surprise. He didn't make it difficult, quickly lowered the volume, and then, Sungu, feeling a bit embarrassed, also apologized guiltily. Sorry, kid. Jimin Bibi at that moment raised his hand and let out a cry. Cat! He held his head and bowed down, looking tired. Now I have to keep that cat, too. Jimin suddenly remembered and asked a question. But aren't you two worried? Ujin replied very nonchalantly. Worried about what? He repeated the situation below the building. It's been 3 days since reporters gathered down there like ants, he asserted confidently. Eventually they'll get discouraged and leave. Let me crash here for a few more days, okay? Then Ujin quickly moved on to another topic. Why talk about this now? Go out and buy us some tangerines. Sungu enthusiastically held up 2 fingers. Buy 2 bags, okay? Jim and Bibi below also agreed, meowing. Meow! His face darkened as he turned to remind him, hey bro, you're in the middle of your exams, you know. He waved a few bills, emphasizing that the change would be his thank you fee for letting us stay for a few days. Jimin reluctantly stood up and further asked with concern, do you two need anything else? Suddenly Ujin's phone rang. He picked up the phone to ask about his mother's situation. Yes, Mom. No reporters are bothering you anymore, right? But after listening for a while, Ujin was startled. What, they're still coming? A moment later, his face grew serious as he instructed, okay, Mom. I'll stop by your place to pick it up later when I have a chance. Sungu asked about Big Bro's situation, extremely worried. What's wrong? Suddenly Ujin's tone changed. Sungu? He turned suddenly, waiting for the answer. Yes. He suddenly asked a strange question. Has Korea not unified yet? Sungu innocently looked up and confirmed. No, we're still divided. Ujin asked again, utterly outraged. There's a dungeon and you still haven't agreed to unify. He could only sweat, looking expectantly. What's going on, Big Bro? Sungu's face became extremely tense. Suddenly Ujin shouted the important news. I received my draft notice. Right now in Ujin's apartment. He suddenly stood up and clenched his fists. No way. Ujin was full of hatred. I'll just kill Kim Jong-un. Sungu was startled when he heard that. He was surprised. You plan to assassinate Kim Jong-un? To avoid military service. Ujin impatiently pulled Sungu. Come on, let's go unify Korea. Let's unify the country before I get hauled away. Hurry up. Despite his shouting, Big Bro, calm down. Sungu tried to reassure him. Do you really think killing that person will unify the country? But Ujin was very impatient. Then, is there any other way? I don't want to go to the military. This is the most logical way. Sungu believed, no way. Just think about it, there must be another way. Just then the room door opened. Ujin and Sungu immediately focused on the person in front of them. Jimin confusedly asked, what are you two doing? A few tangerines were placed on the table. Jimin spoke up. Why would you think that awakeners don't enlist like regular soldiers? He explained that if he didn't want to, he could still choose to do other alternative duties. Ujin repeated suspiciously, alternative duties. Next, Jimin explained, yes, basically, you'll join a certified guild and help them defeat monsters when requested by the Ministry of National Defense. Ujin exclaimed admiringly, oh, as expected, our Jimin knows everything. Jimin scratched his head and smiled. To join? A big guild is my dream. Oh, I get it. Suddenly, Ujin glanced to the side. But he wondered, Sungu, how come you don't know anything about this? Someone shouted joyfully, Captain, I did it. Hemin was smiling brightly. Success. Minchan calmly asked, what's all the fuss about? What did you manage to do? Hemin announced, Mr. Ujin has agreed to meet to discuss the guild. Minchan was surprised, really? Hemin continued to assess. In other words, it means he is more or less interested in our guild, right? Minchan recalled Ujin's previous words. So how are you two planning to help us? He responded, that is classified information only. Our guild possesses. That's very appealing. Then came the day Minchan asked, have you been waiting long? How can I help you two? The sequence of events replayed in his head, causing him to momentarily freeze. Then he smiled slyly. Of course, just as I thought. All the effort I put in has paid off. Hemin was relentlessly excited. I've made another great contribution, Captain, Minchan expressed. Stop making noise. Then he stood up. I will report this to the chairman immediately. Hemin said loudly. Yes. Minchan then murmured a reminder. Yong Minchan, I haven't lost my keen intuition, you know. And then he went to Dojin's office. Chairman, may I come in? Seeing Minchan, the man asked, oh, it's our Captain Yong. Is the recruitment of Mr. Kang Ujin progressing well? Minchan informed him yes. In fact, he contacted us first. Dojin laughed excitedly. Oh my, that's great news. Then he complimented him highly. You live up to your name, Captain Yong. You did well. Minchan seized the opportunity. By the way, about the vice chairman? That I previously mentioned to you. Dojin smiled. Oh, if Captain Yong suggests it, just go ahead with it. He praised him profusely. Thanks to Captain Yong, our Hammer Guild has successfully risen to be the best among South Korean guilds. The elevator was now showing the 28th floor. Minchan said his last words. So, I'll take that as your permission then. Dojin affirmed, of course, be careful. Someone burst out laughing. Secretary Kim throw a party for the whole guild. Inside the Hammer Reel restaurant, it was a bit deserted. Minchan was bewildered. Excuse me. I think I misheard you. Ujin repeated again. Misheard start a new guild with me. Minchan couldn't help but be confused. Didn't you want to sign the papers? To join our guild, Ujin replied. Why should I go there, Captain Yong, and Mr. Hemin should come to us instead? Minchan expressed. Geez, he and I rushed over here, thinking you had agreed to sign the contract with us, and now you suddenly turn around and ask us this. That's awkward. Hemin immediately asked, so what's the salary on your end? Ujin immediately disclosed 100 million won. Minchan couldn't believe his ears. What? Ujin declared. I will pay more than your current salaries. 100 million won. Both were surprised once again. Huh? Then Minchan sighed. Money is not the issue. He negotiated, Mr. Ujin, I am a captain of the Hammer Guild. To those who are not awakeners, I am like an employee of the guild, known as one of the most prestigious in South Korea. And I had to go through a lot of hardships to get this team leader position. Minchan spoke up awkwardly, so I can't just switch guilds for money that easily. But Ujin insisted, I guarantee my guild will grow to be even bigger than the Hammer Guild. So I really hope you two can become founding members of our guild. After the conversation with Ujin, Minchan was now on his way back. Hemin suddenly announced, Captain, I'm leaving the guild. Minchan jumped up and yelled, Hey! Hemin had thought it through. But isn't this very promising? We are talking about Mr. Kang Ujin, who is already an A-rank awakener. There's no one else who can clear a 5-star dungeon alone, like him. So I guarantee, the guild he establishes will succeed sooner or later. He continued, besides, if I stay at the Hammer Guild, how far can my position advance anyway? Minchan had to agree after hearing this. Indeed, relying on Kang Ujin's talent, the guild he founded himself would have a boundless future. He connected this with the current situation. Moreover, the Hammer Guild was facing the challenge of expanding its scale and growing bigger than it currently was. And no matter how hard he tried to contribute, he couldn't surpass the founding members to become a director or department head. So what's the point of advancement then? Minchan recalled the words of Dojin. Captain Yong's intuition is getting worse and worse. His recruitment of him was just a fluke. That hurt him. He was even being mocked and despised. Minchan frowned full of tension. In that case, Minchan declared, I will go with you. Hemin didn't expect this, Captain. Minchan smiled. No risk, no reward. Sometimes you have to try. Go big or go home to achieve a higher level, right? And Hemin cheered, smart move, Captain. He held up the resignation letter he had prepared earlier. So shall we go? Minchan was speechless. Seriously? You've been carrying that around all this time? Hemin laughed. Isn't that how every employee is? Seeing Minchan pull a piece of paper from his pocket, he was surprised again, huh? Captain, you too. Minchan repeated a similar line. Yeah, isn't that how every employee is? Hemin guessed, look how crumpled it is. You must have had it tucked away for a long time, huh? Hemin was incredibly excited. Awesome. Let's coolly slap it on the boss's face and go grab a drink. Minchan agreed wholeheartedly, approved. And at this moment, the elevator was going up to the 11th floor. Minchan was stunned when he saw the scene inside. Why are all the lights off? Did everyone leave? The lights suddenly came on along with confetti. Captain Yong. Minchan, congratulations on becoming a department head. Meanwhile, both Minchan and Hemin still didn't understand what was happening. Huh. Dojin announced a piece of news. I've always been keeping an eye on Captain Yong, and now the captain position is no longer suitable for you. From now on, you have officially been promoted to become the service department head. Congratulations, Captain. Great, someone bring a cake. Captain, blow out the candles first. The others cheerfully chimed in. After you transfer to the service department, you must not forget about us. Captain, congratulations on your promotion. Only Minchin was in an awkward situation. Dojin loudly said, everyone, a round of applause for our service department head. Our service, Mr. Yong Minchan, a negotiation genius, has successfully returned after a splendid deal. Today, everyone cheered, you're the best, Captain. That's so admirable. Captain Minchin was extremely awkward. Things just got complicated. Minchan hesitantly called out, Chairman, but was interrupted by Dojun. We'll discuss the details of the negotiation after we get to the party venue. Then he added, I've reserved a very famous restaurant. Is extremely famous now. Everyone around them clapped, awesome. Given the current situation, Minchan could only smile. The sound of a piano echoed throughout the restaurant. Everyone was now present at the party. Minchan sadly said, I didn't see this coming. Hemin also panicked, Captain, what should we do now? I don't think we can bring up the resignation now in this situation. Minchan was also at a loss. I don't know what to do either. Hemin handed him the captain's resignation letter. You take this. Minchin was confused. What is this? Why are you giving it to me? Hemin explained, well, one of us has to leave, right? Please approve my resignation, sir. Department head Minchin was annoyed and cursed, this jerk. Meanwhile, Hemin was ecstatic. A moment ago, I was so annoyed I couldn't even eat the gourmet food. Here, I'm leaving first, okay? You'll manage too, Captain. Minchan quickly tried to hold him back. Hey, hey! Just then Dojin pulled his arm. Department head, why are you standing there? Come over here, he suggested. Tell everyone about your achievement. Minchan said worriedly. Chairman, Dojin casually replied, why don't you just tell us? Seeing Minchin stammer, he repeated, oh my. What is there to be shy about? Minchin summoned all his courage to reveal I failed. Dojin tried to remain calm. What did you say? Then Minchin handed him the paper, then bowed sincerely. I failed to recruit Kang Ujin, sir. I apologize. Dojin clenched his hand, speechless. You? He angrily pointed his finger and asked, are you serious? Minchan could only bow his head. I am very sorry. Dojin yelled and cursed wildly. Do you think this is the kind of thing that can be overlooked with just one apology? You want to get fired, don't you? Minchan inwardly hoped. If you fire me right now, I'd be so grateful, sir. Dojin relentlessly questioned him. Do you know how much guild resources you used just to recruit Kang Ujin? Here, do you think just bowing and apologizing is enough? Now Minchin remembered, that's right. I canceled all the dungeon reservations just so Kang Ujin could use them freely. He recalled the memory. Even. I paid bribes to adjust his rank. Minchan remembered Jimin's face. Only now did he ask himself, did I go this far? Just to recruit Kang Ujin. And Minchin announced, I will take responsibility for all of this. Dojin was extremely annoyed. Take responsibility. How the hell are you going to take responsibility? Minchan stated. I will assume all responsibility and request to withdraw from the guild. Dojin scornfully asked, have you lost your mind? It's not like your position is high up or something, that you can just resign and that's it. He let out a sigh. Are you planning to run away after causing all this mess? Minchan didn't bother to argue. What more do I have to explain? I'm resigning anyway. So he forced a smile to reassure himself and said his final words, I've said everything I wanted to say. I'm leaving now. Have a nice day, sir. What, leaving Dojin furious? This jerk and employee had to stop the chairman. Sir, calm down. Minchin was now relieved. Goodbye, HM Guild. He had prepared himself. This is my new beginning. Minchan walked straight out without looking back. A familiar voice echoed, this way. Captain Minchin was surprised to see Hemin. You're still here. Hemin smiled, where would I go without you? Get in the car, Captain. Minchin inwardly thought. This is why I like this kid. Even though he's a bit clumsy. Now at the Angel Coffee Shop, Minchan and Hemin had arrived together. Ujin happily welcomed them. Welcome to the Adon Guild. At this moment, Minchin was still confused. Adon. Ujin confirmed, that's right, that's the name of our guild. Then he reached out his hand. I'm very happy you two came. Hemin said, I will do my best to serve you. Boss, you can use me however you like. Minchin was also cheerful. Let's help each other from now on. Ujin replied, sure. Minchin suggested, from now on, please talk to us as casually as possible, okay? We will try to make the guild famous worldwide. Ujin burst out laughing. So can I call you Minchin now then? Minchan was helpless. Huh? I didn't mean that kind of casual. And he requested, please, just call me Captain Yong. Ujin immediately changed his way of addressing him. All right, Captain Yong. I'll leave the guild startup phase to you. Get ready, okay? Min-chen replied. I understand, I'll take care of that. Ujin suggested, awesome, should we grab some drinks today? Min-chan wondered, boss, is that all for our meeting? Huh. Ujin obviously said, what else is there to discuss? He asked again, you'll take care of all the work and follow all my requests. Right, Min-chen thought. All I had to do was name the guild right. What else is there to do? But he was worried inside. Is it okay to be in a guild with such an indifferent boss? Like this? Min-chan secretly sighed. This is getting tough already. Ujin was excited. Sungu, we should have some grilled meat today, right? Sungu agreed, exactly, big bro. I know a place with great grilled beef. Only Min-chan was still worried. Was my decision to resign right or wrong? Min-chan suddenly called Ujin, boss, listen. He requested, I think we should pause the introduction. For now. There's a more important matter to discuss immediately. Ujin looked up at him. What is it? Min-chan explained, it's about conquering Dungeon 6. For other awakened groups to reserve. Our guild's dungeons, we need to decide on the specifics of how to conquer it. The process for conquering it. And that has nothing to do with establishing the guild. Ujin asked then, why do we have to let others use our dungeon? I can conquer it alone, you know, Min-chan suggested. Instead of letting it go to waste there, we can let other groups use it. When you're resting, Ujin agreed, that's true. But he wanted to know more. Is there anything else? Anything essential? Min-chan offered another idea. In order to establish a guild, we need to have 5 founding members. Ujin pondered for a moment. Need one more person, huh? Then he asked Sungu, should we invite Jimin? He replied, I don't think that's possible, sir. That kid is still a minor. Min-chan added, that's right. Minors are not allowed. Ujin was silent, thinking for a moment. Then he opened his contact list. Jimin's mom. Jimin, Sungu, scammer, phone, crazy guy. Crazy guy, too. Then he finally said, I don't know many people. So Ujin was a little troubled. Not mom either. Who should it be now? After a moment of thought, he exclaimed, found him. A moment later, the room door was opened by someone. Ujin saw the familiar face and waved, hey, you're here. He happily asked, did you bring your ID and seal? Seong-hun looked slightly scared. I brought them. But Ujin suddenly raised his hand high. This made Seong-hun's face turn pale, yikes. But Ujin placed his hand on his shoulder. Congratulations. He announced, you've become our 5th member. Scammer phone, sir. While Seong-hun was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening, a sign was placed in front of the Adin Guild door. The cleaners were wiping every spot. Next, they moved the desk elsewhere. Hemin sighed with relief when he finished. It looks decent now. He didn't forget to thank everyone. Great job, Mr. Sung. Hun, you did great too, thank you. Meanwhile, Seong-hun still couldn't believe this was real. A few days ago, I thought this was some kind of scam or something. He mused to himself. I can't believe that crazy jerk who once beat me half to death and stole my phone. Seong-hun was genuinely surprised. Is Kang Ujin the person everyone knows now? Hemin looked up at the TV. These days on the news, we only see our boss's face all day, huh? Min-chan added, although it hasn't been officially announced. He is the 11th awakened in South Korea, and also the strongest person in history. He suggested, so it's no wonder the world is going absolutely bonkers for him like this. Seong-hun made a quick assessment. He was able to recruit these 2 guys from the famous Hammer Guild. Then he smiled. Well, the staff quality must be pretty great then, Seong-hun commented. Anyway, my business has been really slow lately. Selling, supplies, and traffic has been dead. This way, working in a guild is definitely going to be more beneficial. Suddenly, Hemin asked, but Seong-hun, what's your relationship with the boss? Seong-hun was startled. What do you mean? Hemin guessed, looking at how the boss called. And you showed up right away. You 2 must be super close, right? Are you friends or relatives? Seong-hun just scratched his head awkwardly. But he didn't say the truth. I rushed over here because I was afraid of being beaten up again like last time. But why would he call me here? To join them. Is he feeling guilty because he beat me up before? Just then Ujin walked in. Oh, the office looks nice. They immediately shouted, boss is here. Min-chan quickly asked, boss, you must be tired. Is the strategy for conquering the dungeon finished yet? Ujin replied, it's generally fine. Then he revealed Sungu is the one who worked the hardest. Seeing Sungu's weary state, Min-chan immediately asked, Sungu, are you okay? Hemin added, wow, even if the conquest part is settled, there must be many other things to plan. Right, it is a 5-star dungeon after all. Sungu was so exhausted that he ended up sleeping on the chair. Hemin just watched. Something white is coming out of his mouth. I think he needs to receive more commission, like mental support fees, for example. In the meeting room, Ujin spoke, all right, everyone, take a seat. He was serious. We need to discuss the most important matter right now. Then Ujin called team leader Min. Min-chan immediately responded, yes, boss. Ujin hesitated. What position should I give you? Minchan was surprised by this question. What? Ujin explained his view. Even though our guild only has a few people, I think we should still give everyone a position. That suits their own abilities. Tell me what position you guys would like. Minchan felt like he had been struck by lightning after hearing this. Even Hemin was surprised. A position. Sungu, who was sleepy, woke up after hearing it. Seonghun was shocked. We get to decide our own positions. Seeing their expressions, Ujin asked, why is everyone so quiet? Team leader Min, in a regular guild, what kinds of positions are there? Minchan shared, typically there are two types of positions. One for awakened, and the other for regular staff. Awakened can take positions like administrator, commissioner, and vice president. But that's not important. He clarified, what's important for an awakened is the specific terms in the contract. For example, the percentage of commission they receive after each dungeon conquest, or their base salary, and so on. After hearing this, Ujin asked, I understand, Sungu. What position do you want? Sungu exclaimed in surprise. What, sir? Then he awkwardly scratched his head. Since I've been your manager for about a year now, Ujin immediately assigned him, all right, you can be the director. Sungu was surprised once again. Director. He couldn't help but feel happy inside. I'm only 21 years old, but I'm already a director. Ujin added, yeah, director of loot collection. And so Sungu sat sulking in a corner. Minchan and Hemin felt bad for him. I can't believe there's a director position like that. He should have just called the kid director for short. Ujin asked further, what about departments? What fields are there? Minchan listed, well, there's accounting, sales administration, support, and management. And Ujin thought, there are still 3 people left. Suddenly, he called out loudly, Team Leader Minchan! Yes, he responded clearly. Then Ujin announced, you will be the general manager. Minchan smiled brightly. I will do my best, sir. Ujin continued, Hemin, what about you? Hemin suggested, please let me be the head of the support department. Ujin agreed, okay. He affirmed, I will dedicate myself to the company. Then Ujin looked at Seonghun, and surprisingly he wondered, why is he still here? This confused Minchan. Isn't he also one of the founding members? He said, he's the 5th member, right? Ujin explained. I just wanted to borrow his name, that's all. He's the 5th member on paper. Seonghun turned around in confusion. What now? Suddenly Ujin chuckled lightly. He announced, since he's here anyway, I'll give him a suitable position. After assigning the positions, Minchan still wondered, but boss, he asked, how are we going to recruit staff? Ujin countered, why do we need to recruit new staff? Minchan was surprised again, what? Then he explained, for the guild to become strong, we need more awakened. So we have to recruit more staff, right? Suddenly, Ujin placed a draft on the table, confusing them. He revealed, this is it. Thanks to conquering the dungeon, I got a military service exemption. We don't need to add more people to get it. Minchan finally understood. Is this the reason he founded a guild? If he only needed the military service exemption, he could have just joined the Hammer Guild. He imagined a beautiful scenario. If he had just done that, I would have been able to relax and enjoy life as a department head. In his fantasy, Minchan sat on a sedan chair. Department head Min is here, make way. Ujin suddenly spoke, startling him. Why are you silent? Minchan shared his view, I still think we need a few more staff members. Hearing this, Ujin agreed, oh, is that so? Fine, you handle that matter then. In addition, he added, the support department's work will also be assigned to the general manager. And Ujin concluded, sounds good, right? Minchan accepted the command. Yes. He wondered, did he assign all the work to me because he trusts me, or is it because that pile of work is too complicated? The weather today was incredibly beautiful in the heart of the city. Someone was watching the news. Oh, Ujin has appeared. South Korea's 11th A rank awakened. Kang Ujin, who is he? The other person was stunned. Wow, he's really popular now. Breaking news related to Kang Ujin has founded his own guild. Under the name Adon, the Management Bureau is reviewing his application. South Korea's 11th A rank awakened Kang Ujin. What does South Korea's #1 awakened Kang Chun think about Kang Ujin? South Korea's rising super rookie Hong Sungu. Who is the guy who often appears next to Ujin? Interviews with Ujin's teachers from the school he once attended. The ranking of Kang Ujin news. What is his true ability? The Adon Guild founded by Kang Ujin himself. What are its plans? Let's find out about Kang Ujin's soul summoning ability. Analyzing the abilities of Kang Ujin and Kang Chun, Jiwan exclaimed, that's awesome. She couldn't help but admire him. Is this the person I once had a chance to drink with? Jiwan recalled the previous meal. Ujin was completely relaxed and cheerful, while Jiwan had fallen asleep. Ujin glanced at her, gently touching her head. It's okay, she's still beautiful as ever. Jiwan woke up with a start after recalling the memory. She reminded herself, oh my, what am I thinking? Jiwan's eyes suddenly stopped. Someone shouted loudly, startling her. Jiwon said, "You two are back." Her sister snapped, "Sis?" Jiwon felt a little embarrassed. "What is it?" Her sister warned, "Even if you're in the room, you should still wear your hat. This room isn't just yours, you know." "He's right. Sis, be a little more considerate." "You scared the heck out of us." Jiwon spoke softly, I understand." "Sorry, you two." The younger sister spoke harshly, "We're going out for a bit." The two other girls kept gossiping. "I need to save some money and move out of this dorm. Every time I see her, my heart wants to jump out of my chest." Hey, keep your voice down. She might hear you. She can't hear. And it's not like what I'm saying is wrong." Those words truly hurt Jiwon. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. Right now at the bus stop, the bus had just stopped. Jimin was walking, focusing on his phone. He wondered, "She must be surprised to see me outside the company." "Right, the timing is perfect. I just finished all my tests." And Ujin just got home. Just then Jimin sent a message. "Sis, are you coming home today? What time are you done with work?" He thought to himself, "I'll take her out to dinner and spend some quality time with her." After a long while, it was slowly turning evening. Jimin had been waiting for a long time. She's a little late. At the same time, two girls nearby were discussing. "Did you know this? I heard she was flirting with quite a few guys before she got that burn mark." They kept judging. "Seriously, I thought she would be the quiet type, but apparently that's not true." "Quiet? Not a chance." "Well, considering her current appearance, nowadays, guys probably hate that they can't run away from her fast enough." They spoke so loudly that Jimin couldn't help but hear. "I just pictured it in my head. Gross." Meanwhile, in another place, the sky was sunny with a vast desert at sunset. Sungu was busy doing something. When he was finished, he announced, "Brother, I've gathered everything." Ujin looked at the pile of items in front of him. They're all common items. Useful relics are not dropping anymore. Sungu confirmed, "The drop rate really has decreased, while the number of successful dungeon attacks has increased." Ujin agreed, "Yeah. Well, we've taken everything we can from this dungeon." Then he took an item out of his storage bag. Right now, outside the city, everyone was looking up in confusion seeing Ujin. They shouted, "It's Kang Ujin. He finished the attack. It hasn't even been 4 hours." Seong-hun ran over and praised him, "Boss. You did an amazing job." His appearance made Ujin wonder, "Why are you here?" Seong-hun explained, "Director Min asked me to bring you back to the office once you came out." Ujin asked again, "Where is he?" Seong-hun assumed, "I think since the guild has been approved, he went to the General Affairs office. He said he'd come back to the office later." A reporter pushed past Seong-hun. "Mr. Kang Ujin," he asked, "we'd like to interview you. What is the secret to your incredible speed in dungeon attacks?" Other interviewers rushed forward one by one. "Mr. Kang Ujin." They competed to ask questions. "We heard you are not accepting reservations for Gate 6. The gate has already started. When do you plan to let others rent it?" While Seong-hun was trembling with anger, the crowd kept asking questions. Mr. Kang Ujin. Seong-hun couldn't take it anymore and finally spoke up. "Please step away from him." He reminded the others that he was worn out from completing a dungeon raid. "However, please send a formal request to the guild about this." Seong-hun warned, "If you keep bothering him, we will take legal action against the media companies concerned, according to the law." He also threatened, "I've seen all your faces. I will remember it for later when you send a formal request for an interview." And Seong-hun loudly announced, "I'm the type to hold a serious grudge." However, he only received a nod from Ujin. Next, Seong-hun softly said, "Boss, please wait a moment. I'll bring the car." Ujin replied, "All right." He watched Seong-hun walk away and wondered, "When I hit him, he just froze up. Was he this aggressive from the start?" Sungu also wondered, "Bro, how do you know Seong-hun?" Ujin asked back, "Him." He revealed, "He's the guy who sold me the phone." Meanwhile, Seong-hun was running and grinding his teeth, fuming. "Damn it!" He recalled Ujin's announcement, "Welcome. You are our 5th member." Now Seong-hun's vexation was soaring. I wondered why he hired me. Then came the time Ujin asked, "But why is that guy still here?" Seong-hun questioned himself. Did he just want to borrow my name? He swore to himself. I even shut down my business because I completely misunderstood things. Now that things have turned out like this, I must stay in this guild at all costs. At all costs. At the Adam Guild office, Ujin was casually taking something out of a box. Then he put it in his mouth and chewed it deliciously. He was scrolling through his phone looking at something. The content on the article Ujin was reading, the General Affairs Office's re-examination concluded, Kang Ujin is indeed an A-rank, the awakened one currently causing a sensation in the public. Kang Ujin, 24 years old, was re-examined by the General Affairs Office and has been officially recognized as an A-rank. The start of Kang Ujin's Adam Guild. At 2 p.m. today, Kang Ujin was granted an operating license for his Adam Guild, according to the General Affairs Office. An unprecedented dungeon attack speed. Deep dive into the secret of Kang Ujin's ability. What is the secret of the Awakened One? Kang Ujin's ability. Ujin scrolled to another news page. Kang Ujin's first attack. On the Gasun Gate 6 dungeon. Kang Chun versus Kang Ujin. Who is the strongest Awakened One in Korea? And he noticed the name. Kang Chun. Looks like he's pretty strong too. Sungu happened to walk in. Are you eating something, bro? Ujin looked at the box. This? Then he said, these are enhancement stones. They can raise your stats. Want some? Sungu was astonished. Enhancement stones. One stone costs at least 1 billion won. But he quickly refused. No, I don't need any. How could I eat something like that? Ujin was lavish. Here, eat a little. He handed a few pieces to Sungu. These boost strength, dexterity, and stamina. Sungu put his 2 hands out. Thank you, bro. Ujin continued eating. It's nothing. Actually, he had a calculation. The guy needs to be stronger to carry more stuff, and he needs to be faster to collect loot more quickly. His stamina has to be good so he can do more tasks. Meanwhile, Sungu was utterly oblivious. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Someone else walked in. Is Mr. Ujin here? Ujin wondered, Jimin, what are you doing here? Jimin spoke, bro, there's something I need to tell you. He suggested, could you spare me a few minutes? The two went into the director's office to chat. A while later, Sungu walked in. Did Jimin leave? Ujin confirmed. Yeah, he left. Sungu had noticed clearly. He looked pretty serious. Is everything all right? Ujin vaguely said, it's a long story. It's about the affection of a younger brother for his older sister. Sungu was shocked. What? Ujin put on his jacket. I'm going out for a bit. Sungu was curious. Okay, where are you going? Before leaving, Ujin reminded him to see Jiwon. Don't wait for me, just leave early. Sungu yelled, Jiwon Nuna, are you going on a date, bro? Ujin was annoyed. How did you jump to that conclusion? Seong-hun outside also heard. A date. He thought this was his opportunity. Then Seong-hun blocked Ujin's way. Boss, he said smugly, hiring me as a staff member was indeed a fantastic decision. Ujin was confused. What? Why are you suddenly acting like this? Seong-hun stated, just count on me. I'm an expert in this field. In the personal shopping room for VIP clients, high-end clothes hung neatly on racks. Not only that, they were also displayed all around the walls. Sungu couldn't help but marvel. Is this really the Korea I know? He was having an eye-opening experience. Who would have thought? There was a place like this inside a department store. Personal shopping room. Seong-hun cheerfully pulled out a jacket. Boss, what do you think of this? I feel like this will be perfect for you. Ujin agreed. Yeah, it looks decent. Seong-hun was ecstatic. I've also selected a few suits. All you need to do is try them on. But Ujin was actually not happy at all. What is all this commotion about? 1 hour later, Seong-hun put on his self-important face and instructed, there are many elaborate techniques to win over a girl, but the fundamental thing is to be sincere and impress her. Seong-hun was very confident. Let me help you. You just have to do what I say. All right, let's get going now. Hearing that, Ujin immediately asked, what go where? Seong-hun explained, your dressing sense is the first step to seducing a girl. Both Ujin and Sungu looked confused. Dressing sense. Ujin also admitted, well, buying something nice to wear won't hurt. Sungu and Seong-hun both looked up. When the fitting room door opened, everyone exclaimed, bro, you look so handsome. Our boss is really something else. You have a good build, so the clothes look great on you too. Ujin gently said, stop making a fuss. Seong-hun picked up a watch. Boss, please wear this as well. This watch is a perfect match. For your suit. It will complete your look. Ujin put it on. Okay, I'll be going now. Seong-hun called out, boss, please take this with you too. Ujin glanced at something. Seong-hun eagerly said, I did some research on what you can do at Pan Tech. You just have to follow what's written on it. Tips for the boss to have a successful date. Movie, dinner, entertainment area. List of places with a good vibe. You can go to after dinner. Ujin was exasperated. This idiot! He completely misunderstood the situation. But since I'm going there anyway, should I just relax and enjoy myself? Still, Ujin put the paper in his pocket. All right. Thank you, everyone. Go home early today and have a good weekend. Seong-hun cheered, yes, good luck with your endeavors. Now Sungu could finally relax. Finally some time off. Seong-hun, are you going to leave now too? Seong-hun revealed, I have something to take care of. Sungu asked, what? Seong-hun confidently stated, whenever I step in to play match, maker people always couple up. And he affirmed, I will help the boss in this matter. Sungu doubtfully guessed, what? Are you on your way to ask her out, Song-hun was still very imposing. Of course. He looked at his watch. There's no time left. Then he rushed off. I have a lot of things to prepare, so I have to leave right now. Director Hong will see you on Monday. Sungu tried to stop Seong-hun. Wait! But he was too late in the end. He walks too fast. Sungu secretly hoped. I didn't think he would confess. He was talking about some kind of medicine. in the heart of the vast city. Tall apartment buildings stand close together, row after row. Ji-won just stepped out of the bathroom at this moment. I somehow survived today. Her eyes unconsciously looked at the phone, placed on the desk. Ji-won turned on her phone, but there was no reply. She worried, did something happen to Ujin suddenly? Then she reread every line of the message, I'm Ujin. Are you free today? Ji-won replied. Yes, I'm resting after leaving work, Ujin replied. What's going on? I'll go find you later. The last message was from Ji-won. You're coming, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind. Don't tell me. Ji-won's face immediately turned red as a tomato. Is he going to ask me out on a date? She tried to shake off this idea. No way. That's impossible. Why would he date someone like me? I'm sure he wants to meet me for something else. Just then, a call on her phone startled Ji-won. Ujin. Ji-won nervously answered the phone. Ujin spoke up. I'm right outside your dorm, just come down. Ji-won immediately ran to the balcony to verify. She was stunned when she saw the person in front of her. Ji-won was truly surprised. Ujin came down. Ji-won had to ask right away, seriously? Why did you ask to meet me? She was confused. Why did you suddenly ask me out with you? Ujin explained that it was nothing. I have something I want to give you and I wanted to ask you out at the same time. Ji-won was startled. Date? Her cheeks blushed pink again. Ji-won wondered, what is this? Does he like me? She felt a bit awkward. What should I do? Ujin suggested, it's a little early for dinner. Let's go see a movie. Ji-won responded, let's go then. A pedestrian suddenly bumped into her. Excuse me. Just a second later, Ji-won showed a strange reaction. She suddenly grabbed her head, looking pained. Seeing this, Ujin immediately turned to look. He suddenly remembered Sungu's words. Bro, my sister's head, oh my god. And all the judgmental comments from people. Do you see that girl? She must be crazy, huh? It was at this point that Ujin realized something. And he asked a question. Does what others think of you affect you so much? Ji-won's face darkened. That's because people aren't comfortable with my face. Ujin suddenly grabbed her wrist. Then he pulled her forcefully. Come with me. Ji-won was confused. Ujin, where are we going? And they stopped in front of a stall. Here. Ujin picked up a mask. That looks nice. Then he gave it to Ji-won. Here, try this on. She was surprised. What? But she only saw Ujin smile mysteriously. Next, they both walked to the movie theater. The people around them were discussing. What is that? It looks hilarious. What is that about? They kept buzzing. Totally bonkers. But their body proportions are really great. Who are they? Are they celebrities? While Ji-won tried to stop him. Ujin, wait a minute. Is there some kind of special event? The people outside kept whispering. It's not even Halloween yet, is it? Ji-won helplessly called out, Ujin, are we really going to go like this? Ujin suggested, what else? Or do you want to switch with me? Ji-won wanted to explain, that's not the point. Ujin casually said as if nothing was wrong, well, let's go. He spoke in a low, warm voice. We're going to be late for the movie. Through the mask, Ji-won's face turned crimson. Inside the movie, someone was wondering, so you mean that's why you're bothered? But just because this place feels like a virtual space instead of a real one, Ji-won and Ujin were still absorbed in the movie. It's not just for me, it's for you too, that's why. Suddenly, a confession echoed in the middle of the movie. Why, if this place isn't real for you, you might as well date me. Ji-won, completely confused, glanced over. What is this? They said the tickets were sold out, didn't they? But Ujin was still calmly eating popcorn. Going back to the beginning, he looked at the screen to choose a seat and sighed. All seats were bought 30 minutes ago. Ujin was even more confused and annoyed. This is troublesome. Ji-won next to him saw this and advised him. We don't necessarily have to watch a movie. But he still casually reached for the door. No choice, huh? Suddenly, someone from behind offered their tickets. Excuse me, I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to. Would you two mind using my tickets? Then the person shoved the tickets right into Ujin's hand. Without letting them react, the person turned and ran away. Have fun, you two. I really have to go urgently now. He hadn't even fully understood what was happening. Before reaching out and calling, wait, the person's face was partially hidden behind a mask. I'm leaving now. Ujin began to have some suspicions. He looks too familiar. Could it be? Meanwhile, outside the ticket counter, a familiar voice suddenly spoke. Hey! Sung-hoon held up his phone screen and requested, please refund all seats, except for the 2 seats that were chosen for me. The employee hearing this backed away in surprise. What, you said you reserved seats for a whole group, didn't you? He pointed at the phone screen and emphasized, please refund me. I only bought them 10 minutes ago. The female employee could only think to herself, what the heck is wrong with this crazy guy? After a while, the sky was now tinted with an orange glow. A voice praised them from outside the movie theater. That was a really great movie. Ji-won, in a very happy mood, recounted. It's been 5 years since I've watched a movie. Ujin also seized the opportunity to joke back. And for me, it's probably 25 years. She also understood and laughed, reminding him. Come on! But he clearly affirmed with certainty. I'm serious. Suddenly a voice called out behind them. Hey, you two! The Beauty and the Beast couple over there. A clown next to the Wheel of Fortune invited them, come over and try your luck a bit. It's completely free. The clown kept repeating and tempting the two of them. It's free, folks, with so many options. The chance of winning is up to 90%. You heard that right. Ujin immediately turned back, waiting for her opinion. Do you want to try? But Ji-won looked embarrassed and refused. I'm terrible at these kinds of games. But then she still decided to join the game. After a while, the spinning wheel finally stopped moving. But the result was not what they wished for, leaving Ji-won discouraged. What a bust. The clown saw this and had to step in to save the awkward situation. Hey man wearing the beast mask, try spinning it once. Winning a prize to give to your girlfriend, that's what a real man does. At first, Ujin remained silent for a moment. But later he still played and mumbled, maybe I'm cursed or something. The circle started to stop. Ujin gave up hope, thinking it would probably land on bust again. Suddenly, a surprised shriek rang out. OMG! Right after seeing the result, he looked dumbfounded. It's a bust again. But the clown continued to touch the spinning wheel. Ujin suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise. The clown loudly cheered, congratulating him on his achievement. You've landed on the special prize square. Ji-won was also surprised and shouted with joy. You won, Ujin. She turned to him with a look of amazed wonder. This is the first time I've ever won anything. The clown then handed a small gift bag to Ji-won. Congratulations to you both. This is our prize. She took the reward, feeling happy inside. Thank you. But his face darkened as he realized the identity of this guy. In fact, the clown suddenly turned around and looked at him in surprise. Seeing the clown take off his glasses and wink, Ujin was confused. Why is he trying so hard to follow me here? The clown behind him kept encouraging. Go, boss, go! You can do it. He ignored it, pulled her away, and left. Let's go. Ji-won was still curious and thrilled at the time. I wonder what's inside. The scene changes for a moment. After that, the two of them were playing the claw machine. Then they went to look at clothes together. In the evening, Ujin took Ji-won to a restaurant. On the way back, she started to have a lot of thoughts. I wonder how long it's been. Ji-won began to realize that she had become more confident. Since when? I started not caring about the judgmental looks from other people anymore. This is just the mask. But she looked up at him, feeling extremely grateful. If Ujin hadn't taken the lead, I definitely would never have had the courage to do this. Seeing him turn back and smile at her, Ji-won felt happy. If this is a dream, I don't want to wake up at all. It was night now, with only the streetlights remaining. The scene changes to the park with a joyful voice. Today was so much fun. Ji-won, with a bright smile, turned and listed things. Wearing a mask like this, and also watching a movie and going out to eat. She covered her mouth and burst out laughing, showing her excitement. Even though people might think we're a little strange, but Ujin was very calm and stressed. Who cares? Ji-won became pensive when she heard that. She suddenly stood up and confessed about herself. Yes, that's right. I'm still not brave enough to confidently step out into such crowded places. Ji-won looked up at the sky, still unable to believe it. This feels like a dream to me. But suddenly she criticized herself, reminding herself everyone has to wake up sometime. Ji-won tried to shake herself awake to avoid making a mistake. If I keep dreaming, I'll fall for him. She took off the mask and bravely declared, it's time to take off the mask and return to reality. Ujin then smiled faintly. He stepped closer, already prepared. I'm going to give you a present, to encourage your courage. Ji-won was astonished to hear that, and asked again, a present. Suddenly, fireworks exploded beautifully in the sky. From the distance, many people came over and applauded. Congratulations, congratulations! Suddenly, they all stood, still looking at her face. Seeing the scar, they stopped, utterly terrified. That's scary. That guy must really be head over heels for her. Seung-hun was hiding behind, feeling confused. I told them to clap and pump up the atmosphere. What the heck are they doing? He tried to open his eyes wide to observe everything. What happened now? Ujin gritted his teeth, very angry. Oh, Seung-hun, seriously. Ji-won stood next to him, lowering her head, her face clouded. He also became panicked, yelling out two core words. Suddenly something appeared, separating the two of them from the crowd. Only now did Ujin tiredly voice his complaint. Wearing this mask is a real pain in the butt. Ji-won opened her eyes wide, looking around in surprise. Where are we? He smiled gently, looking at her affectionately. Close your eyes. I'll give you a gift. She was surprised, looking up, blushing nervously. But before that, Jimin came over wanting to ask for his help regarding his sister. He was a bit embarrassed, telling the sad truth. We became orphans. Since the dungeon burst back then, Jimin felt incredibly sorry for his sister. and she gave up everything she dreamed of just for me. Even she was injured by a monster from that dungeon burst. He stood there, clenching his fists, bowing down to beg, a wound that can never be erased. I know it's shameless of me to say these things, but please help my sister. But at that moment, Ujin was also ready to help. You're a man, for crying out loud. Don't be afraid to ask for help from others. Suddenly, he took out a vial of potion and declared to Ji-won, now, you will wake up from the dream you mentioned. Ujin gently touched her forehead. Escape from your nightmare from that dungeon burst. Ji-won still didn't understand, opening her eyes wide and waiting. The system then displayed the detailed information of the potion. Recovery Balm. A high-grade recovery potion that helps heal wounds caused by physical or magical attacks. It is extremely effective. You can regenerate lost body parts or wounds caused by curses. The scene changes to Ji-won's apartment. He even thoughtfully texted her to be careful. Ji-won, don't wash your hair or face today, okay? Otherwise it will wash away. Go to bed early. Seeing that message, Ji-won burst into confused laughter. What's up with his message? Is he trying to open a hair salon or something? Sitting on the chair, she texted back, okay. Thanks for today. I had a great time. Mr. Hairdresser, go to bed early too. Ji-won's face flushed with embarrassment. She hoped inwardly, I wish just applying that balm once would completely heal my wound. That would be awesome. She remembered the gift bag she was about to open and became curious. That's right, the prize we won from the spinning wheel game earlier. What was it? As soon as she opened the box inside, Ji-won processed it. This is... She saw the ring and couldn't believe it. A ring? No way a random street game like that would have a prize. That's a ring. Ji-won felt it was too strange, so she started piecing things together. Now that I think about it, we watched a movie in an empty theater. She started recalling the activities from this evening. A fancy dinner at a nice restaurant. Ji-won still couldn't understand the reason. And randomly getting to see fireworks in the park. She felt those things were unusual. Suddenly, I was even given flowers by many people around me. At this moment, Ji-won realized the deduction covering her face in embarrassment. No way. Is Ujin trying to propose to me? The scene switches back to the company building. Seung-hoon was counting alone. 1. His whole body was trembling as he kept doing push-ups. 2. He pretended to be very busy. Seung-hoon didn't stop cheering himself on. I have to do it. 1. He kept exercising without paying attention to his surroundings. 2. Gotta pretend to be very busy. Suddenly, Ujin abruptly called out, Hey, Seung-hoon? He fearfully stood at attention, tightly shutting his eyes. Yes. The young man sat on the chair with his arms crossed and began to question him. You're only supposed to do what I tell you. Stop sticking your nose in other people's business. Why do you keep doing things I didn't ask you to do? Seung-hoon realized his mistake and had to explain. I was just trying to prove my loyalty to the boss, that's all. I'm so sorry, boss. Ujin was still not too angry and sighed, giving a warning. Stop doing unnecessary things. Got it. He obediently listened and quickly replied, yes. He suddenly remembered and turned back to ask curiously, wait, where did you get the money to prepare all that? He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I confessed I used the guild's credit card. Ujin gritted his teeth in anger again. 1! Seung-hoon immediately continued doing push-ups, screaming. I'm sorry. Suddenly the office door opened. Min-chan was holding his phone, looking surprised. Boss, you're back. I was just about to call you. He suddenly turned his head away, flustered. Is Seung-hoon here too? What are you doing? Min-chan then remembered and turned back to report the situation. Oh, right, boss. I finished arranging things with the Ministry of Defense. The young man heard that and asked gleefully, so I don't have to enlist anymore, right? He quickly confirmed the information. With the condition that you are exempt from military service. On the condition that you complete 10 military deployment assignments. But seeing his hesitation, Ujin followed up with a question. But why? Min-chan became even more awkward, still stammering. This situation has never happened before, so I don't know how to tell the boss. That made the young man even more impatient, urging him. What is it? Stop beating around the bush and just say it. At this moment, he tried to calm himself and deliver the news. The boss has just been deployed immediately by them. Ujin didn't panic and asked for the details. Where right now? Min-chan quickly provided the exact address. Daegu Gaesendong Station Exit 3. There is a dungeon break there. He urgently rushed to the location. But there was no one around. I don't see anyone here. Ujin looked around with confusion. It's as if this place has been abandoned. Going back to the moment he received the information, he was surprised a dungeon break. After confirming, Min-chen explained clearly, yes, if a dungeon is not cleared within 30 days, the barrier will break, and the monsters inside will climb up onto the streets. He also emphasized the necessary procedures. In the case of Gaesendong, they must have failed to clear it and had to request support forces to deal with the dungeon break state. Ujin noticed the situation and thought of the worst-case scenario. So, what if we also can't handle it? Minchan had also thought of that and explained. It seems the military won't intervene in this matter. So if we also fail, Daegu will be completely engulfed in a bloodbath. Returning to reality, seeing the surrounding scene, Ujin speculated. I wonder why the Gießen area has so many empty spaces and parks around. Perhaps it's because of the dungeon break. Heesun suddenly approached from behind and explained the specifics. The residents here all evacuated 2 days ago. The dungeon break will happen tomorrow at 2 p.m. She smiled, extended her hand, and introduced herself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the person in charge here. Lieutenant Choi Heesun from the Special Defense Brigade. Special Defense Brigade. Ujin was also honored to shake her hand and introduced himself. My name is Kang. Ujin. She was very friendly, showing a welcoming attitude. It's an honor to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. Seeing that the young man sighed in relief. There's no need to be so formal. Ujin remembered the issue and gave another suggestion. But the dungeon break doesn't happen until tomorrow. There's still some time, so why don't we try going down there once? Heesun reluctantly had to explain the reason. The return gate has already been used 3 times, so it can't be used again. Noticing those characteristics, he asked in surprise, a return gate, 3 times. She turned to explain the function in detail. It's for people who want to retreat, mid-battle through a gate, when they use a return item. Heesun turned to emphasize the key point. But it can only be used a maximum of 3 times in one dungeon. Didn't you know this? But that information was completely new to Ujin. There are things like that. She began to recount their trial process. The vanguard team from the Warang Guild was the first group to attempt to clear the dungeon, but they failed. After the first unsuccessful attempt, Heesun sent another team. The second time was a combined force of 2 individuals from the Warang and Hammer guilds, but they didn't fare much better than the first time. Finally, she mentioned the third team, but that also failed. The third group was made up of awakeners, gathered from all over the world, but even that group failed, so no one dared to try again after that. Heesun turned back to give advice along with a reminder. Of course, before the dungeon break happens, you can still go down and try to clear it any time. But as I said, it requires us to bet our own lives, so no one dares to step down there anymore. The young man felt surprised and turned back to question her. If it's that difficult to clear, then wouldn't it also be dangerous? When the break occurs, she immediately explained the specific difficulties inside. As you know, the dungeon's terrain plays a crucial role in determining its difficulty. It's too hard to move. Fortunately, the monsters inside have been confirmed not to be too tough to deal with. The terrain inside is what makes the dungeon difficult. Heesun raised her hand, looking confident and determined. So we'll be fine. Many modern weapons cannot be brought through the gate, so we'll be at a disadvantage in there. But once the battle happens out here, the advantage will be ours. She had also already prepared a plan. All we need to do is use weapons to take them down. Ujin turned his face, his attitude cold and accusatory. Then why did you call me here? You guys could have controlled the situation yourselves with missiles and guns. Heesun looked somewhat embarrassed and stepped back, stammering, well, an awakener also plays a very important role, you know. She then briefly explained the mission. The awakeners will stand by on one side while we carry out our mission. And if the monsters manage to break through our first line of defense, we will need their assistance. Heesun also didn't forget to gently remind him. And we don't have any information about the leader monster, so always be ready to fight them at any time, okay? Ujin quickly agreed to accept the mission. All right. After that, she awkwardly urged him to return. Shall we go back to the waiting room? The other awakeners should have arrived by now. In front of a coffee shop, there was a sign that read, Awakeners Waiting Room. The door slowly opened and a foot stepped in. Everyone sitting inside simultaneously turned their heads. Look, it's... Then the crowd cried out in utter surprise. It's Kang Ujin. Kang Ujin is participating in this front line too. That person is the 11th ranked A-class awakener. Suddenly he raised his eyebrows, looking surprised. Ujin quickly recognized the person in front of him. We meet again. He grinned, looking amused, and asked in return. I think we have fate, don't we? Jeonhee's attitude was not very happy. Kang Ujin. Previously, she had received a mission from Sangho. Jeonhee, I have a mission for you. The two of them had a secret conversation after she received the mission. Jeonhee opened her eyes wide in astonishment. He looked very pleased and asked again, You can handle it, right? That was the reason why she was here. Jin apologized, bringing up the old story. Sorry for cutting the line at the Gaeon Gate. But the dungeon break in 5 years is nothing. His eyes sharpened as he questioned her in return. It's not so hard that you need a whole squad of members. Right. But suddenly, John-hee smirked and smiled. She stepped closer and spoke, provoking him. It feels like the time I stomped on you was just yesterday, so you must have gotten much stronger. Seeing this, the people around them started to murmur. Lee Yeon-hee and Kang Ujin. Did they fight before? She won against Kang Ujin. I wonder if Kang Ujin's reputation is just overhyped. His face darkened. He laughed and cursed, that bitch. Ujin opened his eyes wide and challenged her first. You want to fight? She also laughed, unafraid. Heesun saw the situation and quickly intervened. Calm down, everyone, please don't do this. Aren't we supposed to be comrades in the battle? Tomorrow, when the dungeon is cleared, John-hee continued to mock him. It seems you only got stronger in terms of power, but you're still as childish as before. Don't be so impulsive. She even deliberately emphasized the warning. If you make one mistake on the battlefield, someone could die. Ujin was furious when he heard that. What? Who are you to lecture me? Heesun had to pull him outside at this point. Ujin, stop it. She tried to explain to soothe the situation. Lee Yeon-hee is the general commander of the awakened team, providing support this time. Ujin gnashed his teeth in anger watching Heesun's back. After a while, he also breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment, he regained his initial composure. All right. Ujin sat back down in his seat and made a request. Could you find me some information about the situation inside the dungeon? Heesun was very surprised when she heard that. Huh? She asked in return with a puzzled, curious look. There's going to be a dungeon clearance soon. So why? Do you need information about the situation in the dungeon? He didn't answer but cautiously probed. Is that some kind of military secret or something? Heesun had to correct him and then led the way. No, it's not. Information about the situation inside the dungeon is public knowledge. If you need it, I'll print it out right away. Let's go. Jeon-hee turned her eyes and looked up, also feeling suspicious. Dungeon information? Don't tell me. She also quickly figured out the details. A 6-star dungeon. Standing in front of it, Ujin couldn't help but be impressed. The energy it gives off is truly amazing. No wonder it's the strongest dungeon. Suddenly a voice called out, making him turn his head in surprise. Hey, Kang Ujin. Jeon-hee was standing on the escalator, hands on her hips, asking in confusion, What are you doing here? He smirked, looking confidently arrogant, and emphasized, What else can I do in a dungeon? Of course I came to clear it out. She was also very surprised and asked back, You've gone completely bonkers, haven't you? But Ujin smirked proudly, believing that, no, not at all. Actually, I'd be crazy to share all that experience and loot with the military and other awakeners. Jeon-hee was still persistent in reminding him. This is a dungeon. That made the 3 strongest awakened teams all give up. Do you want a death with no burial site? She kept guessing and reminding him. If you use the return gate, then... Suddenly Ujin interrupted with an irritated tone. Hey, you talk too much. He frankly spoke the truth about her feelings. Are you scared? Ujin held out his hand, ready to act. It seems you're scared because you can't use the return gate. Well, if you're scared, just sit tight and wait. Before taking action, Ujin even turned back and laughed mockingly, You scaredy cat. And right after, he immediately vanished through the dungeon gate. Jeon-hee stood behind and could only yell angrily, Kang Ujin, you jerk! The scene shifted to another location. There was a golf club and a golf ball. Suddenly, the phone in his back pocket rang. Sang-ho looked out the window and picked up the call. Yes, Mr. Minister. From the other end of the line, a very angry voice rang out. President Lee, what's the meaning of all this? Hearing that he was still confused, not knowing what was happening. Sir, what do you mean? The other end of the line emphasized what had happened. I'm talking about your Lee Jeon-hee over there. Are you going to break your promise and go clear that dungeon? Upon hearing that, Sang-ho opened his eyes wide in surprise. He had to find a way to temporarily salvage the situation. I apologize. After confirming what's happening, I will call you back, sir. Sang-ho's expression changed, confused and angry at the same time. Why did Jeon-hee enter the dungeon? What the hell is she thinking? The scene shifted to her location inside the dungeon. It seemed like a major battle had taken place here. Jeon-hee cautiously glanced around. Traces of fighting are everywhere here. Were these summoned monsters? She quickly estimated the quantity. 10? No, about 20 monsters. Jeon-hee was also impressed internally. When you said you wanted to clear the dungeon alone, I thought you were crazy. Now I think I get it. Then she looked up at the long road ahead. Even so, Jeon-hee still maintained her disdainful attitude. With your rank and ability, you can't even get the return stone, let alone clear the entire dungeon. Ujin shielded his face and jumped to dodge the attack. He smirked with excitement as he waited for his experience points to finally appear. There finally. Right after Ujin called out the name Rocky, then he quickly gave it an order. Hit its body. Rocky attacked and then stood up, letting out a terrible roar. Then Ujin seized the opportunity and jumped onto its back. He quickly summoned his weapon. Summon hammer. Ujin put all his strength into swinging the hammer down. Immediately after, the system constantly sent level up notifications. You have reached level 40. You have unlocked the level 40 privileges. He smirked excitedly. Sweet! I finally reached level 40. BB stood behind, constantly waving its hands and praising its master. So good, your amazing master. Then the little girl delightedly turned and hugged him. Where did you learn those phrases? Our Rocky did very well too. At this moment, Ujin also spoke up to warn Rocky. I think you've been watching too much TV. He didn't stay still either, turning around to urge them on. Anyway, stop messing around and let's move. Suddenly, Ujin stopped and widened his eyes. He looked down and started to feel something was off. Suddenly, Ujin looked mysterious, bringing back a memory. It was the patterned symbol he saw in front of him. He quickly recalled that he had heard about it before. The appearance of the legendary Sanctuary of Alphan. Ujin recognized the towering stone structure, the Tata Plateau. He also raised an eyebrow. He had some basic knowledge about this thing, and it was also known by another name, the Temple of the Giants. Standing before it, Ujin realized the problem. This alley is the reason people failed their dungeon attacks, huh? He quickly opened the system screen. Dungeon! Then he quickly opened the system screen. Perfect timing. Unlock privilege level 40. Then the system displayed 3 new notifications. You have unlocked the Summoner class skill. Level 1 Magic Armor. Attract wandering souls and make them fly around the user. These ghosts are capable of self-teleportation and can protect the user from external factors. Additionally, the user can use Soul Contract to absorb spirits and restore stamina. The numbers of subordinates is limited to 10 levels. Magic Spear Summon summons a spear made of spirits. Your subordinate attacks your enemy. The magic spear will pursue your enemy until it strikes. Mana consumption is 1. Ujin seemed satisfied, a strange smile on his face. The scene of him lying on the ground, trembling and begging, "Please save me," also led him to learn Soul Contract. When he healed Sungu, Ujin felt overjoyed, confident that he could finally use a more advanced skill, an upgrade from Soul Contract. After a moment of thought, Ujin made a decision. Upgrade the Magic Armor skill to level 10. He raised his hand excitedly and commanded, "Wandering souls, come to me." The system quickly updated the troop status, subordinates 100-100. Then Ujin held out his 2 hands, eagerly anticipating. Next will be... The system continuously displayed update notifications. You have unlocked a skill of the Warrior class. Warrior's Weapon Transformation. Heavy Sword. You have learned the art of the Heavy Sword, as well as the Sword Divide skill. Finally, he looked up high, and Bibi was looking up too. Suddenly, he recognized it. Is that it? Ujin also grinned, waiting expectantly. He looked up high and enthusiastically called out, "Come out, Sinsin!" The system also sent the latest update. The seal of the Wind Devil Stone has been lifted. A hairy hoof stepped down. A mouth encased in armor appeared. It finally appeared, letting out a majestic neigh. Level 1000 Undead Horse Fiend Sinsin. A fiery warhorse that never flies away even if it means death. Mana. Consumption 30. Requires Shadow Flight skill. Bibi was overjoyed and ran to hug it. "Sinsin, do you remember me?" Ujin, standing behind, understood. Even Rocky was excited. It even released its golem form. Then he turned around and urged everyone, "We should save this emotional reunion for later. Let's move quickly. We're running out of time." Then Bibi and Ujin mounted it, cheering happily. "Let's go, Sinsin!" The Shadow Flight skill was activated, and it suddenly roared angrily. It quickly dashed straight towards Junhee. She was also ready to attack the skill. Junhee ran straight through it. Shadow jagged feeling. Immediately after, it collapsed onto the ground. She moved forward, looking around. It must be around here. Suddenly, Junhee stopped, noticing something. She saw an object flying in the sky. She quickly realized what it was. After seeing it, Junhee raised her voice in disdain. "A flying summon? He really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. I need to hurry." Suddenly, she saw the rope wrapped around the tree trunk. There it is. As soon as Junhee saw the rope, she recalled the reason. They still hadn't been able to clear the dungeon. It's not simply that we couldn't cross the gorge. I was still capable of doing that difficult task. I could still utilize people with flying abilities to easily cross to the other side of the gorge. Junhee was clearly aware of the danger. But to pass this gorge, there were only 3 monsters guarding the return stone. After seeing that, we gave up the attack. She had quickly figured out the cause of the problem. It's because we found out that, compared to clearing the dungeon, it would be much more beneficial to let the dungeon break happen. That way this area would be completely destroyed, and we could build a new area from scratch. Junhee was also well aware of who would take power. Even though I don't care about politics, this decision completely depends on the guild leader, and it has nothing to do with me. Suddenly, she gripped the rope, determined to give it a try. However, what if someone who can clear the dungeon manages to do what Warring Guild couldn't? In her mind, Junhee was still determined to eliminate Ujin. and it would be cleared by only one person at that. Her attitude was extremely firm at this moment. You just wait for the sake of Warang Guild's position. Junhee didn't hesitate, and quickly climbed the rope moving forward. I have to stop Ujin from clearing the dungeon. The scene switches to outside the dungeon, 1 hour before the dungeon break. Warang Guild Lee Sangho's press conference. The reporters below were constantly stirred up, asking questions. Warang Guild leader, what do you think is the probability of Lee Junhee and Kang Ujin, who entered the dungeon together, returning alive? He widened his eyes tense and confirmed, I think it's almost impossible. A reporter raised his hand and asked about his feelings. The dungeon break is about an hour away, and according to what we know, Lee Junhee is your younger sister. How are you feeling right now? Sangho's face crumpled. He emphasized, are you asking that seriously? His whole body trembled as he questioned back. One of my family members is about to die, and you think I, who can do nothing, would feel... Sangho's face darkened and he bowed his head. Then he abruptly stood up and announced to everyone, I will stop taking questions here. Seeing this, the reporters scrambled to their feet. Wait a minute. Warang Guild leader. Suddenly someone opened the door and entered praising him. You did great, sir. Guild leader Sangho looked very nonchalant and asked about the situation. Of course. How is the dungeon situation? The person quickly reported the details. There has been no response from the barriers yet, sir. Hearing that he was satisfied and gave an order. That's a relief. Let's go to the command center. The person looked at Sangho's face and was confused. Yes, sir. A relief. The person looked at his retreating back puzzled. Even though he is indeed the guild leader, he is terrifyingly cold-blooded. Even his sister is just a pawn. That he uses to manage the guild is that it... Some people standing outside the door were shouting and begging loudly. Please let us in. Kang Ujin is our guild leader. Who is in charge here? Sangho saw this and his expression became annoyed. What's all the commotion? The assistant looked at the crowd and stammered, about that. It seems they are employees of Kang Ujin's Adan Guild. Hearing that he was surprised and asked again, Adan Guild. After a moment he stroked it, complimenting, that's a good job. Sing Sing, you can take a break now. Bibi arrived at the place looking around in surprise. Is this the Temple of the Giants? Sir, you said this was a pretty chill spot. Master Ujin also had to nod in acknowledgement. It does look pretty spooky. Can these things turn back into some kind of golem? He stared ahead and found the answer, well, there's only one way for me to find out. Then Ujin decided to turn back, pointing his finger and commanding Rocky, try to eat that thing. It quickly obeyed the order and flew straight to that spot. The initial rock began to shake violently from side to side. After a while, a face was carved onto the slab. A giant hand slammed straight down onto the ground. Seeing the experiment succeed, Ujin himself was surprised. It has an effect. Was that just a normal rock? But suddenly, both of them retreated in shock. At this moment, Ujin's face was pale and sweaty. It seems caution was not enough. He and the girl were simultaneously surrounded with no way out. Ujin smiled thinly and quickly deduced, 5 of them. Is this a trap that is activated? When someone enters a certain zone, he looked at the object in front of him, carefully calculating. Golems have neither flesh nor soul, so my necromancy skill is completely useless. Ujin stepped forward, taking out his weapon. In that case, he smirked with excitement, taking advantage of the opportunity. This is the time to level up my warrior class skill. Junhee was standing on a tall tree branch observing. She witnessed the battle and immediately grew suspicious. Isn't he a necromancer? Why does he look like an awakened warrior now? Junhee looked down with great admiration. Who would have thought all those stone statues were golems? Faced with that terrifying power, she had to be cautious. If anyone had not thought, it threw and rushed straight into the altar area. They would have definitely been surrounded and destroyed by them. Even so, Junhee still had to admit that Kang Ujin had better intuition than she thought. After a period of fighting, he was breathing heavily tired. Ujin clearly recognized the opponent's strength and felt confident. I've already started seeing the end of this story. They may be many, but that doesn't mean they're strong. Suddenly, he abruptly turned his gaze. However, Ujin saw the 3 monsters and had to be cautious. Those things gave me the creeps from the very beginning. Those 3 only had a single eye in the middle of their forehead. To one side, someone was still working tirelessly. Strong hammer blows continuously pounded down. Ujin had been patiently doing that job all this time. Bibi, who had been waiting, also cheered happily. You defeated the last golem? Master. He stood in the distance and had to speak up to warn Bibi. Be quiet for a second. It's dangerous. Ujin looked at the stone in front of him with suspicion. The return stone is glowing so intensely. Is that a sign that the dungeon break is about to happen? His face became serious and anxious. There's no more time left. I have to win this quickly. Ujin looked at the monster in front of him, recognizing the Cyclops, one of the descendant races of the ancient giant species. He also understood the characteristics of this species very well. Even though Cyclops are also descendants of the giant race, similar to ogres. They are completely different. They are not as savage and brutal as the ogres. Ujin knew their advantage well. What the Cyclops race received from the giant race is intellect. He also had to acknowledge their intellect and power. It is what brought their civilization to prosperity. They are very strong and deserve to be the last masters, to stay and protect the temple. The Cyclops suddenly spoke up, confessing in utter surprise. I am truly surprised to meet you here. Hearing that Ujin was also bewildered. You know me? It quickly spoke, confirming it once more. Yes. The Cyclops looked straight at Rocky, recognizing the giant of destruction, who can shapeshift. Then it shifted to understanding Bibi's identity, the Witch of Illusion. Finally, the Cyclops confirmed his identity, the Necromancer of Carnage. Ujin reacted arrogantly after hearing that. Looks like I'm quite famous, huh? It raised its head, appearing very calm and collected. How could I not know who you are? The Cyclops intentionally emphasized the danger. You are the god of death. It also didn't forget to praise his achievements as the immortal king. Seeing them transform, Ujin looked up in surprise. Giant transformation. The Cyclops ferociously raised its weapon and threw it down. Rocky saw the situation and screamed, charging into the mace. It immediately slammed down onto its head. Suddenly they froze in a dazed look. Ujin still spoke arrogantly at this time, asking, Were you guys also sent by Janet? Meanwhile, Bibi jumped up, sighing in relief. I thought we were done for. The Cyclops explained the matter, firmly asserting, Janet is the new cosmic order to set everything back on its correct course. You won't be able to stop Janet's army. It then stressed with great conviction, the moment you fled from Anpan is when you lost. Hearing that, he clenched his teeth in anger. When the heck did I flee? But the Cyclops revealed the reason with an indifferent look. Your hot temper is the reason you lost. Suddenly, Ujin grinned, warning, stop the cap. He grabbed his weapon and rushed straight toward it, proclaiming, Stop boasting and die. Ujin's weapon stabbed directly into its eye. He flashed a triumphant, cocky smile again. Suddenly, something rushed quickly from the distance. Two gigantic hands were clasped tightly together. The Cyclops wanted to crush him. Ujin immediately gave a few instructions. Now you can rest in eternal peace. At this moment, the Cyclops raised its two hands and tightly clasped them. It roared, wishing them eternal rest. The Cyclops seemed to be casting a spell, muttering the skill, Whirlwind, but before it could do anything, Ujin quickly shot up, swinging his spear and slicing off its fingers. He then landed on the ground, chuckling softly. Rest in peace. What rubbish? Bibi worriedly asked. Master, are you okay? Ujin asked with a touch of bewilderment. How is he still fine after being stabbed in the eye? Moreover, a notification suddenly popped up. The one-eyed giant is healing itself. The Cyclops' fingers were now slowly and rapidly regrowing. He angrily exclaimed, That's not fair. Scene changed to Camp 4. A voice spoke up. We didn't ask you to let us in without a reason. Everyone in? Myung. Jin's group was having a slight argument with the guards. He's our guild master. We need to know how this happened, right? The soldier coldly replied, What you heard on the news is exactly what happened. It's useless to try and talk to us. If you don't leave, we will forcibly remove you. Jiwon's face was now full of worry. She thought of Ujin and silently asked, Are you really okay? Jimin looked down at his sister, who was full of quietness. Jiwon whispered to herself, If you don't make it back alive, I can't. She brought her hands together, silently praying for Ujin's safety. Please come back safe. On this side, Jeonhee was standing on a high rock, watching the battle unfold. She observed that he was having a difficult battle. Right now, he was fighting alone against the Cyclops. The extraordinary strength came from their giant bodies and instant wound healing ability. I don't think he can overcome this. Jeonhee narrowed her eyes, observing closely. She thought to herself, What will you do, Kong Ujin? Ujin unleashed the split strike technique, a spear tearing vertically down through the Cyclops' body, but very quickly, crackling static electricity radiated from its entire body. Then it slowly healed. He cursed, Dang it! Ujin glanced behind him. That moving light energy. This really has no end. The dungeon is about to break at any moment. I never knew. A one-eyed giant had the ability to self-heal. He was now utterly furious, clenching his teeth. Although this is their home turf, it's totally unfair. Suddenly, Ujin's eyes widened. Wait, home turf. Thinking about it, this is the giant's temple. And those one-eyed giants are guarding the temple. He wondered silently, could it be that... Ujin spoke up, Stonehead Bibi. I need you to hold them off for a few minutes. Bibi asked in confusion, What, master? How can we do that? He patted the little girl's head, saying, I have faith in you. Then they fiercely charged towards Bibi and Rocky. The little girl was now sweating profusely in fear. I'm sorry, but can you guys stop? There for a moment. Suddenly, Ujin jumped back down. He leaped onto the enormous statue, making fun of it. This statue is oddly huge, as if they're afraid people won't know this is the temple of the giants. After discovering the secret, Ujin also figured out the reason. The temple houses artifacts inside, that grant its devotees a type of power. Here they must have been granted the power of regeneration. And if I guess correctly, the artifact is... The Cyclops furiously rushed up, cursing, "You bastard! How dare you put your filthy foot on the statue?" But he just smirked with a look of ridicule. "Why so stressed? I didn't do anything." Angered, it became more aggressive. "Get out of the way." Immediately after, Ujin also used his technique, the special move Statue Smash. With just one move, the temple exploded. The Cyclops was uncontrollably enraged, rushing over, "You bastard." But Ujin became even more excited. The ultimate move, Heavy Cleave, appeared a single slash, cutting its body and head clean apart. The headless body and neck fell, black blood flowing out. Ujin looked at the result and showed satisfaction. "Awesome. My slash was spot on." Then, he looked up at them and boldly challenged, "You said I ran away." Ujin, with a confident attitude, declared war. "The two of you, if you want to defeat me, come at me." After a while of fighting, he had defeated the two monsters. There sure are a lot of items that boost stats and power. The system continuously displayed reward notifications. "You have received the Giant's Belt. Strength +5, Defense +2. You have received the Giant's Tier. Strength +3. Just then, Bibi ran over anxiously, asking about the situation. "Master, you're not hurt anywhere, are you?" Ujin looked at the system panel and worried. "I feel like I'm about to lose my title. My strength stat is catching up to my magic stat. Well, it doesn't matter too much." He turned his back and took a few steps, emphasizing, "Let's go home." Bibi was also delighted, skipping behind him, eager to watch a movie. Suddenly, Ujin frowned, wondering, where did the return stone go? The little girl became even more confused, asking back, "Didn't you take it?" He turned his face to one side, guessing, "Did some ghost jacket?" A shadowy figure holding the return stone appeared. "Are you guys looking for this?" John-Hee stood there, revealing a smile and a look of triumph. Sang-ho, with a sinister expression, entrusted her with the mission, "Get Kang Ujin," to participate in the upcoming dungeon raid in the GA Guild. "Wrong I go!" John-Hee was surprised after hearing it. "Kang Ujin, why?" Then Sang-ho revealed, "He has a very mysterious past and abilities, and the best place to uncover his secrets is a dungeon raid, right? What else?" He specifically instructed, "Observe him carefully. Find out what he can do, and what skills he uses." Sang-ho paid attention to every small detail. "If he has a supporter, who is it? And all that jazz, find out everything possible." John-Hee let out a heavy sigh. "So I have to babysit him? Couldn't lower-ranked people do this?" But Sang-ho emphasized, "No. This is something only you can do. Although I really want Kang Ujin on our side, he has already established an independent force, the Adon Guild, so he's been watching his prey for a long time. No matter what, if he has the ability to solo, clear dungeons in the shortest amount of time, compared to everyone else, it won't be long before he upends the Bloodstone Market." Sang-ho's eyes were filled with danger. "If we can't have him, then..." Facing Ujin, John-Hee still remembered the instructions. It's best to eliminate him before he gains more influence. Meanwhile, Bibi was very curious. "Master, who is that girl?" John-Hee looked intrigued. "I'm quite surprised. Who would have thought you could actually clear this dungeon alone?" And she judged, "I thought you would use some kind of trick. But I really have to admit you are strong." Unexpectedly, Ujin flatly dismissed her. "Your approval means squat to me." He immediately demanded, "The dungeon break is about to happen. Give me the return stone now." John-Hee, in a fit of rage, didn't say a word, and charged forward like a wild tiger. Luckily, Ujin was quick enough to block the attack. "What the heck are you doing?" John-Hee hissed out each word. "I have my own circumstances, you know. I can't let you leave here alive." At the same time, at security post number 4, someone's voice rang out. "You're being ridiculous. There's an argument happening right in the middle of the street. We have a direct relationship with the person involved in this incident, yet you want us to hear the details from the media. Where's the common sense in that?" "Where is the common sense, huh?" Just then, Sang-ho stepped out. "What are you all making a fuss about here?" Just seeing his face made people cautious. The person mentioned from the Warang Guild quickly introduced himself. "I am a member of the Adon Guild. We are here because we heard our boss went into that dungeon." At this moment, Sang-ho commented silently. "Both the boss and the employee are exactly the same. Truly thoughtless." John-Hee must have fallen for Kang Ujin's provocation. He tried to remain calm to continue talking to the other party. "Since the dungeon break is about to happen, it would be best for you to keep the area where the dungeon break is about to occur empty. Responsibility and compensation for the damage caused will be handled after we have stopped the dungeon break." Min-chan seemed to be speechless. Kyusungu spoke up in frustration. "Why would there be a dungeon break? My brother will break the barrier and come out soon." Sang-ho gave him a sharp look, thinking to himself how much he despised such a runny-nosed brat. Just then, the guards reported in panic, The barrier is no longer responding." The surrounding area became chaotic. "No way! He's out, what?" A thick layer of smoke was slowly filling the space. An hour ago, the battle between Jeonhee and Ujin was still fierce. She attacked relentlessly, with no intention of stopping. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ujin struggled to defend. Jeonhee suddenly uttered two words, skill. It turned out she unleashed another move, Shadow Rush. This attack truly impacted Ujin. Damn it, just in a flash. Jeonhee had moved behind him. Her sharp sword point was plunging straight toward Ujin. At this moment, he felt a bit helpless. I couldn't avoid it. So Ujin took the full force of a very painful blow. Bibi, standing in a corner, was terrified and screamed, Master! Suddenly, a massive pile of rocks flew towards Jeonhee. A huge monster was thundering toward her. Jeonhee looked disgusted and disdainful. A level 1,000 golem-type monster. It's just big. Now that I know where its core is, defeating it won't be difficult at all, she affirmed. The huge monster roared a sky-shaking sound. Rock! Ujin was still affected by the previous blow. Oh my god, it looks like we're being pushed back. The system announced, map has been activated. You have absorbed 2 souls, subordinates 98 out of 100. Ujin calmly stood up and analyzed. My strength is on par with hers, but she has the upper hand in speed. It seems she wasn't randomly promoted to rank A. Jeonhee spotted it with her keen eyes. Did you just set up a barrier? She threatened intentionally. But if you only block my attacks, what do you gain? If you keep stalling, a dungeon break will erupt. Ujin also grasped his opponent's weakness. That's a fun joke. You talk as if the dungeon break has nothing to do with you. Are you deliberately emphasizing it, or do you actually want it to happen? Those with a little bit of power already have a heart that's completely black. It's hard to guess a person's thoughts. He then gripped the sword in his hand. Whatever, Ujin bravely declared. Whatever you're plotting, I'll destroy it all. However, Jeonhee didn't show any fear. You're quite confident, aren't you? She raised her voice forcefully, making Ujin flinch momentarily. So, Jeonhee rushed forward like lightning. Let me show you what I can do. The destructive force of the attack made the ground tremble. The enormous rock was shattered by something. Jeonhee and Ujin were evenly matched, either willing to yield to the other. She continuously unleashed her moves, while Ujin created a shield to protect himself. Then he retreated and launched an attack magic spear. Jeonhee suddenly stood still, watching the swords rush towards her. But with just a few slices, she had neatly finished them off. Jeonhee flashed a dangerous smile. Shadow speed skill. Her face suddenly became blurred. Taking advantage of Ujin's confusion, Jeonhee rushed forward, while he stood dumbfounded looking at his opponent in front of him. Because of this, Ujin was struck by a painful blow from Jeonhee. He was wounded right across the face and couldn't help but exclaim, You dog! Following that, Jeonhee advanced proudly. It seems your barrier has reached its limit. Let's end everything here. And once again she unleashed her skill, Moon Split. Facing such a situation, but Ujin could still smile. Jeonhyang was fired up, rushing to attack. Die! Bibi was so terrified she screamed. Master Ujin's position was obscured by the dust. Jeonhee looked triumphant. It's been a long time since I've had a fight. This satisfying. Goodbye, Kang Ujin. The thick smoke still hadn't subsided. Ujin's voice rang out. Things are just starting to get fun. What do you mean, goodbye? Seeing the skeleton in front of her, Jeonhee was shocked. What the hell? Ujin is still calm. Why are you so surprised? Is this the first time you've seen a skeleton soldier? This time you're done for. I've got you trapped. Jeonhee was momentarily bewildered. Kang Ujin. She connected the dots. Could it be that he was just pretending to be on the losing side and lured me to a spot where he could easily summon his soldiers? Jeonhee truly didn't understand. But since when did this happen? She felt so strange. I've fallen into his trap and gotten completely stuck like this. Ujin stepped forward with an arrogant gait. Now it's my turn. Faced with this situation, Jeonhee could only grind her teeth in resentment. And then she suddenly attacked Ujin. Jeonhee spoke confidently. Even so, those slow hits of yours won't affect me. Hearing this, Ujin smirked cunningly. Is that so? A large amount of blood suddenly splattered into the air. Jeonhee was attacked without knowing when. She trembled and looked back. 2 more! Those were the soldiers Ujin had summoned earlier. Witnessing this scene, he felt completely satisfied. 3 pillars together make a high mountain after all. Next, Ujin moved his sword again. Let's wrap this up now. Falling into such a situation made Jeonhyeo's blood boil. Kang Ujin, you jerk! Ujin softly spoke, then finished her off. Bye-bye. The system immediately announced a level up. You have reached level 50. Resurrection, level 1. You can control 1 corpse. A corpse can use a maximum of 50% of its original strength. You can only give simple commands. To a corpse explosion. Level 1. The owner can make a corpse explode, including the corpse they are controlling, as long as it's within a 10-meter radius. Ujin was excited watching the energy flow into him. That's a lot of experience points. Then he looked at her. Thank you very much, Lee Yeonhee. The scene changed. The AI's voice rang out. Can we enter? The barrier is gone. The pleas continued incessantly. Let us in. But Just then Minchin stopped short when he saw the AI. He loudly called out when he saw Ujin. "Boss!" He looked at the crowd in front of him, bewildered. When did everyone get here? Everyone rushed towards Ujin. "Big brother," Minchin said. "We rushed here as soon as we saw the news." Ujin replied, "Is that so?" Then he made a request. "On a side note, I dropped my belongings and phone around here. Help me find them." But he saw Minchin hold his breath for a second. The whole country just breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the boss, and yet he's here talking about this. The familiar voice of the AI just rang out. Ujin Jiwan ran over from nowhere and jumped to hug him. She was so worried she burst into tears. "You dummy! I was so worried about you. How could you so easily jump into a dangerous place like that?" Ujin spoke softly. "It should be healed. By now, shouldn't it? Why are you still wearing a hat?" As he took off Jiwan's hat, he paid her a compliment. "You look much prettier." But she focused on, "What good is my face healing? When your face is injured like this. Ujin didn't worry much about it. "Just put on some ointment for a couple of days and it'll be fine." Next, Jiwan brought up something. "By the way, the ring you gave me." She mustered up the courage. "If you're okay with it." Ujin exclaimed a word that made Jiwan feel awkward. "Ring? What are you talking about?" She stammered, repeating, "The event that day, you know. Didn't you prepare it?" Ujin rummaged through his memory. "Event ring." Jiwan's cheeks instantly flushed red. Only now did she realize she had misunderstood. "Is there a hole I can crawl into?" After a moment of thought, Ujin spoke again. "Wait." Sung-hoon, who was watching, also noticed. "Big bro, she just confessed to you. Didn't she? I don't know what to say." Sang-ho suddenly interrupted the conversation. "Thank goodness, Ujin, you're alive." Then he probed. "But what happened to the team leader, Lee Yeonhee?" Jeonhyo's words flashed in his mind. "I have my own goal, you understand. I can't let you leave here alive." Then he scrutinized Sang-ho. "Although I have no concrete evidence, I have a feeling this guy is up to no good." "Well then, let's see his reaction." Ujin simply said she's dead. He didn't give a clear explanation. She was strong, but she unfortunately met a stronger opponent. This made Sang-ho question. A monster killed Lee Yeonhee. Is he trying to say he had nothing to do with Yeonhee's death? He started to doubt. Is he lying? Sang-ho curiously asked, "Who killed her then?" Ujin suddenly uttered two strange words. "The undead." This word made Sang-ho's mind even more confused. The undead at this time. Sungu stepped forward. "Big bro, I found your stuff and phone. It looks like the military found it and kept it." Ujin praised him. "Good job!" Sungu reminded him, "Big bro, aren't you having an important conversation with the president of the Warang Guild?" "Not exactly. You should at least fix your hair before going back to the hotel." When Ujin left, Sang-ho finally revealed his resentment. "An unknown monster killed Lee Yeonhee, huh? Does he expect me to believe those words?" He could confirm that the dungeon break did not happen. Sang-ho knew clearly. The A-rank awakener of the Warang Guild. Lee Yeonhee has died. He began to fall into despair. Everything he had built with his own hands was slowly collapsing. And the cause of the collapse was... Kang-ho furiously bit his lip. "Kang Ujin!" A moment later, Ujin arrived back at the hotel. He turned the water faucet. Ujin recalled the Cyclopes from the 6-star dungeon. They were really strong. And he was certain that on Earth, there are still many monsters stronger than that. A lot. No way everything would end this easily. At this time, the news reported. After an in-depth investigation into the dungeons, Dr. James Toffler will begin announcing his report on the issues related to where dungeons come from and how they have changed. The news reported that Dr. Toffler discussed where dungeons come from and how they will change from now on. The other person shared the information. The monsters are alien life forms, and he emphasized his viewpoint. According to my hypothesis, the dungeons are like their pathways. They are a means, a pathway to bring those life forms to Earth. This made Ujin bewildered. "What the hell?" Toffler raised the question. "But even if they create portals, they can't pass through here. And the dungeon break only happens after 30 days. But why does it take 30 days? And the old man analyzed. "I have a theory about the return stone. Based on what we know about them, if we consider the dungeon as a mine, then they are the factor that stabilizes, and also the key to escaping the dungeon." However, Toffler continued his presentation. If we look at it from the monster's perspective, 30 days after a dungeon appears, the return stone could be considered the key to opening the gateway to Earth. Ujin found it quite interesting. "That sounds pretty convincing," Toffler reiterated. "In the past, the monsters that escaped the dungeons were very weak, and the dungeons were only a maximum of 4 stars. But the reason we had so many casualties is because we weren't prepared to fight them at all." Based on that, Ujin assessed. They were small, and they behaved differently than they did in the dungeon. And that was to optimize the amount of energy used like BB. Toffler continued. "But now, since the dungeon fever, 5-star and 6-star dungeons have appeared more frequently. And if things continue to escalate like this, it won't be long before a 7-star dungeon appears. Ujin completely agreed with the old man's views. Right, I think so too. But the important thing is the reason why such a phenomenon is happening. Toffler then asserted, dungeons are not simply mines. The bloodstones that we've looted are actually just bait set up by them. He emphasized, the more bloodstones there are on Earth, the better the environment will be for them. Ujin stood up. Bloodstones, that makes sense. Based on what he knew, the energy in bloodstones is known as mana. On Unpan, they increase the mana saturation of Earth by making humans loot and use bloodstones. In this way, they will create an environment where monsters can materialize. Ujin looked up at the person on the screen again. Professor James Toffler. I'll remember your name. Ujin's phone screen showed a call from Heeman. He immediately answered. Yes, what is it? The other end of the line said, I'm sorry to interrupt your rest, boss, but I think you need to come back and see this with your own eyes. Ujin suddenly remained silent for a long time. Hearing the next piece of information, he was very unwilling. A press conference. The press conference was taking place with dozens of reporters. At that moment, someone unexpectedly walked over. That person gently pulled out a chair at the table. Minchan felt sorry. I apologize I couldn't stop this interview, so if you find any question difficult to answer, please feel free to skip it. Just as he sat down, Ujin glanced at Sangho. His eyes were full of scrutiny. Seeing this, Sangho put on a mocking face and looked at him. Aha, you're planning something, aren't you? A reporter suddenly raised his hand. He spoke. First, I'd like to ask Guildmaster Lee Sangho a question. The reckless dungeon attack, before the dungeon break. Was it a private arrangement between Warang and Adam, or was it agreed upon by both? Sangho confidently asserted there was no such thing. Vice Guildmaster Lee Yonhee took the risk upon herself to do it. He even dared to emphasize, I'm sure she was just trying to help Kang. Ujin, who has been the center of attention recently. The reporter wanted to know more. So that means Vice Guildmaster Lee Yonhee risked going into the dungeon to save Kang Ujin. He continued, I'd like to ask the next question to Kang Ujin. During the dungeon attack, what was your teamwork like with Yonhee? Please tell us about the attack in this dungeon and about the death of Lee Jonhee. The reporter Cho asked very specifically, how did she die? Did you do your best to save her? But Ujin's continued silence made him lose his cool. Please answer me. While in the dungeon, was there any conflict between you and Ms. Jonhee? Meanwhile, Sangho covered his mouth to suppress a laugh. In his heart, he prayed, that's right, keep grilling him. How dare he cause trouble with Warang? Kang Ujin, you are totally screwed. It turned out that before the press conference began, Sangho had made a phone call. Hey, reporter, I want to give you some information. I have a few suspicions about this Kang Ujin. He already had a plan. From here, the media across all of Korea will hustle and hound you. Right now, the reporter questioned again, Mr. Kang Ujin, this nation has the right to know this. Please answer, stop being silent. Could the death of team leader Lee Jonhee potentially be related to Kang Ujin? That possibility exists, doesn't it? Minchen felt that something bad was happening. Damn it, this is really bad. Suddenly, I feel like this is a public hearing. He felt incredibly guilty. If I had known this would happen, I would have refused this press conference. Minchan quietly called out, Boss, sir. Ujin's face was livid, but he gestured for silence. Then he boldly stood up. What do you want? That reporter persisted with his question. This nation has the right to know. Ujin irritably cut him off. Stop that BS. These words made the reporter not dare to speak further. Next, Ujin turned to face Sangho. He landed a painful kick right on Sangho's face. The reporter was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Even Minchan couldn't anticipate his action, thinking he had cornered his opponent. Who knew Sangho would fall dramatically in front of so many cameras? He clutched his painful shoulder and looked at Ujin. What do you think you're doing? Ujin was unafraid to expose him. It's goddamn hilarious. How dare you play your little dirty games right in my face? Not only that, he violently grabbed Sangho's collar. Sangho stammered fearfully. You're insane. We're live on TV. Ujin repeated with disdain. Live on TV. Thinking he had the leverage, Sangho boasted. You've made a huge mistake, Ujin. The whole country is watching you. But Ujin just burst out laughing mockingly. Is that so? He asked himself, what was Anpan's population again? 1 billion, 2 billion. This act made Minchin very awkward. Boss, please calm down. Ujin himself didn't even remember how many people he had killed. He silently sneered. But everyone has been watching my every action. Live broadcasting in one country is completely irrelevant. Then Ujin raised his voice and asked, do you want to get your ass kicked live on TV? Sangho stammered, what? The moment he finished speaking, Ujin landed a blow to his cheek. Sangho's face was now contorted and flushed red. Sunghun, just watching on the screen, was terrified. Damn it, he thought, regretting his actions. Holy hell, I almost got myself killed. Why did I dare to try and screw with a person like him. Sung-hun conceded that even so, doing that during a press conference. There are really people who don't give a flying fuck about what others think of them, huh? Another news report. The wild antelope is attempting to seek out females to breed with them. The female antelopes are... Meanwhile, Sung-hun was busy watching another news segment. He's going crazy and causing a commotion again. The search rankings are jumping all over the place. It's already an uproar online, isn't it? Sung-hun's eyes landed on a headline. What is this? He involuntarily read the words Saintess, Mead. A reporter arrived at the place of most interest right now. I am currently at the site of the miracle. That is currently the focus of the whole world. That person reported, hundreds of people have come to visit this place because they want to receive favor from Saintess Maid. Teasing voices rang out. An elf is truly an elf. Looking at the screen on his phone, Sung-hun sighed in admiration. This is truly a beauty beyond this world. The news reporter introduced, the person you are seeing, sitting in the wheelchair, is Mr. Smith, who has been paralyzed from the waist down since birth. Sung-hun listened intently. Will he be able to stand on the ground for the first time in his life today? Is this some kind of new religion? Let's witness this miracle with our own eyes. A hand containing magic was placed on the young man's head. Sung-hun was stunned by this action. The people at the scene were also excited. What just happened? Holy crap, it worked. The man even exclaimed, oh my God, oh my God. He was truly touched. Thank you, sir. Mead and Mead, claiming that a goddess always has boundless and infinite compassion for those who devote their entire heart to her. And I am merely a messenger of the goddess. Sung-hun was amazed once again. No way, there are tons of awakeners who have all kinds of mystical abilities like magic or potions. But the man continued to express his gratitude to Sir Mide. May the goddess always bless you. Isn't healing an injury like that impossible? Someone stood in a corner observing. This is truly astonishing. Is she truly a messenger of the gods or what? Linda confirmed. It's true that hundreds and thousands of people have followed her and have switched to become members of the Arya Guild. People don't doubt her at all. She even performed the miracle live. But Dinkun's eyes were always focused forward. Saintess Mead of Arya. He learned some information. Although the fact that after being rescued from the dungeon, she couldn't speak was quite laughable. She had managed to learn the language of Earth in just a few days. According to legend, the goddess Arya, the goddess of Earth and future in the world of Alphen. She introduced herself as a nun, serving the goddess Arya and performed quite a few miracles. Not only that, there were a few rumors that she didn't just have the ability of amazing healing. She could also foresee the future that Arya had predicted through the weather. This was truly unbelievable, due to her ability to predict the time and location where a dungeon would appear. The story about Mayday spread quickly. People could clear 5 5-star dungeons and 2 6-star dungeons in just 1 week. But to borrow her power, there was one condition. Dinkun was sure that it was to form a holy knight team dedicated to the goddess Arya. He continued to ask for information. What's the status of that holy knight team? Linda replied, many people have signed up, sir. She updated the situation. I'm really worried, sir, because there are quite a few awakeners in our guild requesting to transfer there. Therefore, Dinkun had to decide quickly. I really can't do anything. If I can't stop them, then I need to utilize them as much as possible. He set his sights on Mead. No matter what, she is currently the best awakener Mead. Dinkun could clearly see the opponent's level, an SS-level ability. At the same time, at the Adon Guild, Warring Guild, the Adon Guild held a press conference. The reporters were tense when they saw the current situation. Minchan impatiently reminded Boss, please calm down. If things keep going like this, we're going to be in serious trouble. Only then did Ujin stop and regain control of his hands. Sangho was now covered in injuries, especially his face. Before leaving, Ujin threw another painful blow. Then he turned back to face the entire crowd. Have you asked how Li Yonhui is doing? Ujin emphasized every word. She tried to kill me. He revealed the obvious truth. And as you can see, she failed. Ujin issued a warning. If you dare to accuse me of murder, he emphasized angrily, if any of you dare to mess with me, I don't care who it is. I won't let you get away with it, understand? The bribed reporter from earlier was also intimidated. Without wasting a second, Ujin turned and left. Minchan, let's go. He stammered, accepting the order. Yes, sir. Inside the luxurious grand hall at the press conference, Minchan curiously asked his boss again, did you really mean it that she tried to kill you? Ujin coldly confirmed, yes, she did. Minchan wanted to know more, so is it true? Ujin immediately confirmed, yes, I killed her. And the main culprit behind it is the Warang Guild leader. He smirked at Minchan. Why are you so surprised? Because I killed her, or because the Warang Guild tried to assassinate me. Being hit close to home made Minchan speechless. He was very worried. Although his opponent was truly trying to kill him, killing someone and then being so calm, then Ujin returned to a normal state. Well, no matter what you say, in the end it benefits me, because I eliminated Lee John-hee, the person who was blocking my way. Min-chan also calmed down. That's true, but I'm worried. I don't know what will happen next, or what public opinion will be like, especially when the Warring Guild is manipulating the press conference like this. Suddenly Ujin called his name Min-chan, he said. Do you know what is the hardest thing to deal with for those who specialize in doing evil, behind the scenes? Min-chan involuntarily exclaimed, huh. Ujin's words were full of meaning. It's when people openly provoke them. They'll get a massive headache, because it will be very difficult for them to secretly scheme anything. Min-chan suddenly fell into contemplation. Is that why? He pieced together every event. He changed the atmosphere from why is Kang, Ujin involved in and abetting Lee Yunhui's death, to, Min-chan asked, Warang is actually the culprit behind the attempt on Kang, Jin's life. He was truly curious, because there was no way to precisely prove what happened in the dungeon. Who would have thought that his actions were the result of so much calculation? Then Min-chan happily exclaimed, You truly are the boss. He asked, So, how should we handle the aftermath? Ujin replied, Why should I do that? That's your job. Hearing that, Min-chan's face immediately twisted. What? Meanwhile, Ujin smiled gleefully. Director Young, you also have to put in some effort. Min-chan could only curse under his breath. He doesn't think about anything. That wretched boss. If your salary isn't enough, then increase it yourself. At least he had a little conscience. After chatting for a while, the two men left the place. Reporters were waiting outside the door. It's Kang Ujin. Ujin raised an eyebrow, looking at the scene before him. What is this? Herman immediately called out, Boss, come say hello. He explained that the residents of the shelter wanted to thank him. They sincerely expressed their gratitude. Thank you so much, Oppa. Thanks for protecting our homes. The young man smiled radiantly. No matter what, I'll always be rooting for you, Appa. The little girl heaped praises. Appa, you're so lit. Thank you. Even the old man came over to express his gratitude. I've lived in this neighborhood for over 75 years. Thank you very much, young man. Susan just quietly listened to everyone's words. A fresh bouquet of flowers was brought up by someone. The little girl spoke up, Ajusi, thank you. Uzin gently accepted it, thank you too. His lips curved into a faint smile. Well, things like this. He tightly held the bouquet he had just received. Kang Uzin raised it high like an achievement. It's not too bad. Everyone chanted in unison, Kang Uzin. Min-chan watched also feeling happy. I really don't get him. Hye-min assessed. He is truly not a normal person at all, he said softly. And now he's also the hero who protected this city. Meanwhile, everyone was still cheering for Kang Uzin. Someone's anxious voice spoke up. President, President. The assistant kept calling repeatedly. President, are you awake? Sang-ho, having just woken up, roared. Kang Ujin, that bastard. The assistant stammered, asking Han. President, how are you feeling? Meanwhile, Sang-ho still held a deep-seated hatred that went to his very core. He cursed, that dead dog, that lunatic. Sang-ho recalled the mocking words. How ridiculous. How dare you pull that stunt in front of me? He exclaimed again, that stupid dog. Sang-ho couldn't help himself, but clenched the thing in his hand tightly. He stated firmly, I will definitely do everything I can to kill you. In Manhattan, America, a supremely modern city, before the headquarters of the Titan Guild, the Arya Guild, Mori knelt before a statue. She continuously recited incantations. A person entered and announced, Saintess the guild leader is here. The cunning Din-kun took Mori's hand. I pay my respects to the Saintess. Instead of greeting, she just smiled gently. Afterwards, Mori inquired, is the formation of the Holy Knights Guild proceeding smoothly? And Din-kun replied, yes. Many people have registered, so things are progressing very smoothly. That made Mori feel more at ease. The goddess will be very happy about this. Then she announced, the Holy Knights will be the heroes in the Holy War. To save Anfin, we will lead them and take back Anfin, Mori stated. By the time their main force begins the attack, it will already be too late. And Earth, just like Anfin, they will face a huge disaster. Din-kun silently contemplated every word Anfin and Earth. He had some knowledge about this matter. The Holy War with this goal of protecting both worlds, and Din-kun knew the severity. Even if what's happening is truly unbelievable, if it's the truth, and then this is no longer something my guild can handle anymore. We will need everyone in this world to work with us. Afterwards, he spoke. I have something else I want to tell you. Din-kun offered an iPad. I have found the person mentioned in the prophecy that you revealed earlier. Mori couldn't hide her happiness. You finally found him. But when she looked at the screen, she was confused. This person is... Mori's body trembled slightly. How can this person be on Earth? Din-kun immediately asked, what is it? Is there a problem? Mori's voice became much deeper. The undying soul summoner of destruction. She was secretly surprised. Who would have thought Kang Uzin was the fake savior in the prophecy? At the same time, over on Uzin's side, he suddenly asked Sung-gu to get the car. Sung-gu helplessly reminded Hyung, "You still have 2 days left before the deadline to report back to the police station." Uzin responded, "Why do I have to go there?" Sung-gu speculated suspiciously, "Then where are you planning to go?" "Don't tell me." Uzin immediately revealed, "Just going to the Warring Guild." Hearing that the whole group simultaneously shouted, "What?" Uzin let out a sigh. "I'll take care of it myself. Why? Do you guys look so scared?" Min-chan made an excuse to stop him. "Sejong, please let me handle this. You don't need to trouble yourself like that." Suddenly, Uzin's tone became serious. "If I go," Min-chan quickly affirmed. "No, it won't be any trouble for me." Uzin had no choice but to agree. "Very well." Next he asked, "Is there anything I can help you with, Min-chan?" He replied, "Yes, there is." He requested, "Please allow me to hire more staff. If we want to resolve this accident, we'll need to hire a lawyer, and we will also need to hire more support personnel." Uzin thought for a moment. Hire more staff. He secretly analyzed. If bloodstones continue to pile up on Earth, and what appears won't be Anfen's monsters anymore, but Shanei's subordinates. And even if I call them subordinates, they are actually the 72 direct generals under Shanette. Every single one of them is extremely dangerous, and they cannot be defeated by one person. Therefore, Uzin calculated, even with my subordinates in Anfen and my army of the undead, and the help of the allies in Anfen, we could only barely match Chanet's forces. Then he linked it to the present reality. But now I only have 4 subordinates like this. Therefore, Uzin was quite conflicted. And Hong Sung-gu is the only awakened one among them, so it doesn't count for much. His only strength is that he has a very pure soul. Seeing him silent for a long time, Sung-gu wondered. "What's wrong, Hyung?" Min-chan asked again. "Sejong, what about hiring more people?" After that, Uzin agreed, "All right. When you hire more people, hire awakened ones." "Too okay." He suddenly smiled and called out, "Oh, and Sung-gu." Then Uzin requested, "Follow me." The green trees added color to the forest. A razor-sharp blade slashed through the air. Someone was eliminating a huge monster. With just a few slashes, Uzin defeated it. After taking care of it, a few drops of fresh blood remained on the weapon's blade. Uzin excitedly assessed, "Off. Well, it's just average now." Sung-gu commented from the side, "Hyung, I think I've gotten stronger. Look." Accordingly, Uzin looked seriously in that direction. Sung-gu happily announced, "I've collected this much already. System update level 7. Hong Sung-gu. Though he fears you, he still respects you. He both likes and hates you. Job battle mage. Skill fireball. Note collect 10 bloodstones. His rank is also equivalent to a master." Meanwhile, Uzin was secretly contemplating, he really is collecting 10 bloodstones as quickly as before. One might think he's fighting some monster or something. Next he reminded, "Hey, Sung-gu, stop collecting 10 bloodstones, come over here." Sung-gu looked confused, but quickly ran over. "You called Hyung." Uzin asked Sung-gu, "How strong do you want to be?" Sung-gu stammered, Excuse me." Uzin spoke seriously. "Surely you must have some goal." "Right. Do you want to just keep collecting 10 bloodstones under me? Like this forever?" Sung-gu suddenly remembered. "Write the original. A dream. To become a high-ranking fire sorcerer. Why am I an errand boy director now?" He fell into confusion. The scope of an errand boy director's work. 1. Driver. 2. Carrying equipment. 3. Collecting 10 blood vessels. 4. Dungeon scheduling. Uzin spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. "Are you satisfied with your current situation?" Sung-gu awkwardly explained, "No, Hyung. When I awakened, my dream was to become a high-ranking fire sorcerer." He affirmed, "I will do everything I can to become stronger," Uzin said sternly. "Even if you're so exhausted that you're about to drop dead." Sung-gu declared confidently, "Yes, anything." Hearing that, Uzin managed a slight smile of relief. "All right, you said it. Now let's start." Sung-gu was stunned again. Uzin slowly spoke, letting him know 1 month. "Are you ready? I will make you a rank A within 1 month." Currently, Sung-gu was training so hard he was out of breath. Despite that, his feet kept moving. How things ended up like this, Sung-gu still couldn't understand until now. But everything turned out this way. He remembered Uzin's words. "Within 1 month, I will make you a rank A." Sung-gu was doubtful. Can it really be done? Suddenly, something whooshed past him. In the blink of an eye, it was standing in front of Sung-gu, blocking with its sword. Uzin's soldier attacked him. But fortunately, Sung-gu managed to dodge in time. Eventually, he couldn't keep his balance, and fell backward onto the ground. Next, the skeleton soldier slowly advanced toward Sung-gu. He quickly composed himself. "I can't be careless. If we get hit, we'll die." The skeleton soldier revealed a terrifying appearance to intimidate its opponent. Next, Sung-gu channeled some energy. "I need to widen the distance first, then I'll use my skill." He gathered enough magic and threw it towards the skeleton swordsman. "Take this." Immediately, the area exploded like a disaster. Seeing that Sungu was excited, it hit. Before he could celebrate further, the skeleton soldier reappeared intact after the flames. What's more, it launched a surprise attack on Sungu. The skeleton soldier firmly grasped the sword and thrust it deeper. In an instant, night fell upon this vast forest. The skeleton soldier just withdrew its sword, and Sungu collapsed due to severe injury. He couldn't stop trembling. It hurt so much. If I had intended to give up, even for just 1 second then. Ujin, showing no satisfaction, stepped forward. "Get up? How long are you going to lie there?" He then raised his voice to comment, "Do you really think that with just that fireball of yours you could defeat my skeleton? Soldier, how could you hit once and already dare to drop your guard?" Ujin specifically instructed, "If you want to survive, you must be persistent and become stronger. Do you think monsters will only ever stay inside the dungeons?" Meanwhile, Sungu was still confused. "What?" Ujin brought up a topic. "Imagine this dungeon breaks happen at every station across the entire Earth. At the same time, 6 billion people. According to that, I guarantee you that having that number won't take 3 days." Sungu's brain still wasn't processing everything. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Meanwhile, Ujin continued speaking. "If that happens, I will be very busy protecting my family. I won't have time to protect you too. You must learn to survive on your own. Sungu, you want to awaken? If you want to protect your family, then make sure from now on you won't be weak anymore." Sungu struggled to stand up with his trembling body. As soon as he stood firm, he let out a piercing scream. But nothing could dampen Sungu's spirit. "Hyung, keep training me." Seeing this attitude, Ujin managed to smile. "That's right. You need to keep doing that." It was dawn in a flash. At Youngbut Forest Station, there was still no one here. Sungu let out a long, tired yawn. Ujin, sitting opposite, softly asked, "Are you tired?" Sungu's face was more haggard than ever. "How could I not be tired after 3 days of going beast mode with training?" Ujin informed him. "I used my skill to nullify your fatigue. If you feel sleepy, it's only because your mind is weak and wants to rest. Go ahead and give yourself a challenge, hypnosis or anything you can think of, to block your sleepiness." Sungu complied right away. "Okay." Just then a sound from the TV rang out. "Her blessing has saved so many lives. What she has done is truly marvelous." Both of them were immediately drawn in by the topic. It was the scene of the dream goddess, Mary, and the man whose head she had patted before. Ujin unconsciously gazed at her. "She looks exactly like someone I used to know. Even her gestures and actions are the same." Sungu looked bewildered. "Who are you talking about, Hyung?" He also exclaimed, "She's so pretty. She looks like a real-life fairy." Ujin astutely realized she's not a fairy. "Just look at her ears, you can tell. That's just a way of speaking. But there's one truth you haven't revealed. What everyone is seeing is the miracle of Saintess Mary of Arya." The next news was about the Saintess's Holy Night Squad. Then Ujin started whipping his head around. "What, is that really Mary?" He felt strange. "How can she be here?" The scene shifted to the Adon Guild, a familiar office. Min-chan happily spoke. "You're back, Hyung," Ujin hastily instructed. "Help me book a flight to the U.S. Min-chan seemed to understand the reason. "How did you know? Are you referring to the invitation letter sent by the association? Is that it?" Hearing that, Ujin repeated the association. "According to the information Min-chan knew some time ago, the Titan Guild rescued a person from a dungeon. That was the Saintess with the name Mary. Her strange abilities have recently become a very hot topic." Then he interrupted. "Anyway, regarding this matter," Min-chan asked doubtfully, "the Titan Guild sent an invitation to all guilds worldwide to the association. Aren't you referring to that?" But Ujin paid little attention. "Whatever it is, just book my flight ticket." This left Min-chan full of curiosity. I thought he considered this a bother, he thought. "What happened? What happened?" Min-chan presented a box of items, "Boss. These are the skill books and enhancement stones you requested earlier." Ujin responded, "Perfect timing. Tomorrow I'll make Sungu study all of this." He quickly noticed, "But there are fewer than I requested, right?" Min-chan confirmed. "Yes, sir. Since we recently used up the guild's public funds, we are a bit short on capital." He stated the fact enhancement stones and skill books are always super pricey. Suddenly, Ujin inquired, "Are there any dungeons being reactivated soon?" Min-chan replied, "There are always dungeons. But unless we get lucky, it will be difficult for new guilds, like ours, to get those dungeons, compared to the major guilds." Ujin continued to ask, "So is there a 6-star dungeon that's about to burst?" Min-chan focused on thinking. The Ministry of Defense did issue a call for help, but his expression made Ujin curious. "What kind of place is it that you're stuttering like that?" Min-chan bravely revealed, "It's in Pyongyang." Upon hearing this place, Ujin's face contorted. "What?" From inside the base, someone's voice screamed loudly, "North Korea." The kneeling servant pleaded miserably. "Chairman, I am so sorry!" He burst into tears. "Please forgive me just this once." Please spare my life. Jongun heard that and his voice turned cold. What did you say? He questioned. You think that after a chicken run like that, we would just overlook it? The guy was helpless. He could only beg I sincerely apologize, so please. However, he was met with a sharp glare from Jongun. You jerk. Then he aimed his piece at him. Go ask for forgiveness from our people. Jongun didn't hesitate, pulling the trigger in the stunned silence of the subordinates. Done, he ordered, clear this trash out. Jongun stepped proudly over the body. It looks like this is no longer an issue for the nation. We can handle it ourselves now. Next, he inquired about the commander's situation. How about the invitation I sent to South Korea? The commander reported, I have extremely good news, Chairman. He leaned close to Jongun's ear and whispered, secret information. He chuckled slyly. Really? It seems I'll finally get to meet him. Jongun was now incredibly excited. The greatest hero of South Korea, Kang Ujin, is currently at the Awakener Management Bureau. Ujin was sitting in silent contemplation on the chair. I've joked about Pyongyang a few times, but who knew I'd actually have to go in the end? A voice came from his phone. Are you going to off Kim Jong-un? Just to dodge military service. That's right, let's go unify the country, bro. Calm down, man. Just then someone unexpectedly spoke up. Ujin, it truly is an honor to see you again. Peason smiled and extended her hand. I will guide you to Pyongyang. Upon recognizing her, Ujin replied, yeah, it is somewhat relaxing to meet an acquaintance. Afterward, the two traveled together and reached the highway. The sign clearly indicated the driver's destination. Ujin looked around. I thought military bases would be filled with soldiers everywhere, but it looks quite deserted. Peason stated that there were very few developed areas in North Korea. Other than those places, the rest of the country looks a lot like our country in the 70s, to the point that there is only one subway station in Pyongyang. That confused Ujin, so they had to ask for aid just because they couldn't handle these minor things. Are there really no Awakeners in North Korea? Wait, aren't there any Awakeners in North Korea at all? Ison continued to explain. They certainly have far fewer Awakeners than we do. That's also why it's very difficult to form a team entirely of A-rank Awakeners. Furthermore, the death rate for Awakeners in North Korea is quite high. So Ujin quickly understood the situation. I guess for them, dying in a dungeon or running away and getting shot are pretty much the same. Heeson pointed out that they hadn't faced any major problems until now because they were still getting aid from China. She shared the details of the incident, but this time North Korea tried to handle the situation independently but failed. And it seems like China wants to use this situation to make an example, so they are just standing idly by. So North Korea had to publicly issue several announcements, recruiting people from quite a few countries around the world. Ujin offered his perspective. That makes sense. From North Korea's point of view, they must have thought it would be a huge bummer if they had to split the enormous Bloodstone Hall in a high-ranked dungeon with China. And Heisen confirmed, that's right. Then Ujin leaned his head back on the seat. Whatever it is, just handle it quickly and come back. Make sure to guarantee that half-month thing we agreed on initially. Heisen assured him I will. I'll make sure that condition is enforced. She stealthily glanced at Ujin, who had his eyes closed. Heisen understood well. The condition Ujin had emphasized was to be allowed to attack a dungeon within half a month. After the first dungeon was cleared, she pieced together the events. The negotiations between South and North must wait until the negotiation team from North Korea arrives to begin. With her keen intellect, Heeson reassured herself. But for the one who clears the dungeon first, this is just a small request, so it will be accepted without any issues. However, that's only if we successfully clear the dungeon. Besides that, she knew well the consequences of failure. Ujin's death is inevitable. And then South Korea will have to bear a huge financial loss as well. The more Heisen thought, the worse she felt. Afterward, relations between South Korea and North Korea could even deteriorate further. She placed all the responsibility on Ujin. Everything rests on you. After a long drive, the two finally arrived. They looked at the magnificent place before them. We're here. This is the Kumsusan Palace of the Sun, our meeting location. Ujin exclaimed in awe, that's a huge building! What are those tanks for? Heeson explained. The Palace of the Sun is essentially the representative building of North Korea. She added that the Gwangmyeong Station dungeon which he had to clear was right next to it. That's why they were forced to stop the dungeon break. A guard politely requested, comrades, please follow me. In the photo frame, the flag of the two representatives was clearly imprinted. Near the wall, the military personnel were lined up neatly. Ujin and Heisen settled into their positions. Heeson didn't dare speak loudly. Those people are so chill. Ujin's attitude perplexed her. Aren't you worried at all, Ujin? Who knew he would show such a mocking face? Why should I be worried? He had to be worried, but Ujin had already seen through that this was obviously a political ploy to try and put psychological pressure on the guests by making them wait for a long time. In a moment, a loud voice rang out. The first secretary of the Central Defense Commission arrives. The person slowly walked in. There were also several bodyguards around him. Jongan extended his hand and greeted, "It's a pleasure to meet you, comrade. I have heard a lot about you." However, Ujin only lightly glanced down, while mentally asking, "Who is this pig?" After collecting himself, he gently smiled. Then Ujin returned the handshake with an "A, nice to meet you." His attitude infuriated Pyongwon. "Comrade, this is the chairman. Please be careful with your words." To which, he only received Ujin's careless look. Then he covered his mouth and greeted, "Nice to meet you, Jongan." The people around him were frozen by this action. Hyson couldn't believe her eyes. "What the heck is this?" It was now that her eyes were truly opened. Although it's true he's done things like this with the guildmaster. Warang, I thought he'd have enough common sense to be careful with people of this rank, even if I don't say anything. The subordinates ground their teeth and cursed that arrogant bastard. "Where do you think you are to pull a stunt like that? I won't let that dog get away with this." Hyson's spirit suddenly plummeted. "We're toast," Ujin retorted without hesitation. "You told me to be careful, so I'm being careful, aren't I? Why are you mad at me?" Hyson could only cry inwardly. "Forget the dungeon and everything else. We're probably going to bite the dust right here and now." Suddenly, Jongun burst into laughter. He even praised him. "You are truly hilarious. Indeed, the strongest warrior in the south." Jongun excitedly put his arm around Ujin's shoulder. "Let's sit down and talk." Meanwhile, Hyson was still in a state of shock. "We're still alive." Next, everyone sat down neatly at the conference table. Ujin decisively cut to the chase. "Hurry up so I can get into the dungeon." The subordinates were shaking with anger. That arrogant dog, but Jongun still seemed amused. "You are quite direct." He stated, "I've heard about the condition you put forward, that you get to use the dungeon for half a month, and take the spoils during that raid." "Isn't that right?" Jongun continued. "Of course. For our government, there's nothing bad about it. As long as you handle the dungeon situation well, I will stick to this promise." Hearing that, Ujin jumped up. "So what are we waiting for? Let's go right now." Jongun laughed again. "Comrade, you are really impatient, aren't you?" He suggested, "Before you go, let's take a picture." It wasn't until they left the hair salon that she dared to speak her mind. "Honestly, I thought I was going to have a heart attack and die right there." She was so agitated, her voice got louder. "Don't you know we're in Pyongyang right now? Be careful with your words." But Ujin smiled gently. "I am being careful." Hyson was momentarily confused. "What?" Ujin recalled the moment Jongun extended his hand in greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you, comrade. I've heard a lot about you." He had considered, should I just kill him? I might even get an honorable discharge. By the time the two were walking, the sky was turning golden. Ujin waved goodbye. "Well, I'm off. I'll see you in a few days." Hyson sincerely hoped, "Ujin, please come back safely." He just smiled a confident smile in reply. While the two were talking, someone was watching from a distance with binoculars. Jongun let out an exclamation. "My goodness, he really is a fresh wind, isn't he?" The commander replied seriously. "Yes, sir." Jongun wondered, if our People's Republic also had a Superman like him, how great that would be. The commander was doubtful. "Chairman, do you think he will succeed?" And Jongun was certain. Of course he will. He was very confident Ujin would succeed. "Comrade Kang Ujin." As Ujin was walking, something touched his shoulder. He turned back to check. "What's that, this creepy feeling? Did I just sense a monster or something?" The sky was full of dark clouds and there were several flashes of lightning. And being right in the middle of a desolate forest made the place even more somber. Someone's voice rang out. "This is the territory of Shernet Bibi." He covered his nose in disgust. "It's so stinky." "Whose land is this then?" Ujin replied, "I don't know either. If any of those 72 commanders show up, I'll just kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, a strange sound was heard. Ujin vaguely looked at the group of monsters in front of him. "Are they trying to overwhelm me with numbers, Vesik?" Vesik, a low-grade monster of Shernet whose forelegs are shaped like swords, pose a major threat. They tend to move in groups with a head count of exactly 10. Ujin immediately summoned his beast. "Goensong, let's go." As the colossal Goyunsong appeared, the ground immediately shook. But the Vesik horde was formidable. Despite their small size, they charged forward enthusiastically. Goensong immediately lunged powerfully to attack them. The gloomy sky suddenly lost many of its dark clouds. With its strength, Goensong successfully defeated the Vesik. Ujin smiled victoriously. "Summon the skeleton soldiers and skeleton mages." In just a second, all were fully present for battle. The system notified, "Skeleton soldier summon." Level 40. Skeleton soldier summoned by sacrificing a monster corpse. 40 out of 250,000 skeleton. Mage summon. Level 10. Skeleton mage summoned by sacrificing a monster corpse. 50 out of 250 summoned. Ujin was very confident. "I'm certainly not lacking in numbers here." In the distance, something else attracted Ujin and Bibi's attention. Hundreds of spiders were crawling toward the two. They are called Rancher, a low-grade monster of Shernet that can shoot out needle-like tendrils from its mouth. Just when it seemed like that was all, an elephant-sized foot stepped down onto the ground. Ujin murmured softly. There's a Rottweiler too. Rottweiler. Monster. It has incredible horsepower and strong defense capabilities. Its colossal body alone is a menace. Despite this, Ujin remained very composed, ordered Dunsu to restrain it. Dunsu heard his master's request and let out a roar. Next, Ujin mobilized all his strength for the battle. System notification. Warrior's weapon privilege level 50 unlocked. Axe shape change. The cunning rancher is trying to bolt away quickly. On the other side, the fierce skeletal soldier charged. To attack. Sharp swords swung through the air, slicing up the ranchers. The powerful skeletal soldier held its sword, eliminating them one by one. A burst of explosion erupted, causing them to flinch. It turned out to be Bibi's sleep attack. At the same time, Ujin and his weapon were charging forward. He aimed directly for Roktu and Dunsu, who were in a standoff. Ujin himself knew that not every attack would work against Roktu, because it was extremely hard. But he was still very confident. It's a shame that this time he couldn't summon the Death Knight or Lich yet. Ujin gently put his hand forward to prepare for a new technique. However, something just sprouted in the space between Dunsu and Roktu. They are surrounding Roktu to control him. Meanwhile, Ujin was still steadily riding his horse. He tightly gripped the sword in his hand, ready to leap up. Ujin's face was filled with excitement. Sword dance skill. With just one strike, Roktu was destroyed, and splattering slimy fluid everywhere. Ujin was pleased. I also got the warrior profession skill. 12 days later, according to the dungeon's time, Bibi observed the surroundings once more. This area around here is the center of this domain, is that right? She could recognize it as a hatchery. They don't look like they're about to hatch yet. Master Ujin also agreed that's right. It seems we won't be able to meet the master of this domain. Bibi is really curious. I'm dying to know who it is. But Ujin responded, well, let's prepare to leave. Then he used the corpse revival skill. System provides skill information. Revival. You can control one corpse. That corpse can use 50% of its original abilities. Can only follow simple commands, costs 1 mana. Immediately, the monsters that were just defeated were revived. Waiting for this moment, Ujin commanded, get up. The ranchers, having received the order, crawled across the ground. Now this entire area is surrounded by the ranchers that Ujin revived. They are converging into the hatchery. Ujin only uttered one word, detonate. System notification skill, detonate. You can explode a corpse within a 10 miller radius of you, or a corpse under your control. Just a moment later, the hatchery was overloaded and blew up. Ujin quickly used his cloak to shield his face. Bibi noticed something else, a regress stone. Ujin's face showed a fleeting surprise. He looked up at the fragment of space-time. That is the regression stone and a fragment of space-time. According to the system's information, a space-time fragment, the mysterious fragment is the material that makes up this world, is used as a material to create a celestial realm space. Ujin doubtfully picked up a fragment of space-time. It can create a celestial realm space. Next, he asked Bibi, do you know anything about the celestial realm space? No, Bibi replied. Yes, this is the first time I've heard of it. So Ujin decided Bibi doesn't know either. Then I don't need to think about it. I'll just put it in my inventory. I'll definitely use it eventually. At the same time, in Kim Jong-un's secret hobby room, gold-plated books were neatly arranged on the shelf. Jong-un's voice was directing someone, tilted a little to the left, no, tilted a little to the right. He only stopped when he was satisfied. That's right, it looks great now. Looking at the photo of himself and Ujin together, he praised himself. What a truly bussin' photo. The person beside him held up another photo. Chairman, what should I do with this picture? Jong-un looked closely at the photo and thought for a moment. Then he coldly ordered, throw it in the trash. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside, and Byung-won spoke brightly. I have a piece of news that you'll be very pleased to hear, sir. Mr. Chairman, he revealed, Comrade Kang Ujin has successfully cleared the Gangmyeong GA dungeon. Jong-un was so excited that he blurted out, what did you say? Is that true? He demanded, what are you doing, bring comrade? Kang Ujin here immediately. I will ensure the treatment for the hero who saved Pyongyang will be absolutely dope. Jong-un was now extremely happy. You never know, Comrade Kang Ujin might return here, because he was moved by the preferential treatment of the People's Republic that we offer him too. Isn't that right? However, Byung-won's expression was a little serious. He still clearly remembered the face of that jerk Ujin. Byung-won was livid. He succeeded in clearing this thing in just 3 days. The people around talked amongst themselves when they saw Ujin. He's seriously off the hook. He soloed a 6-star dungeon, I think in the U.S. There was an awakener named Mahdi, right? Contact headquarters right now. Ujin let out a sigh. They look like foreign reporters, don't they? Hesian happily ran over from a distance. Mr. Ujin, she expressed her gratitude. I just heard the news of your success. Thank you for all your hard work. Ujin replied, yeah. Isn't it because we knew I would succeed that we came here? Hesian brightly followed up. That's true, of course. But your success, to this extent, is truly amazing. Next, Ujin asked, where is the negotiation team? Have they arrived yet? Hesian replied, yes. Both the South and the North are eagerly awaiting the result of this raid. Jin confidently asserted, what is there to worry about? Since I'm here, it's 100% going to be a success, of course. But Hesian hasn't revealed one thing yet. It's probably better not to let this guy know that the negotiation team thinks his failure rate is 70%. Then Ujin said goodbye. Well, I'm counting on the success of the negotiation team. I'll go back into the dungeon now. Hesian shouted, Mr. Ujin, take a break first. But in that moment, Ujin was already nowhere to be found. He was completely gone. Looks like I'll have to submit the report alone again. At the same time, someone kept calling Hesian comrade. Comrade, he panted, comrade! Where did Comrade Kang Ujin go? Hesian replied, he just went back in. The other person heard this and his mood instantly dropped. Oh no, this is bad news. At the same time, at Kim Jong-un's place, he pointed his finger and gave an order. Remember to make it a really big deal, so we don't look bad to South Korea. Time quickly passed. 14 days later. The dungeon's depths, and the skeleton soldiers are still in combat mode. Ujin just stood aside and observed. This auto hunt is pretty fire. The system announced a level up. You have reached level 60. The benefit from the warrior profession has been unlocked. Warrior's weapon transformation bow. Archery skill. You have learned random shot. And lightning fast shooting. You have learned warrior's patience. This skill provides an advantage in enduring pain. Benefit unlocked. Ujin tightly held the bow and arrow in his hand. I finally reached level 60. Then he raised it to his eyes. A bow bought with bone polearm skill points from the honor store. Ujin was eager to use this item. Let's give it a shot. He released the arrow, aiming at a Vesic. The arrow had just touched it, and the ground scattered everywhere. Ujin assessed, it has a longer range than the bone spear, and it's faster too, not bad. Next he pondered, after the benefit from the warrior profession was unlocked, it's time to summon that one. And then, Ujin summoned a dark magic essence, the goblin, is endlessly swirling and touching an area. A low hoarse voice spoke up. I finally hear your voice again. Master, he smiled eerily. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Master, system information update. Level 1, Phantom Servant Goblin. You can summon a spirit body that can live off a host based on the phantoms. This entity can read the host's emotions, share information, and manipulate the host. If the host is a corpse, it will be an entity even more powerful than the original corpse. When resurrected, Phantom 1 increases corpse capabilities by 10%. Required control 199. Loyalty -99. Trust. Ujin frankly commented, as always, just looking at you is nasty. But Goblin still grinned, despite the circumstances. He shrewdly requested, if you hate me that much, then give me a new body, and your body would be the best. Ujin got ticked off. That freaking jerk. He gritted his teeth and said, stop running your mouth. I will summon you when needed. Go back using your phantom essence. Scram. Goblin wore his insidious expression very well. Without further hesitation, Ujin quickly retrieved him. What a frightening guy. Suddenly, he turned his head back, his gaze fixed on something. Ujin observed the whole scene from above. It looks like everything is wrapped up here. If I hurry, I might be able to squeeze in another dungeon run today. After that, Ujin left the dungeon to go elsewhere. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Hesian standing there. Why are you out here? Her attitude was completely different from her joyful one earlier. With trembling, tightly pressed lips, Hesian knelt down. Ujin, please, I beg you. Ujin was confused. What's wrong? Hesian earnestly pleaded. Please rest for an hour before going in, without you as the main character. It's all pointless. Hearing this, Ujin showed a look of distress again. A few days ago, before the dungeon raid, Hesian was very cheerful then. This raid has been widely publicized. As a joint effort between both South and North Korea, we're going to need your cooperation as well. Ujin couldn't be bothered to listen. You guys worry about the politics? I'm going back in. Hesian quickly stopped him, Ujin. And the next dungeon raid position? Hesian continued to hold on. Today you absolutely must come with me, but the answer was no different. No way, Jose. And now Hesian could only helplessly plead. The atmosphere is already pretty bad as it is. Please think about your country and take a short break before the next raid. She was in deep distress. If you don't come with me again, I don't know what other problems will arise. Ujin tiredly exclaimed, oh, for heaven's sake. Delicious instant noodles and other dishes were placed on the dining table. Everyone around was chatting it up. Only Ujin was chewing on a cookie, complaining in his head. This is so boring. He impatiently stood up. Now that we're done here, I can leave. Right? Hesian spoke. Ujin, thank you for coming. Just as Ujin was about to leave, someone called out, comrade. The other person nervously suggested, could you please sign this before you go? Jin asked, my name? The other person didn't hide his admiration. You are the strongest superhuman in South Korea, and if I could get your signature before you leave, it would truly be a great honor. So Ujin agreed and signed his name. Done, he waved goodbye. Continue with your business. The other person was overjoyed. Thank you, comrade. It seemed like a simple matter. But then the person was seen exchanging a sly smile with Jong-gun. Soon enough, Ujin realized something was wrong. Then he asked Goblin, "Do you see that pig over there?" Goblin replied, "Yes, I do, master." Ujin demanded, "Follow him and report everything back to me." Goblin instantly obeyed, understood. Then he secretly snuck under the table. A soldier spoke up, "Commander, we're all ready. What should we do now? Should we eliminate him?" Byungwan looked after Ujin with hatred. "Do it as secretly as possible." In his mind, he constantly cursed, "You dog, how dare you look down on North Korea?" Byungwan started getting annoyed from the moment Ujin greeted Jong-gun. "It's a pleasure to meet you." He still clearly remembered Jong-gun's attitude then. "You truly are a very charismatic person, perfectly suited to be the strongest hero in the South." Next was the incident with Jong-gun's Bimuyu. "Who knows, Kang? Ujin might be moved by our gesture and join our People's Republic." And Pyongwan thought this was all for the chairman. You, because of a slight misunderstanding, made terrible decisions. He tightly gripped the bomb in his hand. There were a few others around. A long day had passed, and night was slowly falling. The guard saw Ujin and spoke, "Are you going back in again?" He was cordial. "This will be your final run, right? I wish you success." Ujin politely replied, "Thank you." As he stepped inside, the two guards kept their eyes on him. "It's them. He has entered the trap. Hurry before the barrier appears." "Gangmyeong Station. It's a bit dark here. Proceed with the plan." One person ran after Ujin. Comrade Ujin was puzzled. "Why? Are you following me here?" The other person said, "I have an urgent message from the commander." Ujin was still on guard. "What is it?" The other person suddenly pressed the bomb activation button. "You did well, Comrade Namjin." Ujin's face was full of surprise. He didn't expect this scheme. Immediately, the bomb exploded everywhere. While his comrade carried out the mission, the other person stood guard above. Byungwan watched from afar. The barrier didn't disappear at all. He avoided instant death, how? He was able to ensure, but regardless at the very least, he was severely injured. His becoming bait for other monsters is only a matter of time. Byungwan exclaimed, "Surrender and rest in peace." He was very confident that the plan would surely succeed. 2 days after the dungeon raid, at the North Korean negotiation venue, the South Korean delegation member asked with concern, "Has Ujin not returned yet?" Hesian replied, "Yes. The barrier is still there, there's no change." The other person spoke heavily. "We've been put in a difficult situation here." He was extremely worried. This is already more than 1 day over the deadline that Ujin had promised. Who knows what the North will demand in return for this? And Hesian also felt something was odd. She clearly remembered Kang Ujin's previous raid. Lasted 1 day and 17 hours. He should have come out by now. But isn't it possible that unforeseen events could happen in the dungeon? Or what next? Hesian placed a stack of photos on the table. "Here are the pictures," she revealed. Right after Kang Ujin entered the dungeon, a foreign reporter captured a photo showing a North Korean soldier following him inside. "We must immediately launch an investigation and file a complaint with the North right away." Suddenly, Yunho asked Lieutenant Choi Hesian, "Are you not afraid of death?" Hesian was momentarily surprised. "Huh?" Yunho wanted to emphasize the fact, "We are in Pyongyang. If we make a big deal out of minor suspicions, there is nothing that can guarantee our safety," Hesian argued indignantly. "But that doesn't mean we should just sit still, does it?" Yunho slammed his hand on the table. "Lieutenant Choi Hesian," he intentionally reminded her, "I hope you will be careful with every word you say. From now on, even this conversation could be wiretapped, and whether he's alive or dead hasn't been confirmed yet. Has it?" Yunho requested, "Let's just wait for now." At the same time, Jong-gun was also reading information from a stack of papers. "Which dog?" he furiously yelled. "Which moron caused this to happen?" The other person said, "We are still investigating, sir." Jong-gun was ticked off. "Quickly find those jerks and bring them to me." Right now, 3 days after the dungeon raid, a military tent had been set up in front of the dungeon. Hesian was now very worried. 3 days had passed. Since Ujin entered the dungeon, he must be safe. Just then there was chatter outside. "Wait a minute. It seems like there was just a reaction, seriously." "The barrier." They exclaimed in surprise, "The barrier is gone." At this very moment, Ujin appeared along with a surging stream of mana. He stood in front of the dungeon entrance, breathing a bit heavily. The reporters and everyone there looked in astonishment. Ujin spoke, "All of you want to die, don't you?" Meanwhile, the others hadn't grasped the situation yet, so the space fell silent. At this point, Ujin couldn't control his emotions. "Tell that damn pig to come out here," Ujin declared. "If he doesn't come, I'll go find him." The frightened soldier immediately raised his gun, threatening. "Stop right there. If you don't stop, I'll shoot." Ujin leaned close to his face. "I survived a suicide bomb attack. What is a mere handgun to me?" Then he unleashed his power, ready to teach this guy a lesson. He was so scared he could only scream. With just a light move, Ujin made him dizzy. Bibi appeared, criticizing. "Oh, master is so stubborn." The system announced, "Summoned object Bibi is using the sleep curse skill. The little girl reminded him, "What would you do if you killed someone and got sued?" Ujin warned, "Don't block my way." In vain like that, the other minions started to flip out. That jerk is getting too full of himself. They hate you. They are implying that this People's Republic is too easygoing. Isn't it letting those southern jerks enter Pyongyang? It's truly a mistake. I knew things would turn out like this. Ujin could realize that this was the North Korean Awakened Association. He looked at their ranks and assessed. It seems like there are some decent ones here, huh? Next, Ujin launched an attack, but the magic armor skill was spontaneously activated. He raised his hand and waved gently. While that group was in a daze, go die, the magic pierced through them, making everyone scream loudly. Ujin scorned. However, they are only A-rank awakeners. Someone announced, "The goblin's energy is coming from here." Hesian urgently pleaded, "Please stop." Ujin looked at her doubtfully. "Are you an awakener?" He found her very suspicious. She was only equal to an F-rank, who had just transitioned from a normal human, yet she managed to withstand Bibi's curse. She truly has a strong spirit. Hesian strongly blocked him. "Ujin, please stop. If you stop, we can work things out from here." Ujin dismissively scoffed, "Work things out? The one who needs to work things out is that damn pig who stabbed me in the back? Get out of the way." It was then that Hesian understood. So the North Korean soldier who followed him in was trying to assassinate him. However, she still tried to persuade him. "Even so, this is not the way to resolve this matter. You have to be patient. If you continue, it's highly likely that war will break out. Please think of our country." Ujin was annoyed. "You are so extra." He gave a final warning. "If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Despite this, Hesian bravely challenged him. "If you truly intend to go, you'll have to kill me first." Hesian's words truly provoked Ujin. Unexpectedly, he spoke softly. "I can't do anything about this, because you came all this way just to stop me." Hesian was overjoyed. "You just made an important decision." "That is the right decision, Ujin." But Ujin unexpectedly punched Hesian hard in the stomach. She gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Next, Ujin unceremoniously dropped Hesian onto the ground. He whispered, "I won't kill you. Take a little nap and rest until everything is over." Cannons were being fired continuously. The system announced, "The magic armor skill has been activated." A surge of power just slammed onto the ground. Ujin directly destroyed everything that hindered him. Standing in front of a door, he spoke, "You're hiding really well." Ujin wanted a face-to-face talk. "Jonggun, can you hear me? Come out and talk." He lost his patience and continuously kicked the door. Jonggun's minions assured him, "President, you don't need to worry, sir. This is a bunker that can withstand many types of bombs." Jonggun yelled in panic, "Then what is that?" It turned out that Ujin had summoned the steel door monster. Jonggun's face was now flushed red. The system announced, "You have used metal to summon the gate guardian." Following it was Ujin stepping inside. He looked at Jonggun with sharp eyes. "So can we talk now?" The minions had been defeated without anyone noticing. That was the result of Bibi's actions. Ujin took a step closer. "How dare you try to kill me, comrade?" Jonggun fell flat on the floor. "I never tried to do that." Ujin smirked. "Are you pleading innocence now? There's a way to know exactly what happened." He then summoned his General Goblin. Hearing his master's command, Goblin immediately returned. Ujin asked himself a question. "Can we?" See Kim Jong-un's private life. Jong-un's images were immediately projected, but they were all scenes of him showing interest in Ujin. Ujin was also shocked. He really didn't do it. "Master, you're in trouble again. Bibi only knows how to cheer you on. Try your best to handle everything well." Then Ujin called out loudly, "Jong-gun." He dared not hesitate for a second. "Ujin, I suppose you didn't do it right?" And Jong-gun affirmed, "Of course. I'm not lying," he silently assessed. His attitude changed fast. Ujin bitterly commanded, "Then go find the master, who wanted to kill me with a suicide bomb. Otherwise you will die instead of him." Jong-gun solemnly declared, "Listen, I promise you, I will find that person and punish him." Ujin spoke softly, "All right. I apologize for misunderstanding you." Jong-gun happily grasped his hand. "No, I don't mind. In my heart, it's more than that. Comrade." "Kang Ujin, I'm glad you recognized my true feelings." Seeing his attitude, Ujin also sighed in relief. Even now, Ujin was surprised. "But I accidentally gained a big fan. I can't believe Kim Jong-un is a fan of the Awakened." He had never thought of this. "He collects a large number of artifacts that he doesn't even use." Ujin's lips unconsciously curved into a smile. "I'll consider it a gift, comrade." The spacious hallway here was always deserted. Somewhere around here was in Goblin's memory. Just then a voice called out loudly, "Please stop." Ujin looked at Hesian standing before him. "Why did you chase after me so quickly? Did I hit you too lightly?" Hesian still tried to stop him. "That's not it. Please stop right now." Ujin was confused. "What do you mean everything is over?" Hearing that, Hesian screamed, "No way." She imagined a terribly tragic scene. Did he go and finish it? Is Kim Jong-un dead? Hesian thought so and felt devastated. Everything's over, war will break out? Ujin immediately corrected her. Kim Jong-un isn't dead yet. What the heck about war? Hesian guessed again. So you're on your way to kill him then. Then she tried to stop him. Please wait. If your rage cannot be soothed, I will dedicate my life to you, so please. Ujin started to get interested. You dedicate your life to me. What do you mean? Hesian affirmed. If I cannot prevent the Korean peninsula from becoming a battlefield, I would rather die. Ujin examined her and assessed interesting, but he was very sure she was not lying. Although she didn't have a soul as pure and clean as Sungu, and Jigwon Ujin looked deeply into Hesian's eyes. But I see a soul, full of the most fervent passion on this earth in her. Is it because she has her own beliefs and ideals? He spontaneously called Hesian by her lieutenant name. She affirmed yes. Ujin suggested, it's a waste to kill you, desert. Hesian was momentarily stunned. Excuse me, did I hear that right? Ujin affirmed, desert and join my command. I will spare Jong-un. Hesian was confused. What are you talking about? Ujin repeated his earlier declaration. You said you would dedicate your life, right? Shouldn't you be doing everything? Hesian was struggling, thinking. He wants me to abandon my life as a soldier when I've come so far. If doing that stops the war from breaking out, I should be happy. But why? Seeing her hesitation, Ujin deliberately teased, or should I just kill that pig? Hesian was immediately scared. Please wait a moment, Ujin, no chief. 3 days later, Kim Jong-un captured Lee Pyongwon and his associates. And among those captured, as always, there were a few who claimed to be innocent. Currently, 3 men are hanging upside down and being tortured. Jong-un snapped irritably. You stubborn son of a gun. However, Pyongwon calmly asserted, Chairman, I truly don't know what happened. I really don't know anything. Jong-un cursed, You lying bastard. Are you still going to lie? Not only did you dare to attack Comrade Kang Ujin, his voice echoed throughout the mansion. You even stole the items from the blood and sweat of others. Didn't you, Pyongwon? You thought I didn't know about those treasures. I'm sure Ujin is behind this. Jong-un was truly impatient. Are you still not using your brain, huh? He furiously ordered, Hit him hard, you stupid bastard, until he remembers. In his heart, Pyongwon lamented, How could such a close confidant betray me? Hesian stretched. If it weren't for Comrade Kang Ujin, I would have been in trouble. Finally back in South Korea. Ujin cautioned, Don't make a big deal out of it beforehand. Hesian confided, You don't know how worried I was for 3 days while you were resting. Military rule and the sound of gunfire echoed every night. Ujin continued, Everything ended perfectly, didn't it? He looked happily at Hesian. I got promoted and filled the vacancy, and I even have a new subordinate I can order around. Ujin was told to continue his journey. The trip to North Korea was a success. Next is the U.S. He thought of the rain goddess. I'm looking forward to it, just like the things that await me during this time. The sound from the TV rang out, Yes, we would like to summarize all the news we have received up to this moment. The main suspect in the recent coup d'etat is Commander Lee, the commander of the North Korean Super Ability Unit. How do you all feel about this? The news reporter continued, Yes, the power of the awakened is also like a double-edged sword. The bulletin reflected images of people who have surpassed the limits of a human. They are responsible for protecting the nation against monsters, yet the television criticized society is becoming increasingly weak against the crimes they are committing. The editor interviewed, If it weren't for Mr. Kang Ujin, Mr. Kim's government might have been brought to an end by this coup d'etat. How do you feel? The other person shared their view. If a person with progressive and extreme ideology were to take charge of North Korea, it would certainly be dangerous. The contribution you have made to North-South Korean relations is truly wonderful. With this, the president of our country is planning to award him a prize. Sung-hoon, watching TV, exclaimed, I understand everything that's happening here now. He angrily shouted, It's all 100% BS. Everyone knows our chairman's attitude, don't they? There's no way everything ended without anything bad happening like that. Next, Seong-hoon himself was suspicious. Could it be that our president threatened Kim Jong-un or something? In order, the president seems to have found out about everything. Otherwise, he'll kill Kim Jong-un, he added. They say the commander stole all the artifacts. But what if our president took them for some reason? So what? The others all turned dark after hearing Seong-hoon speak. It could be. Taejong tried to defend him. Just because the president always thinks he's the best doesn't mean he'll go steal things like that. But Seong-hoon argued, doesn't he just not care about anything else? Besides thinking he's the best. What? Seong-gu agreed. The first time I met him, he recounted, I had a party with the others, right before entering the dungeon. Not only that, Seong-gu also clearly remembered the time Dosu was shouting crazily, followed by the sight of him lying passed out. All four immediately shared the same thought. So he also ripped off all the stuff in the warehouse. And Kim Jong-un's treasures too. Seong-hoon added fuel to the fire. You can never trust the media. Who knows? Maybe the president already killed Kim Jong-un. That's just Taejong trying to save the situation. Who knows? The theft thing is highly possible, though. But this case is really impossible. Taejong loudly said, "Song-hun, you're joking too much." Song-gu spoke with difficulty. Actually, he really did say to kill Kim Jong-un. Seong-hun screamed, "Oh my God! Look, I'm getting goosebumps here," Seong-gu continued. But that was just because the president was so mad when he received the full military mobilization notice. Seong-hun feigned fear. Just because of that? Is he crazy or something? Then he recounted, "I wasn't going to talk about this either. Back when I was selling cell phones." Just then Ujin walked in. "Is everyone doing well?" Seong-hun was startled. "President." His attitude confused Ujin. "Why are you so surprised?" He was suspicious. "Are you guys talking bad about me?" Seong-hun quickly denied it. "No, sir, not at all." It was now dark in their shared house. 5 glasses of wine clinked simultaneously. "Good job, everyone." Ujin smiled brightly. "This is seriously an amazing good job. You generously invited everyone to eat, come on. Everyone eat a lot so we can work more." Taejong suggested, "Thanks to the president." "Let me pour you a glass." Min-chan hesitantly asked, "President, are you really not going to the Blue House?" Ujin repeated, "Why do you keep asking? I said no." "You're really annoying." "Do I have to deal with that, President?" "Who comes when called and leaves when chased away? No, definitely not." Ujin suddenly stood up. "Fine, whatever. I'll go get the medal." Min-chan frantically stopped him. "Don't." He forced a smile. "Let me politely decline them." Min-chan turned on his phone to prepare to call. He read the message. "You really have a lot to bear, Executive Director." Min-chan felt more burdened. "How am I going to resolve this?" Seong-hun stirred the atmosphere. "President, do you know who is more popular than you these days?" Then he showed his phone screen to Ujin. "It's this girl Madi, the Saintess of Arya. I don't know if it's fake, but this video is seriously fire." Ujin objected. "It's not fake, it's real." Seong-hun was shocked. "Huh?" Min-chan wondered. "How do you know that?" And Ujin revealed, "She's someone I used to know." Everyone was surprised by this news. "Huh?" Min-chan asked skeptically. "This person was found in a dungeon. She's an awakened even above S-Rank. You said you know this person." Ujin slowly recounted, "There is a planet called Anpan." Min-chan was briefly surprised. "A planet, President. And you're interested in astronomy?" Ujin continued the story. "5 years ago when I was missing," he recounted, "I was summoned to a planet called Anpan." After hearing this part, the atmosphere instantly fell silent. Then Seong-hun burst into insane laughter. "It took me forever to understand this one. Because this joke is too high level, sir." President Ujin cautioned, "This is not a joke." "Shut your mouth!" At that moment, Seong-hun stopped his terrible laughter. Yes, and Ujin shared. But there were also monsters and half-humans there. I had to struggle to survive there alone. For 25 years straight, I finally returned to this earth. But only 5 years have passed here. That's truly weird. Min-chan, having some knowledge, said, "It's like how time passes in the dungeon." Ujin confirmed, "Exactly. And dungeons have also appeared on this earth, just like they did on Anpan." Min-chan became more serious about the matter. "Another world, if that's the case," he muttered, admitting. "The boss's alien power makes a lot of sense now. Based on Min-chan's experience and the reason, he was accustomed to treating everyone badly like that. Seriously, he's 44 years old now, right?" He remembered an old acquaintance. "Can I call you Min-chan from now on?" Ujin concluded. "Anyway, I met Madi there. Though I don't know how she got to Earth. I'll find out when I ask her." Seong-hun was a little worried. "Hyung, is it okay to tell us this story?" But Ujin didn't pay much attention. "Why? Why hide it? There are dungeons and there's a saintess. Why are you guys so uptight?" Min-chan was curious. "So what was your relationship with the saintess back there?" Ujin asked back with Madi. Then he gently stated, "We were kind of like friends who..." At this moment, Madi was kneeling before the statue of the heavenly manifestation, the sole master of death. The immortal could feel he was coming. 5 years ago on the planet Anpan, a very desolate place. The admiral affirmed, "We will arrive soon, Lady Madi." Lady Madi. Madi's eyes vaguely looked into the distance. Then she asked the admiral, "Is it really okay for us to go there?" Because Madi knew clearly, "Isn't that the land of the dead? Where once you enter, you can't come out." "Alive," the admiral conceded, "that's true. But that's the only way for us to survive." Then he revealed the worst-case scenario. "If things stay this way, we will all die at the hands of Janet's subordinates." Just then a soldier announced, "Admiral, I see something right ahead." The admiral was surprised. "We've reached Adan." He yelled loudly, "Warriors, we are very close to Adan. Give it your all." Just then an unexpected attack came and killed the admiral in a terrible way. Madi screamed in shock, "Admiral!" Someone sighed. "What a pain in the butt." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Madi exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my gods!" The image of a man on horseback followed by a curse. "Those damn dogs of the Alliance actually dare to come here." Ujin showed a look of amusement. Ending my life like this is a bit too extra. Why did you give your son such a difficult challenge? It was now midnight, but the lights were still on in Ujin's shared house. Someone was drunk to the point of passing out. President, please don't hit me anymore. Seong-hun lay on the table crying. I said I'm sorry. Ujin was furious. I should have killed this jerk back then. The others could only judge in their hearts. We can't tell which of the two is the scammer and which is the one who got ripped off. The scammer is almost dead. Who's the better person? Suddenly, Sunggu hesitantly called out Hyung. He expressed, I'm really worried, because sometimes you seem too unconcerned about the media, the public, and the surrounding circumstances, including the issue with Seong-hun and the situation with Lee Sang-ho and Bang Warang. But Ujin was indifferent. Why? Should I care about it? Just get used to it. Minchan strongly advised, even so, you should also consider legal issues and isolating yourself from society and internationally President. Creating enemies is never a good thing, right? Hearing this, Ujin pondered creating enemies. Huh, you also shared that. I've been in this situation before. I was cautious with every country and very mindful of how others saw me because I was really scared of public opinion. Ujin seriously asked. But think about this. How far do you think I would have gotten if I was like that? Minchan was momentarily surprised by his words. What? And Ujin uttered a single word, catastrophe. He analyzed, the time when all the dungeons on Earth break out at once is coming soon. A disaster incomparable to the dungeon shock of 5 years ago will happen. Will countries and laws still exist in a situation like that? Minchan thought. Even if the dungeons break out, the military will be able to handle it. Ujin emphasized the fact. They'll be able to stop 6-star monsters. But what about the stronger ones? Minchan was again stunned. What? Next, Ujin shared his deduction. Consider a 6-star monster to be on the level of a pet dog. Then tigers, lions, and flesh-eating elephants will gradually start pouring out. Even dragons will appear, and he was certain. Even if it's just a few ghosts floating around, the guns we currently have will become completely useless. What do you plan to use to stop them? Ujin pointed out nuclear weapons. That's just self-destruction. What then? The world will collapse, and the barrier we call a country will lose all meaning. The race will disappear. The only thing that will remain is the desire to survive. Sunggu argued, dissatisfied. Even so, surely people will unite to fight them. Come on, he suggested. Yes, there will be such people. Warriors, kings, holy knights and saintesses, even knights from allied nations. But Ujin denied it. It's all useless. Everyone will keep trying to carry the burden, and then they'll collapse. In the end, a division will appear, and they will turn their backs on you, because they've been drawn away by other desires. Sunggu was very scared. What should we do then? We can't just stand by and do nothing. Ujin smiled. That's why we're preparing now. He looked excited. When a catastrophe happens, we'll need a hero. Right? Ujin even made a gesture. What we need is a powerful leader. He continued, caring about other people's glances. Ujin emphasized each point, caring about public opinion articles, caring about police investigation summons, and he concluded all of that is useless. On the contrary, I need to show them. Ujin was confident, asserting how cruel I can be and how much I can ignore them. At this moment, someone was clicking a computer mouse repeatedly. The large room was filled only with the sound of clicking. The computer screen displayed, the hero who saved Korea from danger. Another line read, the formation of the North-South Awakened Alliance, and the greatest contributor, Kang Ujin, and the special investigation image of Ujin. As long as Kang Ujin is here, there will be no more dungeon breaks. The other person scrolled through a long section of news about Ujin. It turned out that was Sang-ho. He angrily hissed, dang it. Sang-ho resented deeply, damn it. Does that even make sense? How can something so messed up happen? He was indignant. They treat this rebellious punk like a hero. Is this even a country anymore? Yeah, Korea's doing great, huh? Sang-ho kept cursing. And what the heck is that president, Kim Ho-jung, doing? He told himself he said he'd cut off all ties and survive this right. He tried to comfort himself. But I already have a plan. Then Sang-ho took a picture of the stack of documents on the desk and sent it to someone. Let's see if after seeing this, you can still ignore my calls. Done, Sang-ho smirked maliciously. Just then, his phone displayed an incoming call from President Kim Ho-jung. The voice on the other end from SG Corporation spoke. Are you really going to do that? Are you threatening me? And trying to take us both down? Sang-ho threatened. If you do this one thing for me, I'll destroy all these documents right away. So confronted, what was he being induced to do now? Sang-ho was very confident. Kang Ujin, you've chosen the worst opponent you could have. Sang-ho had grasped his opponent's weakness. I know. You're also working with people from the Middle East, right? Be a liaison for me with them. He was secretly pleased. He dared to mess with me. Lee Sangho, president of the Warang Guild. And 1 week later, on the day of departure at the vast airport, Sungu happily held the card in his hand. Seeing this, Ujin spoke. Are you that happy? You can't stop smiling. Sungu was still beaming. Of course. He excitedly showed off. Hyung, I'm rank B now, Ujin said. I plan to go to the US after you reached at least rank A. Bummer. Sungu chuckled. This is already awesome, Hyung. It's all thanks to your training. He secretly recalled. Even though I almost died and came back to life many times. This week, Ujin handed Sungu something. Don't get too excited and enter a 4-star dungeon alone. And take this. Sungu was very surprised. Isn't this a teleportation gate stone? Ujin instructed, don't act like a hero and die. If there's danger, bail immediately. Sungu was truly touched. Hyung, you bought something worth over 10 billion just for me. Sungu's attitude was completely different from before. He's someone who talks tough, but actually has a soft heart. Indeed, Ujin couldn't say nice things for long. You've finally become a little useful, so it would suck if you died. Do you know how much money I've invested in you? If you die now, you'll just become another skeleton soldier. Meanwhile, Sungu was still lost in thought. Was I right when I said he has a soft heart? Just then, Minchin received a call. Yes, I'm listening. Sungu was hurt again. What am I to him? Suddenly, Minchin shouted, yes, he continued. Yes, I will do it immediately. Thank you for the warning, sir. Ujin was puzzled. Who was that? Minchan informed him. That was the Minister of National Defense. They just received information about a terrorist plot. They said it seems to be targeting you, President. Sungu was shocked. Terrorism. Terrorism. Ujin was baffled. Targeting me, why? Minchan struggled to answer. Well, I'm also wondering. In the end, he kept it to himself. Isn't he the one who makes enemies? Wherever he goes. Ujin pretended to be disappointed. So I can't go to the US then. Minchan instructed. Until the Minister of National Defense comes up with a plan, you can't take any flights, sir. This situation and then the one tomorrow, too. Ujin thought for a moment, what do I do now? Someone unexpectedly cut him off. There are times when even President Kang here, the man the whole country is talking about, gets into this kind of predicament. It seems we are heading to the same destination. Minchan looked up ahead. That person offered, why don't you just take my private jet? Rongdo read the full name, Kang Ujin, president of the Atom Guild. The young man wondered, who is that old guy Minchin? He was surprised. You don't know, sir. He introduced him. He is the president of the guild managed by one of the largest corporations in Korea, the KH Group, and he is one of the top 10 rank A awakeners in South Korea. Then he revealed the name of the person in front of him, Baek Rongdo. He asked again, so will you come with me or not? Ujin, without any reservations, said, well, if you're not worried about those terrorist incidents, then I'd be very happy to accept. Rongdo boasted. How are those familiar terrorists going to scare this Baek Rongdo? Then he proposed, all right then. Let's be besties first, okay, besties? Rongdo smiled brightly and motioned to Pinky Promise. All right then. Let's lock it in. But Ujin didn't quite understand. Lock it in. He bluntly asked Minchin, what? Is that old guy talking about? Rongdo saw this and spoke up, oh no. You don't know those trending shows. Ujin was out of touch. Shows, Rongdo explained. That's a phrase from a popular show lately. Ujin frankly admitted, I thought you wanted to fight. Rongdo refuted, no way. Then he casually put his arm around Ujin. It's still a long time until we get to the US. So you can watch the show with me. Ujin responded. Ujin said, then I guess I won't be bored on the way. Rongdo was very eager. All right, let's go. Minchan could only feel frustrated. Who knew President Baek Rongdo had this kind of hobby? Sungu was also surprised. I heard he was a man completely dedicated to his career. But it turns out he's just a regular guy, huh? Minchan wondered. Well, I guess we've made it to the US now, right? 20 hours later, the plane finally landed. Everyone at the airport was chattering excitedly. Ujin did not forget to express his gratitude. Brother Baek, I got to the US all thanks to you. Thank you very much. Rongdo was generous. Brother Kang, it was nothing. He cheerfully asked, so what do we do now? Ujin's eyes suddenly became sharp again, and then he and Rongdo acted out their earlier words. We should lock it in. What else is there to do? You go your way, I go mine. Minchan was so embarrassed he didn't dare to look up. Both he and Rongdo's assistant shared the same thought. It's good that they became friends. But why are we the ones who have to be embarrassed? Someone muttered, what are those Asian people doing? I guess that's some kind of greeting. A few hours before, in the entertainment room of Baek Rongdo's private jet, the system announced green light. Rongdo complained, if we keep going like this, we'll all be wiped out. After playing the game, the two of them went outside. Someone approached them. Sir Kang Ujin. He introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Richard Choi, from the Titan Guild, here to pick you up. I will escort you to the hotel. Rongdo expressed regret. It looks like you have to leave right away, huh? What a bummer. Why don't you stay for a quick coffee with me? Ujin agreed. That works. Rongdo smiled brightly. I'll see you later then. The young man Ujin said goodbye. See you later, Brother Beck. Next, he got into the prepared car. Now Minchin finally had the opportunity to ask, Boss, do you like President Beck Rongdo? It seems you two became quite close. Ujin commented, he's very fun. Also, there isn't a huge age gap either, Minchan thought to himself. President Beck is 42 this year. Then he brought up something again. Didn't you mention that you lived in Anfen for 25 years? Ujin confirmed it was literally like hell. He thought that President Beck Rongdo's Chaebol 3 life probably isn't much different from mine. On the other side, Rongdo's assistant was also curious. Mr. President, how did you feel after meeting Kang Ujin in person? Rongdo assessed. He is no ordinary person. Despite the news of a terrorist attack, and even when facing me, he showed no fear at all. He affirmed, it's because he's confident in his abilities. Is that so? Well, maybe that's right. Then Rongdo shared, but I feel like there's something else. His composure and confidence cannot be explained by something as simple as youthful spirit. He honestly expressed, I'm getting more and more interested in Kang Ujin. The assistant suggested, it seems you genuinely like him. However, Rongdo exclaimed, no, stop. He burst out laughing. The most important thing is that we have the same taste in TV shows. At the tall hotel in this area, the elevator showed a descent to the first floor. Richard announced the schedule. I hope you have a comfortable stay here. The meeting will start around noon tomorrow, so we'll have a car ready around 11 a.m., okay? Jin replied, all right. Then he instructed, go wash up and get some rest. I'm going to find some drinks. Minchan obeyed. Yes, boss. Only when Ujin left did he dare to show his exhausted face. On days like this, I just want to take a break. After a 20-hour flight, how can he go drinking right away? Right now, in front of room 1001, water streamed from the shower accompanied by relaxing sounds. After bathing, Ujin happily stepped out. Next, he put on his clothes. I should go. Ujin slowly reached for the button on the door. While he was thinking, a laser beam penetrated the window pane. I traveled all the way to the U.S. What should I drink instead of soju? Ujin looked in the direction it came from. A laser. Something suddenly exploded in the sky. But the worst thing was that it was falling down fast. Only then did Ujin realize the seriousness of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he ran as fast as he could, but Ujin jumped out the window and shielded the grenade. He gritted his teeth, preparing to smash it bare-handed. The explosion boomed, drawing the attention of everyone below. What the hell? The car below was severely impacted and crumpled. Ujin had fallen from an unbelievable height. The system announced, the skill Mazap has used up your remaining soul power. Ujin was thoroughly annoyed. Which maniac is it? He's trying to blow up an entire building just to kill me. Then he took a potion to heal himself. The system announced, you have healed your injuries due to the effect of the healing potion. People around him immediately asked, are you okay? Ujin spoke up. A terrorist attack right in the middle of the city. He looked around. That's strange. I know my situation isn't great, but I don't think I've done anything to turn strangers into enemies too. Ujin saw a suspicious point. Bibi, go chase after that helicopter, understood. Yes, master. Now he looked across to the building opposite. The laser person had vanished in an instant, but Ujin was somewhat confident. However, right when the explosion happened, I sent goblins to follow him, so it's only a matter of time before I find him. He wondered, should I go check who it is? At this moment, a message came from Medea. Saintus, the Atom Guild President Kang, Ujin has arrived. She was surprised as soon as she heard the news. An immortal Mahdi was astonished. It's nothing. He won't be harmed if it's too much to handle. Mary denied, no ma'am. The guild. Titan has personally escorted him to the hotel. Murdy sighed. I understand. She was very curious. Who exactly is it that makes him so overly sensitive? Murdy's lips trembled slightly. The soul summoner of Slaughter the Immortal. She was afraid she would encounter him tomorrow. I can't avoid him any longer. But then Mahdi thought, maybe he'll be annoyed if I don't look for him first. Then she said to Mary, he's definitely that kind of guy. Murdy asked, which hotel is that person staying at? Mary was surprised by this attitude. Murdy could only wonder internally about the person the Saintess called him. Now she was very serious. I should go and meet him right away. At that moment, someone walked in. Then, let us your servants escort you. Your Holiness. Mary smiled happily. Perfect timing. She looked at the soldiers before her, the Arya Holy Knights Squad. The captain of the Arya Holy Knights Squad, James Ban, expressed, it is an honor to serve you. Right now at the hotel where Ujin was residing, Minchan bit his finger, praying in his heart. Please, please, please. Standing with him was a service employee who was preparing to open the room door. Please, I beg you. 5 minutes earlier, while Minchan was comfortably taking a bath, a loud explosion made him take notice. What was that? Did a gas tank just blow up? People in the hotel screamed, there's a fire explosion, oh God. There Minchan started to think about the worst-case scenario. No way. That can't be it, right? Now he was very anxious. Boss, please? Why aren't you answering the phone at all? Finally, the server managed to open the door. Min-chan stared blankly at the room's interior. He froze for a moment, eyes wide. I knew it! The sight that appeared was a pile of rubble. It was the boss who caused the trouble as expected. The car carrying Murdy was on its way. Your Holiness, are you feeling unwell? Her face was slightly disturbed, but she denied it. No. Jan secretly assessed the situation. This is the first time I've seen the Saintess like this. She looks quite different from her usual self. He promised himself that he would protect the Saintess who had been cured of her divine sickness at any cost. Suddenly, the car slammed on the brakes. Instinctively, Jan put his arm across Murdy. The driver was frantic. Is the Saintess okay? Jan hastily asked for the situation. What happened? Nick on the other end reported, I'm sorry, there's been an explosion up ahead. Jan exclaimed, What? He was anxious, so he poked his head out the door to check. It was in the direction of the hotel, which also confused Murdy. What's wrong, James? He informed her. It must have been a terrorist attack. It seems we must return. To ensure your safety, Your Holiness. Murdy thought for a moment. Don't tell me he went ham. So she insisted. We must find out what exactly happened. Jan stopped her. We must turn back. I will check the site and report back later. He reported to his teammates, return to the church. Nick, take the others and go find out. What's going on? Nick replied, understood. In the end, Murdy regretfully turned back. She looked longingly at the hotel right in front of her. Meanwhile, in a rather magnificent place, Ujin was still tracking the enemy. He seriously observed the front. I've been found. Because he realized that the enemy had detected him, and now they're just circling around the streets. They're not stupid enough to return to their headquarters knowing this. Ujin decided, well, I'll just catch him first. The guy, knowing Ujin was coming for him, stopped. The next second, he ran like lightning. Ujin was completely unprepared for this scenario. He furiously chased after him. Where do you think you're going? However, the opponent's speed was not inferior at all. Therefore, Ujin encountered an obstacle. I can't get any closer. He didn't want to, but he had to accept it. Don't tell me his speed is equal to mine. Johnny's face flashed across his mind, reminding him of that buck. But now, Ujin stopped and used a skill. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the guy. Now the distance between them was 1 centimeter. To catch him when he's right in front of you. Ujin incredibly missed catching him again. In just a moment, the distance between them became a huge problem again. Now Ujin checked the opponent's level. Look at that. Level 70 already. He had to admit at this level, he was essentially the best in the world. Why did it have to be this jerk? The assassin over there even deliberately used his hand to provoke him. Ujin could only sigh helplessly. How ridiculous. But he was very intrigued. It's been about 15 years, hasn't it? It's been a long time since someone openly challenged me like this. Ujin exclaimed, how cute and ambitious. And then he continued walking. Ujin was advancing deeper into a dimly lit place when he realized the assassin was hiding beside the wall's edge. He followed me himself, to his own grave, I see. This is my 100th hunt. The assassin recalled his childhood, when he was 10 in his homeland Afghanistan. His memory was truly dark. His father sold him to a group of rebels. The assassin clearly saw everything. The moment his father was happy to earn a few loose dollars. Since then, he was no longer himself. I've become a monster, and the endless war is ahead of me. The story that followed was astonishing. It made the assassin determined to wipe out countless enemies in order to survive. And he didn't stop there. If necessary, he could even kill whole legions. The assassin was always in a difficult situation. I cut them down. He acted without mercy and then killed again, because the assassin believed his survival was only possible through the death of his enemies, and to become an awakened one. I continued to work as an agent, specializing in assassinations. Right now, he was waiting to eliminate Ujin. Come here! The assassin gripped the knife tightly in his hand. Just like before, I will kill you at the best time, and at the most suitable location here. And then he counted down the time. 3, 2, 1. At the right moment, the assassin began to rush out. Now, the assassin swung his sword to attack, but Ujin successfully blocked it. That surprised the assassin Assad. Did he see through my stealth move? This time he was certain. He truly saw through his technique. Immediately, Assad was grabbed by the collar by Ujin. Ujin leaned in close. I finally caught you. But then, Assad swung his knife up, surprising Ujin. Oh man. He swung wildly and forced Ujin backward. Assad couldn't help but wonder, how did he know my location? Since becoming an awakened, no one has ever been able to sense his aura. At that moment, the skeleton took the opportunity to bolt to Assad's side. Ujin excitedly commented, You're pretty good. That's an assassin type who's quite adept at one-on-one fighting. You must be even better at fighting head-on than ambushing, huh? Assad was on high alert. What is he saying? He's talking as if he's known me beforehand. Next, Ujin swung his hand high up. Let's see how good you really are. And then he struck Assad, sending him flying far away. Ujin's power astonished him. What kind of power is that? I'm sure I had it. People said he was a necromancer, though. In the blink of an eye, the assassin couldn't see his opponent anymore. He disappeared. He speculated he moved toward the end of the dungeon. Assad became increasingly cautious. I will follow him and end this properly. At the ticket booth, where a faint light flickered, Assad carefully stalked Ujin's trail. He encountered a problem. There were many bloodstains, but no bodies. The assassin suddenly turned his face to the side. Ujin had appeared with a lineup of skeleton soldiers surrounding him. Ujin was amused. I think it's time for our second test. Assad vaguely wondered to himself, is this a trap? He looked at the crowd of skeleton soldiers in front of him. Oh no! Assad felt a bit helpless. I can't even count them all. Finally, he let out a sigh. Suddenly, Ujin narrowed his eyes. That's the assassin. Assad now using his divine wrath skill to power up. Ujin was surprised. He has a skill that can make him go ape-hit. How can he be a combat-type class that lies between the warrior and assassin classes? On the other side, the assassin swore to himself that he would kill him. Then he furiously rushed forward like a fierce tiger. The crowd of skeleton soldiers instinctively stood in formation. From Ujin's perspective, the assassin looked very strong. But Ujin only cared about one thing. He'd be quite useful. After dealing with the skeleton soldiers, the assassin glared at Ujin. Kill! He secretly vowed, I will kill him. Following that, the assassin quickly ran towards his opponent and survived. Now he was right behind Ujin. A single slash tore through space. That was the assassin's move aimed at Ujin. He smiled. My 100th hunt is a success. But Ujin was faster using an axe to finish the assassin. He couldn't believe reality. How? No way. The assassin's head was rolling alone onto the ground. Ujin smirked. If trained properly, he would have been quite useful. Afterward, he absorbed his spirit energy. Serve 1,000 years to atone for the sin of pointing your blade at me and become my loyal slave. And it turned into a soul imprint stone. The system indicated soul imprint stone. Seals the soul of a person you have killed. Related skill summon Death Knight. Summon a Knight of Death. By creating a master servant. Contract with a soul above level 70. Cannot be used temporarily at the current rank. Current level 62. Minimum required level 70. The next day, in the utility room of the Titan Guild, someone was sighing. Minchen was bummed out. Where is he? What is he doing? I don't know. Seeing this, Yongho spoke up, Director Yuang. You seem quite worried. He reassured him Ujin will be back soon. Isn't he famous for being the strongest awakened in South Korea? Seeing Yongho's smile, Minchen felt assured. That's right. But actually, Minchen was worried about something else. Worried? What do you mean? Worried about the chairman who punched a missile out of the sky. On the contrary, I'm worried that he might cause trouble by using the U.S. attacking him as an excuse. Yongho looked at the current time. It's about to start. And then they both settled into their assigned seats. Sangho began to speak. I would like to extend a sincere thank you to everyone who participated in this meeting today. He announced, today's meeting is organized to ask for help from Awakened worldwide, and to disclose a harsh reality that is too difficult for our guild alone to solve. It is difficult for our guild alone to solve. First, I would like to talk about the dungeon, Sangho explained. The dungeon we discovered is a space gate. He continued, this gate is currently serving as a bridge between a planet named Anfen and Earth. Therefore, the large number of monsters streaming onto Earth is not random at all, but actually comes from Anfen. People started discussing Anfen. The dungeon is a space gate, Sangho revealed. Furthermore, the reason time in the dungeon passes 4 times slower is due to the actual difference between Anfen and Earth. One person asked, wait, if the dungeon is a gate, does that mean we should seal the dungeon? Sangho knew very well. That was the Japanese Dark Guild, who were earning astronomical amounts of money through their bloodstone business. But he answered differently. No, even if we destroy this bridge, another one will just appear. Actually, we have a different proposal. That is to strike first, Sangho declared loudly, Saintess Murdy. Murdy suddenly appeared right there at the meeting. The proposal is for everyone on Earth to cross the bridge to Anfen and kill all the monsters' preemptive action. People were buzzing, she's the Saintess from the rumors. Murdy smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Murdy, the Saintess of Arya. I came from the planet Anfen to ask for help here. Hojun below grumbled, Saintess and Anfen? These stories are too hard for us to believe. You're no different from the other awakened. We've met. Hearing his words, Murdy's eyes suddenly became sharp. Next, she held out her hand as if preparing a move. Immediately, the entire space was enveloped in a blue color, leaving everyone astonished. This is the power surging within my body. It defies all logic. She's empowering 100 awakened here all at once, Murdy asked again. Is this a little easier for you to believe now? Hojun was stunned by her actions. Now Murdy could confidently state, this holy Night Order and I will open the path to Anfen. Everyone must go to Anfen immediately, for the safety of Earth. She emphasized, if we hesitate, Earth will follow in Anfen's footsteps and turn into ruins. In the blink of an eye, Murdy suggested, this is a battle to save both worlds. Those below discussed, I'm still suspicious. If that's truly the case, we can save Earth and continue our bloodstone business. This is an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone, isn't it? Just then someone spoke up with a sneer, how absurd. You're making a fuss and stirring up trouble on Earth. Both Murdy and Sangho looked up at him in shock. Murdy froze when she saw the person in front of her. She still recognized Ujin the Undying. The entire atmosphere, which was in chaos, was silenced by Ujin's appearance. Murdy's hands spontaneously trembled. His appearance is slightly different, but I'm sure it's him. After taking a few more steps, Ujin stopped in front of Murdy. He spoke, this is a bit awkward, isn't it? And in a situation where I have to look up at you. Jaehyun behind him yelled, you disrespectful punkbo to the Saintess immediately. Murdy tried to remain calm. The king who commands the Destruction Army. She slowly bowed down. The vanguard of the god of destruction, Trezar and Emperor Adon. Murdy slowly uttered the words, Undying. Her voice was deep. This humble servant of Arya. Suddenly, Jaehyun gaped in astonishment. In front of him was Murdy, bowing down to Ujin's feet. She paid her respects much to everyone's surprise. I greet you, sire. Ujin chuckled softly. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Meanwhile, Jaehyun didn't understand what had happened. What is this? A yellow light covered the entire room. Ujin asked. Does this violate the peace treaty? Jaehyun was utterly devastated. Saintess, Murdy confirmed. Of course not, sire. If this servant had known this place was Adon, I would never have dared to set foot here. Ujin continued. Tell me, why did you come to Earth? Murdy confessed sincerely. I received a divine decree from the goddess that I must come and guide the saviors on this earth. I am merely doing what the goddess commanded of this humble servant. Ujin wanted to confirm something. Forget it. I don't need to hear anything else. So that means you're saying Arya sent someone here. Then he turned to look at Sangho. Titan Guild chairman, let's talk for a bit. He suggested, how about somewhere else? This place isn't quite suitable. Ujin then went to the cameraman. Is this being broadcast live? He denied, no, sir. And Ujin requested, then turn on the live broadcast. The cameraman was surprised. What did you just say? Ujin smiled. I'm just going to send out a New Year's greeting, that's all. The cameraman was hesitant. He turned to look at Sangho. The director said, if it's an interview with the hero who stopped the terrorist attack at that hotel, then of course the whole world should see it. The cameraman started recording. Please speak, sire. Right from the start, Ujin went off on a verbal rampage. That bastard who fired a missile at me and that bastard who tried to interfere in the middle. And also the mastermind behind it all. Are you watching? He declared to them, you all just wait. I'll be coming for you soon. The director wondered, is this a declaration of war against the terrorists? Minchan spoke up. Chairman Ujin. Ujin looked at him. Minchan expressed, I'm glad you're okay. And thank you for saving us from the explosion. Ujin dismissively said, no worries, come with me. I have something to discuss with them. Minchan followed, looking in that direction. But Chairman, he felt curious. Didn't you say you were friends with the Saintess? But what I just saw didn't look like something between friends. But Ujin still affirmed, what, of course. We are friends. Minchan was skeptical. Friends how? What kind of friends? Yongho called out loudly, Director Yong, he replied. Yes, Chairman. Yongho looked amused. I think I've found a very interesting brother. Director Yong was puzzled. What exactly does he find interesting? It's clearly radiating danger. And then everyone gathered at the chairman's office. Sangho sat down in the main chair. Murdy immediately whispered a reminder, Chairman, you should yield this seat to Emperor Adon. Regarding such matters, Ujin was very generous. Forget it, it's fine. Why bother? Sangho began to speak. Please be seated too, Saintess, Murdy exclaimed. How could I dare? Ujin's deep voice only uttered one word. Sit. Murdy's shoulder felt the chill. And finally, she obediently complied. Yes, sire. Thus, Sangho was very curious. May I be so bold as to ask what your relationship is? Ujin kept affirming. Friends, we are friends. But Murdy didn't think so. Friends, the Undying One calls me a friend. How can he speak so terrifyingly? Sangho was confused. The Saintess came from Anpan, so how? Ujin raised his voice. What's up? Are you trying to preside over an interrogation? Or what? You can ask Murdy about these details later. Suddenly, he reached into another space. Instead, he then pulled out a person, shocking everyone. Ujin excitedly revealed, This is the guy who attacked me last night. He tried to lure me into a dungeon and kill me. I would really appreciate it if you could investigate. Whose head this belongs to? Murdy couldn't believe it. Someone tried to assassinate the Emperor of Adon. Does Earth have a death wish? Sangho was hesitant. Even if you ask, we really cannot. But Ujin firmly insisted, I don't think much of it. You just need to investigate which organization this guy belongs to. He explained, there aren't many A-rank awakeners working as assassins. Sangho stammered, even so. Murdy bravely interrupted, I will investigate, sire. Sangho reminded the Saintess, this should be handled by our organization. She looked at him with determined eyes. Titan Guild Chairman, thank you very much for your cooperation so far. I must live to repay my debt, understood. I need to survive so I can return to Anpan. And save all those people there. So please don't piss off the Undying One, understood. So Sangho had no choice. I understand, Saintess. Ujin suddenly asked, but what about those incidents, Murdy? Murdy was confused. What incidents, sire? He repeated what happened earlier. You just said you would gather everyone to attack Anpan, didn't you? Ujin wanted to make one thing clear. If you take all the Awakeners to Anpan, and they die meaninglessly, what will happen to Earth? Who will fight against the dungeon breaches on Earth? Do you want to die that badly? And he asked again, are you trying to start a war with me? Murdy fearfully prostrated herself. How could I dare, sire? Ujin said coldly. Stop tripping out and sit down right now. Explain yourself properly. Murdy slowly continued. There is a way to stop all these dungeon breaches. Ujin was eager to hear. Interesting. Keep talking. Murdy said, well, first you must know about the Holy Land. The space and the time-space fragment has... Meanwhile, at an unnamed subway station somewhere, a young man rushed in to report, Professor Lyola, we need to move the base immediately. The close call operation seems to have failed. Lyola was slightly impatient. I'm almost done with my research. I can't go anywhere else. And wasn't the deadline set for 2 more days? The other person reminded, we can't give you any more time. Our base will be exposed yet. Lyola was unconcerned. Wait 3 more hours. Once I'm done with this final check, we can leave. Bibby was currently investigating the situation at the location he tracked after chasing the assassin. It was a very suspicious laboratory. The situation looked serious. At that moment, Lyola was closing the lid of a bag. In her hand, she held a shimmering yellow stone fragment. Bibby could recognize. That's a time-space fragment. The time-space fragment hovered in the air. A student reported, Professor, the energy of the bloodstone has reached a record level of 6 stars. Lyola asked how much, and he replied, over 5 stars. Lyola smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. She couldn't help but feel joy. This way, the highest authority in dungeon research no longer belongs to those Chabujangs but to me. Another student frantically reported, Professor, the data is continuously increasing. It has already surpassed 6 stars. Meanwhile, the time-space fragment was still floating in the air. Bibby was hiding in a corner, curious. What is this mana wave? If this continues, something bad is going to happen. A student shouted in alarm. The data is continuously rising fast. On the screen, the increase was continuous. The entire research room started buzzing. 7 stars, Lyola was even surprised. In an instant, she looked at the time-space fragment. It was radiating more and more abundant energy. And then the time-space fragment suddenly released a terrifying amount of power. Under its influence, all the students lay sprawled on the floor. A ghostly voice spoke up. This is Earth, isn't it? What a place full of life. Bibby in her kitten form ran to stop it. Rasmus looked sinisterly at the beautiful girl. You are... There's a very familiar energy field. Now the two faced each other. At the same time, right in the middle of the city, at the guild chairman's office, the AI voice echoed. Before I explain to you how to prevent the dungeon breaches, Murdy stated, you must know about the spatial Holy Land and the time-space fragment first. She explained clearly. First, regarding the spatial Holy Land, if I had to describe it, I would say it is a special place, belonging to higher dimensions. But still, you have already been to a spatial Holy Land, haven't you, Undying One? Ujin felt confused. Huh. Murdy shared. Yes, it's the other dimension through the red gates and the high-level dungeons 4-star, 6-star, and so on. Hearing that, Ujin understood. So that's the time-space Holy Land. Murdy continued. As you already know, the dungeons are the entrances leading to that place. And the dungeons will be connected to a time-space Holy Land, like an octopus and its tentacles. Ujin wondered. So what does that have to do with preventing dungeon breaches? And why do dungeon breaches happen in the first place? Murdy explained that dungeon breaches is the Earth term for the concept of synchronization process. If there is not enough mana reserve, the monsters cannot fully deploy their true strength. Therefore, they blow up those dungeons to mobilize dungeon energy, which is mana. She pointed out clearly, turning Earth into a planet where they can operate freely. Like rationalizing the terrain, so to speak. Ujin suggested, doesn't that mean that no matter what, we can't stop anything? Even if we clear the dungeons, mana will still gradually accumulate on Earth due to the mining of bloodstones. But Murdy revealed there is a way. She then shared, dungeons and time-space Holy Lands all respond according to what their masters, the time-space masters, desire. Therefore, they can choose whether or not to dispatch monsters. The things that must obey them, Ujin exclaimed in surprise. So is it possible to say that the time-space masters are on their side? Murdy confirmed, that's right. The time-space masters are the 72 commanders and the rulers of Janet. Furthermore, there are many lesser time-space masters as well, she added, and they can also seize each other's power by stealing each other's time-space holy lands through conflict. Murdy took this opportunity to share the current situation. For the time being, we are still struggling to defend the territories of Anfen. However, we truly cannot stop the direction of their attacks. So my plan is to steal the authority of a time-space master and then fight them on equal footing. She spoke slowly so that she could take back all the dungeons on Earth and Anfen. Ujin heard this and let out an excited, interesting chuckle. Cool. He asked one question. So if all their homes are seized, they'll be homeless, won't they? Murdy confirmed, that's right. Ujin had a bold idea. If I can take everything, then I'll surely be able to meet that Janet, the one who's nowhere to be seen. Ujin wanted to continue the story. All right, tell me how to obtain a time-space holy land. Murdy revealed 2 ways you can steal one, or you can claim ownership of an ownerless one. In either case, you will need a stone, called a time-space fragment. Ujin immediately took out the time-space fragment. Here it is. Murdy saw it and shrieked, how did you get that? Meanwhile, Ujin was relaxed. I just picked it up. How do I use it? Murdy explained in detail. If you have already stolen one, you only need 1 piece to establish ownership. But because you don't have any time-space holy lands yet, you will need 3 pieces undying one. Ujin asked innocently, so I can just take anyone? You have to be chosen by a dungeon first, Murdy responded. Since you already have a time-space fragment, surely a dungeon must have responded to you. Hearing that, Ujin grumbled, why is it so complex? I need 3 pieces. Then he focused in thought for a moment before demanding. Then give me 2 more pieces. Murdy gasped, huh? Seeing her expression, Ujin guessed, being quiet like that, I bet you have some pieces already. He grinned, spreading his hand. Give it here. After a brief negotiation, Murdy had to offer up 1 more time-space fragment to Ujin. That's more like it. But he was still doubtful. Are you absolutely sure you only have 1 piece left? How can a saintess be so weak? Murdy was distraught. I went through so much trouble to get that, so you have to return it to me later. The goblin returned to Ujin after finishing its assignment. Ujin questioned, why are you back already? I told you to go and help Bibi. The goblin reported, Master, the illusion witch has been captured. Ujin couldn't hide his fury. What Bibi was captured? Who's the bastard that did it? And the goblin specified Janet's subordinate Rasmus. Ujin stood up hastily. I have to leave right away. Mienshin panicked. Where are you going? Ujin clarified. To the base of that jerk who tried to attack me. Sangho tried to stop him, but the investigation team hasn't even been set up yet. You should wait until the team is formed before you go. Ujin had no choice but to announce Rasmus has appeared. Murdy jumped to her feet in shock. What, it's too soon for a main commander to show up? Ujin quickly gave instructions. Just put together any team and follow me. The address is... Now he suddenly remembered something. Thinking about it now, there aren't any train stations there. The helicopter had just landed on the ground. Ujin immediately went to rescue Bibi. Sangho wondered, Saintess, are you sure we don't need a real support team? How can we stop a dungeon break with just this number? Murdy understood this man perfectly. It doesn't matter. Sangho was concerned. Even so, the military strength, Murdy asserted. His forces alone are enough military power. Just wait for the order. Right then, Ujin quickly opened the warehouse door. In front of him was a magical black hole. Rasmus held Bibi to threaten him. It truly is the Undying One's succubus. He was excited. The place you ran away to was just this forgotten earth. Ujin emphasized the name Rasmus in his mind. He glanced at him with extremely sharp eyes. Bibi was unconscious in Rasmus's hand. He lost his temper. I know you're happy to see me, but why are you acting so weird? Ujin reminded him. I'd bet you've died by my hand at least 5 times already. Are you mentally disturbed or something? Hearing this, Rasmus was absolutely livid. Not only did Ujin use provocative words against Rasmus, he also smirked to egg him on. He gritted his teeth. It seems that's true. Rasmus was now very confident. But at least you're back, at the starting line. He started poking at Ujin's weak spot. You look worried. Did you want to save this little girl? Then Rasmus slowly stepped over the puddle between them. He threatened again. Then separate yourself from those brats outside. Rasmus demanded a proper fight. Instantly, he vanished from the magical puddle. Ujin had now left that room. He asked Murdy, do you think this is a trap? She shared her view. Surely, he must be aware of the huge difference between your powers. Why would he provoke you like that? Ujin confessed, I don't know how, but he knows. My power isn't fully intact. Murdy was surprised again. What? You lost your power back on Anfen. Ujin shared, yeah, mine has recovered quickly, but it hasn't fully returned yet. Murdy was inwardly astonished. He lost the ultimate magic of a soul master. Ujin continued. And those life and death knights, I still haven't been able to summon them. Tag. Therefore Murdy was very worried. Then it's too dangerous. If you want to fight him, you should at least have your knights ready. Yet Ujin maintained his confidence. Who are you worried about, huh? I'll be done in a flash, just wait. If that was the case, Murdy had nothing left to say. Ujin looked at the black hole in the room again. He could clearly see the gate opening. Immediately the power inside the hole exploded. It was so strong that it spread outwards. Everyone was panicked by this assault. They looked forward in surprise. Monsters were crawling all over the ground. A dungeon break. Everyone prepared to engage. This time the hole still glowed, but more gently. Ujin wondered, it has no endpoint at all. Is he planning to release all the monsters? He scoffed. If so, it seems he doesn't intend to let me take any corpses from that dungeon. And Ujin summoned his monster robe. He gently reassured the little guy. My little friend, I'll save Bibi right away. Don't worry. Instead, get rid of those nuisances, Ujin ordered. The helicopter was now surrounded by powerful energy. Even the tank was no exception. All objects and equipment were floating in the air. The monster's foot just touched the ground. There was a switch on its body. The people around were terrified. What the heck is that, a transformer or something? It took huge steps shaking the ground. The rest of the monsters created just as much pressure. But this transformer was the most aggressive of all. Now, all the monsters rushed forward at once. It turned out that all the previous items had contributed to forming the transformer. While the helicopter blades were used for flying, the cannons fired and exploded. Everyone was terrified by this destruction. Murdy still had one question. The Undying One has lost his power. Is that true? Meanwhile, the transformer continued to advance. Now Ujin jumped into Rasmus's hole. The system announced, You have entered the research facility of the sorcerer Rasmus. You are in attack mode. Ujin realized, what is this? This is different from when I entered other dungeons. Rasmus burst out laughing delightedly. You idiot, who would think you'd actually follow me? He scorned. You think you can do anything without even a single corpse? And you dare to enter? Yet Ujin showed no fear. Yeah, I'm still pretty sure I can kill you. Rasmus assessed your trash talk. Still hasn't changed, has it? He utterly hated him inside. You seem to be full of arrogance. However, if we're going to fight using the same old summoned objects, it will be more advantageous for me, because I've modified my body with hybridization experiments. Ujin suggested, how about giving Bibi back before we fight? Rasmus mocked, you're worried about the safety of this thing. He couldn't understand. Why don't you stop? Tag, worrying about these disposable assets. Things like this are only meant to be. That succeeded in provoking Ujin. Rasmus yelled, controlled. The system reported Succubus Bibi has died. The succubus's rank has dropped to 1. You will not be able to resummon her for 32 days. As soon as he heard this news, Ujin's mind suddenly went blank. Furthermore, Rasmus provoked, what's wrong? You seem angry. Ujin said darkly, what nonsense. How can mere anger describe this rage? Rasmus laughed loudly. Your cocky attitude is exactly the same, isn't it? He prepared to launch an attack. But today will be, he loudly declared, the last day you can act like that. Just as Rasmus's sword was about to strike, Ujin quickly blocked it. He looked thrilled. Who would have thought you could counter it? Tag. Did you take a strength-boosting potion or something? Ujin concentrated on the counterattack without saying a word. Rasmus realized something. A sword, and Ujin unexpectedly flung him far away. Rasmus, having been hit, gritted his teeth in extreme resentment. Then he got back to the fight. A new attack. What is it? Rasmus's hand was shaking. The power of that soul master. How can it be at this level? He roared furiously, no way. Rasmus refused to accept this truth. You've become a warrior. The system announced the skill Warrior's Fury. This anger will temporarily increase your power beyond your limit. All physical stats increase by +10. Ujin instantly dashed to attack Rasmus. He struggled to move to dodge. Rasmus realized that the sword had turned into a spear. In the blink of an eye, Ujin's weapon turned into an axe. Now Rasmus had to use all his strength to defend, but he was miserably beaten by Ujin. Rasmus was in so much pain that he coughed up blood. But Ujin didn't stop there. He prepared to attack relentlessly, and Ujin successfully slashed Rasmus across the middle. Rasmus, exhausted, fell miserably onto the ground. The system announced, the duration for using the skill, Warrior's Fury, has ended. The skill has been disabled. Ujin scorned, how boring. How can someone who changes his physique and fights a warrior struggle so much? Well, better luck next time. And so Rasmus was once again beaten to a pulp by Ujin. Once that was over, he immediately turned and left. Just then Rasmus's voice was heard again. Interesting. How? He was smug that the immortal running to Earth still wasn't enough to take him out. He even abandoned the Necromancer class and only trained one warrior skill, you know. Ujin looked excited. What's wrong with a warrior? This is fun, he commented, assessing the situation. His body can still regenerate, even though he was cut in half. It seems he just implanted something into his body again. Razmode raised his wicked hand to prepare to execute some kind of move. Immediately, the horde of monsters was summoned forth. I will make you regret that naive choice, immortal. With them in his hands, Razmode became even more confident, and Rasmus loudly commanded, kill him. The monsters obeyed their master and rushed forward fiercely. Meanwhile, outside, the Transformer was still attacking. Sang-ho assessed, the strength is truly astonishing. He affirmed that with this power, that Golem alone was enough to wipe out all the monsters. Maddie's expression was quite heavy at this moment. She could feel that the mana of this iron golem was only a finite amount. I don't know what those monsters will do once that golem can no longer fight. Everyone, you must always be vigilant and prepared to fight. Sang-ho replied, yes, Saintess. She couldn't help but feel anxious inside. Instead of worrying about that titan of destruction, I'm much more worried about the immortal, Maddie wondered. How does he plan to fight Rasmus without any summons? Razmode judged his opponent as naive and foolish. He became complacent. Look at you. You fought those chimeras and are already in this state. Razmode relentlessly spewed scornful words. You came here just to pay the price for giving up that overwhelming power and switching to using that blood-stained sword, huh? Ujin chuckled softly. Who said I gave it up? His attitude confused Razmode. What? Ujin immediately used his ultimate move. His skeleton soldiers were finally joining the fight. They lined up in a long row and focused their eyes on Razmode. Ujin revealed, I just drained all my mana into it, so it took a while to recover. This astonished Rasmus. No way you're a warrior. Ujin confirmed, I am a warrior, but I never said I wasn't a Necromancer, did I? At this point, Razmode could only grind his teeth in anger. He swore, you jerk. How dare you set me up like this? True to his plan, Ujin was now highly confident. This time, he took the initiative and charged forward. Shall we start round 2? The skeleton soldiers followed suit, rushing forward fiercely. Rasmus's monsters roared several times. Rasmus, with phenomenal strength, unleashed energy. Meanwhile, Ujin and Rasmus were clashing with each other. He realized, it looks like you're regressing the longer you live. Rasmus let slip. It's just that the connection is unstable right now, that's all. That left a clue for Ujin connection. He also grasped the warrior's weakness. But you've also lost your power, haven't you? And indeed, Ujin was struggling. I'm all out of strength. It feels like I can't even put my all into this fight anymore. So he calculated inwardly, it's time, isn't it? The system continuously announced, you have defeated an enemy. Your HP has increased. At that moment, a unique idea sparked in Ujin's mind. He praised, well done, drop. The system announced a level up. All stats have been recovered. Ujin assessed Rasmus, you look pretty worn out, huh? He launched another big attack. Take a break. Razmode was once again forced onto the defensive. His head was twitching constantly. But Ujin had successfully cornered him. You dare! And he hit Razmode full on with a painful axe blow again. This time his head was separated from his body. However, that barbaric laughter still echoed. Razmode was sinister. This glorious moment of yours won't last long. The connection has already begun. And he warned, if you want to live, you better run. Ujin boldly declared, in your dreams, I'm not running, you jerk. Dusk was slowly settling, painting the sky a fiery red. Jock stood silent amid the smoke and rubble. Ujin slowly walked up behind it. He gently complimented it, you did well. Jock slowly turned around. It made vague, meaningless noises. Ujin seriously apologized to it, I'm sorry. He lowered his gaze, filled with sadness. Even when a summoner dies, the summoned spirit beast does not disappear. Instead, they have to live unconsciously in a dense void. Ujin gently touched Jock. He gave it one last instruction. Go back and take care of Bibi, for me. The next second, Jock's massive body collapsed. Ujin's face now only showed a cold expression. He asked, Maddie, there was also a dungeon break outside the train station. You know the reason, don't you? She replied, Earth is not fully synchronized yet. In particular, dungeons cannot spontaneously appear anywhere. And a dungeon break is similar. He listened attentively to her words. However, this place is not a normal dungeon, but a summoning point. He asked doubtfully, a summoning point? Maddie replied seriously, yes. Someone on Earth used a spatial fragment. It seems that person summoned a dungeon which led to monsters pouring out. Ujin remained silent after hearing this. He gritted his teeth. What idiot would do that? Why create a dungeon if they can't handle it? He quietly called Maddie. She immediately responded yes. Ujin spoke with firm conviction. I can't let Shernay come to Earth just like that. I need your cooperation. He offered a condition in return. I'm willing to help Anfio if I can have the sanctuary. These words directly shocked Maddie, making her gasp with an open mouth. She trembled with excitement. The immortal will save Anfio. Looking at Eugen's imposing figure, she exclaimed, "Oh my God, I knew it. The one who brings the revelation is the immortal." Maddie bowed deeply to express her gratitude. "I will support you wholeheartedly." The story flashed back to the past after the dungeon break. Eugen focused on leveling up by raiding 6-star dungeons. With the help of the Titan Guild, he had the opportunity to shake hands with Din-kun. Thus, the Adan Guild and the Titan Guild established a strong alliance relationship. They discussed the matter of Earth's defense and the expedition to Anfio. But this alliance quickly fell apart. The announcement of the alliance's chaotic end, along with Shernate's forces, and the state of Anfio were discussed, in parallel with the structure of the dungeon. This caused panic worldwide. An unavoidable situation. The issue of the bloodline was very difficult for this planet. Earth was threatened due to the mining and use of bloodstones. However, humanity continued to exploit it. But it was also used as a weapon to protect humans. This led to two opposing opinions. The world was divided into two camps. A heated debate broke out between those who wanted to close all dungeons and those who wanted to boost the defense system by exploiting dungeons. This complex situation needed a reasonable solution. Thus, what was needed now was a unified defense system, which led to the formation of the International Awakened Association. Time passed to 1 month after his return. At a certain airport, a private jet was parked. Eugen and Din-kun shook hands and exchanged courtesies. "You've worked hard. We are truly grateful. Thanks to you, I could enter the dungeon this comfortably." Eugen glanced towards Maddie. His words made her feel extremely uneasy. "I guess you'll feel better now that you don't have to look at my face, huh?" He raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Did I hit a nerve?" She quickly denied that's not it. He challenged back, "Not what it's so obvious." She could only awkwardly turn her face away. Din-kun and Eugen said their final goodbyes. "We'll see you in Anfio. I wish you a safe journey." The scene shifted to an extremely prosperous city. Tall buildings were lined up close together. Maddie knelt before the statue of the goddess, piously praying. "Goddess, the day I can return to Anfio is approaching." Suddenly she heard strange noises. She opened her eyes wide in disbelief. "This is—" Maddie looked at the gentle face of the statue. The goddess's trust. The goddess instructed her, "Follow him." She wondered, follow who? The goddess slowly guided, "Follow that boy." Maddie had a bad premonition. "Don't tell me." The goddess slowly continued, "Stay by his side." The goddess gently uttered the final words, "Stay by Kang Eugen." Those words were like an arrow piercing her mind. Maddie broke down, crying over her fate. "Goddess, why must I suffer like this?" The scene shifted to a small, peaceful town. News was being shown on the large screen in the square. A black car was speeding down the road. A voice came from inside, "Let me out here." Min Chan spun his head around, asking in disbelief, "What?" Eugen pointed outside and said, "The forest over there. I'll take a taxi myself." Min Chan confusedly asked, "What about the dinner with the chairman?" He sighed indifferently. "Dinner, I'm already full." "I mean—" He was sweating all over his forehead. "Don't you realize how rare it is to be invited to dinner by the chairman?" Eugen turned inside and said, "You can go in my place." Min Chan was awkward. "But you have to go. You also have to meet the CEO." He proposed, "Let's make a new business card." His words immediately froze the man for a few seconds. What Eugen declared, "From now on, you're the vice president." The car stopped by the roadside. The person inside opened the door. Eugen put his hands in his pockets, bowed, and said goodbye to Min Chan. "I'm tired, so I'm heading home. We'll have a nice chat." Min Chan was still hesitant, wanting to keep him back. But he was already far away. He waved goodbye to him. "Good luck, Vice President Young Min Chan. You're just going to leave me here." Min Chan held his head in distress. "What the heck am I supposed to do now?" "That was an appointment with the chairman. Why did I suddenly become vice president?" He muttered like a lunatic, "Vice president." Then he suddenly laughed hysterically. "I'm the vice president," the driver secretly lamented. "This whole group is messed up." In that peaceful residential area, a faint phone ring could be heard. "Is that you, son? Are you in Korea?" The taxi sped along the road. The phone ring came from inside it. "Yes, I'm on my way home. Oh dear." "What should I do?" Eugen was talking on the phone with his mother. "I'm out. I might not be back until tonight." "It's okay, Mom. Take your time." The taxi slowly pulled over to the side of the road. The driver stated the fare 25,000 won. He rummaged through his pockets but seemed unable to find any money. He frowned and thought, "My wallet seems to be with Min Chan in the luggage." Then he realized he couldn't pay the fare. So Eugen had to tell the driver, "Sir, can you take me back to Sadang Station? Should I meet him again?" The scene shifted to a luxury apartment complex. The phone on the table vibrated with an incoming call. It was Brother Eugen on the desk calendar. The number 17 was circled with a red pen. Jin Min answered the phone. "Brother, how was the trip to the U.S.?" Then the answer came from the other end of the line. "Ji Min, are you home?" He was surprised by the question. "How did you—" Ujin held the phone. Jai Min on the other end immediately replied, "Yes." Ujin said, "Come out and bring 50,000 won right away. What, you don't have money for the taxi? So come out here and pay for me." Hearing that, Jai Min was speechless. This dude really hasn't changed at all. Jai Won came out and saw her younger brother preparing to leave. A surprised look flashed across her face. She seriously asked, "Where are you going? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for your final exam?" Jimin replied, "I have to go out for a bit." Jai Won's tone was full of worry as she stood with her hands on her hips and said, "You have the National University entrance exam tomorrow. You might catch a cold." He turned around, adjusting his jacket as he replied, "I'll only be out for a second. I'm going to pay the taxi fare for brother Eugene." Hearing that name, Ji-won's face flushed slightly. "Ujin." The scene gradually moved to a quiet cafe. Ujin's voice spoke up. "Jai-won, I thought you had left. It turns out you're still home." He continued, "You should have told Jai-min to go instead, right?" "I feel so bad." Jai-won quickly waved her hand, awkwardly declining. "It's fine, it's been a long time, Ujin." Her face showed joy as she spoke to him. "Also, I quit my job at the guild a few days ago." Ujin was a little surprised and asked, "What really? To become a celebrity?" Ujin also cheered up, smiling brightly and teasing her. "I read an article about that. They called you the beautiful woman of Kang Ujin." Ji-won's cheeks flushed red. "Stop it, don't tease me." He smiled, his voice softening. "All right." She changed the subject. "Anyway, besides that," Ji-won showed him her phone. "Look at this, Appa." She briefly explained the situation. "I'm writing a web novel these days. I've always wanted to become an author. Now I can finally do it." Ujin looked at the phone and replied, "That's awesome. So, you like writing?" He quickly skimmed through her novel. Beneath a high school for boys in Korea, a summoning magic circle suddenly appeared. The story had a very dramatic plot. The main character went from the magic circle to another world. The main character went through countless ups and downs. The main character overcame many hardships and became a powerhouse. And finally, the main character also found a way to return to Earth. But the development that followed seemed not so smooth. However, when that person returned to Earth, they discovered it was no longer the same. Humans were losing to monsters. Eugene was somewhat bewildered reading the story. "This is me, isn't it?" Ji-won was thrilled when he realized it. "It's because I thought of you while writing the story, but it's quite enjoyable to read." He complimented, "It's awesome. Your story has a lot of comments, look." Most of the comments below were urging her to release more chapters. "What does waiting mean in this chapter?" "Keep writing, author, we support you." "Hurry up, I'm waiting to kill some time." "It's probably going to be a disaster again." "Don't read the comments." Ji-won blushed and stammered. Anyway, she gathered all her courage to speak. "I really want to say thank you to you too. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to walk normally among everyone like this, and I wouldn't be able to do what I truly want." Eugene smiled softly, ruffling her hair. "It's nothing." He looked at her with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. "It's because you were strong enough to overcome everything. I just helped out a little bit." Those words of encouragement gave a lot of motivation to Ji-won. "It's because you were strong enough to choose the life you wanted." She sincerely said thank you from the bottom of her heart. "Thank you." Ujin. The scene shifted to the Adan Guild headquarters. Everyone inside was busy working, very seriously. Ujin was walking slowly down the hallway. He gently opened the office door. Ujin stood with his hands on his hips and said, "The guild looks a little crowded, doesn't it?" Everyone was surprised and exclaimed in unison, "Boss? You're here early." He smiled confidently and asked, "I'm here." "How are you?" Ujin stepped forward and asked, "Are Sung-gu and Hee-min here yet?" Someone nearby muttered, "That's Kang Ujin." Seong-hun replied, "They are arranging the pile of trophies. They should be back soon." Suddenly, a pair of legs stood at attention from behind. A voice spoke up, "Hello, President." Ujin and Seong-hun both looked back. It turned out to be Heesun. She smiled slightly when Ujin asked, "Lieutenant Choi, when did you arrive?" Heesun replied, "I'm not a lieutenant anymore, but a reserve officer. I started working yesterday." "Try saying at attention," he asked further. "So until then you can take off your military uniform." "That's a long way to go, huh?" As if he had prepared beforehand, Ujin chuckled and said, "We'll talk about that when Min-chan gets here. Let's do a quick interview first." She looked bewildered. The scene transitioned to the guild president's office. He and she sat opposite each other. Ujin examined Heesun's information. Level 14 for Heesun job tamer. Note: a person with great self-respect and high loyalty. He stared intently at her and exclaimed, "An F-rank tamer." There's still a lot of room for improvement. Heesun broke out in a cold sweat and asked in surprise, "How do you know?" Ujin casually replied, I just see it. He suddenly fell silent. Worry was clearly visible on her face. He recalled the past. Last month when I checked her in North Korea, she was only level 11. She didn't have any cool skills either. It must be because of the enhanced synchronization process. But gaining 3 levels in a short time, the potential isn't bad. The scene showed many tanks and many planes in the sky. Because the soldiers used modern weapons, she didn't have a chance to develop her awakened skills. Ujin suddenly held out his hand, surprising Hessen. Take this. Her eyes widened in alarm. What? He pointed at the gemstones in his hand and said to Hessen, You don't know how. Swallow this, hold onto it, and draw mana in. She couldn't hide her astonishment and exclaimed, I mean, aren't these power stones? Why are you giving me power stones that are all red like this? Ujin sighed. If you're like this, I can't help you. You have to use these first. He held out the 2 hands with the stones in front of her face. Hessen swallowed them all. After receiving them, Hessen's hands trembled as she joyfully said, I will definitely use them well. She started swallowing them one by one. Stamina increased by +3. Magic power increased by +4. Strength increased by +3. He crossed his arms, looking clearly satisfied with her. Good, you take to the medicine quite well. Ujin rested his chin on his hand, thinking, which skill should it be, though? Her base skills are quite good. And because she was in the military, for 5 years she also has a good understanding of the battlefield. Suddenly he spotted the exact book he was looking for. Found it. The system's voice rang out telepathy. You can communicate with others via brainwaves. You can relay commands, even during a chaotic battle. Ujin immediately handed the book to Hessen. Here, take this. She curiously asked, What is this? He replied, This is the most important thing. You must master this skill. After hearing that, she cautiously replied, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, he gathered a stack of books and said to her, And this too, study all of these. She was stunned, thinking fleetingly, All of that? At the same time, a voice exclaimed, Brother. It turned out to be Sung-gu. He shouted, Are you serious? He asked, confused, What? Sung-gu panted and thought to himself, I can't believe it. He's greeting me like this right after I got back from the U.S. Jin silently thought Sung-gu has grown up a lot. He quickly grabbed the remote control to turn on the TV. Look on the screen. Press conference quickly appeared about the defense agreement with North Korea. We announced that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea has signed a military agreement with the Adon Guild. Press conference on the defense agreement with North Korea. Ujin immediately realized, Isn't that Min-chan? After eating, what is he still doing there? He asked awkwardly. You don't know. Before he could answer, he asked again. And who are the people in the front? Min replied. The Minister of National Defense and the Army Marshal. He continued. According to the agreement, our guild will receive the same support from the government in the future. The news caught Ujin by surprise. Seriously? Sung-gu immediately showed annoyance at his repetitive question. Is this the time to say seriously? Min added. So, our guild is responsible for national defense. We're like the national army, aren't we? Ujin gritted his teeth, his face tense with frustration. What? The national army? As if he understood the problem, Sung-gu immediately exclaimed, Brother, simply put, we have to spend more time in the military. Hearing that, he was completely flabbergasted. On the screen, the conference ended. He thought to himself, those jerks. I just told him to go have a meal. What the heck happened? Ujin's angry aura suddenly silenced the space. He spoke. When that bastard gets back, tell him not to go anywhere. Min replied, Yes, sir. After saying that, he saw him turn and leave. Where are you going, sir? He replied, The Rookie Training Center. Ujin turned his head and said, surprising Sung-gu, I'm going to a dungeon. Follow me, Sung-gu. He then asked loudly, Is Hesan also an awakened? She said with a little shyness, Yes, I also have mana and skills. Sung-gu immediately grabbed Hessen's hand, startling her. He cried and said, From now on, I will definitely work hard. She gently replied, Okay, what's up? The scene shifted to an afternoon, covered in the setting sun. Park Junpyo came to pick up Min-chan. Allow me to drive you home, sir. He replied with a smile, All right. Thank you, Park Junpyo, he asked in a polite tone. Do you need me to take you home, sir? Min-chan looked directly at him and replied, No, take me to the office. Under the setting sun, a line of cars was waiting at a red light. In the meantime, Min-chan was focused on his phone. Suddenly, Park Junpyo spoke, catching his attention. You will soon have to move your headquarters elsewhere, sirs. He continued, Your guild will now have to protect the entire nation. So I think everyone should have a slightly bigger place, right? Just choose a place, and we can start working immediately. Min-chan held his phone up to his ear as if calling someone, then replied to him, We haven't even signed the contract yet. Also, the chairman's opinion is also extremely important. Park Junpyo happily responded, The conditions are excellent, so I'm sure he will agree. He added, then smirked with satisfaction, I will discuss it thoroughly with him. Suddenly, the other end of the phone line answered. Min-chan heard a different voice and asked, He-min in confusion. Why did you pick up? He-min replied. The chairman went to a dungeon with Director Hong and Choi Hezon, he replied seriously. On the other end of the line, He-min put his hands on his hips and asked back, But Director, what the hell happened? Min-chan laughed heartily. Director, huh? I'm the vice chairman now. His voice revealed obvious confusion. This is no time for jokes. Protecting the Republic of Korea. How did something like that even happen? Min-chan was slightly startled as he realized the problem. How do you know that or? He-min replied with emphasis. What do you mean or it's blowing up all the news feeds this afternoon? He listened, his eyes wide stunned. What? Min-chan immediately turned to Park Jumpyo and asked, Was that meeting just now broadcast live? He casually replied, No way. If that really happened, it must have been a coincidence or something. Min-chan's face suddenly darkened, showing his panic, unable to hide it. A coincidence or something? No way. He quickly picked up his phone and told the other end, I'm coming to the office right now. He-min immediately took the opportunity to warn him, but don't tell anyone I told you. The chairman doesn't look very happy, you know. The scene zoomed past tall buildings. In his anger, he secretly thought those cunning old foxes. No wonder they rushed to make so many wonderful offers. Min-chan recalled the moment they discussed the matter. The president's offers at dinner. They want to upgrade the Adon Guild into an organization called the Hangul Guild. The setting appeared to be in a state of ruin. The Adon Guild is merely a stepping stone to keep Kang Ujin, the strongest, awakened from leaving Korea. He recalled the scene of them talking together. And after dinner was the negotiation. They promised that as soon as he got the chairman's approval, they would immediately help them. The scene looked very harmonious. I can't believe it. They broadcast a secret meeting like that, before the chairman even accepted. He recalled shaking hands with the man and asked himself, why? Min-chan's expression didn't soften, it wrinkled up even more. They broadcast it for everyone to see, to pressure him into agreeing, but that's impossible, given the chairman's personality. He gradually became anxious. If he finds out what happened, he won't hesitate to raise hell with the Blue House. It seemed as if the light of the setting sun blended with Min-chan's thoughts. If I want him to stay in Korea, I have to stop that from happening. I'm sure I'll figure out a way. Meanwhile, in a different development, inside the 6-star dungeon at Gangnam Station Exit 9, the faint smell of blood gradually spread, making the atmosphere heavy. Hessen's face looked very grim. She turned back, pointing, and asked, Excuse me, I'm still in F-rank, but did we come to the wrong dungeon? Shouldn't a normal new employee like me go to a 1-star dungeon? Sung-gu scratched his head and replied with a laugh, making her confused. Huh. The more she spoke, the more panicked she became. What do you mean? I don't understand anything. He continued, I think you might actually die, but we'll try to help you. Hassan was filled with silent anxiety. That guy doesn't make me feel reassured at all. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, What about the chairman? He replied he went in ahead. That remark surprised Heesun even more. What? Aren't we here for training? Sung-gu answered. It's just one step in the plan. Here, take this. She immediately recognized it and exclaimed, a curved knife. He raised the knife and asked, Have you ever tried filleting raw fish? Heesun was startled. What? Monster corpses lay scattered on the floor. Hassan struggled to dig out each bloodstone and put it into a bag. She had collected a whole bag full of bloodstones. Hessen's mood was heavy and she was dripping with sweat. She asked herself, where am I? Why am I here? Meanwhile, Sung-gu swiftly gathered all the bloodstones, which surprised her. He's so fast, how can he be that fast? Finishing the work, he'd put his backpack on his shoulder. Sung-gu urged Hassan, Hurry up, Hassan, if we keep this up. We'll run into our senior. Before we even go down to the lower floor. She seriously replied, yes. Heesun walked towards him, thinking, I'm extracting bloodstones really fast, but I still can't keep up with him. How the heck does the chairman hunt? In the quiet space, a sound suddenly came from somewhere. She couldn't help but ask, what was that sound? Dozens of eyes glowed, with a deep red light in the darkness. Heesun thought monsters. Fear gradually showed on her face. And it's not just one or two. Did the chairman miss them? Beside her, Sung-gu was still very calm, not worried at all. Oh my God, it looks like he's already coming up. Hessen exclaimed, What? From the darkness, countless bone spirits stepped out. Their eyes flickered with a strange, eerie red light. She realized they were skeletons. Suddenly, Ujin appeared from nowhere. You two aren't done yet. Seeing him come out, Heesun cried out, Chairman! Sung-gu quickly walked over. I'll quickly gather them all up now, Hyung. He waved his hand. No, don't bother. Just follow me. Let's head to the gate. Hessen stared silently as if frozen, thinking he's not hunting alone. She watched Ujin and the army of bone spirits leave one by one. He summoned over 100 of those things at once. This is how the chairman clears the dungeon so quickly. The next morning, fresh air filled the scene. A spatial gate appeared in the middle of the air. Hessen was constantly dry heaving. Sung-gu walked over and asked, "Hesan, do you feel better?" He asked. "Going through the gate feels very strange, doesn't it?" She wiped her chin with sweaty hands and replied, "Is it always this bad?" He replied, "It depends on the person, but you'll get used to it soon." Sung-gu smiled and urged, "Shall we go?" He's already gone ahead. Hessen immediately agreed yes. The two walked side by side on the forest road. Hessen looked at him and immediately asked, "But how come your clothes are still intact?" He explained without hesitation. "It's because these clothes are made from dungeon materials. The guild will pay for these things." You two. Arriving, they saw Ujin standing in front of the gigantic skeleton. Sung-gu exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, I thought you went ahead already." Hearing that, he smiled, "You came at the right time." Ujin then called out, "Come here, Hesion." By reflex, Hesion immediately ran to him. "You called me." He pointed inside and gave an order. "Try to tame that thing." She gasped in surprise at the sight before her. Inside was a Sadr. The ferocious tutor tiger was looking toward her. That thing, a tightly chained book, appeared vividly before his eyes. Along with that, the system's voice rang out. "High-level fire magic has very high requirements, so you can't go with the slowly getting used to it approach. But now you can learn it. Congratulations on reaching rank A." Sung-gu's occupation nameplate appeared. The system continued congratulating him, making him blush. "Finally, you can become a man of fire. All right, back to reality." Sung-gu was shouting, expressing his joy. He thought to himself, "I'm so happy. I can't believe it. Even though his intentions were good, I still complained. Brother, I'll follow you for the rest of my life." "Okay, brother." The Sadre tutor tiger fiercely growled inside the cage. Heseon awkwardly asked Ujin, "Chairman, do I really have to do that? I think if I go over there, I'll probably just end up as shredded meat." He looked at her and gave a dry laugh. "You think I would let you become shredded meat? Besides, who said you have to fight it? I told you to tame it." He immediately turned back and gave Sung-gu an order. "Sung-gu, make that thing listen." He strongly replied yes. Instantly, he leaped into the air. He landed softly onto the ground, which made it even more cautious. Sung-gu quickly smiled widely and greeted it. It continued to growl and stare intently at him. Suddenly, it roared loudly, the sound echoing everywhere. Heseon struggled to stand firm against its roar. It was extremely terrifying. Sung-gu remained calm, curving his lips into a smile. "Why are you shouting?" He took off his jacket, ready to fight. "You haven't even been hit yet." The Sadra, tutor tiger, growled and quickly lunged at him. Sung-gu cupped his hands, preparing to unleash the iron body killing intent technique. "Sorry, this might hurt a little." He landed hundreds of rapid punches on its face. The blow was so fast that it couldn't react and froze on the spot. Heseon stood still, her eyes wide and red. But that wasn't all. Sung-gu also delivered the kick that sent its entire body flying far away. The Sadre tutor tiger crashed hard onto the ground. She was stunned by Sung-gu's power. "I heard he was only rank B, right? How can Director Hong be so strong?" Heseon remembered the moment he cried and thought. His image didn't seem strong at all. She recalled what Sung-gu had said earlier. "From today onwards, let's all work hard together, okay?" Sung-gu smiled brightly, waving and saying loudly, "I think you can come over now, Heseon." In an instant, the sun was almost directly overhead. Sung-gu touched the Sadre, tutor tiger, and said tame. Hearing that, it was unwilling. It gritted its teeth and glared at him. Seeing this, he angrily stomped on it repeatedly. "You ungrateful thing, how dare you bare your teeth?" "That's right, step on it." Heseon's face turned pale as she said to Ujin, "Chairman, I think even if I try again it won't succeed. And I don't have much mana left." As soon as she finished speaking, her entire body felt a jolt of renewed vitality which startled her. "My mana is recovered. Is it because the chairman did something?" Ujin reassured her, "Don't lose patience. Because of the difference in rank. Of course it's going to be difficult." She spoke up and asked again, "So what should I do?" He held up 2 fingers and said, "There are 2 ways to tame a beast." He added, "Either make it feel friendly as if you two are friends, or beat it until it submits." Heseon asked curiously, "So what should I do now? Didn't it already get beat to a pulp?" Ujin said with a poker face. "Not at all. You're not the one who beat it, are you?" He said while pointing toward Sung-gu. "The villain here is that person." Meanwhile, Sung-gu was enthusiastically hitting the Sadre. "Tutor tiger, let's try that again." He looked over there. Seeing it covering its head and trying to endure the pain, he exclaimed, "And that thing is the one taking the beating." Ujin continued, "The person you want to become friends with is the one being beaten." With sharp eyes, he looked at Heseon and asked, "What should you do?" Heseon stepped into the cage facing Sung-gu. Suddenly, Sung-gu started acting weird. He raised his voice, looking down on her. "You think someone like you can stop me?" Heseon remembered Ujin's instructions. He told her to protect that saber-toothed tiger from the villain. Save it and become friends with it. She immediately fell into a difficult situation. What kind of situation is this? With this pathetic acting, how am I supposed to fool it? While she was still thinking, Sung-gu quickly threw a punch, surprising Heseon. She quickly used both hands to strenuously block the attack. Because the attack was too strong, both her bones fractured. What the heck? He clearly threw the punch quite slowly. Sungu yelled, "Here I come!" Hyeon held up her hand, trying to signal, "Stop, Director Hong." "Wait a minute. My hands are broken." When he heard her say that, Sungu became even more frantic. "You weakling!" Hyeon helplessly cried out, "Director Hong." Ujin stood watching, arms crossed, urging her on. "Hyeon, hurry up and pretend to attack him, so you can bond with it." After accepting the suggestion, Hyeon took a running start, clenched her fists, and rushed straight towards Sungu. The punch quickly connected with him. She thought nothing happened. But the very next second, Sungu was thrown violently backward, so much so that the surrounding bones broke apart. Even Hyeon herself was surprised by her own punch. The Sadre Tutor tiger was still growling, but advanced toward her. Hyeon was startled and turned around. It wasn't with a fierce look, but it showed a cute expression, with big round glittering eyes welling up with tears. Hyeon thought to herself, "I've touched its heart." Like a small cat, it flirted, rubbing its head against her. "What is this? Why are you behaving like this?" Ujin smiled, satisfied. "Good, now you have a protector." Sungu immediately ran over and asked Han brother how was my acting. Seeing him, Ujin praised him, like someone who won the Best Actor award. Hyeon exclaimed, "Director Hong, you were so scary just now. I didn't know you were an awakener with physical strength ability," he replied, disappointed. "But I'm a sorcerer." She couldn't help but question what. That evening, all three sat around the blazing fire. Sungu hesitated as if he wanted to say something. Ujin immediately asked, "What is it? Why have you been making that face all this time?" He said, "Brother," and the other replied, "I can't take it anymore." Sungu voiced his thoughts that he'd kept inside for so long. "I've only been trusting your words. It's probably true that I got stronger thanks to your help." But Sungu said loudly, "I'm a fire sorcerer. Why do I only know how to rush in and punch when fighting? Isn't that strange?" he thought to himself. "Since I awakened, all I've dreamed of is becoming a fire sorcerer." Ujin just gave a slight smirk without answering. He looked straight at Sungu. He responded to the question, "Our director, Hong Sungu, now that you're a director, what do you think of the feeling?" Sungu voiced his innermost thoughts. "I just have to run errands all the time." Ujin interrupted. "It means you're a gopher, but with a high salary." He chuckled and explained, "That's not what I mean, so what do you think the meaning of those trivial tasks is? When I have to go on a business trip and I need someone to do my work, it will fall to someone else's hands." He suddenly understood. "No way." With the same smile, Ujin continued, "That's right, you are the second guild master of our guild. If that's the case, it means that one day, you will also become stronger." Sungu cheered, "Brother." The scene showed a bustling area with many people walking back and forth in front of the Adon Guild office door. Min-chan was so tense his legs wouldn't stop shaking. He wrung his hands, thinking of a solution. What should I do? How can I make the president understand without upsetting him now? Suddenly the door was flung open. Ujin asked, "Is Min-chan here?" He flinched and replied, "President." He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Look straight at me." Min-chan, sweating profusely, replied in fear, "Yes, sir." In front of the guild president's office, the atmosphere was frighteningly quiet. Min-chan stood shrinking in front of Ujin. He looked at him and asked, "What was that news about?" He immediately hurried to explain. "That was fake news, sir." The recording of the meeting was supposed to be sent to the president for the final decision, before being sent to the media. "But they broadcast the wrong one, sir." He frowned and said, "They're just pretending it was a mistake." Min-chan continued to explain, "But their conditions aren't bad at all, sir. I mean, they're quite good. The government is just trying its best to prevent you from going abroad. Actually, there are currently several countries putting pressure on the South Korean government." Ujin gently called Min-chan's name. He instinctively replied, "Yes, sir." He crossed his arms, his tone cold. "The problem is not whether the conditions are good or not," he exclaimed. Then he continued, "Did you forget my original purpose? When I established the guild, he asked to be exempted from military service, sir," Ujin said irritably. "If I didn't want to do military service, I could have just joined the Haim Guild. Why the heck would I establish a guild?" At this moment, Min-chan suddenly realized, oh no, it's because the president doesn't want to work under anyone, not even the government. If that's the case, why didn't he just choose a random deserted island and declare self-sufficiency? He squinted his eyes and gave a cold smile. "Well, there's no other way. Blood for blood. The more I retaliate, the better." Ujin ordered call the reporters outside in. The reporters snapped photos rapidly. Flashlights blinded the whole area. Ujin stood on the podium in front of the reporters. He looked down, frowned in contemplation for a moment. He held the paper in his hand, reading the first part of the speech. "I sincerely apologize for the misleading information regarding the announcement of the agreement with the government before the guild had made its final decision." Ujin abruptly tore the paper in half. "All right, I'll ask my questions later." As the president of the Adon Guild, let me tell everyone this first. Minchan was truly surprised by his action. Ujin spoke up. The government sent the minutes of an unsigned agreement to the broadcasting station to be aired, which makes me feel utterly awful. Upon hearing this, everyone below started murmuring. So the Blue House lied. This is exclusive news. He added, that contract thing is non-existent, so don't ever mention it again. I'm afraid I might have to immigrate soon. Ujin smirked. If you people pick a fight with me, I'll leave immediately. He told them that's all. Dismissed. Having said that, he turned and left, leaving the reporters shouting behind him. President Kang Ujin. I have a question, President Kang Ujin. Ujin walked past and deliberately said to Minchan, finish up the mess. You started. He meekly bowed his head. Yes, President? Minchan watched Ujin's retreating back. He thought anxiously public opinion will be all over the place. But even if the opponent is the South Korean government, there's nothing to be afraid of. Minchan felt relieved. Thank goodness he didn't head straight to the Blue House. Below, the reporters were still clamoring Vice President. I have a question, Vice President Young Minchan. The subsequent developments seemed a bit unfavorable. After the Adon Guild's press conference, the media and the entire internet went crazy. The news quickly caused mass confusion among netizens. Countless opinions revolved around this topic. Even so, the agreement was still not signed. Kang Ujin decided he would immigrate to the U.S. Was the South Korean government rejected? These things were ordered by the South Korean government to be announced, even before signing. A-Rank Awakener, Warring Guild President, and the 3 major guilds are enough to protect South Korea. Just a few hours later, it was rejected by the Adon Guild. Japan and China are both following this matter. The world needs another A-Rank Awakener. This news caused a massive stir in public opinion. The scene shifts to the guild building. On the other hand, the Adon Guild was preparing for the upcoming disaster. To strengthen the guild, they recruited new awakeners. Inside the quiet and serious office, everyone was busy working. Minchan carefully explained to the person on the other end of the line, no, the president's decision is quite clear. There's nothing to reconsider. After hanging up, he sighed. I'm so busy and I'm still getting calls. He turned to Hemin and asked, Hemin, how many applications for awakeners have we received? He put his hands on his hips and replied, 200 applications today. It's a lot, but most of them are only F-rank. Minchan rubbed his chin and exclaimed, got it. High rank. Awakeners have usually joined a guild already, or they want to remain free. Hemin was full of optimism. But they are still worthy of expectation, sir, because the president will be able to nurture them. Director Hong and Hession were also F-rank initially. Hearing this, Minchan also regained his composure. That's right, that's for the best. As long as those awakeners can develop to a certain level, the scale of our guild will be enough to surpass all 3 major guilds. The two encouraged each other. That's truly inspiring. Let's cheer up. The system notification board appeared. Level up. You have reached level 70. Ujin put his hands on his hips and grinned smugly. I've reached level 70. He recalled the past. I can finally unlock that skill. It's the very thing that helped me in the past, to have an army. A force of 10,000 in the past. Ujin unleashed the move, activating the Summon Death Knight skill. Black mist curled around his body. He smiled contentedly. I can feel it. 52. Death Knights in the Summoning Realm. Ujin reached out his hand. A blue gem immediately appeared in his hand. I have a new soldier, too. He raised his hand high. Come here, Ansath, the system voice echoed. You have released the seal on Ansath's soul. Blue light flickered in the dark night. A voice rang out, along with countless images appearing. I will kill you. The voice only repeated one sentence. I will kill you. It seemed Ansath had an intense desire to kill someone. I will kill you. And also the desire to survive. I will survive. Ansath rushed towards Ujin. He raised his fist towards the boy. My goal is to destroy. Ujin casually uttered a single command. Stop. Ansath immediately froze in midair. He was startled to realize that he couldn't move his body anymore. What did he do? Ujin coldly commanded again, kneel. Ansath's 2 knees slammed hard onto the ground. His whole body trembled with rage. What have you done to me? Ujin casually let out a phrase, give up. Ujin smiled smugly. If you promise to become my retainer, I will spare you. Ansath naturally disagreed. How absurd. Ujin calmly drew 2 short swords. It seems you're still not awake, and haven't realized your current situation, have you? He placed 1 short sword on Ansath's shoulder. He smiled smugly. Do you want to bow down, or do you want your soul scattered? Ansath's soul trembled with anger. That's my dagger. In his memory, he had killed Ujin. I clearly remember killing him then, but back then he was the one who had fallen first. So at that time, there was no other way out. Ansath reluctantly surrendered. I will bow. Upon hearing this, Ujin smiled with satisfaction. Good. That's the right thing to do. The wind rose swirling sand and dust. When Ansath reappeared, his whole body was covered in black garments. the boy commented. You look just like an Arabian assassin. The system board appeared. Ansath Level 1. The 53rd Death Knight of the immortal King Kang. Ujin still has remnants of rebellion, so a certain amount of control is needed to manage him. Normal skill summoning an army. Command the dead. Special skill. Invisibility. Death's Tongue Divine Wrath Light. Current troop count 10. Control required 312. Loyalty obedient. Ujin noticed a number on the board. What control required is 312. Why is he so rebellious? He waved his hand, commanding him to approach. Hey, come over here. Ansath ignored him and turned his face away. Ujin forced a smile. His face clearly showed annoyance. Look at that jerk. Ujin spoke up. Well, for now this will have to do. He commanded go out and find more soldiers. As soon as the name was called, red aura appeared in the space. Kiba, a foot suddenly appeared, as if to crush everything. Kiba appeared and respectfully spoke. I humbly bow before my liege. This pleased Ujin greatly, and he smiled. He knelt down to pay his respects. It is my honor to meet you again, my immortal king. The boy replied to the one on the ground. Long time no see, Kiba. A long time later, Ujin looked at the system excitedly. It's increased. He let out a sigh of relief. Looks like that rookie is being trained. Very nicely, huh? Meanwhile, Kiba kept complaining. Look at your movements. Can't you be faster? Tell me your name. What's your level? You're such a noob, aren't you? What? There's a new soldier. Yes, I am Ansath, the 53rd Death Knight. Ujin thought summoning. Death Knights means hunting will be much easier. Death Knights are creatures with great leadership qualities. Even if they leave him, the Bone Soldiers can still follow the Death Knights and continue fighting. Furthermore, the Bone Soldiers can also enter the summoning realm with the Death Knights. And now every time I enter a dungeon, I won't have to do it myself anymore. He thought, and just like that, the preparation for his one-man army was complete. Suddenly, a voice appeared at that moment, interrupting Ujin's thoughts. Master, the summoning realm is so noisy. He cared for her. Bibi, how are you feeling? Is your body all right? The girl pouted. How can Master ask that? Bibi clenched her fist in anger. I have to get strong quickly, so I can deal with those reckless jerks. The girl had been dispirited for a long time, since her resurrection. Fortunately, she finally regained her spirits. Just then, someone ran up from behind. Brother Sungu's feet were emitting sparks as he rushed urgently. Ujin asked, Are you already used to that fire skill? He smiled and replied, It's all thanks to your guidance, brother. The girl excitedly called out Sungu. I haven't seen you for a while and you're already this strong. Sungu pointed and asked curiously, Brother, who is this kid? Ujin explained, This is the first time you've met Bibi. You two have never met before, he exclaimed in surprise. What Bibi? Sungu recalled. Bibi, the cat you picked up earlier. So adorable. He was horrified. This Bibi is that cat. The girl nodded. It's me. The boy smiled. So you still remember her? Meanwhile, a voice came through Mr. Chairman. We have collected all the bloodstones. Ujin was surprised. That fast? The other side chuckled and explained. Yes, sir, I happened to find some assistance. The boy repeated. Some assistance, the other side guaranteed. Yes, I'll show you when I get back. Sungu noticed the attitude and asked curiously, Are there still monsters, brother? He created a fireball and guaranteed, Let me take care of them. Ujin quickly spoke up to stop him. Sungu, wait, he teased. It seems she can tame them herself now. He was confused. What, brother? Just then his eyes focused on someone far away. On the cliff, a figure was riding a bear. In the sky were flocks of birds, looking at the woman happily waving her hand. Sungu exclaimed, It's Hyseon. The system board displayed Hyseon's basic information. Ujin was satisfied. Good. You're developing very well. A moment later, the car rolled down the road between the autumn trees. Sungu sat in the car, excited. I can't believe. She reached D rank after only 3 dungeons. Hyseon's rate of progress is amazing. The boy replied, That's true. It would be perfect if she could tame even more. Guys, when I'm outside, you should keep quiet, right? He teased, You have 20 now. Now collecting 10 bloodstones is much better. Brother Ujin reminded him, Don't rest on your laurels. You and Haishin still have a long way to go. Sungu replied, Yes. There is still something I need to take care of. I have to destroy the forces behind Ansath, who ordered my assassination. Ujin commanded Seo-hun contact the Titan Guild. He replied, Yes, Mr. Chairman. As night fell, only faint lights remained. Dongkun answered the phone. Mr. Kang, what's wrong? The other side asked. Do you remember the person I told you about when we were in the States? He asked. Are you talking about Ansath? Ujin was surprised. Oh, you know his name? Did you investigate him? Dongkun countered. No, he's a famous assassin, he explained. Actually, he doesn't belong to any organization. He operates freely like a mercenary. And he's done a lot of work, especially with a few organizations in Afghanistan. Dongkun admitted honestly. We are still trying to find out who commissioned him. The boy smirked. I think I already know. He shouted in alarm, What really on this side? Ujin smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. I know everything. I just have to ask Ansath to find out the forces behind him and his client. He asked, do you want to join me in finding the person behind all this in his heart? Who the hell has the guts to try to assassinate me? Ujin exuded murderous intent and thought, it's time for revenge. The sound of the morning news bulletin rang out. Good morning. This is reporter Young Seon from MBS. Regarding Awakener Kang Ujin, who is currently a global sensation. Will Kang. Ujin heed the call to go abroad. This is just like the Atom Guild. They discussed. We need to have a training system for Awakeners, like AA rank Kang Ujin. Sang-ho was furious after hearing it. Who the hell is he? The strongest in the world bullshit. The $10 billion assassination attempt on Kang Ujin failed. I've also lost contact with the terrorist organizations for a while now. Not only that, Chairman Kim of the SG Group has also cut off contact with me. And the standing of the Warang Guild having lost, Lee Junhui keeps declining. He held his head in hatred. Damn it, Kang Ujin. It's all because of that damn Kang Ujin. Suddenly a voice rang out, surprising Sang-ho. Do you want revenge? He stood up vigilantly and shouted, Who's there? Dark shadows hovered over the ground. It probed. Don't you want to take revenge on the one who killed Lee Junhee? Sang-ho repeated each word blankly. Revenge on Kang Ujin. The mysterious person guaranteed. Of course you can take revenge on him. I will lend you my strength. It tempted him. If you want the power to take revenge, go to the dungeon where your little sister died. He was terrified, his mouth agape, his eyes involuntarily squinting. Then Sang-ho looked around and shouted, Who are you? Come out, I'll wait for you. His hand reached out into the air. Where are you? Stop. Sang-ho fell to the ground filled with indescribable emotions. He slowly got up and asked, What just happened? Was it a ghost? Suddenly Sang-ho's eyes widened in disbelief. An item appeared in front of Sang-ho. That is... He picked it up in confusion. Why is Junhee's sword here? It was destroyed in that dungeon, wasn't it? The earlier words echoed in his head. Don't you want to take revenge on the one who killed Lee Junhee? Sang-ho cursed under his breath. If it's that bastard. Sang-ho began to fall into a state of contemplation. Revenge. He gripped the sword tightly. His eyes turned manic and power. The night fell enveloping. The tall buildings filled with sparkling lights. Jungkoon pondered. Track down the terrorists and eliminate them. The Atom Guild only demanded two things from our guild. That is transportation to the Middle East and stabilizing the affected area. After eliminating the terrorists, our guild provided the means of transportation. The U.S. military has deployed to the designated area and will begin the operation. The main point here is, this is a joint operation with Atom. While we are still investigating the enemy, we are only following what Mr. Kang said, and if the operation fails, we will have to face a public criticism from the U.S. government, as well as the Titan Guild. But it would be ridiculous to go back on our word when a Korean guild punishes terrorists in its own homeland. It's hard to think about this, given the current situation. Should I risk accepting their offer? Suddenly a voice interrupted the atmosphere. Guildmaster, the Saintess is here to see you. 2 cups of steaming tea. Ah, you followed Mr. Kang and left the Titan Guild? Adi's expression was a little tense as she replied, yes. I had no choice but to follow. That was the goddess's prophecy. Jungkoon's face was grimacing. This is confusing me. Your prophetic ability and her blessings have brought a lot of benefits to the guild. She founded the Holy Knights with the goal of liberating Anfan. So if you leave now, without her, we will be affected and unable to cope with future disasters. Madi smiled and continued. Thank you for the concern from the Titan Guild, but I cannot go against the Oracle. I will give up everything I have received and leave. He sighed and replied, I can't stop you now. But please lead the Holy Knights team. They were founded by the Arya organization. If you keep them with you, they will be your strength. She smiled excitedly. Really? Jungkoon added, Our guild is indebted to you and the goddess, so we will continue to support the Arya organization. The Arya Guild is always welcome with us. Madi's cheeks flushed. Thank you, Mr. Jungkoon. May the goddess bless you with happiness. He chuckled, smiling mischievously. This is the best backup plan, no matter what. We must maintain this connection with the Saintess. At this time somewhere, in a corner of the city center, Sang-ho constantly muttered to himself. The power of revenge. Power. His face darkened. I need the power for revenge. His steps became incredibly slow and heavy. Suddenly, Sang-ho's eyes looked up at the statue in front of him. He looked down at the tombstone of Kang Ujin. The tombstone read, in memory of the hero who prevented the disaster. The people of Daegu. Hemin was walking and whistling, shaking the bunch of keys on his waist. Suddenly he looked towards where Sang-ho was standing. Is he? As soon as he finished speaking, the face of the statue was smashed to pieces. Hemin's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene unfolding before his eyes. Sang-ho's face remained grim. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Suddenly his eyes glowed red. He controlled Hemin's body, lifting him suspended in the air. He angrily said, "Don't you recognize me?" Hemin stammered, "You are the guild master of Warang." Suddenly, Hemin's colleague walked over, team leader. "What's going on?" Seeing Hemin floating in the air, he was surprised and asked Sang-ho, "Who are you?" "There's a suspicious awakener at the GA. Please help call the support team." The colleague had not finished speaking when the phone shattered. Sang-ho's eyes glowed. "Suspicious awakener. You really don't recognize me." At this point, both Hemin and his colleague were floating in the air. Their bodies were rigid, unable to resist. Sang-ho below merely looked up, coldly without saying a word. On the purple background, blood splattered everywhere. As soon as he lowered his hand, both of them simultaneously fell to the ground. Sang-ho said sternly, "You maggots right now at the GA building." The atmosphere was incredibly terrifying. In front of the metal frames, a figure was standing there. Sang-ho's expression remained unchanged for now. Suddenly his face twisted with discomfort. Sang-ho panicked. "What is this? Why am I in a dungeon?" He thought about the past events. "Who did I kill? Damn it. It's too late to go back now. I should conquer the dungeon first, then get out. Can I do everything by myself?" Suddenly a loud laugh was heard. If you accept my invitation, you can easily leave this place." Sang-ho was surprised, seemingly recognizing the voice. A rift appeared in front of him. "Come here and I will give you what you desire most." The glowing orange-yellow light spurred curiosity in Sang-ho's heart. His feet slowly stepped inside. Everywhere was covered in snow and cold. The ice castle. Is he inside it? This is ridiculous. All the monsters I've met so far haven't attacked. The person who called me here must be the master of this dungeon. The door of the castle was slowly opening. Sang-ho quietly walked gently in the inner great hall. He seemed to be observing the surroundings very carefully. Alo sat on the throne and spoke loudly. "You actually came." His face was extremely excited. "The one who called me here is the king of this place." Sang-ho knelt before Elo. "Your senses are truly keen, I like that." He slowly started to descend the steps. Sang-ho also started trembling, raising his head. He stammered, "Yes." If he accidentally offended him, he would die immediately. Elo continued, "I welcome you to my domain of space." Sang-ho's expression was once again astonished, looking up at him. A clear morning at the airport bound for Afghanistan. Departure day. The young flight attendant solemnly said, "We are honored to safely bring you to Bagram." Ujin smiled and replied, "Thank you. No other guild deserves to use the guild's plane. Titan." Suddenly his eyes paused, looking at Maddie. "Huh." She gave an awkward smile. "Why are you here?" Maddie stammered. "It is an honor to meet you, Your Grace." Maddie was sitting properly in a passenger seat. "That awful hag. That disgusting smell is rising in the room. Your Grace, please punish her." Ujin frowned, thinking, "This is loud as hell. Damn these death knights. They're really raising a ruckus. Why does she insist on following me? A saintess who thinks she can be an assistant to a summoner? Mage?" Maddie looked at him and replied, "I apologize. The goddess's oracle is absolute." He sighed, "Whatever, forget it. If she said to go, then I guess we have to go." Maddie gave an awkward smile, thinking, "Well, you understand how I feel." Ujin pointed angrily. "Even so, don't come near me. If some holy energy happens to explode, the Death Knights might rush in and attack. I'm not trying to scare you, I'm serious. Your head will fly off your neck. Be careful." Maddie lowered her face nervously. "Yes, sir." "Oh, goddess, please bless and protect me on this journey." Right now, countless soldiers were busy. Afghanistan Bagram military base. 2 days after Kang Ujin's team arrived, everyone was looking up at the projector screen in the command room. The screen showed Nasa Sanjay, based on Mr. Kang's testimony and related documents. He was a merchant who sold military weapons to both the rebels and the government, and sold military weapons. "We are being very cautious. In addition, there are many other illegal transactions. We believe that they are conducting large negotiations in this area. It seems there's a lot of dough involved." Ujin suddenly interrupted. "So if we thoroughly investigate that guy's activities, can we find out who ordered the assassination?" His attitude was serious. "Where do we need to go to approach him?" David spoke up. "Hey, hold on a second. If the suspect escapes or destroys evidence, it'll be a disaster. First, let us discuss it with the advisor, and then we'll provide the details. U.S. Army in Afghanistan. Commander David Morgan." Suddenly, his words made Ujin fall silent in contemplation. He continued, "What if I say I have a way to track him, without him noticing? If you guys can lure him out to an easily visible spot, I will investigate everything about his movements, from his hand-to-hand transactions to his final deals. I will pay for it all too." David's expression froze slightly as he looked at him. The thought came to mind how he has the ability to gather top-secret information about the suspect. "That sounds good. Let's start planning the operation then." At that time, on a busy road with heavy traffic, 2 days later in Peshawar, Pakistan, Ujin driving looked at the person next to him and asked, "Why do you look so tense?" U.S. Senior Intelligence Officer Rachel Park replied, "This is my first time in the field." He looked outside and reassured her, "Calm down. Just think of it as a vacation. Look, isn't it beautiful?" The abandoned building was completely desolate. "It's not very beautiful, is it?" Ujin continued. "This area was recently attacked. It seems this happens often." She replied, "Yes, it happens very often. In other places, this would be chaos, but here it's just a daily occurrence. The people are suffering immensely. It's certainly a strange feeling to return to the battlefield. It reminds me of my time in Alphen." Rachel's expression was slightly surprised. Is it because he's so confident in his power that he still has time to think about other things? A large hotel building was in front of them. "We're here. Remember not to draw attention." At this moment in the hotel restaurant area, a fork and knife were cutting a piece of meat. Rachel whispered, "That guy, the one in the light blue shirt, sitting at the second table behind me." Ujin's eyes, sharp, stared intently in one direction. He suddenly continued, "This is delicious, exactly my jam." Rachel tensed Mr. Ujin. "When you get a chance, attach the tracking device to him." He casually replied, "I already did it." Her eyes widened, thinking, "When I didn't even notice." He continued, "After you're done, come see me. I'll wait outside." Rachel received the order. "Yes, please wait a moment." A dark aura appeared on the sole of his foot. "It's been a while since I felt this." The system notification box read, "Summon spell. Skill summoned." Ujin was standing calmly in front of the hotel entrance. Traffic was still heavy. This place is definitely better than Alphen. Suddenly, a few lightly dressed children approached, speaking Pashto. Ujin said coldly, "Are they begging for money?" But he predicted it would be hard to find the parents of these children. He handed money to the children, but his eyes were focused elsewhere. Ujin's eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, "Oh, interesting. Such an innocent and bright child. It's rare. I rarely see one so innocent and radiant." Suddenly, Ujin, standing a short distance away, waved his hand towards the little girl. The little girl's cheeks turned red, and she hesitated, saying hello. Ujin stood still in front of her and replied brightly, "Hello?" The little girl suddenly looked down, hesitated for a while, and said nothing. Her small, slightly dirty hand suddenly opened. Ujin just smiled gently when the little girl bravely spoke her mind. Her sparkling eyes looked up. All right. Wait a minute. At this rate, all the children will gather." Suddenly, Ujin's eyes froze, his eyes wide as he looked at the object under the little girl's torn clothing. Something was thickly wrapped there. In just a few quick seconds, everything exploded. "Damn it! I'm dead." The building was shattered. Another explosion occurred. System notification box, soul armor activated. Ujin's face darkened with what was happening. Currently, an innocent little girl was standing in a corner. "I'm really weak. I just returned to Earth. It hasn't been long." Rachel quickly ran over Mr. Ujin. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" He glanced and asked, "Were they aiming for me?" Rachel shook her head. "No, sir." At the same time, 7 explosions occurred simultaneously. Ujin's lips moved. "It seems 7 children have died. In addition, there is the high possibility of other casualties." Rachel was intimidated by his attitude. Ujin turned around and said coldly, "We're pulling out now, using an innocent child as a sacrifice. It's been a long time since I felt this angry. Those damn terrorists. I will find and destroy every single one of them." A week after that horrific incident, black car sped by, kicking up dust everywhere. In the back seat were 2 men with covered faces, who were trembling. Next to them were armed rebel soldiers. One person, with his face covered by a red sack, spoke up, "Our God, please save us, please." Ujin's face under the sack was annoyed. "This guy is seriously jumping the gun," David shouted angrily, attacking the enemy camp directly. "Why would I allow that?" "Last week in the commander's office," Ujin replied calmly with his arms crossed. "You don't need to gather your forces. I am enough." A voice rang out in a teasing tone. "What do you plan to do going alone like that?" Rogers, with his hands in his pockets, spoke with a cold edge. "It's very difficult to distinguish between an ordinary person and a rebel. Or are you planning to kill all of them without looking at who they are?" He raised his face. His expression was fierce, his words like deadly knives, critical. "Everything must be calculated and prepared. You cannot act on your own will, Colonel Rogers." Rogers continued, "Furthermore, if you just invade without thinking, then the leaders of the rebel forces will tend to hide and counterattack us more." David agreed with Rogers' words. He said, "He's right. I understand how angry you must be when the situation turns this bad. However, you have to understand that you can't solve this problem alone. What do you think about taking some time to wait?" Ujin sighed, full of disappointment. David continued, "Actually, my superiors are considering sending more troops to the area." Ujin stood up abruptly, to David's surprise and slight fear, and a bit of David's fear. He said, "It seems there's not much left to say." With that, he quickly walked out. Seeing this, Rogers ran after him and called out, "Hey, wait a minute." Ujin stopped. He turned his head and questioned Rogers. "Do you really want to die by my hand?" Why do you keep acting like a jerk to me? Rogers sighed softly, his expression gradually softening. He spoke gently, explaining, I'm not saying we can't help you. Instead, if you want to continue with this mission, then I have one condition for you. Instead of charging headfirst into the enemy, I want you to assassinate the rebel forces based on specific targets. Ujin's attitude suddenly changed. He gave a triumphant smile. Finally, we can talk properly. A photo was placed on the table. Roman the baker. He is operating as a black market arms dealer, cooperating with the Afghan government and the rebels. He is the only source that allows the rebels to defeat us. In a few days, the rebels will ambush a cargo truck to take him as a hostage, our god. Please save us, we will help you. And that's what's going to happen to you. You're going to get captured too and follow him. I'm pretty sure you can infiltrate their main headquarters without any problems at all. The rebel soldiers shove Ujin and another person inside. They were taken into a cramped, dark, cold room. Ujin's face behind that hood was a deadly glare, a vicious smile. He thought, awesome. I managed to infiltrate the camp smoothly. Should I start now? He was excited on the inside. Achievement points have been used. Raise Ghoul Link level to 50. The system voice announced Dark Elf level 50. The number of magic elves you can control is up to 6. Acquired skill. Enhanced perception, including humans and elves, can camouflage themselves in the surrounding environment. Acquired skill. Soul swap. You can now swap your soul into any one of the 6 elves. Acquired skill. Free movement. Some player swaps their soul with one of the elves. Now, can move on their own without any restrictions. Zombie amplification power has increased by 50%. Elf. Ujin commanded, I demand you swap bodies with me. The other elf, with a treacherous look, replied, It is indeed an honor to enter the master's body. A stream of black energy enveloped his entire body, swapping positions with the elf. It sounds strange, but I guess I have no other way to do it. Then his heart was overjoyed. The elf acts. The elf slips out through the gaps. Ujin in the elf's body thought, first there are 2 guys in front of the door. He continued, I will place an X mark on those who are not civilians. He looked at a rebel soldier and 2 rebel soldiers holding guns stood facing each other, as if discussing some matter. A hand suddenly knocked on the door. Ujin saw Henry standing and talking with another person. He thought, I've finally found him. He was ecstatic, the leader of the rebel faction. The substitute elf suddenly spoke, Master, should I start acting right away? Ujin questioned in surprise, why? The substitute elf's face was menacing. It seems an execution is about to take place. A bullet is about to be fired through your head, sir. Ujin's voice was icy. Swap back immediately. The substitute elf smiled sinisterly and said, Understood, master. In a desolate desert region where dust and sand flew everywhere, a rebel soldier raised his 2 hands high and said loudly, As the successor of God, all of you must suffer punishment for revering our deity. For those who resist, you will receive a penalty 1,000 times more painful than before. Ujin sat there, his face dark and somber. Rebel soldiers, 25. Hostages, 18, and the cries of countless dead souls cried out in this desert. The unlucky people had to endure this suffering. I don't want this, I want to live. I want to see my family. Mother Harry glared down at Ujin. You must truly revere your god. Tiang mocked. He should be the one to inflict the punishment himself, shouldn't he? That's why you are such a damned bastard. To harm people in the name of the divine. Suddenly he ripped off the ropes binding his hands, but the rebel soldier panicked and stepped back a few paces. What is he, an awakened? Ujin coldly stepped up and moved straight forward amid the screams of panic from the rebel soldiers. Shoot him, kill that guy! The rebel soldiers pointed their guns at Ujin, but he was not only unafraid, but continued to advance. He spoke coldly. A piece of trash like you doesn't even deserve God's punishment. Anymore? Ujin raised his hand high. He made the panicked soldiers point. Guns everywhere. Ujin's face was sinister. For the dead souls, the unfortunate people you killed. Suddenly the ground shook. The unjustly killed skeleton soldiers advanced toward the soldiers. The rebel soldiers ran away. He's a demon, Satan's soldiers are coming. A soldier sitting in the car yelled, Shoot them down! The skeleton soldiers with shields died. They raised the swords they held in their hands. The terrified rebel soldier gritted his teeth. Damn it! He yelled, Hurry and drive! He shouted loudly, Close the door quickly! Ramson, holding a large hammer, aggressively ran in. He shouted in a mighty voice, Ramson is coming for you. Follow me. Ramson's level 8 soldiers. The Undying Knight. 4 of Kang Ujin in his past life. He was considered one of the greatest dwarf warriors. He advanced straight forward without hesitation. Suddenly an arm holding a staff was raised. A massive explosion occurred. Screams echoed everywhere. Ujin stood from above and provoked. Prove your worth to our leader. Look! He gave a grotesque smile. God will deliver a punishment like this too. They will have to atone for what they caused. Things are just beginning now. I will turn all of you into warriors from the realm of the dead. Ujin strode among the skeleton soldiers. He looked around for the remaining hostages. Henry walked up to him. He held a gun and pointed it at a person. Don't you dare move! Ujin looked at the man standing next to Henry. That was an American citizen. He was the one who was crying earlier. He thought of the photo of Rogers placed on the table, then looked straight at the person standing in front of him. The illegal arms dealer. Henry threatened, if you attack this guy, we'll die. The American citizen panicked and kept pleading, please don't kill me. Tell me to do anything. Spare me. Ujin closed his eyes and sighed softly. He cast a spell that made Henry's body writhe in pain. He screamed in fear. Ujin raised his hand and used his power. He used his power to make the rope, eyeing the American citizen's hands. Snap. The American citizen quickly said, thank you for saving me. Are you an American soldier? Tell me your name. I will definitely repay you. Ujin turned his head. No need, the American citizen chuckled. You're worried because you're in the military, huh? I'll send it to you secretly, so... Ujin cut him off. Hey, quiet down! He pulled out a knife and threatened. Shut up, you hear me? The guy was scared. Why are you like this all of a sudden? I'm an American citizen. He threatened, I won't forget this. You'll see. Ujin's face darkened. He lowered the knife. To the astonishment of the American citizen, he chuckled. Hey, I'm sorry, okay? The American citizen reached out his hand. It's fine. As an American citizen. Suddenly, Ujin made a slash across his throat. Ujin held a knife. His voice was cold. But I'm not an American citizen. Ujin stood there calmly, looking at the corpse of the American citizen. He said, instead of this thing, remember the countless lives lost on the battlefield. In the distance, someone was secretly filming with a camera. Ujin saw it. His face became grim. He spoke softly. Every word that came out made people terrified. And the one hiding back there, step out immediately. I'll count to 5. If you don't come out, you will die. 1, 2 in a base in the middle of the desert. Ujin looked at the man who stepped out. He asked, are you a military reporter? The other person respectfully replied, yes, my name is Tom. I heard there were hostages, that's why I came here. Ujin gave a wicked smile. You came at the right time. He said, from now on, follow me and film. Tom was astonished. What should I film? Ujin turned slightly and said, the end of the horror. At Bagram Air Base Command Center, the subordinate handed David a photo. Sir, please take a look. It's a bit strange. David's face was scared when he saw the photo. He said, what is this? The rebels have that many tanks. They are all heading towards the base. He asked, is there any internal conflict? The subordinate replied, this information was sent by the rescue team. Hostage A has been dispatched. When they arrived at the rebel territory, the captor of the 37 people has been arrested. We also found Roman's body. David praised, my excellent army indeed. How many losses did we have? The subordinate replied, there were no losses, Commander. David's eyes widened. What? He looked like he couldn't believe it. In the rebel territory, with no losses. The subordinate was confused. There were no conflicts whatsoever. He muttered, how can that be? The subordinate pointed at the tablet screen. Currently, there are many videos and images being spread online. David looked like he couldn't believe his eyes. This is the news headline. Finally, a savior has arrived in this war-torn land. Kang Ujin, an awakener from Korea, has waged war on the terrorists. The wrath of Kang Ujin echoes across the desert. David was stunned and turned sharply to the subordinate, asking, is this video edited? Where did you get this information? The person replied, it came from the social media page of a military reporter. The name is Tom. David looked terrified. So that's it. The pieces fit together. He looked at the screen. The massive rebel forces are assembling as if preparing for battle. They must be heading towards Kang Ujin's undead army. The statue of the goddess of my heart glowed in the sun shower. She knelt before the goddess's statue and prayed. The undying man is raging. Not just for him, but also for the people of that faraway country. She lamented, if you had protected Anfen instead of Adon, could Anfen have been saved? She looked up at the statue, as if wishing for a miracle. Oh, goddess, may your wrath destroy Shanae. She prayed sincerely, and a new order will be established after that. Elsewhere, Henry angrily slammed the table. Damn it! He yelled, what the heck are those skeletons? All the important bases of the rebel forces have been destroyed, including the army in the city we control. Firearms are useless against them, and it's as if they have consciousness. They only attack the rebel forces. He opened his eyes wide in fear. I'm even sure they are following our schedule. Our location has been exposed. Henry spoke up. We can't just sit here and take it. He continued in a mysterious tone. Get it ready. This is the warning of the Necromancer Kang Ujin to the terrorists and an announcement to the whole world. The combined forces of the U.S. Army and the United Nations are still discussing the deployment of troops and aid. At this moment, they still haven't decided anything. Kang Ujin and his army of 10,000 troops are already on the verge of the final battle. There might be some people who are uneasy about a necromancer leading such a large army, but this is the first time I have seen hope in this desperate abyss. And I've been a military reporter for 15 years. I hope he will be reborn as a god and defeat even the Death King. May he triumph in this battle. Yeah, we'll make him a god. Ujin gave a mysterious smile. The energy of that goblin is getting closer. He looked into the distance, where the sound of vehicles was approaching. I was wondering how long he intended to hide. He finally dared to crawl out of the bunker. His face was somber, but his eyes were excited. Come on! He and his friends stood there, faces full of confidence. Let's burn the rest of the trash. The sound of horse hooves hitting the ground echoed loudly. Kiba walked beside him. Ujin said, God, I never thought I'd get to fight alongside the Lord. He immediately replied, I won't disappoint you. They say you're a good warrior. Ramson followed behind, raising the hammer in his hand high. The prince has truly become the Lord. Follow the Lord. Let's enjoy this blood festival. In front of Ujin, the enemy kept firing bullets. Take them all down. Hearing that the skeletal soldiers roared with fighting spirit, one of them raised its shield to block the bullets. The battlefield was utterly chaotic. The enemies were all cut down by swords. An enemy inside the tank observing the situation was furious. These wicked bastards, blow them away. The tank gun barrel moved, preparing to fire. Immediately after, Ujin saw an exploding shell behind him. He turned and yelled, Ramson! He immediately charged forward. My lord, please allow me. The enemy, seeing this, was unafraid and shouted loudly, Die! The tank fired another round. The shell tore through the wind, rapidly approaching Jackson. His hand gripping the hammer tightened as he rushed towards it, emitting a purple light. Jackson's eyes also turned crimson, absorbing it. The hammer in his hand erupted with power and impact. The enemy, looking through the binoculars, was instantly terrified. Ramson jumped up and swung his hammer towards the tank. The strike immediately exploded, releasing. Ujin turned his head and shouted loudly, All troops prepare for... The Death Knights block those tanks first. At this moment, helicopters appeared in the battlefield sky. He was surprised and looked up, noticing many helicopters flying towards them. In the distance, someone was observing the battlefield through binoculars. It was Henry. He commanded, Send those devils straight to hell. He spoke through the walkie-talkie, Fire. The pilot immediately responded, As God wills it. The pilot pressed the missile launch button. The helicopter released numerous streaks of white smoke. A barrage of missiles was falling from the sky. Inside the missiles were many delayed fuse bullets. Ujin looked up at the rain of bullets falling. Oh, they're divided now, huh? He gave a wicked smile. Their army has been cornered, so they don't care about friend or foe anymore. At this moment, the skeletal soldiers simultaneously raised their staves, Mage Core, magic missiles. Countless blue magic projectiles were fired, intercepting. The sky was filled with large and small explosions. Seeing this, the pilot panicked and pressed a button. They blocked all of them. Hurry, prepare to fire a second round. He was terrified as he saw Ujin jump right in front of him. He threw a spear piercing through the pilot's chest. The helicopter lost control and crashed to the ground. Elsewhere, a surge of yellow energy latched onto the helicopter. The entire machine was encased in the yellow light. The pilot in the cockpit was terrified. What the heck? Why is the joystick? All the helicopters were controlled and moved by something. They clumped together into a massive block. The entire block crashed to the ground, stunning the enemy. What the hell? A yellow eye lit up. People around gasped, watching. The helicopters turned into a giant robot. It began firing missiles. The enemy stood dumbfounded. The launched missiles caused the ground to explode. Ujin smirked. This weapon is awesome. Looking from afar, black smoke was rising from the battlefield. Henry knelt down. No way, my army. Sweating in terror, he turned his head. A man appeared behind Henry. It's him. Ujin looked straight at him. The leader of those monsters. Henry's two soldiers saw him and cried out in fear. They immediately abandoned him and ran. Ujin glanced at them emotionlessly. He immediately launched an attack at the backs of the two men. Henry waved his hand and yelled, You jerk! The Lord will rage with fury. He will not forgive you. Ujin just remained silent, his expression unreadable. He remembered meeting a very young girl. The girl looked up shyly and said, Hello. Ujin looked down at the girl. Hello? The city then exploded, people running around chaotically. Ending the recollection, a faint smile formed on his lips. Ujin smirked. I'm just taking out the trash. Why should he be angry? Henry immediately roared furiously. This bastard! He instantly rushed forward and beheaded him with one strike. Ujin said without blinking, You talk too much. Ujin looked down at the smoky battlefield. After the war with the rebel faction, the news reported that a man had ended the war, which even the American army couldn't handle. That news spread all over the world. He shook hands with an official amid cheering. The American nation exhausted after the long resistance war, and those involved highly praised Kang, Ujin, who became the world's hero. Countless articles featured Ujin on the front page. However, while individuals feared his powerful ability, equal to that of a whole nation, Kang Ujin with immeasurable power. Will he be left alone? Kang Ujin, an awakener. The Korean man had an overwhelmingly terrifying performance. At this moment, Korea was highlighted in yellow on the map. Ironically, the nation most wary of his power was none other than, at this moment at the Atom Guild. Director Hong, are you aware of this matter? 4 people were sitting in the office. Sungu bowed his head. I knew he had abilities, but I didn't think it was this insane. He thought nervously to himself, commanding a skeletal army of over 10,000 entities. Key class. Min-chan immediately offered his opinion. All right, let's thoroughly analyze the issue and discuss our course of action. Even the atmosphere during the meeting seemed off. He judged poorly. It was that they already disliked the fact that he had rejected their deal, and now that they clearly knew his power, things would only get more complicated. Jong-hun was very angry hearing this. Why are they acting like we're planning some kind of coup? Hemin was also anxious. I heard that several commissioners are even proposing banning our guild master from entering their country. Suddenly, Jong-hun picked up his phone. An emergency notification was sent to his phone screen. Disaster alert, Ministry of National Defense 1129. Daegu dungeon collapse. He was startled and called out, Vice Director. They said the dungeon collapse has spread all the way to Daegu. Min-chan was shocked. No way. He grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. In Daegu, there were no dungeons on the verge of collapsing. The TV then showed a scene of chaotic streets. This is Daegu, currently 8 p.m. We are at the scene. The dungeon collapse occurred suddenly at Gyeongdong. The area is now under red alert and cannot be approached. Fleeing citizens are being helped by the army. Military barracks in the vicinity have been mobilized to evacuate the citizens, but due to the sudden appearance of monsters, the current situation does not look good at all. The government is ordering immediate martial law and requesting assistance from nearby guilds. Min-chan stammered, this is unbelievable. Looking at the ruins before him, he thought to himself, a dungeon that solid suddenly collapsed. At this moment in Daegu, sirens blared loudly. A girl hugged her head and huddled under her blanket. Mom, Dad, I'm scared. Hurry up and come. A rough foot stepped down on the ground. The monster sniffed around with its nose. Its eyes flashed, I smell humans. It appeared outside the girl's window. She turned pale with fear and looked over. It immediately spotted her. The monster's hand smashed the window, reaching in, wanting to catch the girl. Just then, someone ran over. Rongdo leaped up from behind the monster's back. He swung his fist using the body enhancement skill. The monster was punched hard in the head. Rongdo laughed smugly, got socked in the head. How does it feel? Numbing, isn't it? A few men in suits ran toward him. Guildmaster, Rongdo immediately ordered, gather around here. He looked up at the girl being attacked by the monster. There's a child up there. He realized something. Rongdo asked, where are all the soldiers? Haven't they arrived yet? The employee next to him replied, they are all involved in the operation, to search and clear the eastern side. Sir, there are still many citizens without shelter. We can't just sit and wait for the army. He clicked his tongue. It's lucky that only a B-class monster appeared. Rongdo's face became serious. We can still control something of this size, but he thought of the monster chasing citizens. The problem is with dungeons suddenly collapsing, like this. It won't just happen once and be over. Thinking of that, Rongdo looked up at the distant fire. It'd be great if this was simply an accident. Scene changed. The city had now become desolate and ruined. 47 dead, 512 injured, and property damage reaching nearly 50 billion won. The impact of the mysterious dungeon collapse that night was as horrible as the damage it caused. Cars lined up driving away. The memory of the dungeon shock 5 years ago once again rushed back into everyone's minds and led to a large number of people evacuating out of fear. Atom Guild. 2 days after the dungeon collapse in Daegu, I'm so worried. I don't think I can stay here much longer. Sungu was surprised. You still haven't contacted the association president? Min-chan replied. Yes, he's probably still carrying out his activities. I'm sure he'll contact us soon. Hearing that, he became anxious. I can't sit still anymore. I'm going to take the train to the lower-ranked dungeons in the vicinity and see what's up. Even if it's just a little bit, I want to get stronger too. Min-chan didn't stop him, just looked up at Seong-hun. Okay, in that case, go with Section Chief Gu. Seong-hun, I think it will be easier to keep in contact that way. A little later, near the train station, Sungu stood next to Heseon and spoke to Seong-hun. We'll be back in about 3 hours. He replied, understood. Good luck down there, Director. Having said that, Seong-hun turned and told the 3 people behind him, all right, just keep watch at the nearby coffee shops. They replied, understood. Suddenly, he saw a person in a black cloak walking toward him. The person walked past him and slightly moved their head. Seong-hun immediately looked after him, his face full of confusion. What was that? He remembered the masked face smiling. He seemed to smile after seeing me. Seong-hun let out a breath. Oh, I must have imagined it. Suddenly, his phone received a call. What's going on? Seong-hun answered, Hello, Director. Hemin yelled into the phone, Seong-hun, have Sungu and Heseon entered the dungeon already? Seong-hun replied, Yes, they just went in. Hearing that, Hemin turned pale, big trouble. What should we do now? Seong-hun was confused. Did something happen? He then delivered shocking news. Gasa just collapsed a moment ago. Seong-hun's face turned ashen. What? Elsewhere, two people were sparring on a lawn. Sungu threw a punch that made Heseon step back. Her white shoe slid across the grass. She knelt down on one knee, panting. Sungu's hand reached out. He helped Heseon up and smiled. You did great. She replied, You too. Heseon's face was covered in sweat. Director Hong, no matter how many times I look, I still have to admit your skill is incredible. I actually think you're as strong as someone who has awakened physical abilities. Sungu blushed when praised and scratched his head. I still have a long way to go. If compared to the Guildmaster, well, but I didn't think you'd compare me to a death knight. He recalled Giba. I was almost dead then. Recalling that time with Giba, I couldn't hold on. That was before the Guildmaster went to the Middle East for business. Sungu turned and spoke to Heseon. Anyway, should we head out now? It's later than I thought. She agreed. Yes, let's go. Sungu walked ahead and stepped onto the escalator. He immediately noticed the scene before his eyes, the ruined city engulfed in flames. Frightened Sungu, what the city is completely destroyed. Buildings were on fire. Signs were collapsed. Sungu ran to the face of a severely injured person. How could something like this happen? Owen saw him and spoke up, Gasa. A big incident has happened, sir. He was startled, thinking, Gasa. Owen trembled as he recounted. It all started when a 6-star dungeon collapsed. Following that, 4- and 5-star dungeons collapsed one after another. Sungu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. High-level dungeons collapsing all at once. I have relatives in Sedang. He said to Heseon, Heseon, can you handle things here? She was surprised and asked back, Then what about you, Section Chief Hong? A look of determination appeared on Sungu's face. I have to go to Sedang elsewhere. The sky was engulfed in a reddish-gray color. A man shouted, Hurry up, run! The citizens were being chased by countless wolf monsters. A hand wrapped in blue light was raised. The power pulled the monsters and vehicles, flying into the air. They were slammed to the ground with a loud sound. The man controlling this power gasped, They keep chasing us. The Guildmaster of the Steel Hammer Guild, the Windmaster of the Republic of Korea Baksang. Oh, he noticed that. Inchan was leading citizens into a shelter. He spoke loudly to those around him. Everyone, move towards Guildmaster G's guild to find shelter. Staying in the guild's dungeon will be safer than outside. He walked toward Minchan. Inchan immediately turned around. Guildmaster? He gave a faint smile. Who would have thought we'd meet again in this situation? How strange. Sango looked at him and thought to himself, You used to be my best subordinate, but now you're the vice guildmaster of a rival organization. Minchan spoke up. Our awakened members will be here shortly. Please wait a moment. He laughed loudly. That's right, it's very dangerous out here. Let's get inside quickly. He nodded to Sango, then I'll go ahead. He let out a sigh, thinking to himself, The Atom Guild is solely carried by Kang Woo-jin, so I don't expect much. Sango looked back in confusion and was immediately stunned. So where did those monsters? A giant horned wolf appeared, grinning at him. The people below who saw it were terrified. It's that big. Where did it come from? It stood on the rooftop under the red moon. With a howl, wolf monsters emerged from a corner. They all had blood-red eyes and sharp fangs. Sang. Oh was terrified when he saw the horde of monsters appear at once. Is it calling its pack here? He sweated. I have to try and hold it off so everyone can evacuate. The wolf roared and lunged towards Sang-o. He gritted his teeth and quickly backed away. Just then, Sungu appeared and delivered a punch that sent the wolf flying. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned in amazement. His hand was placed on the ground. Flames surrounded it. Sungu quickly created a wall of fire, stopping the horde of fire monsters. After he was done, he enthusiastically spoke to everyone. There are too many, but we can still handle it. Come on, everyone. Everyone felt a surge of strength. Yes, we can handle it. Sang-o was somewhat dumbfounded by this scene. He looked at Sungu and murmured to himself, Who is that kid? There's a fire mage with such high power in Seoul. Just then the giant wolf was hit by a rocket. The people below were surprised by this sight. A few helicopters appeared in the sky. Everyone immediately cheered, It's the CDC. The CDC is here. Right after the giant wolf let out a laugh, the metal shrapnel from the explosion struck the soldiers and mages. What is this? Everyone panicked. What is this? It was completely unharmed, baring its teeth. Earth is truly an interesting place. The people around Sungu murmured, Is that wolf talking to us? He thought to himself, no. He looked at the wolf standing tall there. It was not something emitting sound, but the hidden voice within it that had spoken. The giant wolf continued speaking. I will use you mortals. as a sacrifice to reach the 3rd rank. The 72 officers of Janet and Juriel have only reached the 2nd rank. An electric current shot out from the horn on its head. The people below were terrified by that action. The electric current the wolf emitted immediately struck the ground. Sung-gu was hit by the electric current, crying out in pain. Sang-oh was also hit, his eyes rolling back. The helicopters in the sky were also incinerated. The wolf watched the helicopter crash onto a building and explode. Sung-gu struggled to stand firm, his whole body shaking. "We have to stop it. We can't give up." It looked at him with appreciation. Impressive and also very annoying. The electric current struck Sung-gu once again, causing him pain. He could not hold on. Veins popped out on his face. "I can't." The wolf jumped down its claws, stamping on the ground. It chuckled a few times and then stepped over him. Sung-gu lay sprawled on the ground. "You tasty humans. You've all gathered here?" Suddenly, he spotted a black dot in the sky. A rocket was hurtling down. A missile unbelievable. Has the government abandoned Seoul somewhere else? A soldier was typing on a computer. Missile defense system activated. Another missile was launched. The 2 missiles collided directly and exploded. The sky then flashed with a light again. The beam of light shot straight down, causing the surrounding ground to shatter. The wolf looked over, surprised. A man stepped out. "This place looks really messy and gross." It was Ujin. He walked towards the wolf. It looked at him cautiously. "You..." A smile spread across Ujin's face. "Did you make this mess?" Sung-gu ran over. "What's going on? Did you ride that missile to get here?" Ujin curled his lip and said something that silenced him. "What else, did you think I rode a reindeer or something?" The giant wolf began to recall something. It remembered the moment its teammate turned away, that bastard Rasmus. He wouldn't say who he lost to until the end. It looked at Ujin standing next to the shattered ground. But who knew an immortal would be on Earth? He spoke up and asked, "How did you make that dungeon explode?" The wolf was confused. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ujin heard that and mused, it wasn't this guy. A plume of black smoke rose from his feet. "Then there's nothing more to talk about. Go!" Skeletal soldiers immediately appeared behind Ujin. "Kill them all." The skeletal soldiers and Kiba roared, their eyes flashing red light. They all rushed up to fight the monsters. "Yes, your highness," the skeletal soldiers replied. The skeletal soldier struck a wolf with its blade. Ujin also drew his sword and leaped in front of the giant wolf. It quickly blocked his sword with its horn, but still felt a slight sting of pain. He smiled triumphantly. But then its horn emitted an electric current. Ujin was startled by the spreading electricity. The electric current quickly flared up in front of him, very powerfully. The wolf took the chance to leap onto the rooftop. It spoke to a stunned Ujin. "Just you wait, immortal. I will come for you when I return." Finished speaking, the giant wolf turned its tail and left. Seeing that he was speechless, "He's actually bolting." It was stepping into the dungeon gate. "I can't let it just get away." A moment later, Ujin was standing in an open area. "You have entered Juriel's court." 2 window panels popped up at this moment. You cannot choose between duel and legion battle, as they are not yet permitted. Please choose the modes. Visit, infiltrate, or conquer. He was surprised. What is this? It's a little different from last time. With Jazz mode, Ujin quickly made his decision and pressed the selection. But whatever, this time I'll choose conquer. Pillar of light shot up from afar. You have chosen conquer mode. If the mission is completed, you will gain achievement points. Elsewhere, the giant wolf was resting with its eyes closed. Suddenly, the stone in front of it emitted light. Ujin appeared and walked closer to the wolf. "You ran off before, and now you're giving up." The wolf stared, thinking for a moment. It looked at Ujin's face full of smugness. "It was a mistake to create a gate on Earth. Who knew there would be someone like you?" He gestured with his hand. "This place is good for hunting. From now on, I'll visit often." The wolf said another sentence that caught Ujin's attention. "What nonsense are you saying?" It bared its fangs. "You don't know anything." The wolf's feet were now wrapped in a stream of blue light. "If this place is conquered, the gate will disappear." Its body gradually grew larger, meaning I won't see you again. But the wolf had now transformed into a muscular form, rippling. The special effect of the Court Guardian Legion. Its eyes flashed with a golden light. "If I take you out here, it will be the same thing." A notification panel appeared. All physical skills will increase by 300% for the next 3 minutes. When the Court Guardian Legion's special effect is activated, Ujin summoned his weapon. "You rushed here so fast because of this trump card. Right, but you're still just a mad dog." It replied nonchalantly, "I'll tear you into 100 pieces." He laughed provocatively, "But you can't." Both took their fighting stances. "That's right. We can revive." Suddenly, the wolf howled. "But you won't be able to do that if I kill you even once." It lunged forward quickly. Luckily, Ujin nimbly dodged its claw. He shouted loudly, "Go!" Ujin raised his hand, black power shooting out, "Go!" A black thing flew towards the wolf. Seeing that it was BB, it was surprised. A cat. The wolf immediately slapped the little girl away. "Arrogant bastard!" It roared, "If you don't fight properly, you're going to lose your life." Ramson and Kiba charged forward to attack. "You can't get past us." A notification rang out, time remaining for Court Guardian 10. The wolf heard that, gritted its teeth and scoffed. It swung its claw, batting both of them away. 7-9. It quickly raised its claw and lunged towards Ujin. "I'll be at a disadvantage if I deal with them." One by one. The system continued to count down. 7. The wolf's right claw was raised. It calculated, "I have enough time. I'll get close and kill him as fast as possible." Ujin held his sword tightly in a defensive stance. His sword was knocked away. Its claw pierced through his body. "No!" The Legion effect is neutralized. Ujin immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this scene, the wolf burst out laughing with delight. "I killed him!" Immortal. His lips trembled as he listened to him babble. Even high-tier lords couldn't do it. It was stunned looking at Ujin, who burst out laughing. How did he... He appeared behind the wolf somehow. "No matter how smart you are, you're still just a dog." It was extremely astonished and roared, "How?" Ujin smiled and patted Bibi's head. "That little devil of ours has some nasty hobbies." The girl covered her face, amused. "Watching you dance by yourself is a blast." The wolf started sweating bullets. That was the illusion witch. It remembered the cat that had lunged out earlier. "Then the cat just now?" He spoke up to remind the wolf. "How long are you planning to just stand there?" Instantly, countless slashes appeared on its body. Since when? Ujin rested his swords on his shoulder, watching the wolf howl in pain. He smiled smugly. "Don't even think about setting foot on Earth again after you're eliminated." The wolf's stone pedestal in front of Ujin glowed. A blue fragment floated, making him exclaim, "Oh, this is..." Ujin took it, finally collected all three. The third space fragment. Suddenly, 2 yellow fragments flew up. He and Bibi watched the 3 streams of light floating in the air. The third space fragment has been collected. The fragments have linked up and created a space proof. The 3 fragments merged together. The light scattered and they had become a purple stone. A notification immediately appeared, "Space proof. You can own a dungeon space. Masterless dungeon will seek a new master." Ujin smiled. "Ah, so this is the must-have item we need." At this moment outside, Ujin was walking up from the dungeon. Sungu immediately called him over. "Hyung, we're in trouble," he said frantically. "Outside Gassen. The dungeon breaks are happening continuously." He immediately asked where. Sungu immediately listed continuously along Road 4. "I heard on the radio that it's already reached Sukmyung Women's University." Ujin thought Road 4. The city sky was still very gray. He said to Sungu, "I'm going to the scene to check it out. You take care of the surrounding area?" He immediately replied, "Yes, boss, please be careful." Elsewhere, a monster was slashed away. People were confronting the damned monsters. "Why are there so many? Why hasn't reinforcement arrived yet?" The monsters kept pouring out of the dungeon. They were all terrified seeing this scene, those things. Suddenly, something struck down on the swarm of monsters. Then sharp pillars grew up from the ground, covering the dungeon entrance. A skeleton horse roared. The monsters were shattered by a single blow. Ujin was riding his horse floating high above. Looking down at the scene, he thought to himself it should hold out for a little while. He recalled the map from Gasan to Sukmyung Women's University. "I have summoned at all the dungeon breaks." Ujin observed the battle situation below. "If I join in, we'll clear them out quickly. But if they keep breaking out, this will just drag on forever. I have to stop it at the root to prevent them from spreading." He speculated the dungeons aren't breaking out randomly, but along Road 4. Someone is definitely doing this on purpose. The image of Gay Soul appeared, then the next one is... The scene changes to near Gay Soul Station. Ujin was standing outside with his arms crossed waiting. He was confused. That's strange. 30 minutes have passed and the dungeon hasn't broken out yet. Ujin looked out at the silent city and thought, "Why is that?" The only difference is that I came to Gay Soul first. Ujin's expression became serious. "If my guess is right, then someone who knows me is definitely breaking these dungeons." Suddenly, 2 people appeared and called his name Kang Ujin. Both introduced themselves. "I am Lee Myungjin, Vice Guildmaster of the KH Guild. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Ochu, Guildmaster of the Yoas Guild. It's an honor to meet you." The crowd started buzzing. "Kang Ujin is here. Even if the Gassen dungeon breaks, it won't be a problem for him." Ujin saw that and seemed to be pondering something. Done thinking, he stepped toward the crowd. Myungjin called him Kang Ujin. Ujin stepped toward a girl wearing a cloak. The girl immediately became flustered. "What's wrong?" He immediately punched the girl squarely in the face. People around were startled and astonished by the action. Everyone ran over. "Kang Ujin, what are you doing?" At this moment, the girl sat up. "So I was. Just slightly disguised and you still hit me." It turned out to be Sangho. He rubbed his face. "I'm going to let everyone see your terrible personality." Ujin widened his eyes. "Just a slight disguise, that's rich." With that, he delivered a very strong kick to Sangho's body. He trembled, clutching his stomach. "What are you doing?" Ujin mocked. "If you commit a crime, you have to suffer the punishment." "Don't you?" Sangho was astonished and thought, crime. A thought flashed in his mind. No way, did he find out? Sangho recalled kneeling before a certain lord. The 25th floor lord. Loki, while still helping Jong and Daegu, "I have become your servant," and was granted immense power. Sangho's face was filled with astonishment, and I realized the moment I was given that power, a savage smile spread on that person's face, that he is God, and earth will be shattered before his might. I followed his command to cause the dungeon breaks, but Sangho ended his recollection, raising his hand to summon power. "Crime, you're the one trying to kill someone." Ujin spun around, dodging his attack. He glanced at the sword floating in the air. Pretty good external force control. He looked at Sangho, who was smiling maliciously, and thought, is this guy that strong? But the small swords continued to rush forward. Ujin easily deflected them. He arrogantly said to Sangho, "Just petty tricks." With that, Ujin lunged and stabbed his sword into him. Everyone was terrified by this sight. Sangho immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He knelt before him. "The world truly is unfair. Even though I've gotten stronger, I still can't compare to him." Sangho taunted, "But it won't work. You can't stop this. If it's not me, someone else will do it." "Ujin, you're the one causing the dungeon breaks." Sangho was surprised. "You don't know." "Then why would you—" He smiled. "You're hilarious." Ujin said something that terrified him. "Weren't you the one who sent someone to kill me when I was in the Middle East? Did you think I didn't know?" He smiled arrogantly. "Things are different now. Maybe we should chat sometime." In the dark hallway, a single light. He was violently kicked, falling to the floor in pain. Ujin approached, threatening in an unfriendly manner. "How did you make the dungeons break if you want to? Die easily, spill it fast." But he laughed mockingly and asked back, "You really think I'm going to spill it?" He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he curved his lips into a smile. Ujin took steps closer and delightedly asked back, "So that's what you want?" He started falling into a state of panic. "Where am I?" He turned his back and ran away. He remembered he was in the dungeon with that guy. He turned his head to look back, determined that he must escape from here. But he was holding a club and walking close to him to interrogate him. "Where are you running off to?" He was panicked, seeing the person in front of him and not understanding anything. "You were right behind me." Ujin created many clones surrounding him and announcing, "Got you, you bastard!" He grimaced, sweating profusely and trembling. Then a deafening scream rang out, echoing far and wide. In front of an elevator area with a directory board, Bibi's face was bright and cheerful as she excitedly showed off. "I can't believe I found it on Earth." He placed his hands on his hips and asked, "Do you like it?" The little girl happily confirmed, jumping up and down continuously. "Of course. The original ghost cloak belongs to me." Near the pillar, he was still bleeding and groaning. Bibi saw that and excitedly burst into victorious laughter. He seemed to be having a great time. Ujin looked suspicious and curiously asked, "What did you show him?" The little girl also smiled and burst into laughter and honestly confessed hide and seek. "When you get caught, you get beaten to death." Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes, looking panicked. Ujin then stepped forward with a malicious expression, asking, "You're awake?" He had become too terrified and immediately knelt down voluntarily. "Please let me go. I'll tell you everything." Ujin suddenly said nothing, still keeping a smile on his face. He didn't hide anything and bluntly emphasized, "I already know everything." Then immediately after a long streak of fresh blood was scattered, Ujin held the scythe in his hand and announced, "You've also implicated people on Earth." After that, everything was gradually revealed. When this guy was trapped in Bibi's ghost magic, he confessed everything. He recalled the details of what he had learned. He confessed how he became the servant of Lord Elo, so he could avoid monster attacks. And the last thing was also deciphered by Ujin. But since he is also human, he unlocked the dungeon barrier with a return stone. Bibi's face was smiling as she sighed in relief. "But it really is a relief, Master." But he was somewhat disheartened, guessing in advance. "But he is the Space Lord's servant, so he will soon be resurrected." Ujin looked down with a certain gaze and explained, "By then he won't be human anymore, so he won't be able to pull that trick again. Let's wrap up and go." In the sky, flying dragons were fiercely spreading their wings. Suddenly, the familiar black hole appeared and opened up. Ujin and Bibi stepped out. He introduced, "This time it's the Flying Dragon's dungeon." A magnificent, gigantic castle appeared. There was a statue of a tiger's head with bared fangs on the wall. On a pedestal, there was also a statue of a strange creature. Terrifying. Bibi looked up at the surrounding scenery with worry. "Master, this place is too creepy. It feels like ghosts are going to appear." Ujin stepped forward and reached out to open the door. He looked delightedly at the object on the throne, found the return stone. Ujin approached the glowing stone. At this moment, the system appeared, explaining along with the confirmation question. "Space fragment is reacting to the dungeon return stone. Wyvern Lair. Synchronization rate is 72%. Would you like to claim the Wyvern Lair as your domain? If claimed as a domain, you will receive territory proportional to the synchronization rate. Confirm decline. Ujin looked at the object in front of him, slowly remembering. The guidance of Moody once again ringing out. The Dungeon Master is chosen by the dungeon. If you collect 10 pieces, a total of 3 space fragments, a dungeon will react to it. After remembering that he agreed without hesitation. No need to hesitate. Confirm. The system quickly completed the request and asked another question. The Wyvern Lair has been claimed as a space domain. Before registering on the leaderboard, would you like to rename the dungeon? Ujin suddenly thought of a new name. Aden? The system completed the update and immediately switched mode. Space Domain Management Guide has been created. Automatically reading guide. After a 30-day stabilization phase, you will receive an Explorer challenge. If you fail to defend the dungeon, you will lose the dungeon gate. A portion of the domain may be plundered. After the 30-day protection phase, lords from other domains may challenge this domain. Space Domain Adon, Lord Kang Ujin. Vassal Energy, citizens. Wyvern Army Dungeon. BB saw him clutching his head in pain. Ran over to ask, Master, are you okay? Ujin clenched his hand on the armrest, trembling. Even though I planned everything, they still were one step ahead. He realized the entire plan at this moment. Now I get it. This is a space domain, where the lords and 72 commanders fight to seize power. Earth and that fan are just fields for acquiring new energy. Ujin gritted his teeth, his face twisted in anger. You bastards, I'm gonna flip the whole script. The system then displayed the detailed information. Level 75, name Kang Ujin, profession, Necromancer, Warrior, Inheritor, rank, Lord, achievement 710-3-219-644, magic, 1320-1320, energy 240-240. The next morning, the announcement speaker echoed throughout the city. Notice to the citizens of Seoul, currently, all monsters from yesterday's dungeon breakout have been cleared. Once again, he arrived in front of his familiar tall company building. Ujin stepped in and looked at the surrounding messy scene with annoyance. What a mess. He directed his gaze toward the empty white shelves, speechless. The warehouse was also wiped clean. Ujin turned around and resolutely ordered, let's move out. He turned back and clearly stated his request. Scout around Gangseon and find a building we can use as a fortress like the Heimer Guild. Did. Minchan was briefly startled at first, then accepted the order. Yes, I'll go look for them. The three of them looked at the messy scene. Sungu looked at his phone and surprisingly announced, the network is back up. He quickly made a decision. I'll get the staff back to work. Suddenly, Ujin stared at his phone. He was surprised by the name Jiwon that appeared on the screen. The moment Ujin answered, he heard her sobbing. Ujin, help me. He tensely waited for Jiwon to state the problem Jimin was, but he couldn't wait any longer. Ujin urgently asked, Jiwon, where are you? Jimin was breathing heavily, his mouth wide open, revealing his fangs. His eyes were bloodshot, and he snarled, grimacing. Then Jimin roared loudly on the hospital bed. Scene shift to a large hospital in Seoul. Jiwon sat on the bench, head bowed, devastated. Suddenly, Ujin's voice surprised her. Jiwon. She seemed desperate, running to hug him tightly. Ujin! Jiwon cried uncontrollably, extremely scared. Jimin was... What will happen to him? She buried her face in Ujin's chest, unable to speak. If I lose Jimin... He gently reached out and stroked her head to calm Jiwon down. Ujin smiled gently and confidently assured her, it'll be fine. Jimin is okay. He gave a confident, sure smile, comforting her, trust me. Jiwon was also surprised and looked up at Ujin. He opened the hospital room door and walked straight inside. Jimin lay on the bed, his face haggard, looking over. When he saw the person enter, he glanced at him. Ujin just took a quick look and quickly guessed from his appearance. Were you bitten? Jimin confirmed and pointed out the specific location. Yes, on the shoulder. He glanced over his whole body, shaking with fear. What's going to happen to me, bro? Ujin was not tense and posed a question. You know about vampires, right? Hearing that phrase, Jimin was somewhat surprised and repeated vampire. He nodded and affirmed confidently. That's right. Simply put, you will become a vampire. He became frightened upon hearing that, stuttering, so, do I have to live the rest of my life in the dark? Ujin hurriedly corrected the accurate information. No, you can still see the sun, but tomorrow you will die and only leave behind a corpse that has turned into a vampire. He further emphasized the important information. What you're thinking of is a true vampire, but you will only turn into a blood-sucking minion. By name, you will just be a monster, unfortunately. But once bitten, there's no turning back. Jimin cried helplessly and called out to him, but Ujin hadn't finished speaking yet. However, there is a way to escape death. He glanced down and asked, Jimin, do you want to live? His tears flowed even more. Yes, I want to live. In a dark corner, a vampire was sucking his prey's blood. He plunged his fangs deep into the girl's shoulder. After a while of finishing his work, the vampire threw the victim down and wiped his mouth. This is truly heaven. He raised his hand to stroke his chin with a satisfied look. This world is brimming with humans. The vampire looked out at the sky, feeling conflicted. Sunrise is coming. Should I be satisfied? With just this much every day? Suddenly a teasing voice rang out. Caught you red-handed. He turned his head and quickly recognized the victim. That's the kid I bit last night. But who is the one next to him? No need to put yourself in danger. When the sun is rising, the vampire swiftly decided to jump up and run away. Must escape immediately. But suddenly his arm was abruptly seized. The vampire was startled and immediately stopped being pulled backward. Ujin quickly slammed him onto the ground. He took out a chain and wrapped it around his neck. The vampire was in pain and tried with all his might to remove the chain. Ujin turned back and called out, Jimin, come here. He presented a sharp weapon and requested, use this to stab him through the heart. Seeing the hesitant reaction, Ujin asked again, you don't want to live anymore. He still clearly looked confused and hesitant. Yes, I do. But how should I stab him? Can't you do it instead? Hearing that he sighed helplessly in exhaustion, Ujin had to explain everything clearly again. In any case, this guy will just croak when dawn breaks. And once he dies, you as his minion will die with him. Ujin quickly presented two choices. You can follow in this guy's footsteps and die together, or you can eliminate him and live on, even if you become a vampire. He spoke nonchalantly for Jimin to think it's your choice. He fell into a pensive and confused state. Jimin knew well in his heart